About tapes.
Hey, Kieran. Hey, Justin. Are you excited to talk about Spider-Man?
Yes.
Yeah, I love Spider-Man.
Real quick, Kieran, that's a lovely denim vest. Can you give us the backstory on it?
Well, I was watching Jeff Bezos flying around in his spaceship the other day, and when they came back, this weird goopy, black stuff crawled off the spaceship and crawled onto me and turned my vest black.
Well, that would have been really cool for the Spider-Man 3 review. Unfortunately, we're doing Spider-Man 1.
Yeah.
I'm excited to talk about this movie. I think we all love it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love this movie.
I got big news, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, you know how in a Justin Silverman production, when you want Spider-Man, you get some guy named Marshall and put him in a costume and you think you just call it a day? I got Tobey Maguire coming in right now to be in the episode.
Tobey Maguire.
The Tobey Maguire. I think he's swinging in right now. Oh my God, Tobey Maguire just died. He died in the store. Holy no, my God.
Good Lord.
This is a tragedy. Well, let's honor his memory by talking about the movie.
Okay.
Okay, so Spider-Man, starring the late Tobey Maguire. I saw this movie like a million times when it came out. I saw it
twice. I saw it twice in theaters.
Yeah.
I owned it on VHS, and then I owned it on DVD.
Justin, do you have any theater stories about this movie?
Yeah, actually. I worked at the theater when this came out.
Oh, how was that?
It was during 9/11. And the problem with this movie was it has the World Trade Center in it.
Yes.
So they delayed the movie and they made us take down all the posters.
And I wanted this to be the one review that didn't mention 9/11, but here we are. Keep going.
So they got rid of all the posters, and it was kind of a mad dash for everyone at the theater to get the 9/11, like the World Trade Center poster, and Newt got it, I believe.
Yeah.
That's cool. I mean, not like that's cool. Not like 9/11 is cool. I mean, like, it's cool that poster exists, and it's like a piece of history in a way.
So what was opening night like for this movie?
Pretty good, I believe.
Oh, apparently Newt said like all the managing staff quit.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to tell a story.
I think I took off that day to see the movie. Like, literally, like, I took off.
So
Wow.
the managing staff of the theater quit.
Yeah.
You guys were in charge, and you took off.
Yeah, I don't remember a lot back then.
I wonder why. How's that Guinness going?
Good. I remember I walked out of episode 2. That was around the same time.
Yeah, it
That
came
was
out
pretty
just
smart.
near it, actually.
That was pretty smart.
I got in a fight with my mom about this movie because she, I was like, Ma, Spider-Man is coming out and I really want to go see it in theaters. And Mom was like, okay, and I was like, can we go on Friday? I want to see it opening night. I have to see it opening night, Mom. I saw X-Men opening night. And so she was like, okay, whatever. And then she didn't get out of work until like 6. And she was like, I'm not taking you to see Spider-Man. And I was like, what? Mom! God damn it, Mom! Like, I was like 14 and I was an angsty white kid, and what ended up happening was my one friend was going to see it anyway, so it didn't matter. But it was like my mom was just like, I'm not taking you. Like, I'm tired and I'm not gonna take you when I get out of work. And I was sad because I did all this stuff too. So my mom would take me. Like, I washed
That
the
is
car,
the worst, when
I
you
mowed
actually
the
do the
lawn,
chores
I did
for
all the
once.
chores that I was supposed to do,
Yeah.
and it was a lot. Like, my mom was like, we had to like rip wallpaper down at one point. I peeled
That
up
sucks.
I peeled up the carpet in my room the weekend before. I got pretty sick because dogs had lived there before and just pissed all over the carpet, so I was breathing in piss fumes that were years old. So I got very sick. And then my mom was like, yeah, I'm not taking you. And I flipped out a bit. But my friend took me anyway, so it was cool. We all went and saw it. I also got a sweet episode of PlayStation Magazine that day with Dante
Nice.
from Devil May Cry on the cover.
Nice.
I think... How's your mom doing nowadays?
My mom?
Yeah.
Great.
I think you should put her in a home
Oh, my God.
and be like, that's for Spider-Man.
For Spider-Man. I got a feature role in Spider-Man.
I remember me and my dad went to see this. And then my mom and sister, I saw it a second time with them. And I think I saw it with friends afterwards. And then I got a bootleg VHS and I watched the shit out of it. And then a friend of mine's sister stole it.
You know,
really
mentioning bootlegs, it's funny because me and my friend, the same friend I went and saw this movie with, this was at the time where it took a while for DVDs to come out and everything.
Yeah.
So my friend's sister was a flight attendant. She used to fly to China all the time, and she used to just buy wads of bootleg DVDs. And one of them was Spider-Man. So we were like, "Holy shit, we can watch Spider-Man! Let's watch Spider-Man one night." So we watched it. All the audio was in Chinese. It was the Chinese voice actors over with English subtitles, but the English subtitles were horribly translated. Like Flash Thompson was named Fess. Peter Parker, anytime they say just Pete or Peter, his name was Peter Pak. Peter Pak. P-I-T-A-P-A-K, all one word.
A Peter Pak?
Peter Pak.
Like a Peter Pocket?
They always called him Peter Pak. Uncle Ben was Uncle Peng. And the part where she's outside getting yelled at by her parents and she's talking to Peter and she says like, "Oh, you're a lot taller than you look." And he's like, "I hunch." When they translated it just says, "You're a lot higher than you look." And he just says, "I have crooked back." And that's all. And we were just like, what?
I hope when he tells that story, you just put the subtitles on the scene. I have crooked back.
I have crooked back. That's literally what it said. We were laughing about it for days.
Yeah, so there was a long road to get a Spider-Man movie made. I mean, they dabbled with live action with the Japanese one, and then the
I love
70s
Japanese
show.
Spider-Man, yeah.
The short-lived 70s show. Canon Pictures tried to... Oh, no. Yes. No. Roger Corman tried to make one first.
Oh, like the Fantastic Four?
Yeah, but years before. He couldn't get off the ground, so Canon Pictures bought the rights to Spider-Man for less than $300,000.
Wow.
That's what comic book rights used to
Yeah,
go.
nobody gave a
Because after
shit back
Spider-Man,
then.
after Superman 3, people were like, "All right, we don't fucking care anymore." Yeah, but the problem is, Golan and Globus, your people, they were not sure what Spider-Man was. They thought he was a monster. They thought it was like the Wolfman. So they bought the
Wow.
rights not knowing he was a superhero.
Well, he is a monster to his enemies.
I guess
Yeah.
so. So they got a guy, Leslie
monster.
Stevens, to write a Spider-Man script based off that. Let's see. Peter Parker got bombarded with radiation by the fiendish Dr. Zork.
Zork?
Oh, yeah, we know the famous... What issue of Spider-Man did Dr. Zork show up
I don't
in?
know, but they should put him into like a movie as like
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Zork is a text-based video game.
Yeah.
Those old ones for like the Apple II and
So
stuff. I
he
think, or
mutates Peter
Commodore.
into a part man, part tarantula. And this monster Spider-Man has to fight an army of mutants. And the director of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Toby Hooper, would have directed.
So they never heard of Spider-Man up until this point and just had to make a story about
Have you
him?
seen Canon Pictures?
No,
They were
I don't
two guys
know.
from Israel. When they came to America, they remade one of their movies, but they like didn't update it for American audiences. So there's all this random Israeli stuff that American audience were like, why is he bringing oranges to the hospital for his girlfriend?
What
Like,
else did Canon Pictures do? Didn't they like?
Masters of the Universe?
Okay,
Superman
yeah.
4?
Okay.
Like, yeah. Their movies are great. I have their package
So
there.
was this? They were doing this during the '80s, or was this
Yeah,
going to be?
they would have
okay.
been during the 80s, and I think
Ooh.
the American Ninja guy was going to play Spider-Man.
Oh,
So that didn't happen. So then they got two other guys to rewrite it, Ted Newsom and John Brancato. In this one, Spider-Man would have fought Professor Octopus, who I believe calls himself Spider-Man in the movie. His catchphrase was "Okie dokie," and he had a sidekick called Wiener. And I think they went to space and fought each other for a bit.
That sounds right.
So
I kind of want that movie.
So we didn't get Professor Octopus
Professor
and
Octopus
Wiener.
and Wiener versus Spider-Man. I love it. I
So
can see it now.
so then James Cameron showed up
Wow.
and he wrote a script for it. It was like a script treatment thing. He kind of took the previous script but changed a lot. He obviously Wiener was gone. It was going to be an edgy, R-rated Spider-Man with a Spider-Man who cursed a lot. He was going to fight Sandman and Electro, but the characters would have been completely rewritten. They weren't going to have their names. And he would have had sex with Mary Jane on the Brooklyn Bridge.
Nice.
The thing is, he introduced the idea of organic web shooters, which stayed all the way until the final product.
I like the idea of like Spider-Man being like, "Fuck you, shit,
We're gonna fuck on the Brooklyn
Yeah.
Bridge.
Yeah.
asshole, Aunt May, you bitch, or something like,
yeah,
I don't know.
He throws the middle finger when he does the... Yeah.
So during this, so Golan and Globus, I think they had a split or something. Eventually, the rights for Spider-Man were all over the place, and people were suing the shit out of each other.
Wow.
Because at that same time, David Fincher, from Alien 3, he was going to make a Spider-Man movie based off the night Gwen Stacy died, but he didn't want to do an origin story. So the first 10 minutes of the movie were apparently going to be a rock opera, all done in one shot, which would have told the story of how he became Spider-Man within 10 minutes.
Wow.
That sounds kind of cool.
Does sound kind of cool.
Wow, that's weird.
But that isn't what people were into back then. And finally, the script came into the hands of David Cope, who wrote Jurassic Park and Lost World Jurassic Park. He's the guy who gets eaten by the T-Rex running away in Lost World Jurassic Park.
Oh, which one?
In Lost World Jurassic Park, when the T-Rex is in the city,
Yeah.
that one guy tries to run to
the
it. That's
guy who
David
gets-
Cope.
Okay, cool.
When he get killed at the video store?
Yeah. So he took Cameron's script, he changed it, he got rid of Electro and Sandman. He wrote in, Arnold Schwarzenegger would have been Dr. Octopus in Cameron's version to set up for the next one.
That would have been kind of neat.
I added Arnold to the set over there. Terminator 3 Arnold.
Yeah, I'm not looking at it.
I'm back.
Okay. He changed Sandman and Electro to Dr. Octopus and Green Goblin. Then Sam Raimi came on. Is like, let's just do Green Goblin, which I think was smart.
Yeah, I agree.
An origin for both of those guys in one movie, that would have been too fucking much.
That's the thing. Like, I think Green Goblin was a really good choice because I think Green Goblin was the most recognizable Spider-Man enemy other than Doc Ock. But like, you don't want to lead with who's seen as like Dr. Octopus. I feel like is the
Build up to
arch enemy.
Yeah.
I think more than even Green Goblin
And then,
sometimes.
and like I said, Sam Raimi kept the organic web shooters because he thought it'd be a stretch for Peter to suddenly know how to make this technology, which is the one thing the MCU had no problem with because it was introduced so late where we're already used to a world full of gadgets and
but that's the thing
Iron
is, like,
Man and shit.
Spider-Man was always supposed to be like kind of a mechanical engineer. Like that was like his thing. And then he's just a kid who had that knowledge who happened to get bit because he was, it was like one of those like the reason why he was in that situation was because he was going for science and he was in a sciencey class.
In this, he's just on a field trip.
Yeah, he's just on a field trip.
He is into science in it, but
Yeah, like an asshole. We'll talk about that. I got to bone the pick
I'm
with
somewhat
him.
of a scientist myself.
So yeah, apparently there's
Or
like
something of a scientist.
Alan Sargent, Academy Award-winning writer Alan Sargent came in, wrote the dialogue. So basically, David Cope is the only credited writer, but this takes elements from like 4 other people, including James Cameron. So a lot of people fucking worked on this.
And it even has what's his name, Wiener, in the movie too. They
Yeah, which one
included
was
him
Wiener?
in this one. He was the guy that gets thrown through the window. He was a real wiener.
was that
They were
Wiener?
like, well, we're not going to name him Wiener. We're just going to make the character a big wiener.
There is a part of the movie where Peter Parker references his giant wiener.
There is.
I'm not joking. We'll talk
There
about
is.
it.
There is. Yeah, so it was cool to see Sam Raimi, mostly a horror guy. This is when he's experimenting later on.
Well, it's post Darkman.
Post Darkman, which is where like
and
he
it
first
definitely
started
has
dabbling.
like the scene where they show Oscorp for the first time. Totally looks like a scene out of Darkman.
I think we mentioned in our Darkman review, there's a couple scenes that reminded me of Spider-Man later on.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's get into the movie proper here. Danny Elfman's score is still great.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Really, really, really good.
A lot of times it sounds like Darkman or Batman, but and Beetlejuice, but
A little
it's
bit.
Danny Elfman.
The CGI opening title sequence is a little bit dated.
Yeah, honestly, all the CGI in the movie is a little bit dated, but it works for that time. I think.
miss seeing like opening credit sequences though.
Yeah.
They don't really do them anymore. They save it for the end.
The Marvel ones kind of got you to do like the end credit.
It's every movie.
I think that's
basically.
the thing is though they want you to see the end credits more so than the beginning because that's where everybody.
Well, no, I
is,
think they
you
just
know?
want to get into the movie.
That's true,
You
yeah.
have to have like the union says you have to have 2 credit sequence. So a lot of times they just put both at the end.
Yeah.
That's why you get like the cool animated one, and then you get the basic
I always think it's
one.
weird when I'm watching like older movies and all the credits are at the beginning and then the movie's just the end and it's like it shows like
really old
12
ones.
people
Yeah, yeah.
and and that's it.
There's
you
also
know?
something with streaming services where people have to watch a certain amount for it to count as an actual view.
Yeah.
Like I think on Spotify for music it's 30 seconds. Or well, it doesn't count or you don't get the royalties for it or whatever. So that might be how movies work.
So that's
too.
why they probably added post-credit sequences and stuff to keep you like watching and everything. Yeah, that makes sense.
So it starts with opening narration from the late Tobey Maguire. as Peter Parker. And I thought this was supposed to be like, you know how Spider-Man has constant internal monologue?
Yeah.
Well, most superheroes do, but he's kind of known for it. I thought that's what they were going to do because we were watching the Spider-Man cartoon at the time, and he's constantly monologuing.
Spider-Verse or
No. I mean, like,
the
back in the
cartoon.
90s.
The 90s one, yeah.
Spider blood.
Yeah, I
So
love
they,
that one.
they introduce it here, and then he doesn't do it again until the very end. I thought that was
Yeah.
very odd. Also, who's he telling this story to? I thought that was weird. Kirsten Dunst plays Mary Jane.
Yep.
Who's kind of mixed with Gwen Stacy. They kind of put those two characters together.
But then Gwen Stacy is in the third movie.
Yeah, which is confusing.
Yeah.
And Joe Manganiello is
Pee Wee Herman's
yeah.
best friend.
Deathstroke
yeah.
from that post-credit scene of Justice League.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. He shows up as Flash Thompson, and Tobey Maguire's in his mid-20s and barely looks like he's in high school.
Yeah, I mean, that was the one thing was I used to, at this point too, I used to always get him mixed up with Jake Gyllenhaal.
Which is funny because they were eventually in the movie Brothers, where they played brothers.
And also Jake Gyllenhaal was Mysterio in a Spider-Man movie.
I did like that
eventually.
because I remember there was going to be a contract negotiation for the second one, and they were going to bring in Jake Gyllenhaal. So I like that he ended up in a movie eventually.
Oh, Tobey Maguire, he did the narration in Boss Baby.
Oh, he did.
Very similar.
Don't mention Boss Baby.
What's wrong with Boss Baby?
Boss Baby is one of my failures. Yes. Though you didn't help. Anyway, the bus driver ignoring Peter was very relatable.
Yeah, but I don't think...
What happened to you?
When I went to Father Judge High School, there were two big bus stops at opposite ends of the street. And there were a few, smaller ones at the ends of some streets. And there was one bus driver that hated Father Judge students. I don't know why. I don't know what we ever did to him. But if we weren't at the two main ones that he couldn't ignore, he would just blow right past us in between. So I would have to, chase the bus multiple blocks because the guy was a fucking asshole.
Wow.
So I really related to this. I really don't know what his deal was.
If that happened nowadays, I'm pretty sure, it would be... there would be an article, you're scrolling down Facebook, and it's like, Mom sues school because bus driver kept leaving daughter, giving her problems and stuff like that. Our son is
Oh, these days, I would have recorded him ignoring me and been like, hey, what's this about?
No, that bus driver would be fired. He would be dragged. He would never be able to have a Twitter account again.
We should find him and put him in a home.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they're on their way to a class trip to the Natural History Museum, I guess.
Was the bus going to the class trip? You never really see the exchange. Right?
Oh yeah, I don't think. I think it was taken to the school and then they went. Maybe.
Yeah, I
don't
think
know.
that's what it was.
Yeah.
I think.
But this is where we meet my good friend James Franco.
Yes.
Oh, his father rolls up in a Rolls Royce.
Yes. I famously met James Franco when I worked for another YouTube channel. We did a video that he did not like, nor did his assistant like, and we got yelled at. That was the same night I got yelled at by Will.i.am's manager and Miss Piggy's representative.
Oh, no.
Well, were you trying to prank them like assholes?
I was just the cameraman. I wasn't doing the pranking. I was just filming.
I see.
No, Miss Piggy... Okay, I was filming Will.i.am because he was a fucking weirdo. I wish I could talk more about this night. But Miss Piggy was there. I didn't film Miss Piggy, but I had the camera.
Yeah.
And her representative came over. He's like, excuse me, you with the camera? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, are you recording Miss Piggy? I'm like, no. And he's just like, let me be fucking clear, all right? You did not film Miss Piggy below the waist. You did not film her puppeteer. You did not film the real... I'm like, I'm not filming her at all. I got yelled at by a Henson representative and Will.i.am's representative.
Man, that must be...
I wasn't yelled at by James Franco. We got yelled at later on from that one.
Wow.
That video exists somewhere.
That must be so crazy to be like, you don't understand how it is with people like that, but
yeah.
A guy who represents literally a puppet is flipping his shit on Tony. I imagine Tony was like,
Tony, how did Miss Piggy look down there?
Did you cry afterwards, Tony?
I was just real confused because my camera wasn't on. I just was holding it. That was it.
I would have been like, fuck you and fuck Miss Piggy too.
Anyway,
then Miss Piggy beat the shit out of me in an alley.
I really like James Franco and Willem Dafoe in this. They seem like father and son. They did
look
a good
like
job.
father and son.
The hair.
Yeah.
They gave them
They
each
did a
other's
great
hair.
job making them look like they're related.
Yeah. And I like the kind of surrogate father relationship with Norman and Peter. I thought that was pretty good. So they go to the museum and they're learning about spiders. I don't know what course this is for, but the teacher said the next one of you talk will fail the course. And it's like, the spider course? What the fuck are they learning?
Spiders 101.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of bullies in this movie.
Yeah, there's like, it's not just Flash Thompson. It's like everyone's mean to Peter
what I
except
don't
for Harry.
get is like you have Peter who is like super IQ and they're bringing them, but like why is Flash Thompson in his weird goofy?
It's a school trip.
Well, this
But
is
I mean,
a school trip.
what
you know
class
where
are
it
they in
is
that
weird?
Flash
No.
Thompson got in?
What is weird is in Amazing Spider-Man where they go to like a science tech school. And they have the jock douchebag Flash Thompson still, and it's like, wait, he doesn't make sense here.
I think the best Flash Thompson is the new one where he's
Oh,
just an
yeah, I love
asshole,
that guy.
but he's like, he's so funny.
Yeah, so they're learning about spiders and all their different abilities, including predicting the future, which we talked about at length in the Spider-Verse episode. I like that they modernized it to a genetically engineered spider as opposed to radioactive, but then it brings up a lot of questions.
Well,
It's
so they enhanced spiders that already had these abilities, kind of.
well, they mixed them all into one.
Yeah, and then like, but they even mentioned the spider that is Miles Morales, which turns him invisible. They say the one that like
they said
can
the
camouflage
camouflage,
itself. That's Miles Morales.
The problem is though, like, so they made 16 of them. So one got out and bit Peter and gave him all these powers. Like, you're telling me these scientists didn't study these things and realize like this is a problem?
Well, I wonder how it got out. Did it get itself out, or did someone just screw
Maybe
up?
it got out by itself, but
Really
still,
figured its way
divine
out.
intervention.
Yeah.
but still, you think the scientists would be like, "Holy shit, the spider can bite you and rewrite your code." Like, there should be a million Spider-Men after that.
You know,
And then, like, the one spider gets away. So what the fuck is that thing biting and turning into spider monsters? You guys never thought
maybe
about
it just
this before.
died. Maybe it died. Like it could have been like.
Well, that's
walking
why I
and it got
like
stepped
the original
on, or-
version where there's just one spider.
Maybe
It's
it
an
bites a
accident.
bird, and then the bird's like shooting webs out of its wings and stuff.
Somewhere
Like,
there's just a pigeon.
spider pigeon. It doesn't know what to do. It flies, bumps into a wall, and just gets stuck. And it's like, "Help!
Yeah.
I'm a pigeon."
I like that
I
they
can't
actually
understand the
took
powers I've been given.
they took a real spider and put a shell on it and painted it red and blue. I like that. I like that it's the colors of Spider-Man. That
Oh,
gives
it's a
them
real spider?
I mean, obviously not the CGI bite, but when it's like crawling and stuff, that's a real spider. They painted its shell.
How do they like sit there and they painted its shell?
Yeah, they put like a shell on the whatever the back is called,
And that spider's
and
like-
they painted it.
Like
The abdomen.
Yes,
does it? I wonder if that spider has a name. Like, is it a spider actor?
I don't know.
check
Because you know,
Credits.
well, you
Actually,
know, like in
the one spider that jumps, that's the spiders they use for arachnophobia. Do you ever see arachnophobia? That's a good one.
yeah,
That's a
with
good one.
with Jeff Daniels.
Yeah. So he gets bit, and at the same time, we see Norman Osborn. He's showing off his glider.
Yeah.
His goblin glider to the board of directors in the military. They're talking about performance enhancers, and his scientist, Wiener, I
Wiener.
guess.
That was Wiener, yeah,
Dr.
that was
Wiener.
him.
He's like, I love how like Norman's trying to pitch. He's like, yeah, everything's going great. All the tests were great. And guy's like, we really screwed up. One of them went insane. We got to start. We got to
Yeah.
go back to formula. And he's like, what the fuck did you just say?
Back to formula.
Back to formula.
So he's pissed. He's about to lose his contract. Let me meet Ben and May Parker. Who plays Uncle Ben?
It's the dude from what's it called?
Escape from LA.
Escape from LA. The president. I don't know
president.
his name. He's also in something else though. He was in something recent, I think.
Well, he's been dead for a few
No,
years
not
now.
recent, but I mean like in the last like few years. I think he was in something.
Oh yeah,
wasn't
and
he?
Aunt
He
May's
was in
Rosemary
something I was
Harris.
watching.
And then this is where like there's a lot of God stuff in this. Did you notice that?
No.
Boy, the divine intervention. That's how they got the spider. Yeah, there's a lot of good versus evil and a lot of
Yeah, specifically
Churchy.
a lot of like strong Christian stuff, which I don't have a problem with. It's just it's not in the sequels. It's a little bizarre.
I hate Uncle Ben.
Why do you hate Uncle Ben?
Don't like him. I was when me and Karen were watching this. Like an hour ago. I was saying how much I hate Uncle Ben, and I was happy when he died.
I don't understand
That's
why
really
though.
mean.
That's what I was saying. Justin's just I don't know
Why
why,
do you hate
you're
Uncle
even saying
Ben?
this.
Well, no, I just think his death was necessary for Peter Parker
I-
to become
Well,
Spider-Man.
yeah, but you're not supposed
But
to
you-
hate him before
but-
he dies.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're like I hate him and he deserves to die, and then your reasoning
He's
is
kind of a
because that.
dick.
How is he kind
How
of a
is he
dick?
a dick?
Uncle Ben.
He's super nice to
Why
Peter.
is it
He
you see
raised
a
him.
loving paternal figure who cares
He
about
tries
someone?
being nice on the outside, but it's very apparent that he's a manipulator. he keeps messing with Peter's head. He's trying to like get him to paint the other room. I don't know. I just don't like Uncle Ben.
Oh, I totally lied. He wasn't
Did
in
you
like
like,
anything recent. He
did
was
you
in
like,
Spider-Man 3, and that's about it. Like,
yeah.
that was the last thing.
Did you like Martin Sheen better in Amazing Spider-Man?
I forgot about Martin
I
Sheen.
do not
Oh,
like
that's
the
right, in
Amazing
Sally Field,
Spider-Man
huh?
movies.
fucking
Sally
awful.
Field was
So
good.
I liked those ones, kinda, but I don't really remember them. I liked the first one. I liked Dennis Leary. I really liked Emma Stone. I thought was a great choice for Gwen Stacy.
So you like all those actors?
I don't mind them. I think they're fine.
What do you think about Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man?
I'm not too big on Andrew Garfield.
Well, guess what, Justin? You can tell him that yourself because Andrew Garfield is swinging in right now. Here he comes. Oh my God! Andrew Garfield has also died in the store. He's right next to Tobey Maguire.
I thought Tobey
God.
Maguire would break his fall.
He did not.
He did not.
He did not.
Tobey Maguire just ended up breaking his neck.
Why? I don't know why they insisted on dressing like their character and swinging. They don't have superpowers.
Yeah,
They're
they
just
could have
actors.
just walked right in. I don't know why they wouldn't just, you know.
When they called me, they said we insist on swinging in, and I said that's pretty dangerous. And
Yeah,
they
it's
did-
pretty crazy
Well-
too because the ceiling is only like, you know,
Maybe they were
a
both
normal
really
ceiling
sad.
height.
You think this was a planned mass suicide?
It could have happened.
They called each other up, and they said we're just gonna end it all on Hack the Movie.
They're gonna
What-
ruin
what
your
better-
channel.
What better place to kill yourself than the Hack the Movies video store?
They're like, this will be a crowning
I guess-
achievement. Our double suicide at the Hack.
I guess they wanted to make sure they could do it on a place where no one would actually see them kill themselves.
I like the movie Poltergeist, but all the ghosts are buried on
Getcha.
top of our actors
Gotcha.
who played Spider-Man. That'd be good.
Well, I mean, I hope Tom Holland's
kidding.
okay. Let's continue.
The formula.
Peter starts transforming,
Yeah. He gets super ripped.
and we get these cool flashes, and one of
Yeah.
them is to the movie Frogs, and the other one is to the Beyond. That's where there's like a spider on the lens.
Okay.
The rest of it is very early 2000s, like CGI.
Yeah, where they're
swooshing and
walking
stuff.
around in DNA strands and
Yeah,
stuff.
they have to show the little spiders in the DNA.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we get it. We know what's happening.
He gets little. That's what happens when you turn to Spider-Man. Spiders, just microscopic spiders.
I think it's pretty convenient that Green Goblin and Peter Parker both got their powers on the same day.
Yeah, I never really thought about that, like watching the movie. But yeah, that is weird.
That's convenient. It's not as bad as, well, rest in peace, Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, where it turns out Oscorp was like the bad guy factory. All the bad guys
yeah.
came out of Oscorp.
The bad
And then
guy
I guess the
factor.
MCU has
Well,
that
you know what?
problem. The
Maybe they were-
MCU, every bad guy is a result of Iron Man being a dick.
That's true. Yeah. Maybe instead of Oscorp being the bad guy factory, they were the jerk store.
the jerk store
called.
They're running out of you. But yeah, he transforms. And then did we already talk about? Oh no, this is the part. Norman does the performance enhancer on him.
Yeah.
And I like that he's trying to act like a badass. And then he gets on the tray and the thing touches him. He's like, "Ooh, it's
like,
cold."
"Oh, it's cold."
It's
Yeah.
like that's the last thing he says.
I
He's a
always
good guy.
laugh about that part a little bit because I'll bet that thing is freezing cold. It's
Yeah.
like just metal.
Yeah,
It
so
probably
I-
was like I always wondered like was that in the like a line in the movie or was that like the first time they shot it with Willem Dafoe and he was like, "Oh, that's cold." Like he
I might
actually was
You know
startled.
what?
a
I
bit.
forgot to listen to the director's commentary before this. I wonder if that is a thing. They're like, we just thought it was funny.
because
We
it
left
looked
it in.
freezing. Like it's just this metal. Imagine
Well,
that
he
touching
he
you.
is a method actor.
Yeah.
so.
But I like the transformation, like him like seizuring out. But I like that he whispers back to formula to the guy
Yeah,
before he
it's
throws him.
I love when he jumps on the thing.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah.
all scary.
It's funny when you see him, even in Spider-Man, even with Spider-Man, it's funny when you see them do their like Green Goblin Spider-Man stuff when they're not in the suits.
Yeah.
Like when he, like clearly if he's in the suit, like I don't care. But when he's just him shirtless, I'm like, that looks fucking weird.
It's crazy that he did that though.
Yeah.
Because imagine having to jump on something and then getting into that pose and everything and not falling.
He's got a weird body. Like he's in shape, but it's like,
yeah, but he's that kind of like 50-year-old man in shape. Like
yeah, it's like everything's muscular. It's just positioned.
very
weirdly.
ribbed.
I agree. I
Ribby.
think he should be at least 100, 200 pounds overweight. Then he looked good.
Then-
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
You know, a thick daddy. Zaddy.
But yeah, speaking of in shape, the next day, Peter's all buff.
Yeah, this is the dick part.
Please, I know you want to talk about dick.
Yeah, so he looks in the mirror, and Aunt May's like, "Hey, is everything okay in there?" Blah blah blah, and he goes like, "Everything's okay, and he looks down at his wiener and goes, "Everything's bigger."
It says big changes.
Big
changes.
changes.
She says, "Are you changed?" And he goes, "Yeah, big change."
Big changes.
And then here is he doesn't need his glasses anymore.
He's not looking at his wiener. He's looking at himself. Like, he's not supposed to be looking at his wiener. He's in pants. He can't see his wiener.
That's how big his wiener is. It's coming out of his
So
pants.
his glasses are fixed, and they don't work. I mean, his eyes are fixed, and he doesn't need glasses anymore. But he's wearing glasses. Did he like? Can you get lenses? What?
No, I thought he wasn't
Wait.
wearing the glasses because he catches Mary Jane and she's like, "You have blue eyes."
No,
I never
he doesn't
noticed."
wear them after this point.
He doesn't
Oh, I
wear them
thought he
anymore.
did.
No, he takes them off.
Yeah.
He puts them on.
We
and goes
literally
like,
just watched this. I don't know why I keep. All right, anyway.
Yeah, he takes them off.
Oh man, like me and Karen were talking about. Imagine waking up every morning and being able to see.
I mean,
I can't see any of you.
When
like, you
I
see
was,
this text, I can't read that. You see this?
Yeah.
I still cannot read that text. You print notes, I'm not fucking looking at them.
When I was
Wait,
14,
take your glasses off again. You have blue eyes. I never noticed.
I do have blue
oh
eyes.
yeah, you do have blue eyes. I do too.
And this is where we realized that Peter Parker and Mary Jane are exhibitionists.
Oh,
Because they like to just change in front of their open windows.
Yeah.
That not only do they face each other, but they're like 4 feet away.
The thing is, too, I don't understand. That's what I'm saying. They are so close to each other in those windows. How has she never been like, I'm going to close my windows because creepy ass Peter Parker.
because she's fucking into it,
is,
you dick.
Maybe. That's true, I guess.
Jesus
They're
Christ.
both
Which is-
into it. They're both voyeurs and exhibitionists. They
But
lucked out.
he wasn't ripped until this morning. The night before, he was all scrawny.
That's
So
true.
maybe she just wants someone watching him.
Maybe she likes to watch, and he.
Karen, stop yucking someone else's yum.
You're really kink shaping.
Wow, that's a good. I'd never heard that term.
Someone
before.
told me that
Stop
about-
yucking someone else's yum.
Someone said that about the Cinemasker podcast because I'm so negative all the
that's
time.
that's pretty incredible.
Peter, he starts to discover. You okay there?
No.
I know
I'm
you're a
gonna-
little shaken up. 2 big Hollywood actors just died at the
Yeah,
same
that's
time.
true.
But let's keep our calm.
And
We
their
got to get through
bodies
this
are
review.
still there.
Big Hollywood actors.
Twisted.
Well, they are. I hope they finished their scenes for No Way Home.
Are they even in No Way Home? I feel like
think
we're gonna
they are.
get. I feel like they're not.
Anyway,
I feel like it's gonna be like the last 1 minute of the movie, and you're gonna see them in the suits, but they're not gonna be there.
maybe.
It's
That
gonna
would
be
be
a-
really stupid if it's just something in a suit and it's not really the actor in the thing. That would be really dumb. Who would ever do that?
I don't know.
He starts to discover his powers a little bit. Like his hand gets stuck to the thing. And Norman, apparently he blacks out whenever he turns into the Green Goblin.
Yeah.
Which this is like Jekyll and Hyde and Wolfman. Stanley was really into those stories. So like
That makes sense. I can
every
see
bad
that.
guy in a Marvel thing is usually it's like Dr. Jekyll or whatever. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, I got this and now I'm this monster. His office is full of masks.
Yeah.
Which I think is supposed to justify why he turns into a scary goblin later. They don't,
Hmm.
because it would be weird if he just showed up as a scary goblin. That would have been bizarre. But then they give you this clue early on. They're like, okay, he's into like the scary mask thing.
Yeah.
And his mansion or his skyrise apartment, whatever it is, it's the mansion for Batman 89.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the one scene they had to be careful how they filmed it because it's the same staircase where Michael Keaton was making
See,
out
I
with
would totally have
What's-Her-Face.
never noticed that. Like at
Because
all.
they did a good. The only reason I noticed it is because I think I listened to the commentary years ago, and he's like, "Yeah, it's the same staircase from Batman."
That's crazy though.
This is probably one of the most memorable things: is Peter catching the food falling down,
Yep.
and I forget.
She slips.
yeah,
Great
she slips.
reflexes.
Yeah, he's got the great quick reflexes, but like they did that like practical,
Oh really?
and it took like a really long. Yeah, they had like really strong like super glue.
Well,
so it would
I'm pretty
land.
sure they also sped up the film.
Yeah, I'm sure they sped it up,
so
but
he
they
had to
actually did
actually
have
catch everything, like, and,
Yeah.
and it would stick.
They had to drop, and it
Huh.
was covered in this like super adhesive, so it would like to
Oh,
make sure it didn't
immediately?
like bounce. Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
But apparently it took him like a lot of takes to like get it right.
Yeah.
Oh, what a dork.
What if it like it's like, oh shit, you dropped the apple and now we can't get it off the floor, so there's just a bunch of glued apples to the floor in the thing forever.
So he shoots a web on accident. And by the way, it's not just that his webs are organic. I'm fine with that, actually.
Yeah.
I always thought it was weird the spider didn't give him that power. But it's the fact that he has those, like, tumors on his wrist. Like,
me and my buddy used to say, like, he's got spooge on his wrist.
I assume he goes to the doctor at some point. Aren't they going to be like, hey, what the fuck is going on there? They're going to look into it.
Well, the one thing that's weird, too, that's kind of gross about it being, like, a part of his anatomy is that he's basically spraying bodily fluids all over the fucking city at all times. And when he sprays it in your mouth, like...
It's different
like,
fluid.
And
it's
it's
not
like
the
a fucking,
same fluid.
It's just like super hard cum.
That's what like silk is. And you like, wear a silk shirt.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, when he's normal Spider-Man, he has web shooters. It's like a synthetic.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
But this is like if I was spraying a fucking, I don't know. I feel like it's gross.
Technically, wouldn't it come out of his butt?
Well, even a spider's web is gross.
Did you ever watch?
And don't some spider breeds don't they have their genitals on their leg?
Do they?
Like what if he woke up and his testicles were just on his knee?
That'd be weird.
Maybe
They
that's
should
what the
do one
big
of those-
change was he looked down and he saw just a huge cock coming out of his kneecap.
We mentioned it in Spider-Verse, but that episode didn't get a lot of views. Thank you. In the comics, remember I said they worked in the organic web shooters, but they made Peter turn into a spider and then give birth to himself so he can have the organic web shooters.
Ugh.
Go back and watch the Spider-Verse episode. It's pretty damn good.
Yeah, it was a fun time, and it's a good movie.
We get to see a spider sense, and it's all Matrixy because that was the style at the time.
It was the style at the time.
Yeah, and I actually this scene is pretty cool. I like how they zoom in on the fly and out the paper.
Oh, because he throws the food at Flash.
Yeah, and then he runs away, but then Flash goes to fight him, and that's when the sense kicks in.
This is the scene I'm in.
Oh yeah,
Right. Okay, you look like that famous extra who's been in like 300, 400 movies.
Because we're both fat and white and have glasses and rosacea. There's Justin. Ha 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 ha, said everyone in the movie theater for 10 years. Thanks, everybody.
What about that year of the Super Bowl when he made out that super hot model for that commercial?
Wasn't it for like
that
a
should have
Carl's
been an
Jr. or something? Or no, it was
accomplishment.
GoDaddy, I think, right?
It was
it
GoDaddy.
GoDaddy?
Yeah. Anyway, he beats the shit out of Joseph Manganiello.
Yeah, he punches that locker really hard.
Yeah.
You think that would be where it ends? Like,
Yeah.
he's like, oh, I
No,
missed. I broke my knuckles.
So no one at the school was ever like, wow, there's a guy doing flips and shooting webs.
So
remember that day?
I was saying this the entire time. Like, there's parts where it's like, hey, remember that, Spider-Man's flying around. It's weird that Spider-Man all of a sudden showed up after that day that Peter Parker did 8 backflips, punched Flash Thompson across 50 feet, shot webs all over a fucking lunch tray, and also dodged 80 punches and all this shit, did the limbo.
So then what?
Well, no, but that's the thing is, how would
no.
that entire school not know that he's
What happens
Spider-Man?
then? Hey, I know who Spider-Man is this guy, and then he comes and kills you? Shut your damn mouth.
Peter Parker isn't going to kill you.
You sure?
I don't know.
He
Well,
almost
as
killed
soon
Flash.
as the
that's
Daily
true.
Bugle starts saying we want Spider-Man, he'd be like, hey, I think I know who he is.
It's like in Dark Knight, actually.
Yeah, when the guy finds the stuff.
And he's like, I want you to kill that guy who's Batman. He goes, the Joker.
So yeah, Spider-Man or Peter Parker leaves and he starts testing out his powers. And how's the CGI in the scene of him jumping over the rooftops?
It looks like the top-down scenes from GTA 3.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
But even him running, he kind of looks like Woody from Toy Story. It just looks bizarre. It looked fine at the time.
Yeah.
It aged like 2 and 3 have some dodgy CGI,
It's
but not
nowhere
as bad
near
as
as bad as like Matrix Reloaded.
No,
when it's like Neo
no.
and stuff like that was shit. But,
It's not even as bad as Wolverine on the Statue of Liberty.
where he
That-
swings
that
around.
scene looks so
that was
fucking
weird.
bad.
I watched that recently too,
Yeah.
and I was like, I remember thinking that scene looked so cool the way
At
he
the
like cuts
time,
off
yeah.
the tip and everything, but.
Yeah,
Yeah, it looks
but
awful.
he has to test out his web, and he tries a variation of things. I don't know why he thinks he needs to say something.
Go web. Fly. Up and away, web.
Oh, he's going like...
And
Yeah.
go web go,
He's like,
Shazam, up and
fly.
away web. But yeah,
up
he
and
finally
away,
figures it
web.
out. And I love the scene where he swings and just hits the wall.
Yeah.
Mary Jane's parents hate her.
Yeah.
Yep.
Never explained why.
Wasn't Mary Jane's parents? Didn't the dad show up in one of the other movies or something? Or
Yeah,
she says
because she's mad that he hasn't come to the shows. She's like, my dad showed up. He was asking for money.
Yeah,
But it's like, he
yeah.
at least made the effort to show up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes why you don't like people is never really explained. Like, I hate Uncle Ben, for example, but I don't have to have a reason. I just don't think he's a good person.
He's totally a good person, though.
But this is where
Is he, though?
This is where they
Yes.
flirt. They flirt a little bit, and she's superficial because now that he's a hunk, she's starting to notice it.
This is where she says he's a lot higher than he looks, and he has crooked back. This is the part.
Yeah. He's like, you're taller than you look.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's kind of rude.
You're taller than you look.
And then
Pete.
How tall do you think Tobey Maguire is? I looked it up. It's
I don't know. Is he
pretty
like
funny?
5 foot above 5'7"?
Right. Yes.
Actually, yeah, just
So,
above.
so what happened? So when you look up an actor's height, sometimes like you look up Christopher Lee's height, and it's like 6'3", or you look up whatever.
How often are you looking up Christopher Lee's height? What the
Pretty
fuck?
often, more than you'd think. Actually.
Okay.
I like
But-
to know sometimes if I'm
but
taller than certain people.
It's always feet, inches. We live in America. Sorry if you do not. Feet, inches.
Nah, fuck the metric system.
Right. Feet, inches, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, so for him, it doesn't say 5'7" or 5'8". It says 5'7" and 3/4. Like when you,
Fuck, he's got me beat.
by 3/4. Oh,
Well,
Really?
he had me beat. He's unfortunately dead. We could have just, this whole time you're talking, I could have got some measuring tape. We
Yeah,
could have
now he's
figured it
pretty-
out.
He's pretty short now because he's all
See,
tangled
Well, he
up.
evacuated his bowels after
Yeah.
he died.
It
It's like,
smells like
so wait, so you're the
ass.
same height as Tobey Maguire.
nice.
You're both 5'7",
awesome.
and that's the same height as Mussolini. You know Mussolini from Italy?
Imagine Mussolini slinging webs. He's like, "Hey, I'm a Spider-Man, a Pete Borelli.
I remember I looked it up.
That was very offensive.
I'm not perverted. I'm an Italian."
Kieran, you are doing pasta face.
Hey, you
And I
make
appreciate-
you make fun of
appreciate-
Irish people all the time.
I am Irish. I get a pass.
I also
you're
know
not.
we have
Yes, I am. My mom's maiden name is O'Brien. I'm pretty Irish too.
No, it's not. It's probably
Okay.
like O'Brien Ellie or something like that.
Well, according to
O'Brien.
if you guys listen to the voicemail segment, someone called in pretending to be my mom, but he didn't know my mom was an Italian. So he's like, Tony, it's your mother. Sorry, I'm not Italian. I'm like, well, you've never been Italian, mom, but okay.
Oh
your
my
mom,
god.
Your mom sounds like what's his face from Independence Day. I'll call my lawyer.
You're
I
like
think, you know what's
Mrs.
weird?
Bighead.
My mom sounds like Newt's dad, who also called the show.
Wow.
It sounded like they were the same person.
Newt sounded like, "Hey, Newt."
So Mary Jane, she gets picked up by Flash in his cool new car, and Peter's like, I know what I'll do. I'll get a car that costs $3,000.
Yeah.
How will I get the money? I'll wrestle.
Yep.
Because wrestling in this universe is real. It's a real fight,
Yeah.
apparently.
No. It said, can you last in the ring against our fighter for 3,000?
Yeah.
Yes. But still, wrestling is real. in
I
this
do
universe.
like that they put that ad under the cars.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So he decides to start designing his costume, and he's practicing his webs, and he even shoots at a Dr. Pepper can so they can get that Dr. Pepper product placement. Sorry, guys, I'm really, really parched. Do you guys like Dr. Pepper?
I love Dr. Pepper.
Dr.
actually.
Pepper is pretty great, especially Dr. Pepper Zero. It's got 0 calories.
How does it taste?
Great.
Dr. Pepper Zero for a bunch of zeros. I prefer Dr. Thunder.
Really?
Yeah.
We will not talk about Dr. Thunder on this program, okay? You shut the fuck up.
I love Dr. Pepper though. I actually really liked that it was that he slung a web at
Oh.
Dr. Pepper.
My friend in high school, college, good old Lauren, her family, because we go over there and like hang out and stuff. They always call. They're like, I'm sitting around. Hey, you want a drink? And I'm like, sure. He's like, oh, you want a regular or diet? I'm like, oh, I'll diet. They're like, oh yeah, get him a Diet X-Men. And I'm like, what? I'm like, a Diet X-Men? Okay. And this is like around the time this came out.
Yeah.
And they brought out a can of Diet Dr. Pepper, but they still had all the cans with the X-Men on them. And they just bought so many that they had them. So they just called Diet Dr. Pepper Diet X-Men.
That's pretty fucking awesome.
That was like, what was that soda? You were talking about that one time in the South or whatever, and it was like
Same person. We were out in West Virginia or Kentucky.
This person just refuses to know brand names.
yeah.
And we're driving through the mountains.
He's fighting capitalism. That's what he's doing.
And you know what? I believe I was turning 21 for the first time. And
Well, how many times do you turn 21, Justin? Oh, I forgot. You're Buddhist. You believe in reincarnation. All right, continue.
well, when these guys get reincarnated, these dead guys on the floor, as is the joke of the episode.
Yes.
So we're driving through the mountains in West Virginia, and it's kind of a dry county, right? Which means there's no alcohol, which is fucking stupid.
No.
And we have some like bullet bourbon with us, and apparently the whole thing is you get like a bourbon and like a soda, and I was gonna drink that.
Yeah.
So we stopped at the convenience store and like, hey, we said, hey, what soda goes good with bourbon? And they pointed in a direction. And for some reason, I'm going around and I'm pretending to have a southern accent as I do. Like, you can't plot me in another country. Like, if I'm in Australia, if I'm in England, I'm gonna start doing the accent immediately.
Yeah.
Like, almost accidentally. So I'm going around. I go to the counter with this drink, and the drink's called Ale 8. A-L-E 8. Ale 8. So I go, I'm just going to get this here, Ale 8. You know, buy some Ale. They're like, oh, are you from around here? I'm like, yeah, born and raised, 20 miles, you know, da-da-da-da-da. And they're like, okay. they're like, all right, have a good one. And we get back to the place, and my friend's like, oh, you got the, you're having a late one. Great. And I'm like, what? He's like, it's a late one. You don't see the little one? And I'm like, what? He's like, that's what you call it. We get a late one, which is like a ginger ale, and you mix it with bourbon whiskey, and it's called a late one because you're having it at night. It's a late one. And I'm like, holy shit. I just had this whole thing where I went to the store and said, I'll have an Ale 8.
I'm from around here.
I'm from 20 miles down the road. You don't know the McCoy family? Oh, like acting like a total
I hate them
douchebag.
Hatfields. Like, what the fuck are the
And you're like,
McCoys?
that boy ain't from around here. You don't know what a late one is.
After that point, we just started like buying like a late, like I had the a late one bottle opener like until like a month ago. I was using it for so long. So
That's what, a late one.
It's all about Diet X-Men
Yeah.
and
And
Ale
Ale
8.
Well, that's good. Anyway. That was real. I was actually, my throat was getting dry. So he goes to wrestle. Now, in the comics, he wrestles someone named Crusher Hogan. Mm-hmm. They got access to a very famous wrestler for this movie, and I bet you he was like, let me make something clear. I ain't gonna be fucking Hogan.
That's, yeah.
Because Macho Man Randy Savage, at this point, hated Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, I don't
think
know,
they made amends later.
Dancing around like a ballerina.
So I don't know if you've heard the song "Be a Man" Hogan.
Yeah,
But he mentions
he has
this
a whole
in
rap
this.
album.
He's like, I got a feature role in Spider-Man.
Oh, his rap album is chef kiss.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Did I ever tell the Macho Man story? So remember in 2011, that one religious group were predicting the rapture?
Oh, God, yeah.
It was going to be like May something of 2011. Me and my friends, we had a barbecue for that day. We had a rapture barbecue. But Macho Man died the day before.
I remember that.
And the rapture didn't
right.
happen. And people are like, wait, I think I know what happened. Someone photoshopped Macho Man about to do an elbow drop on Jesus,
Yeah, I've seen
stopping
that.
the rapture.
I've seen that.
So now it's like Macho Man died for our sin.
Rest in peace, Macho.
But yes, Macho Man is Bonesaw McGraw.
Yeah.
Can I hear your Bonesaw impression?
Bonesaw is ready.
Can I get it? Can I hear you?
Bonesaw is ready.
That's pretty good.
Bonesaw is ready.
I think
I can only do like I can do the
Changed at the end of
You
that.
think so? Well, I tried to go like, oh yeah.
Yeah, the one where
because
he's
Macho
like-
Man has like the
He has the whisper. That's the one
Yeah.
I can do. Like,
Okay,
he's like,
yeah, do the-
It's like, oh yeah, let me tell you, oh, me and Gene, yeah, oh yeah,
yeah because
That's
like,
like- that's-
it's the cream of the crop.
yeah. Oh, cream.
You do not sound like Macho. He does
You
a
don't
good
think so?
Macho Man.
Yeah.
You do
What
not.
do I sound like?
That's the only one I can do is the
You
whisper.
sound like that
one.
guy from Casablanca, that weird mousy dude.
Oh, Peter Lorre.
Yeah, you sound like Peter Lorre.
He's like, yeah, he's like, why'd you make me do that?
cream of the crop.
All right, so he is the human spider, and of
Yeah.
course Bruce Campbell gets to give him his like
Intro,
actual.
yeah.
Oh shit, we skipped over a big one. Ben Parker, Uncle Ben, telling him like, "Hey, you've been acting like an idiot
No,
Yeah,
lately."
they
no,
yell
no,
at each
no.
other.
Fuck Uncle Ben.
No, he yells at Uncle
He
Ben.
said nothing of
They
importance.
get into a fight.
He says the great power, great
And again,
responsibility
this is
line.
something they sped up because in the first Spider-Man, like his first appearance. Like, he's a celebrity for a while before this happens, so they made it all in one day. This movie speeds up a lot of the lore. But yeah, Uncle Ben, he does the whole with great power comes great responsibility, and they just haven't said it again in a Spider-Man movie.
Remember, with great power comes great responsibility.
They keep dancing around not using that line. It's like, just use the fucking line.
No,
one
fuck
cares.
Uncle Ben. He stole Bruce Campbell's car.
That's right. He is driving the classic, the Oldsmobile, whatever.
And all the while this touching moment is going on, some 41 song rock. It's all what we're all about.
It's what we live for.
Come on, shout it out. It's just blaring in the background while this happens.
Do you think while this like emotional scene is happening, some 41 were in the theater, like, they're not playing our song fucking loud enough?
We don't care about the Uncle Ben. We care about our song.
They were like, yeah, he's gonna use it in like the fight scenes, and then it's just in the background of a scene. You can't even hear it.
I remember when this movie came out too, that they debuted that song on TRL and it never
it's
placed.
a terrible song.
Yeah, it was like they were like, yeah, we're gonna debut the movie. It's from Spider-Man, and the next day it wasn't on the list. It was like number 7, I think, and then it was just gone.
Also in this scene, Octavia Spencer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's sitting at the table.
Yeah, she has a small part.
Yeah.
It's funny how she used to have small parts in movies. Like, she's in Bad Santa, and I like that Bad Santa 2 brought her back, even though that was like a throwaway role. But yes, he comes out as the human spider, and they fight in a cage match, but it's more like a mini Hell in the Cell.
What's interesting is in this movie, he gets the Spider-Man name from Bruce Campbell.
Yeah, Bruce Campbell, yeah.
And the Green Goblin name comes from J. Jonah Jameson. So no one names themselves.
Yeah.
No, that's how it always kind of is, though. Even like in The Rocketeer, which we watched, the guy gives him the name The Rocketeer. The dude who's like the promoter guy. Right. It's always kind of like that. I think because even Dr. Octopus in the second one wasn't named. It was named by J. Jonah Jameson.
I mean, the only time superheroes I think name themselves is like Michael Keaton and Christian Bale. They both go, "I'm Batman," and that's the first time you hear it.
Or like, "I am Iron Man."
Or they
no, Iron Man. They give him the newspaper gives him the name,
and
and
he
he's
says,
out
"I am Iron Man,"
because he jokes about it. He's like, "It's not even iron; it's like a gold alloy." Yeah, but yeah. So the match happens again. The not really cage match. Are there cages with tops on them?
They're like steel beams.
Yeah, it's not like a cage. It is like a Hell in a Cell, really, because there is like a roof. Yeah, cage matches, you're supposed to get out of the cage. You're supposed to climb over it.
Well, not all the time. Sometimes you could just pin or open the door.
Well, you could, but that's...
It also depends, like what... Because I think in AEW, leaving the cage doesn't mean you win.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
Some of them do. I think it used to be like but that was also too, like the old school cages were just like chain link. This one's like rebar.
Yeah,
you know?
What did you think about the bonettes?
The bonettes.
Oh, the girls are called the bonettes. Yeah.
I like how they're just berating
they're
Spider-Man.
really mean to him.
They were mean.
Yeah, well, they're supposed to be. He's a bad guy, and that's his like posse. But yeah, so Spider-Man jumps up, and he says a very problematic, homophobic comment, or as people in 2002 used to call it, a funny joke. What did you guys think of "That's a nice outfit"? Did your husband make it for you?
I have no comment about that slur.
It's funny because it's Macho Man. Like, it's funny that he's saying that to him.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny. I don't think people get that. Anyway.
No, I mean, like, yeah, you know.
I have a funny joke.
Yeah?
I was going to make one up about, we were talking about 9/11 earlier, and then...
Jessica, cut that out, for the love of God. But yeah, so
Jessica, where were you during 9/11? That's what I want to know.
Jessica, were you born during 9/11?
Oh, yeah.
Like, what God, no.
Born during it?
Yeah, so he wins. He knocks him out in less than 1 minute or less than
It's
2 minutes.
2 minutes. He pins it. You pinned him in 2.
No, he didn't pin him. He knocked him out.
Well, he says the
He
guy
says
to him,
pin,
yeah.
but in
He says,
actuality, the
"It was
ref
for
calls
3
the
minutes.
match."
You pinned him in 2.
It said $3,000 for 3 minutes, and you pinned him in 2.
Which usually you wouldn't call that during a steel cage match.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure that the way Macho Man hits, he smashes into the wall and then lands on his head.
Yeah.
He's
Like
dead.
the way he
He's
lands,
dead.
he definitely has some trauma. And Spider-Man is everybody runs to Bonesaw's, to make sure he's okay.
Yeah.
Spider-Man's just like, hey, whoa.
Well, because this is the first time where people are actually cheering him on.
You know what I
Yeah.
don't get is too, like, what if Spider-Man had just said, because now, it goes into the scene where he's getting paid.
Which, by the way, so he had to sign like a consent form. I assume he had to use his real name.
No, he signed as the Human Spider.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
That's
that makes
not
sense.
legally binding.
Well,
that federation is going to be
What
in,
are you, a
So,
fucking lawyer?
I'll
that
say this,
federation is
too.
going to be in a ton of legal trouble.
I'll say this. What Spider-Man would have done if he was smart, Peter, you know? So he goes in, the guy's like, I'm not paying you the 3,000. I'm going to pay you the 100, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
I would have said, hey, I just took out your main dude. You need somebody. Hire me as your new wrestler. There's the money right there. Then you become this wrestler. You,
Because
you
that's
beat people up for a living.
In the comics, he does the wrestling match, and then he goes on TV doing stunts for a bit.
Yeah.
yeah. in
But that's the
original.
thing. So then now the robber guy comes in, robs the dude. He says, I don't remember. I don't see how this is my problem.
I forget
whatever.
I fail to see the part where that's my problem.
My problem. Yeah, so that happens.
Yeah.
But if Spider-Man, this all could have been avoided. But then I guess we wouldn't have the hero Spider-Man. We'd have some asshole wrestler who picks apart normal people.
By the
and
way,
can
can we
shoot
talk
webs
about
around.
the mugger, aka Sandman's friend? If you watch Spider-Man
So
3.
Justin hasn't seen Spider-Man 3.
So that's Sandman's good friend.
Yeah.
Or just accomplice. I don't know.
Yeah, because the third one they were doing like backlore stuff.
Yeah.
Kinda,
they
yeah.
retconned a lot of stuff.
I
what's
love
going?
Spider-Man 3.
You talked about that in
I
Spider-Verse.
really enjoy it.
What's going on with this guy's hair? Like the
No,
the
they
half
made
dyed
it-
blonde.
They
You know
made
what?
it weird on purpose, so later you know that's the guy.
Well, you know what else too? It was 2001, and everyone was doing that.
He had the
I had a
frosted
bunch
I
of
did
friends who had
have dyed
frosted
blonde
tips.
hair, but it didn't look that
Well,
fucking
I mean, but
weird.
he
Hold
was
on,
definitely.
please cut to the. Jessica asked me for this. Ask for the photo of Kieran when this movie came out. You know, when you had the frosted tips.
I didn't have frosted tips.
In the Photoshop job I'm doing.
Oh my god, I did not have.
You don't have frosted tips.
so yeah,
my
so
God.
this mugger who just held someone up with a gun gets away thanks to Spider-Man.
Yeah, because he failed to see
and he
the
says
part where
thank
that's
you.
his problem.
Yeah, he says thanks.
He's
a
like,
nice
"Thanks."
mugger.
very considerate.
Thanks.
So,
So
here's
then
the thing.
afterwards, Uncle Ben is shot by someone.
Yeah,
And someone stole his thing.
And he's like,
who could
"Here."
it possibly be?
and you forgot about the part where Tobey Maguire ugly cries, uglier than any human who has ever ugly cried in his
Yeah,
life.
this might be a Mandela effect thing, but I remember Uncle Ben saying the line again when he's dying.
No, wait,
No,
what
he
is he
never said
like?
that.
Prayer, with great
great
responsibility.
power,
Like it would be so stupid if he said it there.
Well, and this is my favorite part of the movie because that asshole Uncle Ben is dead.
Oh my god, he's not an asshole.
Anyway, so yeah, he dies, and then this is like the first kind of like Spider-Man fighting crime
Yeah.
part. And again, the CGI is hit or miss. It's
Yeah.
at night, so it's a little bit better. But yeah, I the first time I saw this, I'm like, this is the most amazing thing. I remember
No,
the trailer showed him jumping on top of that roof and landing,
Yeah.
and I'm like,
I
holy
didn't
shit!
think it looked good when he was climbing up the wall.
Yeah.
And you see his face for a quick second. I knew when I saw it in theater, because also too, seeing it in theaters and it's blown up, you're like, but I don't care when I'm watching a movie. I'm in the movie. I'm in the world. I'm like,
at that
whatever.
point, you're invested, so you kind of like
it
try to
doesn't
like
take me
gloss
out
over
of
the
it.
effects. But this is a fun scene of him, chasing the car.
Yeah.
I like that it's all, for the most part, a lot of like the environments are all in camera and they add him in later. It's not like now where everything's
I was
fucking
saying,
digital.
I love the scene where he's on the bus, he jumps over the bridge, but he does that backflip onto the hood of
Yeah.
the car. The way that part's shot looks so awesome. I
That
think,
was
like,
used in a lot of the
that
trailers.
was really like that was Spider-Man. Like that
Yeah.
was the first glimpse you really get. It's almost as iconic like when you're seeing X-Men for the first time
Yeah.
and Wolverine first pops the claws out and you see him do that. flip.
Although
It's like
older
same thing.
nerds hated that because like it came out from the wrong part of his hand.
I thought
know.
it made sense though,
I
because if
didn't
you think
care.
about like in the movie, because he didn't have the sheaths coming out on top, so
Yeah.
you figure it comes out here. And I had friends who they were like, that would hurt so fucking bad all the time. It's like, yeah, that's the point. Like,
Well,
whatever.
until they retcon it later. But anyway.
Yeah.
So he confronts the mugger in the abandoned building by the docks, and it's like, oh no, it's the guy I let go earlier. And it's like, I didn't realize for so long that was supposed to be like a mystery. Like, who shot him? Like, well, I know exactly who it is.
There's
The
a
guy
part
who did it a minute ago.
Yeah.
after when Spider-Man smashes his face into the windows twice and then he throws him into the cage. There's a weird springy boing sound effect that they play. It's hard to hear because it's mixed in with a whole bunch of other things, but it goes like boing like that. And if you listen, you can hear it. Like
Yeah.
I guess if you're gonna put it in there, but I'm pretty sure it's from the arcade game Zookeeper by Taito when you're catching animals. It's right when he hits his head twice into the window and then he throws him into like a pile of crap behind him. It makes this weird sproing noise.
We're gonna have to find the effect. I really love the one part where he comes down behind him.
Yeah,
and
that's
goes
pretty
right
classic.
back up. I like that he doesn't kill the guy. The guy dies
Yeah.
by accident. Which I kind of like. I like that also in like Batman, where the killer of his parents dies, because then it's less about personal vengeance.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like one day I'm gonna get that guy who killed Uncle Ben. I forget what happened in the comics to that mugger. I forget what happened to him.
To Joe Chill or to
Well, no, I know what happens to Joe
okay.
Chill in the comics. I mean, the guy who killed.
I don't know, like I think in the cartoon they talk about it once. There's an episode where he meets this little girl who's like a fan of his, and he's
Yeah.
explaining the story. But I think they just catch him,
Ah,
and he
okay.
goes to prison. And like he catches him, and the guy goes to jail. They don't mention that he dies.
But little did he know, that guy did nothing. It was Sandman who killed Uncle Ben.
Oh, is that a number 3 thing?
Yeah.
So what I think happened, you don't see Uncle Ben get shot in the first one. I think Uncle Ben was asking for it.
You know what's weird? When they do like the black and white flashback, they show the gunshot in Uncle Ben like this, but it's when he's already laying on the ground with
Yeah.
the pillow behind.
Oh, he's
him.
like,
I think Uncle Ben just took the gun and he's like, oh, I'm gonna rob this guy who has $3,000 on him, and the guy was acting in self-defense. I think Uncle Ben.
Yeah, we forgot to mention Uncle Ben loses his job in the beginning of the movie. Maybe he's moonlighting.
Oh yeah, he hates automation. He hates technology. He's looking through the paper. He's like, "Oh, computer job, a computer analyst. You need an analyst to analyze the computers
He's
now?"
basically Sarah Connor. He hates fucking
he-
computers and machines.
He shouldn't even made it into the year 2000. Get out of here, Uncle Ben. You suck. And this solves the problem. Why did Peter become a wrestler? To get $3,000.
Yeah.
Why did he want $3,000?
To get a car.
Now he has Uncle Ben's car. The guy just left it next to the.
That's true.
So problem solved.
Actually, it becomes Aunt May's car because it's still in part 2.
yeah, I was gonna say, you think Aunt May and Uncle Ben both have a car? They're poor as shit.
How often is she driving around? And where was Uncle Ben going? The graveyard? Like
Pick up Peter. He was going
Anyway.
to pick Peter up. He
man,
was.
they're such cock blocks.
So then we get like the sad scene of
I
him.
wish Aunt May died too.
What you call it? He's crying on the Chrysler building, I think,
Yeah.
which has been rebuilt after it was
And he's
destroyed
like-
in Armageddon. After it was rebuilt, after it got destroyed in Godzilla, now it's
Yeah.
back.
Which is where in the cartoon Kingpin lives.
Right,
He sits
that's right.
inside the Chrysler
Was
building.
you think Michael Clark Duncan's in there, just
Yeah.
looking out his window, going,
Oh
like,
yeah,
"What's that dude doing?"
I remember in the cartoon, like, because Kingpin had his one dude who made like robots, Smythe. But
Well, I
like,
thought there's a guy in a wheelchair in this, and I thought that was Smythe.
Oh.
yeah.
but yeah, the guy in the boardroom. But like the whole Chrysler building like opens up and the evil robots
Yeah, and a
fly
giant-
out,
and
no
like,
one's like, "Hey,
a fucking giant scorpion robot.
Well,
with
maybe that's a
spider
reference
slayers and
to
stuff.
Q, the winged serpent, when Q, the giant monster, was building a nest in there.
right?" Is that what the reference?
And no
was?
one ever was like, "Hey, that's where that giant bird monster is." Yeah. So while this is happening, the competitor to Oscorp, they
Quest.
build their flight
Diagnostics.
suit, which is like a cockpit with legs.
Yeah, it looks
I don't know
really
how that thing
stupid.
was supposed to move.
It looks like Boba Fett's ship with legs, or a
Yeah.
porta
Like you're-
potty.
I'm sorry. What's the name of Boba Fett's ship?
I know what it's called. I'm just saying that because I'm gonna avoid.
No. It's got a new PC friendly name.
Does it really?
Yeah,
Isn't it
people like you two complained so much that it's now called the Fire Spray.
The
What?
fire spray.
This is what you guys wanted.
Why
You
is it
wanted
called
this.
the fire spray?
I don't know. Maybe you should
'Cause it
call it
goes-
Slave One.
Because it goes do, 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 do.
But wait, why? So,
Apparently, that's the name of the type of ship. There's some stupid excuse, but yeah, because he's getting his own show, and they're afraid to say Slave One. So
Where's
it's
the
the
slave?
Fire Spray.
Where's the Slave 2?
Slave 2 was I thought wasn't
I don't know
Slave
the
2 was
I don't know the expanded universe that well.
No, I thought there was a Slave 2. Cuz what was Jango Fett's ship called?
I think that was just the Slave One. I think Boba Fett just
Oh, and he just took
repainted
it.
yeah.
Okay.
But now it's the Fire Spray. Are you glad you finally got Boba Fett
But
back?
it makes sense
Are
cuz
you glad, you idiots? No, I got a thing to say here. You all wanted Boba Fett back, and now it's stupid prequel Boba Fett, and he's fat, and they don't even have the name of his ship. Good job, guys. Thanks for watching Mandalorian.
Mandalorian, like
It's a Western.
when you see like Mando versus Boba Fett looks like such a fucking puss compared to Mandalorian.
I'm so mad it's the prequel Boba Fett. Like,
So what's
So
the difference between the prequel and And
because now I gotta get reminded that he's a clone, and then I gotta get reminded the stormtroopers were all clones, and whatever.
But that's the thing is they weren't though. Didn't they changed that too?
I know they changed it too, but still, I don't like Boba Fett, and I hate that people brought him back, and now he's ruined.
Boba
forever.
Fett, where?
But Boba
Also,
Fett
he fucking
wait, so,
died.
If you just had a Boba Fett fly in here and die, that would
So
be
wait,
pretty
so
good.
Boba Fett wasn't always a clone until the prequels, I guess.
Yeah,
That was
Yeah.
like a retcon.
yeah, that was
Oh,
a
yeah,
retcon.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, they changed his entire.
So
backstory.
Boba Fett was just some dude in the movies. Like they didn't even think about it.
and then they changed his accent in the special edition to match the prequels.
because he was like, "Oi, mate, needs Boba Fett, mate. I'll throw a boomerang."
and now he's
at a
back,
Wookiee."
and he's fat, and he can't even call his spaceship the right name.
I have people.
Thanks, all you idiots who watched Mandalorian season
You're
1 and thought it was good.
really harping on this.
I'm
Just
also
Tony,
Mandalorian
I think
season
you need.
one's-
I think you need a refreshing Dr Pepper to calm
You're right.
down.
You're right. You're right.
I also
I love a refreshing Dr. Pepper.
in case anybody who's watching that watches my stream and I do have a few people from Australia. I'm sorry, I do Australian accents.
I think he's
every
actually
once in
New
a while.
Zealand.
Oh no, but he's from New Zealand.
Yeah.
Okay, I have family in New
You're
Zealand.
like I don't care about the Kiwis. Fuck
No,
them.
I mean I have family in New Zealand and I have family in like Australia. I have family all over. Like, but I'm sorry I do Australian accents so bad.
So anyway, Green Goblin blows up the fire spray. And I like this. There's some really good transitions in this movie we were talking about. I like the explosion turns into everyone's
Yeah, and
caps
the
at
caps.
graduation. And at graduation, Mary Jane breaks up with Flash Thompson.
And he's like, whatever.
Yeah,
You're lost.
And Peter's like not sad at all that Uncle Ben died the night before. I mean, I wouldn't be either.
no,
It
he
wasn't
is
the
sad. He
night
cries
before.
after this.
Yeah, but during the ceremony, he's like totally cool.
It wasn't the
Well,
night
he
before.
doesn't want to cry in front of everyone. Oh yeah, it's definitely not the day
it's
before. It's
supposed
a
to be
live.
like
fucking-
way later.
It's like 2 weeks later.
Oh.
Because
Yeah.
you think like they're gonna go to like they had to have had
Oh
a
no,
funeral and all
no,
that
I get
stuff.
it. I just think he realized that Uncle Ben was a piece of shit.
Anyway, so this movie, a lot of people have an issue with this, getting Peter out of high school.
Oh yeah.
Because he's in high school for a while in the comics, and they kind of like just rushed him to college, probably because their Spider-Man was 26 and looked 26.
Yeah.
That's one good thing the new movies do. Like, those actors are in their early to mid-20s, but they don't look it. They look
Well,
like teenagers.
I guess for me too, the comic or the cartoon in the '90s, he was in college. He went to Empire State University.
Yes,
so it made
which is why
sense
I
to
think
me.
I didn't have a problem with
I
it at the
felt
time.
like this was like that's.
I
What
think
was
older
as a
Spider-Man fans were having an issue with him not being in high
did
school.
read some of the comics, but I mostly in the '90s I only really read like 2099, and I read
Hmm.
other comics of Spider-Man. But I more watched the cartoon. That's where
Yeah,
I got most of my
me too.
Spider-Man knowledge.
But yeah, he gets an apartment with Harry that Norman is paying for, which contradicts something he says later on. But yeah, this is where Peter is crying because, you know, his
He's
uncle
like-
couldn't be there, and the last thing he did was get into a fight, and I knew people who, like, really related to that. So there's actually a lot of human moments in this that people can really relate to that I think really help it, especially in the second one. too.
Honestly, it always made me afraid. Like, what if something I say to somebody is the last thing I ever say to them, and I say
Yeah.
something like be an asshole?
Yeah.
Like seeing this movie really changed who I kind of was as a person.
Well, you grew as that.
Did you just go around being like, I hope you die every
no,
time
I
you
mean
said-
like no. I felt like I kind of tried to be a nicer person because I was like, I don't
Yeah,
want
well-
like to be like fuck you and blah
Fuck
blah
you,
blah.
I hate you,
'Cause
have a nice day
'cause
and don't
seriously,
die.
like, you know, I told you earlier when I went to see this movie, I got in a fight with my mom, and then all I could think of is like, what if I got in a fight with my mom, yelled at her because I couldn't see Spider-Man, and then something happened to my mom, and then I'm like, oh my god, you know?
I think you would have been justified in that. I'll
God damn it, Justin.
So then
No, but all I'm saying is, if
No,
Uncle Ben,
you
no,
are
no,
ridiculous.
fuck Uncle Ben, because he should heed his own advice, and because he's the one that instigated being a dick, and was like, "Oh, you're
he
changing."
wasn't being a dick.
Yes, he was. Like, oh, great power. He's riding my man,
My man, what?
Peter Parker.
Justin, I notice you're having a problem with someone being very like fatherly and loving. Do you would you want to tell us anything about Rock and Rob? Is there
I
any kind of
have-
resentment you have here?
Okay, listen, I have severe daddy issues,
Oh, you do.
and now that they took away me being able to output that on OnlyFans. My only thing I can do is go after Uncle Ben. And Uncle Ben Rice also hate it.
Okay.
Anything Uncle Ben.
So we get the crime fighting montage because now he's going to make up for being an asshole and fight crime, and now he has the suit. Where did he get it? Who knows?
He made it himself.
Yes.
That's a really nice looking suit. to
Yeah,
make
that
yourself.
actually is.
He's a scientist.
No, he's no. He is so fucking dumb So,
I thought he was
Wow.
my man Peter Parker.
Not
coming down on
anymore.
me. He is so fucking dumb.
No, he let this Uncle Ben shit get to his head, and stupidity must fall right, the apple right off the tree.
I think you're really it's the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, or the apple did fall far from
That
the tree.
motherfucker,
Not
Uncle
the
Ben.
apple just falls right
That
off the
mother-
tree. Yeah, apples fall off trees. The thing is, did it fall far or not too far?
Well, it fell on both these guys' heads. Because let me hear you out. So Peter Parker needs to pay for college and do all that stuff. And he's
I'm sorry.
hold on.
The apple fell right off the tree.
And Peter Parker is apparently a scientist.
He is
like
a scientist.
science. He's not a scientist yet.
He could probably get a scholarship to the school and stuff, but instead he wants to pay his own way and do all this stupid crap. Or I'll just be a photographer instead. How about you get your full ride thanks to the
How about you just use? Yeah, I have a problem later because he gets fired by Dr. Connors.
Yeah.
And Norman's like, I'll get you a job. And he's like, no. And it's like, dude, this is how
No,
the real
he could-
world works. Use nepotism, use your advantage. We live in a capitalist society. You got to take every advantage you
Yeah.
can.
He could use his science, his intellect, and all the people he knows to get a really good job, go to a really good school and stuff, and then do photography as a hobby.
No.
Instead, he flips it around.
Yes.
And wants to do photography as his job. And
Anyway.
hold on, there's a scene earlier in the movie
Okay.
when he is photographing Mary Jane
Yes.
in the spider exhibit in the beginning.
Yeah.
And he's taking pictures of her, right? Like this. And she's not even looking at the camera. She's looking left field.
You know what's weird? It's a Canon camera.
Yeah.
And in the modern
Sony movie.
In a modern Sony movie, that would have been like a Sony
That's
whatever.
Hold on.
Surprising.
Did Sony have DSLRs back then?
They probably didn't,
We should look that up.
which is why it
They
was
were
in
probably,
there.
you know what we ought to do? So we don't have to have anybody else's
Oh, don't get
shit
me wrong.
in
In
our
the
movies.
Amazing Spider-Man, he's on his Sony Vio with
Yeah,
the
and
Sony
it's like,
camera.
hey,
and his
are you
Sony...
playing your PlayStation 2 and no other system
Listen,
exists?
all I'm saying is Peter Parker and Uncle Ben are dumbasses.
Peter Pak. Peter
Peter
Pak.
Pak.
Oh, Peter Parker.
And Uncle Pang.
Uncle Pang.
Uncle Pang and Peter Pak.
Guy with 8 hands. Sounds hot.
He has those tights and that tight little.
Dresses like a spider, he looks like a bug. But we should all just give him one big hug.
So we get a couple cameos in the scene. I think it's Jim Norton does the he stinks
Yep.
and I don't like him. And then we got Lucy Lawless with the guy
Yep.
with 8 hands. Sounds hot, which for the longest time I did not know was
I didn't
Lucy
know until, I
Lawless.
forget who actually told me that like way late. You know, it was like I was younger, but someone told me about that it was her, and I
Yeah.
was like, wow.
And then
Crazy.
this is where we get introduced to J. Jonah Jameson,
Yep.
who is so great. He's still he
Yeah.
played it in the cartoons since then. He's been in a bunch of shows as J. Jonah Jameson, the Ultimate Spider-Man. He's pretty good in that. And he's playing it now in the new ones where he's basically Alex Jones.
Yeah.
I thought that was
Well,
the best.
that's what I liked. Was he in the video game?
He was not in the
Okay.
video game.
No, I like that they pivoted him to being this. Like he was in the video game. He's fired from the Bugle. He left
Yeah.
or he left the Bugle.
Oh, so he started
And
a podcast.
Yeah, so he started a podcast.
But I like in
where
the new
he-
one, it's like the Daily Bugle's an alternative news source.
Yeah, I think that's honestly the best way to go with it because
the best way to
it
get your
makes
news
more
is from
sense.
alternative news. Well,
No,
if you say
I'm-
so, Kieran, I'll believe you.
Oh my
I'll
god!
have a Dr. Pepper to that.
Am I right?
Oh
That
my
mainstream
God.
media, am I right?
Oh my god! Here we go.
Anyway, we also get to see Elizabeth Banks as Betty Brant. Ted Raimi is an original character. There's another character in there.
Robbie.
Rob, is he original character?
Yeah, Robbie is actually in the comic. I mean, in the cartoon, and I'm pretty sure he's in the comic too. But he
Okay.
is. There's episodes of the.
Oh,
he's
yeah,
the, he's
I
the
remember
guy
that
who in
character
the
now.
cartoon he was always Peter's friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they make a mention to Eddie Brock. They say
Yeah.
Eddie's been on it for weeks. He can't get a picture of this guy, so they put a bounty out for a picture
Mm-hmm.
of Spider-Man. Mary Jane, she bumps into Peter, and she lies about being super famous,
Mm-hmm.
unlike me, who was very famous. I don't have to lie. I just went to Astronomicon, and everyone kept saying, "You're the very famous Tony from Mac Movies," and I said, "Yes, I am."
This is like This is like a superhero giving themselves, a super villain giving themselves their own nickname.
I like to think we're all equally famous. Well, me more so. But, like, you guys don't go around talking about how famous you are?
I don't go around talking about anything.
No, you're missing out. You're missing out on a lot of fun.
I don't talk to people.
But yeah, she's just a waitress, and she's like
Whoa.
ashamed of it.
Just a waitress?
That's what she says.
I waited tables for 3 years of my life, man.
Yeah, it's kind of down-putting. of you.
She's putting herself down. She's just like, Harry will think it's beneath
Well,
him.
Harry would, because he's all rich and shit.
Although he doesn't seem like it. He's friends
No,
with
he would
Peter.
be totally cool. I
Yeah.
think, honestly, I think that's one thing. So Harry, I feel like, gets the shit end of this. Like, that's why you need to see the third one, because there's some really great moments with Harry and everybody and
If
stuff
only
like
he
that.
wasn't dressed like a snowboarder.
Yeah. But he has actually a really good character arc throughout all the movies. And also, I feel like Mary Jane, not for nothing, but she's kind of the worst in certain positions, because Harry was being pretty good to her, I think, the whole time. And then the only thing that really happens is the awkward scene later. But even in the third movie, like, Mary Jane's pretty rough to Peter throughout most of the movie until, like, you know, everything comes together. But, I mean, she understands, you know, oh, I'm a stage actor. But Peter Parker, like, he's been in so many near-death situations.
Does she ever talk about acting before? Just in 2, right?
No, she mentions it.
She mentions it in this one. She's
when
trying
they flirt,
to be
she's
one.
like, I want to be an actress.
Yeah, and then she becomes
Apparently she
one.
played Cinderella in first grade. They don't give that part to first graders.
Yeah. But
You know
that's
what I
it.
was
So-
in first grade? I was in The Sound of Music. You know what they gave me a part?
Nazi?
I was a Nazi. Because the first graders wanted to be in it, but they couldn't have big parts because we couldn't remember names. So, like, when the soldiers came out, they just put us in Nazi uniforms.
You couldn't remember your names?
I mean, lines.
Did they
lines.
put you in, like, an actual
Yes.
Nazi?
Yes, there's a picture.
Oh
Because it's
my
The Sound of
God.
Music. Nazis are in it.
But
So,
still, that's a first
the
grade.
problem is, so I'm
if it were my family and they found out, like, my family was like, they would not let me ever.
So when I was in first grade, my mom made me the Nazi uniform because it's in The Sound of Music.
Your mom made it for you?
Yeah, it was Catholic school. They didn't spend money on it. Anyway.
Dude, Nazis killed family members of mine.
Yeah, they got family members of mine killed.
Your family was on their side.
Yeah,
my grandpa.
and because my great uncle was led by him, he froze
My
to death
grandpa
in
and my
Russia.
uncle were. Nah.
So here's the funny thing.
They would never let my family's all like World War II
Yeah.
vets. They would flip.
Well, to
a
be fair,
shit.
the Nazis are the bad guys in the play.
No, I get it.
So
but they
here's
would
the
be
thing.
Like,
So I'm in first grade. I don't know what a Nazi is. I have no concept of what World War II is. But I'm in my outfit because I'm gonna go to be in the play. And I was like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna play outside for a little bit. So I grew up in a part in Northeast Philly, which is a very Russian Jewish neighborhood. And so I'm out there dressed as a Nazi, like dancing.
They're back.
And my mom, she like comes home. She's like, Tony, how about you play inside? I'm like, no, I want to play outside. She's like, no, Tony, get in the house right now.
Do you have like the armband and stuff?
holy
I had the armband,
shit, dude.
And then I had it for years afterwards. I put it in like a costume pile, and I didn't know what it was. And then later on, I learned about World War II, and I was like, holy shit, why did they dress me up like that?
Oh my god.
You never catch me dead in an offensive costume like that, Tony. Whew. Can't believe what you did.
I'm the only one who has.
Oh, don't say anything. They'll find something.
Hey, I'm pretty squeaky clean. I'm a good guy. The only thing they're gonna find of me
I
is
did
a
put
picture
a
of me
few
when I
years
was
back.
19
I
and
found the
looked good.
picture and I posted. I'm like, do you guys think I could run for office? So anyway, where were we? Nazis. I wasn't expecting Nazis to show up.
You brought it up.
Oh yeah, because first grade play. That's how I remembered it. Harry is secretly dating Mary Jane.
Yeah.
I can't believe
And
this.
this part's relatable. I liked a girl around this time, and she really liked my friend. He didn't like her. So then I told him like, hey, I'm like really into her. And he's like, oh, that's cool. And then he started dating her to spite me for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, I slept with her years later, but it was really heartbreaking at the time.
Congratulations, Tony.
It was okay.
Were you
but
wearing,
yeah,
were you wearing your armband, Tony?
I was not wearing my armband. So yeah. Peter Parker, he turns down that job and he decides to take pictures of himself because he's a voyeur and an exhibitionist. I guess
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Well, I guess he shouldn't have a job with the lizard anyway.
Yeah, who is his teacher later on.
Yeah.
Maybe there's two Dr. Connors. I don't know.
No, Dr. Connors is the lizard.
Yeah, but I like that Jameson's like, no, I'm not going to get you a job. I'll get you meat. A nice thing of Christmas meat. But after this, Osborn finds out that the board of directors, even though he's doing a great job, they're going to sell to Quest Aerospace.
Yeah.
Who apparently has a ton of money after their horrible...
They probably got like insurance money or something like that.
It said they restructured.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, because remember, the only thing that happened is...
that suit blew up.
The suit blew up, and all the generals and stuff died, and the generals were the one putting them down.
For
so
all they know, too, like it could have been like, oh, the suit malfunction blew up the whole place.
I think that's maybe what they think, because they say it's a tragedy. They never say it's an attack. But yeah, they fire Norman Osborn.
Yeah, he's like, you know how much
I sacrifice.
Yeah.
You're out, Norman.
Yeah.
He's like, am I? Then we go to the World Unity Fair.
Yeah, with Macy Gray hosting.
Nothing ages a movie more than Macy Gray. I don't even know which song she's singing. The only song I know is where she's like, I try to say goodbye.
Yeah, that's the only one I know.
That's the only one I know.
Try to walk away and
what was the name of the parade?
The World Unity Festival.
It wasn't the Macy's Day Parade? Because Macy Gray is
No,
there?
but there's a lot of product placement in this for, where is it?
There's a lot of fake balloons, too.
There are fake
Like
balloons, which were in the
3D
video game.
Oh.
Like the Rastafarian one?
Yeah.
What the fuck was
But
that?
yeah, there's product placements for United Airlines, Singular Wireless, which was my first phone, was a Singular Samsung Wireless.
It became AT&T. They bought it out.
Yeah, they bought it out, which is so funny
Wait,
when you're
so
looking
it
at
was-
this thing, like Singular Samsung.
Singular was something else before it was Singular. Then it became AT&T, but it was the one that Jamie Lee Curtis used to do commercials for.
Yeah,
I can't
they
remember
did
what it was,
do
though.
a Singular commercial for this with Spider-Man swinging around the USA. Let's look at it right now.
Talk about covering the nation. Nobody does it better than Singular Wireless. With the simplest and most affordable rate plans in the country. Singular Wireless.
What a great commercial. Anyway, Cup of Noodles is represented in this. Where's the other one? Budweiser and the Lion King on Broadway.
Oh, and Terminex, the
yeah,
extermination
Terminex.
company, too.
Oh, man, they must have really fought for this one. Like,
That's
we
'cause
need to be
Spider-Man-
Spider-Man.
Yeah, right.
I do
If
like...
you think about it, it's a little bit ironic that they'd put a pesticide that kills spiders in a Spider-Man
I
movie.
do like that, besides the Dr. Pepper, they put all their product placement in this scene.
Yeah.
And it kind of makes sense because Times Square is nothing but product placement. Where are we at here? Oh, the Green Goblin finally shows up.
Hello, my dear.
It's Spider-Man!
What do you think of the design?
I liked it, actually. I didn't mind it.
I didn't mind it either. He's green. He
thought
looks
it was
like a
cool.
goblin. He does kind of look like a Power Ranger. And he has the problem with Power Rangers where he bobs his head
So-
to signify
yeah,
that he's talking.
Does is Osborn is Oscorp are they putting on the show? Because like they have like the best balcony. Like
I think they are. And by the way, I've never seen a stone building with a balcony in Times Square, and I've spent a lot of time there.
Yeah.
well, yeah, they blew it up.
Yeah, that's right. I
true.
forgot. This is a historical film. The original I showed you right before, what the original mask looked like. Have you ever seen it?
No.
So it was like a latex mask that like formed to his face, and like, you know, it was makeup effects with yellow eyes, and it even had the purple hood, and then it had like kind of like a biomechanical chest, and it looked really, really cool. But I think it would have just been like so much time putting that on every day. And I think once they decided on the flight suit, they're like, what if it was like a helmet since it's a flight suit?
Right.
So I think for the story, it makes more sense. That alternate design is pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah,
though.
it
I
looks
wish
cool,
I wish
yeah.
it would have been in the movie.
It's kind of like the original Predator design, way better.
Yeah, it looks great. But no, the only problem is a lot of times they have that grate in front of his mouth, but a lot of times you can see he's not saying what he's saying. And then sometimes he's bobbing his head even when he's not talking.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that. But this fight scene's pretty damn good. He uses his disintegrating pumpkin bomb.
Yep.
Which he should just use all the fucking time. He should literally not have any
Well,
other
we
weapon.
don't know how many he has.
I mean, maybe if you think about it, he probably only grabbed what he could. It's not like he's still producing that technology from Oscorp
Well, no,
or
he
whatever,
still
you
works
know?
there. He killed the board of investors.
That's true, yeah. But I mean, like, do you think like they have a whole bunch, or do you think they have like a finite amount?
Well, we find out in 2 that he has a whole secret lair in his
That is
apartment.
true, yeah. Huh.
I do. So the weird thing is the board is like, that's our glider, and he kills them. And it's like, oh, that must be to cover up his tracks. It's like, but no, there were a lot of scientists and stuff. Like, someone eventually is going to be like, oh yeah, we work for the guy who made that. We can tell you where he lives.
They'll be like, we work for the guy that made that. And you know what? My daughter went to high school with the guy who does spider powers, by the way. Like,
wow, what a narc.
We pretty much know where everybody is.
Literally, someone in the company should be like, yeah, that's our boss.
Yeah.
Like, we make that maybe it got stolen. I don't know.
Sounds like Norman with a weird
this
like
is also,
goblin voice.
The fight scene is a lot of fun, though.
Yeah.
And I also have to mention Mary Jane is wearing a really nice red dress. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure someone wrote an article about how it's super offensive and they complained about it because...
Back when the movie came out?
No, I'm sure someone's gone back.
Yeah.
I've been like, here's why the movie was really bad. Her dress. I bet you it exists.
Now that you mention it, my sister wore a very similar dress the next year in 2003 to prom.
Yeah, I knew a lot
dress.
of people who did that back
The
then.
same dress. She got it from
not
Kirsten
that
Dunst.
movie, yeah.
Well, there was a store in my mall.
She also had like the hair and the chopsticks in the bun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There was that was a style. I mean, that was
it was the style of the time.
I mean, there was a lot of stores like that were selling like the Asian style dresses, and everybody was buying them up like it was a thing back then.
You know how many friends
I
I had who were into anime would buy gis?
Well, the thing is, not for anything, but you're helping out those businesses, and those people didn't give a shit about white people or whoever
man,
wore
you're
them.
on thin ice. You're on thin ice. The internet's
were,
coming for you.
I'm just saying, back then, those people were like, "Hey, we make these dresses. I'm glad you like."
The point I'm trying to make
regardless,
is cancel Kirsten Dunst. Anyway, keep going.
Norman doesn't like red dresses. He likes black dresses.
That's right. He did mention that earlier.
He makes a very poignant point about that.
I like that. He's only there to kill the board. I don't know why he's trying to attack her and everyone else.
This is the start of him getting a little too into Mary Jane.
Yeah, well, they did say the enhancer makes you insane, so I guess it makes sense that his
now
logic...
he likes younger women all of a sudden?
No, like his logic's because he really should only be there to kill the board and leave, but now he's like,
I mean,
now I want to kill this person.
He does like hurt people that like are kind of like his
That's
friend.
very.
I mean,
it's very dark man of him.
He horrifies an old woman at one point, so it's like
I do like during the fight, Spider-Man like knocks him down. And there's that one extra. Did you see the one extra when he comes out and fights the cops? The one guy just goes, that guy's become like a meme now.
Really?
Like everyone wants him to come back for No Way Home. The guy just goes like this.
We should also mention too, this is where you get the Stan Lee cameo.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
He saves the people from the fallen rocks, right? My favorite is the kid who just doesn't know how to move out of the way.
He's just like, oh.
And even Spider-Man's like, come on, move, kid.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I kept, when I was watching it, I kind of want to like mix in clips from Jingle All the Way. Very similar scene.
Yeah.
I have a funny story about that when we get to one scene. But yeah, this scene is a lot of fun. I like the cartoony. We'll meet again, Spider-Man.
Yeah, I like the way it
Green Goblin's hit or miss. His CGI model, it's not
the one
colored right.
The part that looks the worst is when he's floating around near the floor.
Yeah,
and there's the dust cloud. And the people behind you really see the CG there.
That's a problem. CG had an issue, especially around this time. Like they couldn't color correct it right.
Yeah,
like, it looked like it was a little bit different.
Now with the with the Marvel movies the way they are now.
Now they're
everything
fine.
is the best possible animation you can ever see. But
watch it in 20 years, see what you think.
I don't know.
And actually,
I think
one thing that the new movies are lucky with that these. So the problem with these movies, a lot of people say it's like, oh, he's always taking his mask off. Mm-hmm. But you see when he has the mask, it's hard for him to like convey emotion.
Yeah,
it's not like Batman where you can see his eyes and mouth.
Well, it's solid it's like a face shield in the mask. So
they would have to do that thing. So the new ones are actually pretty smart, like with Deadpool and whatnot, and Spider-Man, where like you can CGI it a little bit to show like the eyes moving and stuff.
Yeah.
So I think they got lucky with that. But back then, what are you gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
I think there was early costume designs where they made the eyes like really big, like the comics, and then they ended up not doing it. Oh, Spider-Man saves Mary Jane, and he turns into a wooden dummy.
Yeah,
we had to rewind that for you. Watch the scene. Spider-Man is just not moving.
He doesn't move, and I never noticed that until someone posted it online, and I saw it, and I was just laughing about it. I remember because you don't look at him; you look at Mary Jane the entire time.
So the first time I saw Aliens in Blu-ray. Like, I knew that Newt is mostly a wooden dummy when they're running.
I didn't even
But there's
know.
one scene where, like, Ripley's there, but you look at the hands, it's just clearly, like, wooden hands.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of wooden dummies. It's really noticeable when you see an obvious dummy in something. Am I right?
I guess so.
Yeah. We don't do that here. We use real. We're real here.
These are real dead bodies.
Those
over
are.
here.
That's actually Tobey Maguire and Andrew
celebrities.
Garfield dead. They're decomposing right now.
I'm looking at a wooden dummy right now.
Oh, got
It's
him.
Kieran.
Got me.
Fuck.
Norman finally interacts with his alter ego. I love the whole mirror thing.
Yeah.
I love that it shows him going back and forth, and then the camera keeps cutting as if it was like a reverse shot. I
Yeah.
really like that. But basically, he's like, I've been killing people for you, and now we're going to team up. And he's like, all right, sure.
Yeah.
But there's only one person who could stop him. And in my mind, it's like, yeah, probably one of his employees that's going to rat him out to the cops. But in the movie's mind, it's Spider-Man. Only he can stop him.
I mean, he's
just-
insane, I guess, so that makes sense.
But I mean, like, I feel like you just get enough guns on him, you're going to take out care of Green Goblin pretty quick. He's not like he's super strong. He's not bulletproof.
Maybe the suit kind of is?
I feel like you
Yeah.
can shoot him enough where
I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. Who's going to do it? I don't know.
the cops.
I guess if you think about it, the military should probably be like, if you think about it, New York City, this happening, I'm pretty sure the president at this point would be like, "Sir, there's a green man flying around on weapons.
So I know
shooting missiles and
the
blowing up New
defense
York."
people were killed, but I'm sure they wrote reports about the glider,
Yeah,
and someone could be
that's
like,
what I
"Hey,
mean.
wait a minute!
That is true.
We were
Unless
looking
maybe
into
they
the
were
glider."
maybe they were kind of going in on for business on
Hey,
their
didn't
own.
we authorize a payment for a glider? Yeah, we did." See, eventually, if Spider-Man just did nothing, they would have gotten him at some point.
Yeah, that's true. I guess.
I like that J. Jonah Jameson, he talks about what is it called? J. Jonah Jameson.
You want to try that again?
J.
How does it
Jonah
feel?
Jameson.
How does it feel that I'm the one screwing up names now? Is it
What
good?
did I say that's wrong?
Jamin,
Spielberg?
Joman,
Steven
Jamin,
Spielberg.
Babins.
What's wrong with Steven Spielberg?
What's that song from Shrek? The really slow one?
Who is that?
Steven Spielberg.
Who is that playwright? The one that's a robot, also.
Yeah, who wrote Cats?
Android
It was
Lloyd Webber.
Android Lloyd Webber.
Android Lloyd
And
Webber.
Hallelujah.
So anyway,
Hallelujah.
J. Jonah Jameson.
Jabin, Jobin,
He's
Jabin,
making up
Zabins.
stuff about Spider-Man, which Peter Parker's upset about. And he calls it slander, and he's like, slander spoken, print is libel. So he knows the difference between libel and slander, and Stuttering John, formerly from the Howard Stern Show, does not, because he's trying to sue people for libel and slander, and he doesn't know the difference. Remember Stuttering John?
Yeah.
From the Howard Stern Show?
Yeah, no, I remember.
And he's on the Tonight Show?
Yeah.
He is the biggest embarrassment. This show gets more views than his current stuff, and he was a millionaire at one point.
Wow.
He is the biggest loser on earth. It's pretty fucking funny. He'll live stream with other losers, and then cockroaches will like fly into his webcam. Look it up.
Ew.
It's pretty good.
Slenderman.
He's like, they're suing me. I'm suing them for libel and slander. It's like, well, which one is it? They're two different fucking things.
I feel like it's like, why would you want to? How come these guys turn on Howard Stern at some point? Like, all of his weird rogues gallery that he has of those people, like, eventually just
Turn
get it
on
in their
him.
head that they need to turn
Howard
on him.
Stern kind of sucks these days too.
Yeah,
He's gone
I
crazy
haven't really
too.
listened to him.
But yes, JJ, I like. Huh?
What's that?
J. Jonah Jameson. He goes from being.
I think we should turn on Tony.
Oh, I felt like you did that months ago.
Oh, yeah, probably, yeah.
So J. Jonah Jameson, I like how he goes to being a dick to Peter to suddenly protecting him when the Green Goblin shows up.
Yeah.
To show that he's not like all terrible.
Well, I think it's to protect his asset, not help his boy.
Oh, I thought he was being very noble. Never mind. He's an
I don't
asshole.
think so. I think he was. I think he was doing it to be like, "Oh, those are my pictures. You can't get them." See,
See, like it's the 40s.
because he doesn't know
Yeah.
that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. He just goes like, because
I thought he was just trying to protect the kid.
because Green Goblin's like, "Hey, who's the guy that's taking pictures of Spider-Man?" And he's just like, "I don't know. I get him sent in to me." Blah 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 blah. And I know he's, Peter Parker standing right there, but he doesn't want. Then he kills
Yeah.
Peter Parker, and then it's like, oop, I don't get my Spider-Man things anymore.
Yeah, and Green Goblin has a sleep spray,
Yeah.
which again he should just use.
He's like, sleep.
Fucking disintegrating bomb, sleep punch spray. Just do that all the fucking time. You'll win every goddamn fight.
Maybe it was Terminex gas.
maybe it was.
Maybe Spider-Man made a little after that happened, because sometimes Spider-Man gets in fights and something will happen to him, and then he goes, okay, for the next time I have to
Hold
fix
my
this.
breath.
so he knows that he has sleep spray, so he makes some sort of little gas mask interface in his thing.
But the Spider-Man doesn't make gadgets.
Yeah, he does.
This
he made
one?
a suit.
The suit, but it's not like a gadget suit.
He made
Anyway,
I could squash you like a bug right now, but I'm offering you a choice. Join me. Imagine what we could accomplish together.
then we get the famous scene of him like wanting to team up.
yeah.
Oh, I forgot to mention before this, they had a scene where Green Goblin or Norman Osborn's talking to the Green Goblin mask.
Yeah.
And they made an action figure of that, and I have it. Kevin Jones gave it to me, so
Oh,
you could
wow.
just recreate the scene of Norman Osborn talking to the mask if you want.
Kevin Jones from the new Peg Warmers podcast.
Kevin Jones from the Peg Warmers podcast,
Which debuts
already.
several weeks after whatever this is right now.
Before this,
Before
yes.
this, I mean, yeah, before
it debuted a day before the G.I. Joe review we put out.
Oh, that's right.
Which I'm sure did very, very well.
Yeah, it got 1 million views.
I believe that.
A bajillion.
May God strike Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield down if that's
Yeah.
wrong. Oh, too late. But yeah, so he tries to team up with Spider-Man. He's like, why don't we join forces and take over the city somehow? Not really
Yeah.
sure what his end goal is.
I mean, I guess if you think about it, a Spider-Man and Green Goblin decided to just take over the city, they probably could. They could probably waste the entire police department.
I'm not sure to what end, though.
I mean, just take over and be like, we're the mayors now.
Again, they're not immune to bullets. They could just get... So eventually, the army's going to show
Yeah,
up.
but
and
they
like,
could probably get enough people to follow them. Like, could you imagine? Like, there would.
Oh,
people
now they're
be
starting
like,
a movement.
Yeah.
Oh, I
something
didn't
like
know
that.
that.
Like, there would be people like, I'll protect you.
Well, Norman
Spider-Man.
does run for mayor in the new video games. Or
That's
he
true,
is
yeah,
the mayor.
Yeah,
I forget which one
Yeah,
it
I
is.
think he is the mayor.
Isn't the New York Police Department one of the biggest paramilitary groups in the world?
I think
like
so.
number 9 or like
I
high
think so.
after
In the
9/11.
cartoon, they have laser guns.
Yeah.
Because they weren't allowed to have real guns for some reason.
Wouldn't you much rather have a laser gun?
I guess so. And if anything, that's more deadly. I don't know what
Yeah.
they were thinking there. But yeah, he basically tells them, like, hey, the city's going to hate you because they love when heroes fall
Yeah.
and fail. And you should just team up with me. Get back to me later. And then he flies away. And the city does start to hate him because the Bugle is making up lies that he attacked the Bugle, even though that's clearly not what
fake
happened.
news.
Exactly. You talk about that all the time off camera. I have to stop
The
you sometimes.
Bugle. I'm talking about the Bugle. Fucking, it is. It's J. Jonah Jameson.
Peter takes what did he say? Like 2 trains and a cab to bump into Mary Jane.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Well, he's stalking her. He's a weirdo.
Yeah,
He-
that is-
He's like, I missed.
He's like, your mom
I
told
missed
my
the
aunt.
window.
Your mom told my aunt that told me, and then I took a couple buses here, and she's like, yeah, that's great. Goodbye.
Yeah. I guess, but I mean, like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
They seem very close, all of them.
But yeah, so they flirt,
Yeah.
and then she walks down an alley, and then there just happens to be 2 rapists that somehow collide with 2 different rapists. I don't know if they're in the
it
same
was the guys
rapist
from
gang.
like the Beat It music video,
Like those
where they
two
just all meet
guys,
up.
those 2 guys were just on their way somewhere and saw her.
Well-
and then the 2 other guys came out of nowhere.
Well, I think what happened
And
was
they were like-
there was 4 of them in the alley,
Okay.
and then the 2 left to get snacks,
Oh, okay.
and they saw the
But they were waiting in the alley.
prey, yeah.
Okay.
And then and there was a pincer attack, like
I don't
Jurassic
understand
Park.
why you would ever, like, if you were in the city and you were in New York City and you did that kind of shit, why you would do it knowing that there's a fucking superhuman spider-human.
Or, the Second Amendment should be able
Yeah.
to stop you. Just,
I mean, but if you think about it, like, Spider-Man can literally get from
that's
one
what
end
stops
of
me
Manhattan
from doing a lot of crimes.
to the other side of Manhattan
Yeah.
in a minute. If he hears a scream,
They're probably like, we're too low level for
yeah,
Spider-Man.
maybe. But I'd
Tony,
be like, guys, I think I'm going to give up crime because I really don't want to get punched by a superhuman.
That happens in the Dark Knight. Remember the bad guys? They see the bat signal and they're like,
yeah,
no,
that's
not
true.
tonight.
That's
Going
the thing.
home.
Like,
Did you just say you don't commit crimes because you might be shot by a pedestrian using their legal right to bear arms? That's what you said.
So anyway, Spider-Man beats up all the bad guys without his mask on.
Yeah.
And that's like a fun scene where he's got to hide his face
yeah,
with the rain
and it's
whatnot.
like vindicated.
No,
I
that's
am
the
so-
next
oh,
one. That's the next
yeah,
one.
yeah.
But yeah, he saves Mary Jane.
Oh, it's like, and they say that a hero.
That's
can
not
save
in the
us.
scene.
I know, but it's in the music video. I
Oh,
think
right,
they
it
show
is.
that scene where it's like him doing the double
And
punches.
I want to say something about Mary Jane, but I can't, so we're going to cut to one of our female co-hosts saying it for me.
Kirsten Dunst's tits look great.
Thanks.
Just gonna say I was 14 when this movie came out, and yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Kirsten Dunst.
You went into that theater with boys.
Kirsten Dunst is
and
like
you
a-
left a Spider-Man.
Yeah. Wait, was I? No, I was 15. I was 15 years
Yeah.
old. Yeah.
I had this argument with a friend recently because they on their show they were like, she was never hot, and I sent him the picture from this. I'm like, don't act like you didn't put the Spider-Man DVD on and freeze frame that. And he's like, eh. I mean, Kirsten Dunst, she's like a 6 or 7
Well, when
on
I was
a
in the
good
movie
day,
theater,
but-
I was like, holy shit. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah, and then we get the famous 69 kiss. Is that what it's called? That's what I call it.
The 69 kiss?
Yeah, and this is like the most iconic thing from the movie. It's on the back of the
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
cover.
No, it
it
really
literally
is.
takes up the back of the cover. Like, imagine being a kid. It's like, oh, cool. What's all the bad guys you fight? It's just that.
That's weird that they
Yeah.
make it look like it was in daylight and not in the rain on the back.
Oh, there was an issue lately. Someone took scenes from No Way Home, and they're like, I color corrected it to look like the Sam Raimi movies, and it was all this gold stuff, and it's like, that's not what the movies look like. That's what the posters look like,
Yeah.
you idiot. Like, that's not... People are misremembering the color correction for those movies. Okay. But yeah, the 69 kiss happens, and apparently it was a bitch to film.
I'd imagine. I mean,
Yeah.
we were saying that earlier when I was watching this. Like, I will bet this was a nightmare when you're just like upside down, and I don't know, when you get water in your nose,
It sucks.
It's the worst feeling ever, and then you're like.
Yeah.
Like, I can imagine being upside down, water's pouring all over you. You're in that suit, and you can tell it's soaking wet in
He's
the
just
scene.
in there getting waterboarded.
Yeah, and he's basically right, and it's, you know, he's upside down, so the water has to be going up his nose. Like, it must just be you're soggy, you're all damp
That's
in that suit.
a real sloppy 69.
Yeah, he's probably all like where his skin is all waterlogged
Yeah.
and shit. He's getting like trench foot,
Also,
hanging
don't-
upside down for who knows how long
Also,
to film
don't
this scene.
don't spiders hate rain? Isn't that what that nursery rhyme's about?
Yeah, I guess so.
well,
yeah,
he
yeah.
says it at the end of the movie.
He does sing it at the end of the movie. But yeah, the next day, there's a fire. And Spider-Man's got to save some woman's baby that she was not...
That
Yeah.
she left inside.
That she left in the apartment complex and went about her merry way
She
or
went
something.
to go to the bodega. Stop being a dick.
You take the baby with you.
Oh yeah.
Again,
Honestly,
I said if the girl had like scabs on her and her teeth were yellow and it's like, oh, that's
Yeah.
clearly a meth head. They're known for
what if
leaving
it
their
was like,
babies. But she looks just like a normal Karen type mom.
There's
Yeah.
a background actor here. If in a blink of an eye, because I just caught it, we didn't rewind it or anything. It kind of looked like a Joe Pesci kind of guy. He's wearing like a suit and a red shirt, and he comes out, he crosses the street. He's like this tiny dude. He just goes. It's really awesome.
But yeah, he goes in and saves the baby.
Yeah,
And then he goes back in because there's another lady screaming.
yeah.
But it's actually the Green Goblin. And if you've seen our it was Collateral Damage. Go back and watch our Collateral Damage review. I edited Arnold being a firefighter in the beginning, getting to a fight with the Green Goblin. It actually works pretty well.
Oh my god.
But actually, he has a purple blanket over him. This is the closest we get to Green Goblin with the purple hood. I thought that was a nice reference.
Yeah, that's cool.
But he's basically like, hey, it's me again. Have you thought about my offer? And Spider-Man's like, you didn't have to burn a fucking building to get my attention.
Yeah.
And then we get a cool Matrix shot, right?
He goes.
Yeah, he spins and then he goes.
And then he goes all the way back. They couldn't
Yeah.
do the 360 thing, but he goes all the way back. But I like the two blades blow up.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, now Spider-Man would just have metal shrapnel
That's
on his
true,
face.
but his suit has its bit of armor, kind of.
No, it's not, because it just shreds his arm.
I mean, but his face has that shielded kind of thing. You could see it. You could see he has a shieldy face.
It's not meant to be a shield. It was a shield for the actor to make the face look better, but it's not actually supposed to be a
It's
shield.
not a shield. It's a symbol of hope. Only a hero can save you.
Not gonna stand
But this part's weird, because then there's like an explosion and Spider-Man just runs away.
Yeah.
And it's like, but the Green Goblin is there.
He's probably like, yo, I can't beat him yet. I have to train and montage it up.
But it's like, what if he just walks outside and starts shooting people? Shouldn't you, like,
That's not
I
his
never
MO.
actually thought about that.
Okay, I guess
Yeah,
not.
I don't think Green Goblin like really wants that.
The offer's still on the table.
Okay.
This is called negotiating, Tony.
Yeah, but now we're at Thanksgiving. There's a long passage of time
It's
in
the
this
most
movie.
awkward Thanksgiving scene I've
Like
ever
this movie
seen.
starts in like spring, and now we're in November.
Yeah, well, yeah, because if you think about it, yeah, and then it goes to like graduation, which is like summer.
We didn't get to see what he did during the summer. Anyway, yeah, then we get to the Thanksgiving scene, and I like how Norman's normal here. He
Yeah.
seems like a nice family guy.
And then he goes to take the bite. And
Oh, well, that's a little bit later. But yeah, they hear Peter come home, and they're like, "Oh, I didn't know he was home."
yeah.
Well, when he creeps on Mary Jane real quick.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, he like eyes her up
he's
and
all like,
down.
like that. He's like, "Oh, I am
Yeah.
Willem Dafoe."
And remember where Peter Parker was? He was beating off an old woman with a stick.
Yeah. So Peter's like sneaking into his room to get changed.
Yeah.
And he didn't even get the cranberry sauce, did he?
I know.
No, he did.
No,
he comes
did.
back
he
when
did.
he goes, "I had to beat an old woman
But
off with a stick."
so Willem Dafoe comes in. I like when Willem Dafoe looks in his room and he says he's kind of a slob.
Yeah.
And Aunt May says all great men are.
Oh,
and we can all agree with that statement.
We
Am
totally
I right?
can. All great men are slobs.
Bit of a slob, isn't he?
All brilliant men are.
Karen, are you a slob?
I am a slob. I am a slob. Well, how many times is that going to get clipped?
But yeah, this scene is actually pretty good. I like when Norman's standing there, he sees the blood, and then he looks up, Peter's gone. When the camera comes down, he's like closer to the camera to be creepier.
Yeah, because right now he's not sure. He just thinks Spider-Man's after him. He doesn't know that it's Peter Parker yet.
Yeah.
He's just like, what's going on?
He's
in
like,
here?
there's blood on the floor, and I heard walking around. What's
Yeah.
going on up here? But then Peter shows up.
Wait, let's say he picked up the blood and went, and like ate it, like, is that blood? Would he get the spider powers?
No.
I don't know how the transmission of spider DNA works.
I don't think it would.
Do you have to get it from the spider itself?
I think you do.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to say, because that's stupid.
Oh, that's stupid. But getting powers from a spider isn't.
No, not at all.
But yeah, this is the part where he tries to eat ahead of time. Aunt May
Yeah, she
cracks
smacks
him,
him.
and then he's like sharpening the
And
knife.
I was like,
or
what if
whatever.
like he just obliterated Aunt May, right?
Yeah.
Like he's like, that's it, pumpkin bomb.
But
poof,
Peter,
and
like-
she's a skeleton.
Peter fucks up because
Yeah.
he's bleeding. He didn't bandage it up.
He didn't bandage his
spray
wrist.
it with his web.
Yeah.
Well, he had to beat it off an old woman.
He had to beat an old lady.
He should have said that. Oh, the woman, I literally did beat her off with a stick, and I cut myself during it.
But yeah, he's like, a bike messenger clipped me and knocked me down. And
Yeah, he was driving a bike that was made out of razor blades.
Yeah.
Apparently, like it's
I
like
said,
a sharp
but what
bicycle.
Because then Norman Osborn's like, oh, I
Yeah.
saw Spider-Man get that cut. That's obviously a lie because I'm a good liar.
What if it's like
What he should've
everyone in
said
the
is,
city who
like-
got a cut right there, and Norman Osborn's like, "How'd you get that cut?" And the guy's like, "Oh, I was cutting a steak." And I sliced myself, and then he sees another guy with that cut. He's like, "How'd you get that? Everyone is Spider-Man."
He goes to the emergency
and then he
room.
cuts himself by accident. He's like, "I'm Spider-Man," and he freaks out.
I said Peter could have just been like, if Peter really wanted to like throw him off, been like, well, Norman, I've been feeling very sad lately, and I've been cutting myself, and I didn't want to bring it up during Thanksgiving because I thought it was inappropriate. But
Oh
thanks for
my
pointing it
God,
out,
Tony.
Norman. This is very upsetting to everyone here. Norman would have been
Right.
like, oh my God, I'm so
Because
sorry.
Peter Parker is a dumbass.
Yeah.
You
Should
always
we-
go with the cutting yourself excuse.
Yeah. And then Norman would have been like, Peter, do you want to talk about it? Like, and
What if he
everyone
was
would
like,
have-
"I cut myself with the Green Goblin shit," spraying webs at him and stuff, and he just like,
Oh yeah, that would have saved the day. He just hits him right in the face.
but then fucking Osborn fucks up here too, because then he just leaves.
Yeah.
And it's like, come
And
on,
he-
you could
and then
at
he
least
goes,
stayed for one meal and left.
And then he goes, "Oh, and by the way, your girlfriend is a gold digging bitch," or whatever, in front of the whole
he
family
says,
at Thanksgiving.
do what you need to with her and broom her
Oh
fist.
my God, and that is
a lot
like-
of people think this is the Goblin talking. I just think he's just being a good dad.
Oh.
Giving good advice.
He says, "Broom her, like brush away." I thought it meant like broom her. You know what I mean?
Justin, what the fuck? How does that make any sense?
Broom her.
Yeah, what else would it? That's what I thought he meant.
What the fuck is broom other than like sweeping something with the broom?
Then it should say sweep her away. What have you ever said you're brooming?
I mean, I didn't, but I don't know what. That's what I'm saying. Is what other definition would you have for brooming? I've never.
What porn are you watching where you think brooming is a sexual act?
Oh, I thought you meant like impale her through the stomach with a broom and then be like, aha, or something.
No, I meant
like,
sexual. But I'm saying, like, you know, when you have a
That's
mop,
horrible.
when you have a mop, you're mopping. When you have a broom, you're not brooming, you're sweeping. He just said you sweep her away. He said you broom her away.
But if you say sweep her away, that means like I will sweep you away and
this
take you to
this is the
Hawaii
problem you have when you have
something.
4 writers on one script. Weird lines are gonna fall in there.
I must broom my floor. It dirty.
No, and the reason I thought that is because she's really upset by what he said.
Yeah.
But I thought she was upset because he's like, oh, just fuck me and toss me away.
Like,
I didn't realize it was, oh, just have fun and, you know, like, I don't know.
Harry just looks like a total puss throughout the whole movie, too.
Yeah, and then Mary Jane's like, why didn't you defend me?
Mary
and he's like,
Jane
that guy's
rips him
my
up.
dad.
And then she's also like, oh my God, Harry, you don't understand Spider-Man. Oh my God, I'm so wet for Spider-Man. And he's like, what? What are you talking about, Spider-Man? On the phone later.
Yeah, she wants to get broomed by Spider-Man.
I mean, not for anything. So say I'm a girl, okay? I get saved by Spider-Man and I'm with some normal douchebag. I would totally be like, yo. And also, Spider-Man's pretty cut. He's pretty ripped.
Oh, you would just
He's
bring it up all the
swinging
time.
me through the air.
Oh,
I don't think
Spider-Man would have taken the trash out. Like he
so
would have done something like that.
As me right now, if I was falling off a building and Spider-Man saved me, I don't think I'd ever stop talking about it. I think I'd come into work and be like, yo, you guys, Spider-Man saved me
You seem
this
a little
weekend.
too in the Spider-Man.
I would.
I think you want to get broomed by Spider-Man.
I'm with him. I would use that as like a
Tony
thing all
would
the
be
time.
like, Tony would never talk about Dark Knight Rises ever again. He'd just talk about, I'm very famous. Spider-Man saved me. Did you know that? Spider-Man. I'm Spider-Man's friend.
Yeah.
He saved me a week ago.
If you want, I can brag about trying on costumes for Avatar: The Last Airbender for one day.
My friend was in that, actually.
I never got to make it in it, but I got paid to try on costumes. Anyway, I'm with you. I would just bring it up all the time. They're like, oh, well, Spider-Man would have picked me up something on the way to the store.
I would totally bring it up at all times.
Yeah.
And if I was a girl, I would totally want to throw it down on Spider-Man.
Oh, you know, Spider-Man would have taken the trash out. Spider-Man would have bought me that thing. Spider-Man can fuck me more than 5 minutes.
Yeah. Oh.
You are pretty petty.
Spider-Man wouldn't let his dad bitch me out in front of his son.
The cunning warrior attacks neither body nor mind.
Tell me how!
The heart, Osborn. First, we attack his heart.
So, Norman knows Peter is Spider-Man, so he attacks the heart. Osborn, attack the heart.
He scares Aunt May.
Yeah, so we were talking about. So he must be hovering outside the window, waiting for her to pray and waiting for the right moment.
I like thinking like Mary Jane's dad come out. He's like, you want a beer?
Yeah.
And then he just goes sleep. But they wake up the next day, the whole town is just gassed because they keep seeing him.
What if she wasn't going to do the Lord's Prayer, though? What if she did some weird, like, she started praying to Satan or something like that instead?
Please, Dark Lord, bring my husband back to me.
Uncle Ben is evil, yes.
But, this is the famous... Finish it!
What if Aunt May, instead of going and praying, started furiously masturbating?
Oh, she's brooming herself?
Well, then the Green Goblin would still come in. The Green Goblin would come in toward the end.
That would be even more... Could you imagine that? Like, and then they're like... You know, Peter's like, what happened? What happened? Well, your aunt was furiously masturbating and the Green Goblin smashed her walls in. Not that way. He smashed the physical walls down. Like, he didn't...
How come you get annoyed when we talk about that shit, but then you'll be like, Spider-Man was talking about his dick?
Because when I do it, it's fine.
Oh, okay. But yeah, Mary Jane the next day admits she's in love with Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And Peter again is fucking up. He's like, well, I'm friends with Spider-Man and he really likes you. And I said this about you and this about... Like, no, Peter, what you're supposed to say is, oh, Spider-Man said he's in a committed relationship and not looking. But
with
he
the
thinks,
Lord?
with the Lord, but he thinks I'd be the perfect guy for you. He tells me all the time. Harry walks in on them.
Yeah.
And they react weirdly.
So this is the thing, too. I guess because they pull away, but, like, first off, if I was, like, my friend's aunt just had their house exploded by a monster man on a hover glider, and I came in and I saw my friend and my girlfriend, and I know that we've all been friends since childhood, and she's holding his hand. I'd be like, oh, she's comforting him. I can take it. And I'd be like, yo, man, you okay, dude? I wouldn't be like,
By the way,
wait. So your reaction is to walk in the room and go, "Yo, I can dig it."
No, I mean, I would be like, dude, are you cool? Like, or anything you need,
know what's
man.
weird?
I'm rich as fuck. I'm Harry Osborn.
So you're telling me
I'll buy your Aunt May a fucking whatever.
Wait,
I don't know.
so you're telling me in the sequels, the cops apparently were still investigating Uncle Ben's death, but no one ever thought to say, like, hey, you know what's weird? Norman Osborn died the same night the Green Goblin went away, and he was friends with the Parkers, and Green Goblin attacked the Parkers' hat. Like, they never connected those dots.
And he came in with two weirdly large fucking wounds
Have you ever watched NYPD Blue?
Yeah.
It's, we
have an autograph with the star of NYPD Blue. I have it hanging up on our set over there.
It looks like your dad.
Is that Dennis
Yes,
Franz?
it's Dennis Franz. I have an autograph from him.
All the different divisions they're not very good at talking to each other. There's a lot of clashing and a lot of one-upmanship. So I think that where's he live, like Queens or something?
Yeah.
And then like the Midtown stuff. I just think they didn't.
Also, they fixed that house up. Like by the next movie, the house looks fine.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He blows the whole.
Wait,
front
that
off
means she
house.
spent all that money on repairs and then moved out.
What kind of fucking insurance do you get? Like, could you imagine being like, it's like, hello, yes, this is Progressive Insurance, homeowners insurance.
You were attacked by a goblin man on a hoverboard?
A goblin man on a hoverboard.
To be
blew
fair,
your walls off.
everyone saw that happen in Times Square.
That's true.
You think the little old lady's gonna lie about that?
Oh my god!
Or they think she is lying. She's like, she saw that on the news and blew up her house and tried to pin it on it.
We got some senile old woman calling up about a green goblin.
Yeah, right, lady. We're not covering this.
I was sitting saying my prayers, and like, yeah, right. She was probably furiously masturbating right before bed.
Kieran, you've ruined this. Every time I watch this movie now, all I'm gonna think about is Aunt May furiously masturbating.
I'm really glad.
When she's praying to the Lord, do you see both hands?
Yeah, you do.
She is like
this.
that.
Except for when she's like, from evil. She could be doing it there. Oh, this is horrible to say.
Anyway.
There's a lot of hand-free options.
Aunt May tells Aunt May tells Peter, why don't you just tell Mary Jane you like her? Everyone fucking knows.
Yeah.
And he's like, what? It's like, yeah, it's pretty fucking obvious you have a boner for her. She doesn't say it like that.
Yeah.
I mean, if Kieran wrote the script, she would say it like that.
You said Aunt May? Is that an angel? He's like, gee, I said that, Aunt May.
Peter, one day I caught you furiously masturbating while looking into
that window. She couldn't wait till Uncle Ben was good and dead and out of that fucking house. Second he was gone.
Yeah, she probably was like, I doubt Uncle Ben was keeping it, keeping it going.
So, he realizes if everyone knows he loves Mary Jane, then the Green Goblin must know. And he calls her, and Green Goblin's like,
Can Spider-Man come out to play?
Then we get this big finale at the bridge.
He's like, I saw your Aunt May's pussy. He says on the phone. It was really weird.
Yeah, I can't handle this anymore.
I wish we could use all this for the teaser, but we can't put it in the first
I'm really sorry,
minute.
too, Jessica. I'm really, really, really sorry that you're editing this. I'm saying these horrible, horrible things.
Now, are you crying because it's funny or because these are sad?
I feel bad that I'm just, oh my God, I'm saying these horrible things.
So we get to the bridge scene, and again, this is them mixing Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy together. Because famously, Gwen Stacy died on the bridge in that comic. Green Goblin does the sadistic choice.
Yep.
That thing's not real. Is it? The fucking, what are they on?
The cable car thing?
Yeah, is that real? I've never seen that.
I thought Roosevelt Island wasn't one you really go. Isn't that where they bury all the dead in New York? It's like a whole thing.
I think so. Oof. But anyway, he gets a cable car and he has both of them and he does the sadistic choice.
Mm-hmm.
Sophie's Choice?
Yeah.
Let die the woman you love.
Or suffer the little children. I love that we have this movie memorized.
Yeah, pretty much.
But the movie doesn't have the balls to go through with it. So
Yeah.
he saves both of them. That'd be like in Dark Knight if he like picked up Harvey Dent and then grabbed her.
All three would have died if it wasn't for the good people of New York.
Yes.
He didn't think about them.
Well, no, the point is Spider-Man didn't choose. He just saved both of them.
Right.
Because they were afraid to have him actually choose, obviously.
Right, but to be fair, he went for her first.
Yeah, but I think he
Yeah,
knew
so
that
that
he
was a
could
little-
get both, and I think he was like, I can catch her faster than I can catch.
Oh
this
yeah, there's
thing
no
and
way
then
he could
her.
catch the cable car
Yeah.
and then get her.
He had to
That's
do
a
one
little,
or the one
That's a little heavy.
first.
Although, how fucking strong is the Green Goblin? Because like Spider-Man's struggling, the Green Goblin's like, "Hey, I got this cable car.
Well,
What's up?"
I mean, the Green Goblin seemed like he was stronger than Spider-Man physically because I mean,
Yeah.
he punched Spider-Man at that one point, like
That's
knocked
true.
him, made Spider-Man.
Although Spider-Man's
fly
pretty
back.
strong too. Remember, he like punched him, webbed him, and then punched
Yeah,
him
but
again.
he punched him, but he didn't fly back. But it was enough to hit him and hurt him. But if you think about it too, like
Oh, yeah, Spider-Man went through, like, 10
caught
walls
him,
when he got
and he
punched.
caught his fist and was like impressive, and
Yeah.
then fucking knocked Spider-Man way back.
Well, someone said impressive. It definitely wasn't the Green Goblin because his lips were not
Yeah,
moving in that
yeah.
shot.
Impressive!
So that means there's just someone with
it
the
was
same
Willem
voice as
Dafoe
Willem
weeks
Dafoe.
later in a room, in a padded room.
Norman Osborn has a twin brother who happened to be there. Went, that's impressive.
Yeah.
So yeah, he saves the cable car, Mary Jane, and then the people of New York come together, and everyone loves this scene because it shows an America being united against evil. And if you have a problem with this scene, then you have a problem with America uniting against evil.
Yo, I loved this scene.
Thank
when it
you,
happened
Kieran.
as a kid.
Justin, what do you think about this scene? Do you hate America uniting against evil?
I'm united against it. United we stand.
Okay.
So I
Everyone
like
loves
the
to see-
part in it where the guy says like, you know, before he says like you mess with us, he goes like, "What's your problem? You messing with a bunch of little kids?" Because it's like true. It's like, man, Green Goblin, like you're a fucking asshole, dude. Like you're gonna
Oh.
kill kids. Like no one likes
something
you.
interesting when I was I would go to random like random weird small drugstores or like weird party stores, and I look for random crap like back in the day, like buying like Batman Forever, party hats and just dumb shit that you find in those places. And they had a balsa wood World Trade Center that you build, and it said "United We Stand" on it, and I'm like, well, that's fucking tacky, right?
Yeah.
And I looked at the date.
Oh, I remember. I went to New York.
and I looked at the date. It was from '97.
Oh,
So I think the "United We Stand," what they, like the phrase that everyone, came up with after 9/11. I think they did that for the actual when it was when there was the bombing the first time.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
but I just remember it post.
Not to be a downer, but I went to when I was in the Boy Scouts. We went to a funeral for one of the firefighters in November of 2001, and there were a lot of people trying to capitalize on that shit, like selling commemorative things like on the
Yeah,
streets. It's like,
that's
all
kinda
right, guys,
messed
can
up.
we wait a year
Yeah,
at least?
right.
Like, we're
Where
doing
were
this.
you when Green Goblin attacked Times Square?
But yeah, so a trash barge comes
Yep.
so the cable car can land safely, and it's the star of Cannibal Holocaust and Debbie Does Dallas. Just famous porn and schlocky horror actor. He's just there.
That's kind of cool. Does he know Sam Raimi or something?
Well, Sam Raimi probably knows him from all the horror stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of like horror Easter eggs.
And he's like, "Yo, come on into my movie. I'm making
Yeah.
Spider-Man."
Or did he audition and he was just the best
And
part?
also-
for the, are you the guy from Cannibal Holocaust?
Yeah,
sure,
right.
you can be.
Maybe.
And it wasn't just a trash barge. It was like cardboard, like bales of
Yeah.
cardboard, so it could land perfectly onto it.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Now, the problem with this scene is the CGI. Even though it's at night, it's still hit or miss. Like, it gets real rubbery.
Yeah.
They're lit wrong in certain shots. It's a little dodgy here and there.
I don't think I think this was still at that point where CG was new, like newish. It was still
Yeah.
kind of in its infancy. It was probably like a preteen.
This is
it's-
2002. This is
yeah.
less than 10 years after
But
Jurassic.
that's what I
Well, you
mean,
gotta
like,
think about it. It's between Matrix and Matrix 2.
Yeah.
And you kind of see what happened. That was
and
a very
Matrix,
messy time.
I don't feel like really relied on CG
Not
as
the
much
first
as
one.
the other ones.
No, not the first
No,
one.
the first one was mostly it was digital. Like it was a lot of practical stuff with enhanced.
This was that
CGI.
period from here to like maybe like 2007. We were getting a lot of rubbery CGI.
Yeah.
Daredevil is probably the worst offender.
Also, Blade, I think, or Blade,
Blade
2,
2.
it was.
And I
There's that
love-
scene where they're sword fighting, and it
I
looks
love
so...
Blade 2, but whenever it cuts to those
It's
CGI
bad, yeah.
rubber dummies.
It's really rough.
Bad. It's bad.
And
Catwoman's another terrible one. Catwoman's awful.
In my opinion, the worst is Matrix Reloaded. When you see the scene where he's fighting all the Agent
guys
Smiths
with the stick,
and
I rewatched that recently in 4K.
It closes up on him. It looks terrible.
I rewatched it again in 4K, and it's sad because those movies are like, the stories are okay, but the way they tell them suck, and shit like that just takes you right out of the movie.
The thing that sucks is the scene, the fight scene itself could have been awesome if they just didn't do that. But also, there's the scene where he's in the Merovingian's house and he's fighting all the dudes on the stairwell.
Yeah, and that scene looks fine.
Scene is incredible, and then it goes on to that awesome motorcycle chase.
I wish
I
wish. As much as I hate special editions and stuff, I wouldn't mind if people went back to those films and made them less rubbery.
Honestly,
as long as they give us the option to watch the original cut, because we should preserve it.
I would rather see that, because honestly, that took me out of the movie. When I saw it in theaters, I saw that scene with all the Agent Smiths. It looked like such ass.
At least in this Spider-Man, that didn't take me out of the movie.
No, it didn't in this, and because they didn't do it so. First off, it was quick. Everything was a quick scene. There was very slowdowns.
They did it. There's not too many slow motion where you can see every detail of what's wrong with it.
Well, he also does a lot of close-ups to the characters, too.
Mm-hmm. You know what I think helps? They're also not wearing flowy clothing.
Yeah.
Like, Neo's
Honestly, it
Neo's
was more Neo's
jacket,
face for me. When they closed
Neo's
up
jacket
on his
was
face.
terrible. Yeah, and they didn't have to worry about the face either.
Cloth simulation, all that stuff.
It's terrible.
Sometimes it's still an issue.
Yeah.
But anyway, the fight inside the old building is awesome.
Yep.
And I love
Roosevelt Island.
On Roosevelt
where
Island.
they buried New York's dead.
Yes. Is Green Goblin still trying to recruit him? Why didn't he use the disintegrating bomb? Why did he use the regular fire bomb?
We were saying he might have been using the disintegrator bomb, but Spider-Man is strong enough to withstand it.
I'll give you that, but that means his clothes would have disintegrated.
But his clothes
turned to
were
dust.
made of tensile material.
No, because then that means, if we're going in continuity here, Venom, why did he get disintegrated? Is he not strong?
Wait, don't spoil the third one. I haven't seen it yet.
But Venom dies.
Whoa!
Actually, a piece of him still exists with Dr. Connors.
Yeah.
They never followed up on that.
Not only, but that whole franchise died also too. So.
Man,
well, it's coming back now.
Yeah, that's true.
I keep blending the Dr. Connors from Amazing Spider-Man, so now it's like weird for me.
Yeah. But yeah, the last fight is cool. This is where they remove his mask because you need to convey some kind of emotion. This is kind of an important scene.
Yeah.
It's like a half.
I liked that they at least did the half mask. After this, it's like, oh, I got to take my mask off for this. It's like, all right, well, do you?
It's half and half. It kind of looks like Newt.
No, I think because that's the thing. If we do Spider-Man 2, that we got to talk about that at some point.
Yeah, Johanna requests she be in this because they be in that because she's thirsty for Alfred Molina.
That's
of all people, Alfred Molina.
Was he ever a Bond villain? He'd make a good Bond villain.
No, he was a bad guy in Indiana Jones.
Right.
Yeah.
Which one?
He's in the very first Indiana Jones. He's the one who steals the idol and then gets killed by the trap.
Yeah.
Oh,
Throw
that's
me the
him?
idol. Throw
I
me the
didn't
whip.
know that.
Yeah, it's
Holy
Alfred Molina.
shit! Wow, crazy.
He's also in Species.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
Species. You mean?
Yeah, I said species. I used to say species.
Not that you care, but in Mass Effect 3, there are bad guys. They're called Banshees. They are Reaper creatures created from the Adak-Yakshi Asari, and it looks exactly like Species alien.
Screaming
What was
like
her name
Banshees.
in the first one?
Tasha Henstridge. I don't know.
That was the actress. I forget her
I don't know
name
her
in the
name.
first one. I know in the second one it's Eve.
But
anyway,
but I was playing the
mixed
game. I'm
species.
like, wait, that looks exactly like I just totally forgot. I'm like, look, put it up side by side.
does it have nipple tentacles
Oh
like
yeah.
Species?
Not tentacles, but there's nips.
That was my favorite part of Species, the nipple
So was she
tentacles.
like an alien or something in Species? I never actually watched it.
aliens send abroad. No, we'll talk about Species another time. We got to get back to this.
I love Species.
Anyway, the Goblin tries to trick Peter because he reveals who he is. And
Yeah.
he's like, "No, Peter,
Yep.
I'm just warming up. My brain doesn't work.
And he's
Help
like, "You
me."
killed all those people, Mr. Osborn.
He was having a bad mental health day.
You watched my aunt
Furious.
pray,
Eat, pray, love.
Furiously pray.
and furiously pray."
Yeah, so he tries to trick Peter. Now I'm sneezing.
Oh,
Bless.
probably it's the smell of the dead corpses rotting here.
That is true. You know what?
Stinky dead people.
I'm kind of proud of us for really ignoring the decomposing bodies. And realistically, we probably should have called and alerted someone, but we'll get to it afterwards.
Well, the smell of my own body odor really just makes me nose blind to the smell of anything else.
Oh, okay.
Godspeed, Spider-Man.
Oh.
Yeah, so he tries to trick him. Spider-Man dodges out of the way and he gets impaled by his glider, which is what happened in the comics.
Impaled in the cock area.
Yeah, we realized the glider's really, and the
down
blades are at the bottom of the glider.
Yeah, so it's
down. So yeah, what's the artery in your groin?
The femoral artery.
Femoral artery. Because he dies pretty quick. That thing bled out.
There's also the penile artery where he was probably hit too.
Yeah. Well, there are like 4 or 5 blades on it. So
it was very like Signs.
Yeah.
Swing away, Meryl.
Yeah.
That's probably too what it might have been.
I think that's also in
was
Hannibal.
Probably crushing his entire bones and everything.
Yeah,
you know?
I think the Hannibal Lecter in Hannibal, he severed a guy's femoral artery. Because the guy's like, he went for my balls and missed. It's like, no, he knew where he was going and the guy bleeds out.
Well, that's why they say when they're like, what, shoot him in the leg. It's like, no, because you could easily hit the femoral artery is huge. It's same thing. You have one in here too. Your brachial artery is in your arm, and it's the same thing.
But yeah, so it's very sad because, like, I guess as he's dying, like the real Norman comes out. He's like, "Oh God, don't tell Harry.
Don't tell Harry.
Please don't tell Harry." But yeah, Harry sees Spider-Man laying him in the bed, and all Spider-Man has to say is, "Hey, the Green Goblin killed your dad."
Yeah.
And stripped him naked for some reason. His dying wish was that I bring him back home. And he also said he loved you.
Yeah.
And you were his greatest
and then
achievement.
he also said, and by the way, I banged Mary Jane. Swip, whip, whip. And there he goes.
But the thing is, Harry Osborn's not a dumbass, unlike Mary Jane, who doesn't recognize Peter's voice. Yeah. He'd be like, what was that? What'd you say?
That's why the new Spider-Man has that voice changer.
Yeah.
And also like that Norman Osborn just keeps a Walter PPK just in a tiny drawer in his office.
Harry pulls the gun on him. But
what if like the maids are cleaning and they're like, oh, we gotta clean this drawer? It's like, oh, the gun's in there.
Gun. I mean, they might be used to it already.
That's his Second Amendment right. What's your fucking
also
problem?
he has?
But aren't
he
you
does have that
as a
one
responsible
butler.
gun owner? Aren't you supposed to leave it unloaded in a safe? That's
yeah, but
locked?
maybe Harry, maybe they got to shoot people once in a while.
Well, how do you know it was loaded? He never shot it.
That's true.
Maybe it was like a diversion.
Maybe he thought, like maybe he could.
And also, so Harry walks in the room, Spider-Man leaves, right? And then it cuts to the funeral and all that stuff. So he walks up, goes over to his dad. His genitals and legs are smashed in.
I can see why Harry's like upset. It's like, the Spider-Man killed my dad, and also he stabbed him in the dick and groin.
He fucked his dad to death.
He has fucking blade wounds all over his weenus.
And Harry doesn't know. What if Spider-Man has spider fangs? He has no idea.
Like his pelvis bones are probably crunched.
But I like this. So realistically, Norman should have been bleeding out. So he might have been drained of blood. He's like, I think Spider-Man sucked all the blood from my dad like a spider.
He might take the blanket off his legs, and then there's just blood all down it, like
I like
dried,
thinking
crusty
that
blood.
Spider-Man tried to piece them back together. Oh, oopsie daisy.
But yeah, so Harry hates Spider-Man, but he loves Peter.
Yeah.
And Mary Jane also loves Peter. She's like, when I was up there, I was thinking about you. And it's like, okay. But then she's like, I'm in love with you. It's like, whoa, slow down.
And then he's like hold on, Mary Jane. You know what they always say? A hero can save us.
Yeah, he goes full MGTOW.
Yeah.
He does.
He's taking care of himself.
God, if I can go back in time. Young Tony. The Tony I said earlier that was really sad that his friend dated that girl. Wish I can go back in time and say, hey, don't worry about that girl. Be MGTOW. And I'll be like, what's MGTOW? Like, don't worry about it.
Your own way. Go your tone way.
But yeah, he turns her down to protect her from his enemies. Because as we learned in this movie, when your enemies find out who you are, they'll go after people.
Oh, it's SMGTOW. Spider-Man going his own way.
You know what would be funnier is if at the end of this scene, when he turns around and walks, if it started going, here I go again on my own. Like if you just placed that in instead.
Couldn't they go to a coffee shop or something? Like you have to like do your hit on him thing at the guy's grave.
That's true.
Of
and
the
it's like,
guys whose pelvis you just destroyed.
Yeah, my dad.
No. Oh yeah, they are there.
We
for
just
that.
laid my dad to rest, and now I'm watching my friend make out with my ex-girlfriend as my dad is not even cold yet.
Let's say it worked out. And Peter Parker's like, that sounds great. And they start making out and stuff. Norman Osborn's 6 feet under the ground there.
Yeah, Harry should be like, hey, could you not make out with my ex-girlfriend at my dad's funeral? That's kind of fucked.
Yeah, that's really tasteless.
Like, we freshly broke up. It's been less than a week.
Yeah.
Please don't make out with my ex-girlfriend at my dad's fucking funeral. But yeah, the final speech is great.
This is my gift. My curse. Who am I? I'm Spider-Man.
apparently Andrew Garfield would recite the speech when he was training to be an actor. He actually got interviewed by Tobey Maguire when the first Amazing Spider-Man came out, and they were talking about their experiences. And that would have been cool stuff to ask them about, but they are both unfortunately dead.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Brothers.
But yes, that was Sam Raimi Spider-Man. I love it.
I do too.
I still think it's great. I like the new Spider-Man movies. They're definitely a little bit more comic booky, the new ones. With him, that's the one thing this movie was missing, him interacting with the other superheroes.
Yeah.
Because there's Spider-Man's first appearance, but the first issue of Spider-Man, his solo comic, is him hanging out with the Fantastic Four. So that's stuff we missed in the Sam Raimi ones, but I think these are really good, self-contained universe.
I kind of prefer that. I wasn't too big on the world building, even in the comic books.
No.
I liked a lot of the DC stories.
It was, I mean, I love how they made up that model in the 60s. Like, let's just cross over all our characters so you have to read all the books. And now the movies years later are like, let's cross over all our movies. I don't want to see Shang-Chi. Well, Abomination is in it. I'm like, well, I guess I will. I'm not, but that's
Hulk movie?
Huh?
Abomination?
Yeah, he's back in Shang-Chi, and he actually looks like the Abomination. He has like the ears and stuff.
Whoa.
And the Mandarin's in it, the real Mandarin. Because in Shang-Chi, his dad is Fu Manchu, and they clearly were not going to do that for their major movie.
Is Fin Fang Foom in it?
I don't know.
Not in China.
I don't know. Wait, he's a dragon, right?
Yeah.
No, he would totally be in China. They love dragons. That's why Paul W.S. Anderson screwed up when he did Monster Hunter, and he threw in that racist joke that got the movie kicked out of China, where that was the one country it had to play in to make its money, and then it bombed spectacularly.
Well, it was awful looking either way.
It was awful, but Chinese audiences, they don't care about the video game lore. They like movies with dragons. So he put in that offensive joke, and they're like, get this movie out of the country. And it's like, but that's the only country that was going to see it.
Why did they do that?
I don't know how that joke, I guess they were like, oh, an Asian character saying it'll be okay. It's like, let's not risk it.
I wonder who the writer is who wrote that, because you know that like trickled down.
I think it was Paul W.S. Anderson.
Oh, maybe. Paul W.S. Anderson is such a douchebag. I mean, he had some hits, but he's such a douche.
New Kids on the Block had a lot of hits.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to finish.
I almost said it.
Finish it.
I didn't realize.
Finish it.
From evil.
But yeah, I love this movie. I love the sequel. You like 3.
I like all of them, yeah.
I got to watch 3 now.
I'm going to rewatch. So my opinion last time I saw it, which was like 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah.
3, I don't think it's a good movie. And we mentioned this in Spider-Verse. I think it was a bigger disappointment though. Like when I watched it recently, now that I wasn't let down, now I knew what to expect. I'm like, all right, this movie's not great, but it's definitely not the worst thing
honestly,
ever.
I think it's actually way better than people give it credit for.
The problem is it came out after 2.
Yeah.
And that was like one of the best.
And also it was, I think I think all the characters are great. I think actually like the dynamic between Peter and Mary Jane and Harry Osborn, especially like when Harry like,
except for that awful scene with Harry and the butler that has to explain everything.
So the one part that always there's a part in it that actually, so it's almost kind of like the second happening of Uncle Ben, where yet again Peter says things to someone who passes away, and it's the last things he really says to the guy, and it's like pretty rough. I think Spider-Man 3 is incredible. I think it's actually really good.
But I'm glad because it was supposed to come out in 2011, Spider-Man 4, and they couldn't agree on a script or whatnot. So it got wiped away, but now these characters are coming back in some form in the new movie.
I do. Well, one thing I'm thankful for is every time they do a Spider-Man retelling, they usually do the origin in some way. So I get to see Uncle Ben die again and again and again, which I love.
Well, no, not in the MCU. They just mention it.
Oh, but he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
I'm hoping we see him dead in No Way
I like
Home.
that they don't even show him get bit by a spider. It's just mentioned in Spider-Man Homecoming. He's like, what happened to the spider? Oh, the spider's dead. Anyway.
Well, they don't even really mention Uncle Ben, too. They say the whole thing where he's like, when I don't use my powers, bad things happen. And you're like, oh,
and there's
Uncle
that line
Ben.
in Homecoming where Aunt May's like, you can't just not call after what we've been through, because she's like still getting over it. But yeah, that was really, really good. And speaking of No Way Home, I know my last 2 surprises ended pretty badly, guys. But guess what? Spider-Man No Way Home, they're shooting reshoots at the building next door. And Disney and Marvel actually invited us to go see them film a stunt. We're going to see Tom Holland do a stunt.
Whoa, what?
I know. I hope nothing bad happens. Let's go. All right, guys, we're here on set. It's some kind of abandoned factory. It reminds me of Spider-Man 2, Doc Ock's hangout. And Tom Holland's about to do a stunt right now. There he goes. Oh my God!
I never really cared for Tom Holland.
That's a spicy meatball.
Talking about tapes.
Hello, Kieran. Hello, Johanna.
Hello, Tony.
Today we are talking about Spider-Man 2. The last Spider-Man review we did was kind of sad. I invited all 3 film Spider-Mans to appear, and they all died tragically. Here he comes! Oh my God! But we have since confirmed that they are all in the new movie. Isn't that exciting? Every Spider-Man is in No Way Home.
Nicholas Hammond from the 70s one isn't in it.
Oh my God, they left the 70s TV Spider-Man out of the new movie. Isn't that horrible?
Yeah, that's terrible.
You know what's great, though?
What's that, Tony?
He's going to appear in this review. I think I hear him swinging in right now. Oh my God! Nicholas Hammond has died! This is now the 4th live-action Spider-Man who died on the show. Why do they all insist on swinging into the store?
Good Lord.
So yes, Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
A film I believe we all love.
Yes.
Yeah.
Johanna, you confessed to me this year that this film was a little bit of a sexual awakening for you. We'll get more into that later.
What the fuck? And you know what? Speaking of sexual awakening, I know what you dirty fucks are all here for. And you're like, oh, can't wait for Kieran to talk about Aunt May's furious masturbation habits. Well, guess what? You ain't getting that today.
Nope.
Because this movie has heart, and Aunt May is a saint, and nothing but respect for her in this film. She's gone through a lot. She goes through quite a bit, and I'm not gonna fucking do that today. I'm not going to cheapen myself and your show, Tony.
You will not
with my
insult,
vulgar words.
You will not insult Aunt May. How about the actress Rosemary Harris? Will you consider her a pervert still?
I'm sure she probably in real life does do masturbation thingies once in a while.
But anyway,
I don't know.
What?
Maybe not furiously, but maybe vigorously.
So in 2004, we were all excited for Spider-Man 2.
Yes.
I have the nice Entertainment Weekly here of all the 123 new releases that were coming out.
Why do they look like they got their picture taken at that place in the mall that like blurs the thing?
You get the different backgrounds.
Yeah, and there's always like a thing of cubes or something.
You want to see the most boring web swinging ever? Hold on.
I just saw Shrek.
Yeah. Look at him. He's like, I don't want to be here.
Wait, are they just laying down like on a green screen like prop thing, and they're just like,
Iraq is back.
Iraq is back. Iraq.
Huh.
That's a stretch.
So yes, we were all excited for Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
Super excited because we all love Spider-Man 1.
Yeah.
Yes.
Starring the late Tobey Maguire.
Yeah. rest in power.
Yes. This was like a big deal. This was big.
Yeah.
2004 was a bit like, look at some of these movies that came out. Anchorman.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Huge comedy. Harry Potter 3.
Okay.
I, Robot.
Oh, wow.
Not a good one. The Stepford Wives remake.
With Nicole Kidman. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
Shrek 2.
Oh, hell
shit.
yeah.
Troy.
Electric Boogaloo. Oh, Troy.
Troy was okay.
The Day After Tomorrow.
Troy Nicolo Ashford, the director of Razor Sharp.
Yes. Oh, Van Helsing. We have a review.
Oh my God, Van Helsing. I went and saw that instead of seeing what was it? What was the movie that was out? Was it The Day After Tomorrow? Was
yeah,
that,
yeah.
like,
We
the
just
same?
Day After Tomorrow was one of them. Dodgeball, True Underdog Story.
Okay. Was
The Notebook.
When was X-Men 2?
That was 2003.
3? Okay, so that was the year, because it was like X-Men, Spider-Man, X-Men 2, Spider-Man 2, like each year.
It's actually funny. Did Spider-Man 2 come out before? Hold on. Ooh. I just want to see. Okay, so I think fucking Chronicles of Riddick came out right before this.
Oh, I saw that in theaters too.
Yeah,
actually.
I saw it in theaters, and I remember being like, wow, this movie really fucking sucks.
You thought so? I liked it. I like that
hated it.
scene where they're on the planet where it's like the day and night cycle. It's like freezing cold at night, but on the day it's like a fucking fire inferno.
No, I hated it.
Okay.
But like a
Vin
week or
Diesel,
two
right?
later,
Yeah.
Spider-Man 2 comes out. And, you know, obviously they were going to make this movie because the first one made a bajillion goddamn dollars.
Yeah.
Sam Raimi is back.
Mm-hmm.
And much like the first
Iraq
one.
is back.
Iraq is back.
Oh my God.
I'm saying Iraq.
I hate that. I hate Iraq is back. I don't like anything about it. I hate it.
Much like the first film, although not as bad, this had many, many writers. The first one were Alfred Goh and Miles Miller, who I think are the Smallville guys.
Okay.
They took a crack at the script. David Cope from Jurassic Park, who also worked on the first Spider-Man, came back. He took a crack at it, rewrote their thing. And then Michael Chabon came in and did a draft. Would you like to know about his draft?
Michael Chabon?
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess so.
It's not as crazy as the first Spider-Man. Who was... Oh, fuck.
What was it? What was the guy's name? Yeah, what the fuck was it?
Oh, what was it? There was,
Lumpy or something? Like,
yeah, Dr. Octopus had a henchman called, like, Cheesy or something. I
yeah,
forget
what the fuck was it? Yeah. Oh my God, I'm so
Something
annoyed.
stupid.
I forgot about that.
So in this version, Dr. Octopus is younger.
Yes.
And he's obsessed with Aunt May.
Like he's like a cougar chaser kind of. What were they?
Not Aunt May, not Aunt May, not Aunt May. Mary Jane. Sorry. Sorry.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, are you trying to bait me into talking about Aunt May's masturbation habits?
No.
You're trying to.
I thought that was what he was doing.
Tony,
too.
that was lightning in a bottle. You can't just.
I'm not gonna be great.
You can't just. I'm not here to be a one-trick pony and
Do
talk
I
about
look
Aunt
like
May
I'm
masturbating
someone-
all the time.
Do I look like someone who would redo gags? Oh my God! So Dr. Octopus was a younger guy. He was obsessed with Mary Jane. According to this, he could attach his tentacles to him, but they were painful. So they're injecting endorphins into him to get rid of the pain. And he's kind of addicted to them. And I think at some point he kills two muggers, which scares Mary Jane. And then he gets into a fight with Spider-Man. And then they get fused to him.
Okay.
A little different than what happened. He also is revealed to be the creator of the Spider in the first film.
Okay.
Which I'm fine with. I think the Ultimate Spider-Man
that
comics,
kinda
he was
makes
kind of
sense of
involved
it,
with that. Spider-Man, and this kind of works into the new movie, because the whole thing is like, people were upset about the organic webs.
Yeah.
We forgot to mention, they did start filming with web shooters, even though they didn't want to. And there's a couple scenes, like when he's practicing in his room the first time, they had to like Photoshop flesh onto his hand to get rid of the web shooters.
Huh.
They like didn't want to do it. They tried it and then they decided not to.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they wanted to do that whole thing of like, how does he run out of webs? And this movie comes up with a reason. But the original thing was Spider-Man uses a chip to get rid of his powers on purpose.
Okay, weird.
Yes, and this actually sounds pretty awesome. The Daily Bugle puts a $10 million bounty out on Spider-Man. So apparently citizens would have faked being in danger and then try to kill Spider-Man when he saves
That's
them.
crazy.
That actually sounds pretty cool. This one made it into the final film, Harry and Dr. Octopus teaming up.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Sam Raimi and Alan Sargent came in and they reworked it into what it is today. Everyone knows Tobey Maguire almost didn't come back, right?
Really?
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know
Dude, that was a big deal. He got injured in Seabiscuit.
Yeah, it's his back.
Yeah, he had a back
That's
injury.
why. That's kind of another reason why he was making the like my back stuff.
Yeah, he almost didn't come back. They were going to replace him with Jake Gyllenhaal.
No shit.
Which is funny because they went on to play brothers later on, and now Jake Gyllenhaal is in the Spider-Man movies.
Yeah, he's Mysterio, and now they might be in the movie again together or something.
Yeah. So he almost didn't come back. I remember that being like a really, really big deal, but he was able to recover. They gave him a raise and
That's
everything.
Good. That's scary.
And it's super scary. And the film was, I remember this at the time. The film was almost called The Amazing Spider-Man.
Oh, okay.
Like they were probably going to do a different adjective each time.
Spectacular Spider-Man.
Yeah,
Like,
I guess it would have beat Dark Knight to the punch because that was the whole Batman Begins. And like, hey, here's his alternate title.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let's talk about the movie. Oh, we all saw this in theaters, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, I saw it the day it came out. I went.
Same. Me and my friend, we went there. I remember there were two fucking kids that were too excited, and they had to keep announcing to the theater every time Spider-Man was on screen.
Oh my god.
So it's like Spider-Man was swinging, and they're like, "That's Spider-Man!" And like an hour into the movie, I was just like, I get it. I know. I'm very well aware of who Spider-Man is right now.
I would have been like, kid, shut the fuck up already. I don't know.
But yeah, I saw it right away. I wasn't sure what to think. I'm like, it'll probably be good like the first one, and I fucking loved it.
I think this movie is the benchmark of like superhero films.
Yeah.
From then on out, like
especially superhero sequels.
Oh yeah, I mean X-Men 2 and this are probably two of the best sequels to come out. Especially at the time.
At this time, yes.
And nowadays, with how easy it is to not easy, but to how formulaic it is now to make a superhero movie good. This was like they were blazing trails. They didn't know what they were doing, and this movie. I liked it way better than X-Men. I love X-Men too, but this movie was just way better.
Yeah, it's solid.
It's also really dark.
Yeah.
At times.
And there's
it's got
pretty
heart,
dark.
though,
Yeah, and it's more of a drama than the other ones have been, and it's focused more on the characters so much than I mean, there's still like action
and
stuff, but
the character drama is like entertaining. It's not just like these are the boring parts until the action. It's like, no, this is actually really, I'm invested in these characters.
Yeah, I think honestly every scene that even though when it's not a fight, you're still on the edge of your seat listening to.
It really captured those early comics where it's like, hey, Spider-Man is like dealing with some normal shit.
Also,
he's Spider-Man.
I like that he's every single fight scene in this has to do with him also having to save someone or do some sort of heroic stuff like when things are falling, he's catching them, or you know, it's always he's saving someone in every single fight scene.
For example, if someone threw an oil tanker at him, he wouldn't jump over it and let it blow up a parking structure behind him, right?
Yes, exactly.
Because that's what happens in Man of Steel. Superman jumps over an oil tanker and lets it blow up a building. It's like, Superman, there might have been people in that building. Did you? All they needed to do was show him X-raying to make sure no one was in the building, but whatever. But you're right. I do like, there are multiple times where it's like, I'm beating up the bad guy, but also I'm helping people.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's start off with this film here. Has a really nice recap of the previous one.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
With the Alex Ross paintings.
Yeah, which I didn't know that was Alex Ross.
Yeah.
So I just thought it was
I have a bunch
production
of Alex
art.
Ross books. I didn't bring one in.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Why not?
The worst.
What a
not
fucking
stupid, not the
dumbass.
word. That's a little mean.
You ruined everything.
Yeah.
Well, I did ruin Nicholas Hammond's life by inviting him into the episode.
Yeah, and he ruined all the shit you had piled up on the desk too. So maybe it's a kind of even trade.
It's
was
even.
just super
He
excited to be
died and he
included.
inconvenienced my desk.
Yeah.
He just wanted to be included.
Yeah.
I saw that IGN article. He was very sad.
Well, now he's piled up next to the other Spider-Man actors. I never got rid of them.
Yeah,
It
their
smells
skeletons
really
are here,
bad.
and it's been smelling for weeks.
We're never going to get a celebrity on this show again.
Yeah. Every time I come here, a bunch of bugs are in all my shit because of all the decomposing spider corpses.
I thought that was because of Tony.
Oh, and Tony.
No, fuck you.
Tony smells like a decomposed. No, Tony smells fine. Tony smells fine. Everywhere.
Alex Ross
Fresh Christmas ham.
Yeah.
The Alex Ross paintings are pretty great. Extremely detailed. It's good. Like, there's probably people who missed the first one, got dragged to this, and they're like, all right, I'm getting the point.
Yeah,
Like, all right,
yeah.
Spider bit him. There was a goblin, I guess. Sure.
Also, by that time, I think everybody knows fucking Spider-Man was bit by a spider.
Yeah.
And, you know, Spider-Man's aunt masturbate. I'm not going to do it anymore, I promise.
So, Peter is still obsessed with Mary Jane, even though he...
And who wouldn't be?
I do like that transition of the comic style into the actual like picture.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
you thought it was going to be her, but then it wasn't her.
Yeah. What is that called?
It's a deep fake.
No, it's a fake out, you dumb...
Actually, it's a misdirect.
That's what I told you the first time. And you're like, no, that's not the word. I'm pretty sure it's deepfake.
Deepfake wasn't even around at that point.
But yeah,
unless
so
it
he's
was.
still into Mary Jane, even though he rejected her.
Yeah.
And he's a delivery man now.
Yeah.
And
Which
he's-
I love. It's like...
And he's pissed off Asif Mambe from The Daily Show.
Okay.
Who is in The Last Airbender.
Oh.
You really like that movie, right?
The best adaptation of anything made ever.
My friend was in that. He was a
awesome.
waterbender.
I was supposed to be Jackson Rathbone's body double, but they paid me to try on outfits, and then I never got the part.
They were supposed to use my work's pool for one of the scenes. I even remember still having the card, and it said The Last Airbender on it. And I'm like, oh my god, I'm going to keep this forever, because like, I burnt that thing.
It's the scene where Aang and everybody are just like, you know, playing beach ball at the pool and go swimming for a minute.
Yeah, so Asif's there. This scene is a lot. Oh, so did anyone watch Spider-Man 2.1?
No, I never even heard of it until you
so I never owned it. I think I might have seen it once on TV. They aired it.
Okay.
But I got the Blu-rays at the fucking thrift store a few months back. All 3 Spider-Man films for like $3.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I watched Spider-Man 2.1. This is one of the expanded scenes.
I told you, I don't understand that language. Why don't you speak English? You can't make pizza.
I feel like he doesn't say go as funny as he does in the theatrical cut.
Mm-hmm.
Go!
I love when he goes, go!
Go!
Go! Go!
But he tells them he's got 8 minutes to deliver or they lose the money forever.
How many blocks does he have to go? Like 47, I think he says?
Something like that.
It's definitely 40-something.
Which I would still be like, hey, Peter, I got it. You know, I heard you got there, but you got there like 2 minutes late. But how the fuck did you do that, Peter?
I gave you an impossible task, so I could fire you. How did you
I'd
do it?
still be like, you got there? What? Are you Spider-Man?
So yeah, Spider-Man drives a little scooter.
Yep.
A moped?
Yeah, it's like a moped. Not getting fast enough, so he switches to Spider-Man.
Yep.
And Ashy Larry sees this.
Yeah.
It's like he stole that guy's pizza.
It's one of the best. Like I remember in the theater, everyone erupted at that part.
This movie is so memed.
Yeah. No, it totally
I want to
is.
say like almost every frame of this movie is fucking meme.
Yeah.
Toby's faces.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Toby's faces. There's some Doc Ock stuff that's meme. J.
The
Jonah
third
Jameson.
one is definitely, I think, more so though, because of the whole like "give me rent" and like "you'll get the rent when you fix this damn door" and stuff like that. But the whole fucking J. Jonah Jameson scene with the squirrels part is like, I've seen that re-edited a million times with the laugh and all that stuff. It's ridiculous.
He saves some kids while swinging.
Yeah.
And he even saves a slice of pizza. So what do you think? Like when he did deliver that pizza, like he leaves it on a guy's balcony to save the kids, and then he takes it and then webs the one slice. Did he like put it back in the box with the web on?
Maybe. Also, I had a problem with that pizza because they said 8 large deep dish. That wasn't fucking deep dish. That was not deep dish.
Yeah. Also, it looked very cold, and also if he was delivering fresh pizzas, that friggin' like if you open that up, that's friggin' cheese and sauce would have been all like this way or
the second
whatever.
time he swung anywhere unless he was like always keeping to make sure it was like
he wasn't. He was
going. It was like that pizza was probably like crumpled up.
Do you remember when you guys filmed the Lady Ghostbusters review and we ordered that pizza?
Pizza.
We ordered it from a place pretty close, like down the street.
Uh-huh.
And then when we got it, like all the toppings were on one side.
Oh,
I'm like,
they did
what
the-
happened?
they
I
probably
still ate it.
Yeah, I still ate it.
They probably did the whole thing where they put it on the seat like this, and it's like blurb.
It was.
I learned that the hard way, by the way. That's why this scene always annoys me now, because
Yeah.
I remember specifically putting the pizza in the back of the car, and the seat like was tilted,
Yep.
and I remember taking the pizza out, and I'm like, oh my god.
It was almost as
Jeez.
bad as the tacos I had at Astronomicon. Remember, I Uber Eats Taco Bell, and then when I got there, like I think the guy must have dropped them on the way and didn't tell me. So like I'm like unwrapping the tacos and they're just exploded. And I'm like I'm just so hungry.
You got hard shell?
No, I think I got soft shell.
How did it explode?
Soft shell crab tacos.
It was like mashed into the paper when then it was sticking to the paper.
I hate that shit.
I think it's just because of like the steam and stuff.
Why
and
would
also
you
it's,
ever
like,
DoorDash
delivery.
something
Yeah.
like Taco Bell though?
I
you know?
wouldn't
I didn't
DoorDash
have a
Taco
car in Detroit.
I don't know, but like
I
DoorDash
wouldn't
something
have gotten.
normal.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten Taco Bell.
I don't know, guys. Whatever.
Taco Bell, like you can't even eat like a fucking cheesy, what is it, the Dorito taco?
Oh yeah.
You can't have one of those things after about 15 minutes. It's already gross. You got to eat that right there, raw.
Raw.
So Spider-Man shows up in the broom closet. Is that
This
where Harry
scene-
ends up brooming girls?
Well, so
continue.
This scene annoyed the shit out of me because I'm like, just fucking do it later. Deliver the pizzas and do it later.
yeah. Also, how does he get from the roof to a broom closet?
And how does she not
I guess
question that?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, did he just smash through the ceilings? and
Actually-
stuff until he gets into.
I think in the 2.1, he goes back. He goes to head toward the broom closet. And I think she might be like, the elevator's like right there. Because it's like, oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, I think I did see that scene.
I think
she does say that.
Jessica, confirm it for us. Okay, I'm sure she did that. But yeah, it's Emily Deschanel, Zoe Deschanel's sister. Bones. But yeah, he gets fired.
Yeah.
Before the fame.
There's a lot of people like that in this. We were saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, I know that person.
Yeah, like there's Joel McHale.
And then
there's also a lot of busty extras.
Yeah, I noticed
why
that
were there
too.
so many shots of boobs?
There were
a lot of like.
I mean, I'm okay with boobs. I love boobs, but like, why were there so many boobs?
Every time Spider-Man does something, there's like 2 horny chicks every
Yeah, there really
second.
is.
Like
wow.
wow.
Dr. Octopus, I'm like, wow, those girls are real busty, and they're focusing on them.
That and Kirsten's nipples are just always
all
like,
the time in
I
the
feel like,
movies. Yeah, I always noticed that.
Like, I'm guessing.
I mean, I always noticed that. I'm fucking weirdo.
I guess that was the second unit director, and he was just like, get those girls in front of me.
Yeah, probably.
You think Sam Raimi was like watching it in the theater and was like, wow, that guy really liked those girls?
It's kind of like instead. Well, I mean, it could be fucking Tarantino and its feet everywhere. He's like, get that girl's feet and Spider-Man's feet, and then make sure that the feet are feet.
I'd rather have boobs.
Yeah, me too.
What's it called? He gets fired.
Yeah.
By Asif Bombay.
Yep.
Monday.
Rips off the sticker.
Also, I will say this: when he was delivering that pizza, there was one pizza that's totally crushed.
Yeah.
Pizza time.
Like that pizza was gonna be fucked anyway.
And there was a ton of Dr. Pepper behind him because they still had a Dr. Pepper
that's right.
thing. Because Dr. Pepper's owned by Coca-Cola, and this is a Sony film.
Dr. Pepper is its own thing, but it's bottled by Coca-Cola, I believe.
And Coca-Cola and Sony are like, I think Sony owns Coca-Cola owns Sony. They have a partnership, so they show up on a lot of these.
But yeah, Dr. Pepper's its own thing, I'm pretty sure. It might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's its own. It's like the third brand, but it's bottled under, like it's basically like it's developed by someone else, but it's published by like Ubisoft or some shit like that. I don't know.
By Ubisoft? Peter gets fired again by J. Jonah Jameson because he's not getting him the pictures of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And then he reluctantly agrees to give him the pictures because J. Jonah's just going to make up a food poisoning scare.
Yep.
Yeah, fake news.
Which you feel very strongly about. And please just, can you relax? Like a lot of people. The last Spider-Man episode did really well. I don't want
I'm going to add you to that pile of bodies.
Lola Bunny's down there too.
Rip.
You get Johanna on a fake news rant. It's just like, that's it. That's the end of the day. You're not going to be able to get out of it. So yeah, everything's going pretty bad for Peter.
Yeah.
He goes to the university. We see Dylan Baker, who I mentioned in our Trick or Treat episode. Yep. I really wish we got to see him as the Lizard because he's one of the most scary actors ever.
Oh, really?
When he plays a bad guy, he's really fucking good.
What else is he in?
He's currently in that show, Hunters, which I still have not seen, but that one scene sold me on it. He's in Trick or Treat. One of his first movies was Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. He's the creepy truck guy who picks them up.
Huh.
What was the pedo movie he was in?
Happiness.
That's it.
He plays a pedophile I'm sorry. He plays a Cuties fan in Happiness.
Oh my god.
And that's
Is
one of
this
the most
kind of show we're in.
Yeah, this is one of the most disturbing performances. Like he is very grim.
There's just a black hair. It's not mine. I don't have black hair. Yeah, Tony, you must have a real.
I never sit on that
hair.
side.
I was just sitting on this side.
So we see him, Dylan Baker as Dr. Connors.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, he's going to be the Lizard one day.
He also had no arm.
Yeah.
Yes. And he was name dropped in the previous film. Peter says he was fired by Dr. Connors. So now he's a student. And why does Dr. Connors keep giving this guy chances?
I mean, he knows that Peter's like smart as shit.
Yeah.
Like Peter is like, he's got to be like high IQ and all that shit. He's answering questions and he's probably like, damn, this kid, he's such a dumb asshole, but he's super smart.
Brilliant but lazy.
Brilliant but lazy. Yes. But yeah, I'm still upset we never got to see him be the Lizard. Hopefully in the new one. Who was
the Lizard in Amazing?
Oh fuck, what was his name?
It was pretty decent.
I never saw it.
They did a good job with it. I'm one of those people. I actually like Amazing Spider-Man. I'm okay with it. It's fine. It's not the greatest.
I just watched the death scene with the tiny little web.
That's Amazing Spider-Man 2. That's garbage. That is a garbage film.
You don't like that one?
No, it's fucking awful. It's barely a movie.
I thought it was okay.
It's 10,000 commercials for movies that never happened. It's not a movie. I love that they started filming Mary Jane scenes with that one actress.
Shailene Woodley.
Yeah. And then they never even made deleted scenes because they probably never even edited them because in the middle of filming, they're like, we're not doing Mary Jane anymore. It's like, what the fuck is this movie? Remember they wanted to set up a Aunt May prequel where she was a secret agent?
What?
Yeah, that was in one of the Sony leaks for potential Spider-Man movies.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah, that's why after that movie failed, they went to Disney and Marvel, and they're like, "We're willing to work with you now. We don't know how to do Spider-Man movies."
I'm trying to somehow figure out how to turn that into a masturbation reference.
However, one thing goes right for Peter. It's his birthday.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yes, arachnophobia, because it's Spider-Man.
Arachnophobia is backnophobia.
So, yeah, it turns out it's his birthday.
Yeah.
How old do you think the character is?
I guess he's supposed to be like 20 at this point, or 21.
Well, he's
maybe?
still in college. So
Yeah, but he's probably 21 because he's drinking champagne or whatever. He goes to drink at the thing.
Maybe he is 21
because it's been 2 years.
Right.
So if you think about it, he was probably 19 in the first, he was probably 18 turning 19, and then it's been 2 years since then, so he's probably 21-ish. And this is probably his 21st birthday, I'd say.
This is not his 20. That's a lame 21st birthday.
Have you not seen how he's living?
He's
He has a rich friend. Harry, I guess they're
But he says things like, "Oh boy," and "Gee, did I say that, Aunt May?" Like he's a fucking weenie hut. Yeah. Like he's not gonna have a booze ass party where he's getting hammered and shit. Also, too, with his spider powers, he might not even get hammered.
Well, he tries to drink later.
Yeah, but I mean, he might not get drunk if you think about it. His whole metabolism.
We're gonna have to get a spider drunk and see what happens.
They're all dead.
A spider will get drunk. A Spider-Man might not.
Maybe he gets drunker.
Maybe
it removes the enzyme that breaks down alcohol. He's just like
he's like watch this. Shooting webs.
Oh, Spider-Man's drunk. I mean, if Superman can get drunk in Superman 3, I'm pretty sure Spider-Man can.
Yeah, but did he get drunk at I didn't see Superman.
Yeah, when he became evil Superman, he's getting drunk at the bar.
I don't remember Superman 3.
It is. So yeah, Mary Jane is super horny for him.
Yeah.
Harry is still upset that he's friends with Spider-Man.
Yeah.
He loves Peter, hates Spider-Man. Kind of awkward.
He's still kind of somewhat normal, though, at this point. He hasn't gone totally, crazy Harry yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He does do the whole thing where he's just like... I like that he informs him, like, hey, Mary Jane's still into you.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's like, is she? And he should say, yeah, I used to bone her. I know when she's into you.
I like the friendship dynamic between the three of them in this.
I like that he's trying to wingman him.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I really do like Harry's character in these movies, in all of them. I think he's always been, pretty cool. But it's just, I guess I would be fucked up if I found out my dad died and Peter might have killed him, and also I'd be like, Peter, why'd you stab my dad in the cock with giant blades?
In case you missed the first one, we realized. So I guess because Spider-Man didn't want Green Goblin, he didn't want Harry to know he's Green Goblin, so he took him out of the Green Goblin suit. But then he just laid him in the bed naked with just stab wounds in his groin area, and it's what is Harry supposed to assume happened?
You know that
I'm just gonna stab him in the groin.
Yeah, his bowels probably leaked all over the place. It probably stunk. Yeah. He probably perforated his bladder.
Was he swinging with him
everywhere.
naked?
I guess.
He was just, oh my God. Could you imagine Spider-Man swinging with Willem Dafoe naked? What the fuck? What is happening? Well, I guess it would be
whatever
Harry
happened to the glider? Did the police get that? What happened?
I don't know. Also, Spider-Man would have to rip the glider out, which means, he probably perforated his fucking femoral artery or whatever. All this shit, blood's flying
everywhere.
Did
Spider-Man take the glider?
I don't know.
Flying
he
with
put it back in storage for
him.
And he put it back in that secret room for him and shit, I guess.
Yeah. But Harry wants to know who Spider-Man is, and Peter won't tell him.
Yeah.
Obviously, for obvious reasons.
I'd be like, all right, look, dude, I'm going to tell you, I know who Spider-Man is, but he's a total fucking loser. You don't even understand.
Yeah.
You really shouldn't concern yourself. He's a fucking asshole. That's how I would say.
But just why did he stab my dad in the dick?
Yeah.
That's all
I'd be like,
you
know what, Spider-Man, he said, look, man, I'm sorry, but I was jealous of your dad.
He's more hung than me.
Yeah, his dad was really cool.
This scene gets to a lot of people. Aunt May, her house being foreclosed on. I remember people being like, this hits close to home when she gives him the $20. Like, no, and then she yells at him.
Yeah.
I can't take that.
Yes, you can. You can take this money from me.
She's like, because people have been in that situation where a relative who has no money is trying to give them money to feel better, and it's very relatable.
Yeah,
Spider-Man's very relatable.
That's
character.
happened to me, and it's like one of those things you gotta. I remember my one cousin was like, "Dude, take the fucking gift. Like, stop always refusing." And it's like because that's the thing is like you gotta understand sometimes. Like sometimes the person is like, "Look, I fucking know. Just take the gift," you know.
Yeah.
And so ever since then, I've always just taken take whatever anyone get. No, I'm just like a.
Mary Jane, she hints to Peter that she wants him to get it in or he needs to move on.
Yeah.
Get it in. Fucking, anyone ever use that line on you?
You need to get it in or...
I was at a party.
Huh?
I was at a party years ago and this chick like went up to her and she's like, you want to get it in? And I'm like, that's a very weird, that's very forward. Like, that's so, I didn't like that.
You want to get it in?
I'd be like, get in where?
Yeah. Are you saying you want me
Which hole?
Do you want to get in or get out like the Nintendo 64?
So basically, Mary Jane's like, you better get it in or I'm going to marry your boss's son or something.
So she says that?
No.
Why don't I was like, why? Was that in the 2.1?
No, because when I was watching this morning, I'm like, Mary Jane wants to get it in. I'm like, why did I say that? And then I remembered that girl. I'm like, why did that pop into my head?
Mary Jane, Peter, listen to me. You got to get it in. I'm going to have to go the way of Aunt May and just...
I'll never forget that.
Furiously masturbate.
You want to get it in? I'm like, that is the grossest way I've ever, like... It's just so...
Why can't we just do a normal Spider-Man review?
I wouldn't even say that to my fiance. Like,
it's too forward.
I'm going, Ian, want to get it in? I'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Because it's too mechanical. It's like, no, it's not clever.
You want to get it in. There's so many questions. What is it? Where is in?
Exactly.
And then as you're asking these questions, the girl just walks
I'm
away.
guessing like
he didn't pick up on
you're
it.
talking of my penis into some place. You want me to put it? I'm Spider-Man.
I feel bad for the people who click on these videos because they're getting excited for No Way Home.
Spider-Man, yeah.
And they're like, wow, there's a lot of talk about dicks.
Yeah, masturbation, most of it, 45% of the video, masturbation, getting it in, stabbing of dicks.
God.
So yeah, she tells him, I'm seeing another guy. It might get serious.
She just like throws it at him too. She's like, I'm seeing someone. And he's like, oh, gee.
Oh, well, that's good.
Like a boyfriend?
Doesn't he go like, good companionship?
Yeah, or something like that.
And she's like, maybe more than that.
And he's like,
dick.
Oh, so
is he like,
it in?
Is
he's getting it in all the time, Peter, and you're not.
Yo, J. Jonah Jameson's son does not get it in. He's like, you kissed me upside down. I'm on the moon again. Like, he's a fucking weenie hut.
He has to keep reminding people he's an astronaut.
He's a wholesome. Yeah, the NASA shirt. I'll talk about that later, but yeah.
It's like, we get it, dude. You've been to space.
Yeah.
No one cares anymore. It's 2021.
He agrees to go to...
Everyone's going to space now.
He agrees to go to her play because, like, everyone's gone to her play except for him.
Harry saw it twice, I think.
He agrees to it because he's an idiot.
Yep.
He should just know that's, like, not gonna... Like, yeah, you know what, Mary Jane? I'm just not gonna see
I'll be like,
it.
Mary Jane, your play looks like shit anyway. I'm going to be honest. It looks fucking lame. I don't want to go.
Then we meet the best character in the entire franchise.
Yeah.
Mr. Diktovich.
Yeah.
The landlord.
Give me rent.
Give me rent.
Give me a rent.
Do you have rent?
Yeah.
Hi. Hi. What's hi? Can I spend it?
What was it? If promises were cookies, my daughter be fat or something?
Oh my God.
Have you seen where they edit him into other things?
Oh yeah, yeah.
The Bully Maguire or Toby in the MCU?
Yeah.
I love where they make him Thanos.
Yes. A friend of mine, Dante Ravioli, who does the Resident Evil, he does Resident Evil challenges, and there's always the give me rent part or something. It'll be like Mr. X or something like that.
Do you think he's coming back for the new movie?
I hope so, actually.
You know, that
I would love if the new
really
movie it's like
fucking
Tobey
funny.
Maguire's just giving him rent.
Yeah, right? Or if he's like, he's just there and he's like, I owe you this or something. Like he just gives him it. Like,
I was going to say, I don't think he
finally
still
gives
lives
him
there.
the rent.
It's weird in No, we'll mention in Spider-Man 3.
That apartment sucks balls, too.
Huh?
That apartment sucks balls.
It really does. They got to share a bathroom and shit.
With him,
Hey,
too.
Arnold.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he goes
Hey,
to the
Arnold.
bathroom,
Yeah.
he just cuts them
Oh,
off and
don't eat,
rent.
never eat raspberries. Yeah.
This
or
is where
whatever.
they start to imply that his daughter might be into Peter, but it's never really expanded upon.
I mean, she makes him the
crush.
cake and she has a
Yeah,
crush
it's
on him.
heavily hinted to, but like it
She
never.
goes like, hi, Peter, and then burns shit.
Yeah, but like it
Yeah.
never evolves into anything. It's weird.
Crush.
That's the thing. Like she has a crush,
She's
and
super
it's more
cute.
like it kind of gives him a minute where he kind of is like, you know what, maybe I can blah blah blah, and they have the cake together, and she leaves, and then she understands in the next movie too. Like she seems like just a really good friend.
Yeah.
You know.
Speaking of good friend, we forgot to mention Harry let him know. He's like, hey, your hero, Dr. Otto Octavius.
Yeah.
He's doing a thing. You can meet him and do a paper on him.
Yep.
And then we meet Otto Octavius. And it's here where Johanna discovered that she was a chubby chaser and into guys with crooked noses.
He's hot. Okay. Have you seen him with a beard?
Alfred Molina? Like,
Jessica, put a picture of him with a beard.
I want to say young Alfred Molina, but then I remember Raise the Lost Ark, and he looks like such a
he's
dweeb.
hot.
Who is he in Alfred Molina? I mean, who is he
Who
in
is
Raiders
he
of the
in
Lost
Alfred
Ark?
Molina?
He's the guy in the very beginning. Throw me the idol. Throw me
that's
the whip.
him?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know
he's
that.
guy.
Huh? Weird.
He's the guy who gets killed with the spikes right
that
away.
Sucks.
Alfred Molina, you've literally never mentioned it.
I have.
The new trailer
You
came
don't pay
out.
attention. This is why we broke up.
He's like, hey, Peter.
It was your politics is why we broke up.
Aw, get the fuck out of here.
It was 2008.
If
I
you
was all
don't
full
like
of hope.
my
You were not.
politics.
Okay.
Oh my god. Who did he? I don't even remember who he ran against.
Anyway.
Alfred Molina?
No. No. Okay, so in high school, you were all about blonde Harry Potter kid.
Tom Felton.
You never shut up about him.
I mean, I was also in the Sean Bean.
So what's this doing for you?
It doesn't look like him. Look at the. Why is
It's
it?
close. It looks more like
His face is squished in here, though.
he looks more like this fighter, Stephen Bonner, who's an MMA fighter. He's in one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my
he's too
life.
Skinny.
He really is. The thing is really skinny. They also don't give him
the-
his brown leather suit underneath.
Yeah. Also, he has his octopus girdle.
Yeah.
He's not.
I love
it's not holding anything.
I love the meme someone did where they're like Dr. Octopus is cosplaying as every character from the Matrix, including the Sentinels.
yeah, that was a great one.
I'm like, I looked at him like, motherfucker,
Yeah.
he is.
But I also realized I'm not alone in my attraction to him because once that trailer came out for No Way Home, literally, I'm talking TikTok. I was just recommended all these videos, and I'm like, oh my god,
Not
Alfred
I'm
Molina.
valid.
You need
I'm not
to go.
saying he's
it's
a
like
bad-looking guy.
Go to horny jail.
I'm just saying, high school.
Sorry that I'm not into traditional.
I was gonna say high school age Johanna. I don't see her being into this dude.
Yeah, I was into him.
You're
like
you're
Vigo
into
and
you're into Fallout Boy guy.
No,
Viggo
I was not into
Mortensen?
Fall Out Boy. Mm-mm. No.
Viggo Mortensen or Vigo from
Ghostbusters 2.
Yeah, Ghostbusters 2,
The
definitely.
painting.
Mhm.
I guess I can see it.
And then
Like you've mentioned,
Sean Bean.
you mentioned Bruce Willis and stuff. You've
Yeah,
never
definitely
mentioned
Bruce
Alfred
Willis.
Molina.
You just don't pay attention to me.
Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
Oh my god, sometimes I'd be at his house and I'm just staring at that headboard thing and I'm just like, oh, you're beautiful.
I have
my
a headboard
God.
of Bruce Willis.
So he's like. Nothing. Nothing.
Do it.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm guessing what you were gonna say.
Furiously masturbate.
Did he have that? Did you have that while you two were dating?
I've had that since before we were dating. I've had that headboard for a long time.
Really? Tony's like, are you thinking of someone else? Like,
Me looking
no,
directly at Bruce,
staring
no,
at
not
Bruce Willis.
Not at all.
It's giant, like,
Speaking of that, Otto tells Peter, it's like, hey, you're smart and stuff, but you need to get laid.
do you think of Bruce Willis's bare feet in Die Hard when he's like crushing his toes into stuff and he's picking glass out of it?
I gotta hide this. I gotta hide this. It's distracting.
All right, I'm done. I'm done.
But speaking of sex, Rosie and Otto, those two actors,
Yeah.
they have the sexual chemistry there. Like, I believe, I'm like, oh, those characters are
Oh,
like,
yeah.
She's getting it in on
Well,
the
no,
ring.
not for anything. His wife, let me tell you, ravishing.
Rosie?
yeah.
What was she in? You told me she was in something and
She
I
was
forget.
Mother Gothel and Tangled.
That's it.
Okay.
She was the mom in Tangled.
And the mom's
Oh.
also a babe.
Yeah, I love Tangled. I like it better than Frozen.
Tangled's good.
Tangled is better than Frozen.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's
You showed me
underrated.
Tangled, and I was like, whatever. And then I watched it. I'm like, oh, it's actually
Yeah,
pretty
it's
good.
good.
I was
It's
like,
fun.
yeah, bitch.
And then I watched
Yeah.
Frozen. I'm like, this sucks.
Yeah,
Why is
Frozen
everyone
was
singing the
poo-poo.
song? It's
The
terrible.
song's good.
People like
Whatever, Tony.
people like what they like, I guess. To each their own.
But yeah, he's like, listen, Peter,
You're like Roadhouse.
Roadhouse.
Imagine liking
Yeah,
don't, not today.
I can't imagine liking Roadhouse because I do.
You're supposed to go along with me.
I like Roadhouse, so no.
Not today. They announced that they are going forward with a Jake Gyllenhaal remake of Roadhouse.
No way.
That actually sounds awesome, though.
And I'm hoping that, like the previous remakes they have attempted, it's just going to go away.
I don't know. That might be
They
awesome.
wanted to do it with Ronda Rousey a few years back.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
Ew.
I think, thank God Ronda Rousey got her ass knocked out by Holly Holm and that just ended that, Because Ronda Rousey, I think she, not to take anything away from her, she has one of the most dominant win streaks in MMA history. But if you look at the fighters now, like Amanda Nunes is fucking beast. And all the other fighters, Rose Namajunas and stuff, they make Ronda Rousey look like. Let's not get into.
Let's
MMA.
not get into.
Yeah, no.
Kira
I
could
could talk all day.
About women's MMA and only women's
MMA in general,
And Brie
but
Larson.
I do. Yeah, and
No,
Brie
just
Larson.
women's MMA.
And Brie Larson. Brie Larson's MMA career, I could talk about all day. If you want to.
You should make her that UFC game. Yeah, just make Brie Larson.
You can't make. They didn't have the female division back then on the games. It was only it was very sexist.
Get a new game.
Yeah, I should actually.
Yeah.
I should get the new one. I'm still playing Undisputed 3.
He gives Otto the advice to read poetry to women. Does that ever
He
work?
gave Otto the advice?
Otto gave him. Has anyone ever read poetry to you?
No, thank God. Also, I like how
my
Rosie straight
God.
up was just like, so do you have a girlfriend? AKA, so you getting it in?
Yeah, right?
No, you know what
Where did that come from?
You know
Like,
what that was? She was like, Otto, I think this kid who looks up to you, I think he could be a third. Let's
Oh
test
my
the
God! Yeah,
waters.
you know what they do
I
look
would
like.
say yes
So
in a heartbeat.
do you have a girl?
They look like that couple that whenever it's like, oh, you're in Europe, and it's like this couple buys you a glass of wine or whatever.
It's the meme with Adam Driver and Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I like how Peter's supposed to be really smart and everything, and
Yeah.
he forgets that you shouldn't put reds with your whites.
Mm-hmm.
And he ruins all his whites. Although I don't think that's a real. I never had that problem.
It looks
I
like
never had that problem.
I think it's since been. I think maybe they've fixed it, but that was the thing. You put reds in with your whites, the red would stain the whites, and it's
Well,
like
the
he
blue
should be
did
smart.
too.
Or just like your colors in general.
I'd be like, I ate a bomb pop and it got all over me. And then that's what happened.
I'm just picturing like Peter Parker on a date,
Like,
and like I ate a bomb pop. God damn it! So he's getting ready. All right.
I'm sorry. I don't know why.
It's so stupid.
Did you guys know this was the best superhero movie Roger Ebert ever saw?
Really?
Up until 2004.
Wow. Don't put that in.
So Peter is even more of an idiot with his suit.
Yeah.
He's getting ready for the party, or not the party, the play. And he's got his suit on. And he's looking in his closet. Or no, he's getting changed. He looks at his closet. And he's got his suit on one hanger, and then the Spider-Man suit on another.
Yeah.
Now I know in the next film he's got like a trunk that he keeps it in, but I'm like, Peter, you really like your landlord has access. Like he can enter your
he walks
apartment
right
at any
in.
point, and he really wants to evict you. You shouldn't have your fucking Spider-Man suit just hanging around. That's weird.
Yeah.
But I guess he wears it underneath.
Yeah.
So is Peter just like he's just not going on any dates because the whole responsibility thing?
I'm guessing so,
So he just wears that suit underneath him all the time?
Yeah, probably.
Imagine that in the summer.
Yeah.
Like a New York summer and how
But like he doesn't
muggy
have
and, like, ugh.
he doesn't have multiple suits?
Not at this point. He's poor as shit.
Yeah.
He can't
I'm mad
even-
they never explained where he got that first suit. I'm like, that's too nice of a suit for him to whip together.
Yeah, I wonder where he got it also. I
Yeah.
don't know. He is a scientist though, so if you think about it, he could make like tensile shit and stuff like that, and like
where's he
could,
buying the
like,
materials?
I don't know. Fabric Bonanza. Or whatever.
Joann's.
Joann's, yeah.
Peter almost gets run over on the way there. They crash his moped and he does a backflip.
Yeah.
And I like that the kids are just like, how'd you do that? He's like, I eat my vegetables.
Yeah, I love that scene. He's like, my
So-
mom's been saying that.
It's so stupid. But this scene's awesome where the cop car goes out of control and
Yeah.
then like it freezes. And I like that you don't see the web right away until the light hits it, which is how real spider webs kind of work.
Yeah.
And yeah, the crowd's real
It's
excited.
a web.
Yeah.
Go Spidey, go!
Yep.
Yeah, he beats the shit out of the guys. And I think in the extended version, you actually see him get in the driver's seat and take his mask off.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's pretty cool. But then he shows up. He shows up to the thing in his suit. So did he drive back to get his clothes and then drive?
I would assume.
He got all naked in the car and just changed.
I'm always confused about his suit stuff.
I want to try to I think tomorrow on the way to work, I'm going to try to change my clothes while I'm driving and see how it works.
I think the most realistic
If I
thing
show
that
up
ever,
dead tomorrow.
the most realistic thing that ever pulled it off was Batman Returns when Michelle Pfeiffer's trying to drive in her car and turn into Catwoman. But I like how you see, like, Batman has this nice process of doing it, and Michelle Pfeiffer's like, she's trying to steer the wheel and get the gloves on. I'm like, that's probably how it would go down in real life. Like, hold on.
You ever accidentally like knock a shoe off while you're driving or something, and then you're trying to put your shoe on?
No.
Oh man, I have. I don't know how though.
Bruce Campbell cameo.
Yep.
Fucking great. I love it.
This is my favorite one.
Yeah.
This one's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Where he's like helping him get ready. He's like, okay, why are you here? And it's like, Bruce, why else would he be here?
Yeah.
But he's really mean to him. He's like, no, you can't come in. You're late. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I also like that. I guess this is like during the day he does wrestling shows, but then he's an usher.
Well, remember at the time they said this wasn't the same person.
It's not,
because then he's French in the third one.
Oh yeah, that's right.
However, did you ever see the concept art for Spider-Man 4?
No.
It was going to open with Mysterio being unmasked, and it was Bruce Campbell. They drew it like Bruce Campbell, so the idea is that Mysterio, because he's like an entertainer dude.
Yeah.
The idea is like he was just, dressing up like these people, doing shenanigans and stuff.
Huh.
So it would have been Mysterio the entire time.
Okay.
But they never made Spider-Man 4, so.
Yeah.
I think I saw something for this scene too where he was supposed to actually web Bruce Campbell and then walk into the play, but he was going to walk in literally at the very end scene.
Oh.
That's not in
I don't remember if they like just decided to cut it out or whatever. I think maybe I heard it in commentary or something, but they were supposed to do that. Which
that would have been funny.
Yeah, I thought that would
It
have
probably
been
never got filmed. That was probably just an idea. Yeah. That would have been kind of funny.
Yeah.
Outside, someone is singing the Spider-Man theme poorly.
Spider-Man! She's playing it, I believe, is it pizzicato or is it staccato? When you play a stringed instrument with the strings. Pizzicato.
I think that's what it is.
I forget.
Sounds
There's
right.
staccato is something and pizzicato is something, but I believe it might be pizzicato.
A Spider-Man does whatever a spider can.
Spider-Man goes to fight more crime. And an awkward cut. The cut looked cool in the trailer where he like goes like this, then puts the mask on.
Mm-hmm.
But you're like, yeah, in the trailer you think they cut that down, but then when you watch the movie, it's like, wait, this, I'm like, what happened in between? I'm like, that seemed really fast.
Yeah.
That always threw me off. It was jarring.
Whatever.
But he's swinging around, and then he runs out of webs.
Gasp.
But his webs are organic. How
Yeah.
could he run out?
Well, this has happened to Spider-Man before, where his powers just stop working randomly.
yeah.
Because it's like, in the comic, in the cartoon, I mean, there was an episode, not like his web stopped working, but he wasn't able to like cling to walls and stuff.
Yeah.
He was having like a problem.
You could come up with, that was the whole thing. People were like, oh, if there's no web cartridges, he can't run out. And I like when he runs out. I'm like, well, they figured out something.
I mean, it makes more sense too if you think about it. Like he's going through this fucking. Well, that's the thing is it's because he saw after the show, J. Jonah Jameson's son walks up to Mary Jane and they make out, and he's like, "Oh fuck!"
So I think it's stress.
Yeah,
like
it's
he's
basically
stressed and it's throwing
he can't
off.
get his spider boner anymore. So he's like, he.
So does that mean like the only way to cure him of his spider stuff is just be stressed all the time?
Yeah, maybe he's got to take that Viagra. He's got to pop a couple blue pills and then he has a boner and he can shoot
I
webs
also
again.
think, anyway, it's also him like doubting himself and like not wanting to be Spider-Man. So,
Like he could be. Like,
You know what
he
I
could
mean?
be subconsciously not letting him use his powers, like self-sabotaging.
I mean, if it's organic, though, too, if you think about it, it's like anything else. Like any sort of thing, like, if you have like a panic attack and all of a sudden you're shaking and or you can't, like, you get lockjaw or something. It's kind of like that. Like,
you think it happens to
shit locks
spiders?
up. I don't know.
You think a spider's just having a bad day and it's just like
I don't think a spider knows the concept of a bad day. I'm pretty sure it's like just this kind of sentient being that's like, I love bugs.
Like, wait a minute, spiders, like their webs get ruined all the time and they got to rebuild them all the time. They probably have a lot of bad days. They're like, fuck, I'm stressed.
Also,
I got to make my web, and then they just fall.
If you think about time being relative to like our time and then a spider's time, like the spider building a web over the course of a day is like us building something over the course of a week.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, it's probably like, oh, God damn it. Like a week's worth of work. I don't know.
I got to start all over again.
Yeah. It's like time to shoot some more of that fucking shit out of my ass.
So Spider-Man gets into an elevator with, what's that actor
Hal
name?
Sparks.
Hal Sparks.
From I Love the 80s and Queer as Folk.
Yes, he was in a lot of things at that
Yeah.
point. Theatrical cut, hilarious. He gets in there. It's awkward. He tries to make small talk. He wants to get off the elevator. Funny.
Yeah.
Extended cut. Fucking cringe.
I don't know anything about the extended cut.
I think he's supposed to be like a PR guy. and he wants Spider-Man to be his client. He's like, we can do this. I'm spitballing.
You could do a men's cologne called Thwip.
And it goes on and on and on. And the only funny part of it is he's like, here, take my card. And Spider-Man goes, I don't have pockets. That's the only funny part of it.
Huh.
So I guess they cut it that way and they went, that's terrible. Let's do this a different way.
Someone was probably like, yo, this sucks.
I wouldn't have even put it in the extended cut because it was pretty terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy never really, like, I don't know what else he did other than those two things. Like, I remember mostly from, from I Love the 80s. He was one of the funniest guys, him and Michael Ian Black on that show. And then
they were pretty
never
good.
saw them again.
Yeah. Actually, around this time is when they did, like, they did, like, a weekly version of it.
Yeah, so they started doing, like, the other ones, too. They did, like, I Love the 90s also.
And I Love the 70s, but I think they also did, like, I Loved Last Week or something.
Yeah. I Love the 90s sucked because they had the Pepsi girl, and they have her talking about things, and I'm like, yo, that kid was, like, born then. Like, she was doing the Pepsi commercials when she was, like...
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's no way she remembers, like, 1991
Whatever happened to
that
Pepsi
well.
girl?
I don't know. Maybe
Britney
she...
Spears took over.
Yeah, right?
Free Britney.
I hope, like, she made a fuck ton of money and
she's
is just, like,
free
living
now.
it up
Does anyone
now.
care now? Do they jump onto the...
There's still people that say like the hashtag thing, but they've moved on to the next new thing.
Is that...
Typical internet.
Is that YouTube girl with the boyfriend who killed her and then he got eaten by alligators?
Oh, yeah. That's awesome that he got
Gabby
eaten by
Petito,
alligators.
Is that the new thing?
Petito, yeah.
Oh, no, people moved on from that.
Brian Laundrie or whatever, that douchebag.
Yeah.
What's the new thing?
I think Kyle Rittenhouse is the new thing.
Yeah.
Actually.
Let's not even bring that up.
Yeah.
Let's keep moving.
There's
Let's keep
other
moving
things that,
before
like,
the
we probably,
comment section
you probably do
explodes.
not want to talk about these things on your show.
Peter tries to call Mary Jane and explain the whole thing.
Yeah.
But he only has one quarter, so his voicemail gets cut off.
Yeah, and I love the scene when he's telling her everything, but the phone's off, and he's just telling her. I fucking love
He's like,
that
I just
scene.
want to tell you that I'm Spider-Man.
I also enjoy when she's like listening to him talk to whatever. She's sitting there being all like passive aggressive, like bingo.
Yeah, he's
throws
like,
her keys at it.
I know
like,
I
what the
disappointed
fuck?
you. Like he's bearing his soul.
I do love that he throws Bruce Campbell under the bus.
Yeah.
He's like, there was an usher and he was
that's-
a real dick.
Yeah. Yeah. The whole last part, because then that also too makes it like, okay, Peter, you fucked up. Like,
Yeah.
You really. She don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
But
it's real shitty when people try to blame other people for their mistakes and failures.
I think this movie has a lot of great scenes like that. This being one of them, where it's super like. That's the thing is like there really aren't very many super action. The action parts of this movie are amazing.
Yeah.
And they're huge and everything's great about them, but there aren't very many of them. But this movie's more about the characters than anything. And it's every single scene, like you don't really notice you're watching a superhero movie sometimes. But you care.
It feels like, because, we watched the first one and this is not too long after. It's like, well, I feel like... reminds me of Empire. I know this is a cliche thing to say, but like Empire Strikes Back, where like a lot of the fun parts of that movie is like Han Solo dealing with like the ship, and Luke
Being
going through the
snarky
mud
to
and like
Leia.
seeing how the characters are interacting because you know them now.
Yeah,
and
there aren't these space battles going on all the time.
not all the time. No, and it's fine that there are battles, but it's just like, wow, I actually. Now that I'm established with these characters, what are some new things they're going to go into?
Yeah.
I really like that.
And too, like there's the dramatic irony of the fact that we know that he's Spider-Man, but no one else does, and he can't say anything. But everybody's a dick to him,
Yeah.
Like if everyone knew he was Spider-Man, everybody would be super cool to him.
Yeah,
but he can't.
He can't tell anyone. The next day, Dr. Octopus, Otto.
Yeah.
Is going to show off his fusion thing. It's going to make a miniature sun.
Yeah.
That's
unlimited energy.
unlimited
like that.
energy, and you need tritium. And there's only 25 pounds of it, and Oscorp had
In the whole world, yeah. And this is where, like, Harry went from being pretty cool at Peter's party to all of a sudden, Harry's like a douchebag.
Nobel Prize!
Yeah, like he's like annoying by now.
Yeah, the rubber band joke.
Oh, yeah.
Such a dad joke.
It is like
so terrible.
Yeah, it was. I think it's funny though.
I laughed.
It's
Yeah,
so
I did
awkward.
too.
I'm like, why is this?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And everyone's just politely laughing.
We lost a large roll of $20 bills in a rubber band because we found the rubber band.
Yeah, they're like, huh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Meanwhile,
actually, Peter legit laughed.
Yeah.
Harry was just kind of like, Can we,
Yeah.
like, no.
Talking about my money.
Otto shows them the arms, the tentacles, or whatever he calls them. So I believe, does it say back here? Hold on.
Yeah.
So it says music by Danny Elfman, but I think Christopher Young was working with him on this.
Okay.
I think he gets more credit in the third movie when he kind of took over.
Gotcha.
So Christopher Young did the Hellraiser theme.
Yeah.
And Dr. Octopus's theme sounds like the Hellraiser theme.
Okay.
Like it's very when like the arms are coming up, it sounds very similar to the Hellraiser music.
Yeah.
Like I guess the vocals, like the whoo thing.
Yeah. Which kind of makes sense. Sam Raimi's a horror guy. He got a horror musician to be in there, so it makes sense. But yeah,
it's
so
technically pretty horrifying too.
oh yeah, well, don't worry, we're building up to the Evil Dead
for
scene.
Sure. Oh yeah.
So the arms are a mixture of puppets and CGI. They're mostly CGI. They say they're the puppets with rods, and I'm like,
I think they look really good.
They look great.
I think
That's
they look
the thing.
Awesome. Right?
So
like this was the time where like hard surface modeling was like really good. It was organic tissue was still a little bit rough with 3D, but you can make a realistic robot looking thing.
Yes. And I will say, I've said this before, like even if you have a practical effect on set and you change it, you replace it with the digital model. The fact that you had it on set, you know how to light it, you know how it's textured.
Yeah.
So they had them on set and they like redid them, which was smart. And I saw the trailer for the new one. And I'm like, everything looks fake. So yeah, the arms they have their own AI in them.
Yep.
And they're so sophisticated, and they're like, how won't they like control your brain?
Yeah. And he's like, nope, because I put this tiny little plastic boy inside of him that keeps me good.
This little inhibitor chip that's not protected at all.
That will never get destroyed.
Literally, someone could pinch it, and then I'd be at the mercy of these arms.
It's made of plastic, and it's like, it's purple.
Oh my god.
It's bright purple. It's like in Contra, where it's like I'm a giant robot monster, but I have a huge glowing red fucking thing to shoot at, so you know where to kill me.
I've been playing Resident Evil Nemesis, and I forgot like Nemesis' heart is like beating at one point. It's like, why did they design it that way?
Why did it like they're like, we have the perfect killing machine. Make sure its heart is on the outside of its body and it's not protected and it's very fleshy. Like
Otto fires up the fusion reactor, but the magnetism is unstable.
Which also, too, like, there's a lot of fucking metal in this building, Otto.
Really
like,
is.
you didn't think, like, maybe...
Why are they, like, I know it's a superhero movie and they have to have the action in New York, but realistically, they'd be like, you're not doing this in the city. You're going out into, like, the desert or something.
It's like an expensive part of the city, too, because, like, he definitely makes money.
Oh, that apartment's fucked,
Like-
and it's, like, it's probably someone's, like, brownstone, like, $1 million, and they're like, my apartment's fucked. What the hell,
Yeah,
man?
but it's like, wait, you're doing a fusion reactor inside a building in Manhattan?
And also, speaking of, like, we talked about insurance shit in the last one. Imagine that insurance. Well, my client was building a sun, you know, and he exploded my apartment. It's like, I'd be like, no, that's not covered. You built a sun? The fuck's wrong with you?
You're worse than that lady who said there was a goblin in her house. We all know she was furiously masturbating.
Her entire house exploded.
Oh my god.
She said it was a pumpkin bomb, and I thought her Sibian blew up.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
my god, her Sibian.
Don't show a picture of a Sibian. We'll all get fired.
Yeah, we'll get in trouble. HR will call us.
So yeah, the Spider-Man comes in. He saves Harry. Harry does not appreciate it.
Yeah.
He pulls the plug on the machine, and like Otto
Not
gets
before Otto gets electrocuted, and then the little thing.
And his wife gets glass.
Before that, that doesn't make any sense. I get the metal coming forward, but then the glass is also moving forward with it.
I think it's because it started pulling everything at that point too. Because it was getting so strong. Because didn't it do it at the end too? Didn't it start pulling other stuff?
It was only pulling like metal.
Whatever.
I think so. It's like it's shattered, and I guess maybe the force of it all getting pulled is
maybe.
through a bunch of glass.
It is
at her.
cool to see her reflection in the glass, so you know, like. What
I wanted to
happened.
see her cut to ribbons, though. Like I wanted it to come back to her, and she's just a pile of gore.
So when they show her body and they like flip over the thing real quick, I thought that like maybe they would show like how fucked up she was, but it was like nothing.
She's like totally
I'm
fine. I was
oh.
like, you're faking
Yeah.
it. You didn't
Also, I think Jin from Lost is in this. The Asian guy that goes like, everything is stable.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's him. Which I think he's also in the Eric Bana Hulk. That guy showed up in a lot of things.
He's in a lot of things.
I've never seen that one.
I'm an apologist for it. So yeah, everything goes to shit.
Yeah.
Rosie's dead.
Yep.
Otto's inhibitor chip is fried.
Yep.
The arms are fused to him. It's a bad time. Harry's not thrilled.
Harry's like, I'm ruined. Yeah,
he's like,
even though I still have a giant fucking house.
I have nothing. Only Spider-Man. It's like, was Oscorp only focused on this?
And then, he saved your life, and he's like, oh, he humiliated me.
Yeah, he humiliated
by
by touching me, and he
I'm
pulls
like,
out his
what?
sunglasses and leaves.
Yeah.
He was so weird in this
So
one.
dramatic.
Yeah.
So the doctors later that night are trying to remove the arms from Otto.
Well, if you took shop class.
Yeah. That's how they like react too. Like all the doctors like duh, duh, duh. Like, and this man is like fucking fused to a weird ass machine, and
Yes.
everybody's making
So
jokes.
he's out of it, but the arms,
Yeah.
they snap back.
and it turns into fucking Evil
It
Dead.
turns into Evil Dead. It's like literally like shot for shot some sequences from Evil
Yeah.
Dead.
The scene
with the
where
crash
gets
zoom.
impaled?
Yeah, but there's the crash zooms, there's the scraping on the floor.
There's the one where it's like a still shot of the tentacle going this way, but the background is whooshing.
Yep.
Like in Evil Dead 2 with the eyeball flying, yeah.
Or even like, what's it called? Like Darkman. Like this
Yeah.
is then all of a sudden like this movie gets very Sam Raimi.
Yeah.
That's what I like about
He
it.
picks up the chainsaw.
Yeah.
That part's awesome. And then, like, they all get fucking horror. I remember people
Yep.
being scared of this scene because it's like a horrifying
It's pretty fucking brutal.
Yeah.
There's just no blood.
Yeah. And there's no music or anything, so it's just...
They did a great
You hear the
job.
screaming.
Yeah.
I love the part when it's like the four of them going at the one guy and
Yeah,
he's
and they,
like,
like-
and all the pictures
Yeah, 'cause
come
he was trying
together.
to solve it all
Yeah.
so quick.
I love that part.
Otto wakes up and sees what happens, and he screams, no!
Yeah.
And then the arms
The arms are
also
like,
scream
"Oh."
no with him.
He was like this.
People got... Yeah.
It's like, like
But they're
that.
also screaming. I think that's what threw people off. Like, why are they making sound?
Yeah,
It's
they
like,
all
like,
did too. They made like Velociraptor sounds, like
Yeah.
or like the Dilophosaurus. It sounded like almost from Jurassic Park.
So he breaks out. He's just tits out on the street.
Yeah. There's a lot of nips in this movie. You get so it's for everybody. You get the Alfred Molina nipples, and you get the
Kirsten Dunst.
Kirsten
Did
Dunst.
you get that
nipples.
shot of Tobey Maguire taking the shirt off?
Yep.
He's like
Just
super built.
boobies, nipples.
Tobey Maguire was in real good shape for this movie.
Yeah.
I aspire to attain.
He's a
that
good looking
one day.
dude. I like
Yeah.
Tobey Maguire.
He has very pretty eyes.
Very pretty eyes.
He cries like a fucking weirdo though. He's like whenever he cries or whatever. He's like,
What are you more attracted to? Tobey Maguire's eyes or Alfred Molina's man tits?
Man tits.
Jesus
what
Christ,
if it
Joanna.
was Alfred Molina coming out and his man tits were Tobey Maguire's eyes?
I would get in right there.
You'd be like, get it.
I would furiously
I would-
masturbate.
Be like, Albert, all four of those tentacles, get them all in.
You gotta take him over to Tony's house so you can have the complete experience with the Bruce Willis headboard.
I just pushed Tony out of his bed. Like, excuse me, I need this.
Just
Like,
lift
I
the
was
mattress up and
sleeping.
dump
What?
him out a window.
Alfred Molina, what the fuck?
Why is Tobey Maguire's eyes on your chest? That's a fucking nightmare scenario.
Strange thing to wake up to.
I would imagine you just go right back to sleep.
So, I like the miniature for Dr. Octopus's hideout. This is when
Yeah.
Hollywood still used miniatures. I don't know what it was. Hollywood finally figured out a way to make great miniatures and composite them seamlessly. And I was like, wow, like the Lord of the Rings trilogy, this. And then they went, yeah, we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah.
Literally, Christopher Nolan is like the only A-list director that uses miniatures that I can think of.
Oh yeah.
Everyone else gave up. Even Peter Jackson for The Hobbit gave up on them. Like, why did we give up on this? They look so nice, and we figured out a way to make them look real. Like, why? Right when we got it right, why did everyone give up? It pisses me off
Yeah,
so
it's
much.
weird.
Stupid. Yeah. I mentioned this earlier to you two. The scene with Doc Ock in his little hideout. Number one, the music's great.
Yep.
I love the music here so much. It's, oh my God. But his little tentacle boys, you notice the color change in the middle.
Yeah.
because it starts out as white because that shows that Dr. Octavius is in control, and then it turns red because it shows that it's.
But they slowly turn red.
Yeah, I know. That's what I like about it.
That was what was cool. Yeah,
you see
because
them
he's still
start.
kind of like fighting it, and then it's just like
Yeah,
no.
you see them start to turn red. They go down, and then they come back up, and they're all red.
Because he's all like, I can't steal. That's a crime. And it's like, but the real crime would be your data getting stolen by governments. And this is brought to you by ExpressVPN. No, I'm not.
Surfshark VPN.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Oh,
Surfshark VPN.
Surfshark VPN.
How heavy are those arms, by the way? Like,
I mean, well, I'm guessing that they're like self-sustained. They're kind of like probably gyroscopic and all that
all
shit.
4 of them are in the air, I would
Well,
be
mean,
like,
he
like,
has the clamp around himself.
Yeah.
It'll
I
kinda-
guess, but like if his leg hurt, like wouldn't he be like, oh god, I'm falling?
They probably, I'd imagine
No,
that
then they use
they
one as a leg.
Yeah, I'd imagine like
Yeah.
that they actually hold themselves up in some sort of way, almost like you
but
know.
there's
like,
times where all 4 of them are up. I'm like, those seem heavy.
Yeah, I don't know.
And he doesn't have a lot of core strength. I've
No.
seen. He doesn't have a lot of good upper body strength.
I do like how he looks bruised though.
Yeah.
From the thing that I like that. a
Yeah,
lot.
it's kind of grimy, like the burn and stuff. Like
Yeah.
that has to
Yeah.
hurt. So where are we at here? Oh, well, before that scene, there was actually a scene where they're trying to think of his name. And they what's it? Ted Raimi comes up with Dr. Octopus and is shot down, and then 5 seconds later, J. Jonah's like, "What about Dr. Octopus?"
Yeah.
They mentioned Doctor Strange.
Yep.
But he's
and
taken.
They say it's taken. So do you think we're gonna see the Tobey Maguire universe Doctor Strange in No Way Home?
That would be interesting.
Who would it be?
Who
Would it be Benedict Cumberbatch, or would it be someone completely different? That'd be fun.
Did they have someone in mind at that time?
What if it's
Do you
Robert
know?
Downey Jr. because they kind
That'd
of
be
look
really
alike?
funny.
That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, and he's like Tony, and he's like, what?
That's one thing that worries me about the new one. So there's a little bit of gold on his arms, but the new one they look like they're red and gold. I'm like, please don't tell me that this Dr. Octopus was related to a Iron Man in a different universe. Like the last 2 movies, the villains are all a result of Iron Man being a dick.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, 2 movies is enough. We don't need that anymore. Let's do something else. Let's do something else.
Huh.
So I'm a little worried about that. I also don't know how he's alive, if he's just a Dr. Octopus from another universe.
Well,
who looks
you know what
like,
it could be is, I mean, also too, he did create a sun and then go into the ocean. Like maybe he just never,
Then
maybe
how
he
do you
got
explain-
transported
how do you
somewhere.
Explain the Green Goblin showing up and Sandman. We'll find out.
Sandman?
Yeah,
Sandman.
Sandman. He fights Spider-Man.
Is he like Sandman?
Anyway,
Adam Sandman.
this scene is also where you get the J. Jonah Jameson laughing meme.
Yep. And
Cut.
the squirrels?
Yeah,
Take a picture of squirrels?
cut to laughing
Sirs?
meme. But yeah, he tells him he wants him to go to the high society party and take photos. Aunt May is trying to get a loan at a bank with Joel McHale. It looks like
Yep,
Joel McHale.
that
It is
is
Joel
100%.
McHale. Okay.
Joel McHale.
But she gets rejected. She can't even get that toaster.
Nah.
She also kicks him.
Yeah, why did she kick Joel McHale?
She didn't mean to kick him.
She meant to kick.
So she's lying about giving piano lessons.
Okay.
Again.
And Peter's the one who goes, "You are?" And then she goes to kick him, but she accidentally kicks Joel
Okay,
McHale.
I was gonna say because he was like, "Ow!" Like I'd be like, "Ma'am, get the fuck out of my bank! You kicked me in the shin."
But things are getting worse because fucking Doc Ock shows up and starts.
No one noticed him come in.
Oh yeah,
He's just there in front of the vault.
yeah. I like he's just gotten some nice wardrobe.
Yeah.
He's gotten 2 different leather jackets with a detachable flap. Where are those arms hiding? Are they just hovering around him? It makes no sense.
I don't know, actually. I guess they like wrapped around like phone books, like if you're in prison.
I guess. But yeah, he gets to the bank. He starts stealing all the gold coins that
Yeah.
they keep in the giant vault because this is a comic
Did he
book
put
movie.
cash in there too? I thought he put cash too.
There might have been cash in there too. But I do like the scene. This is where, because we talked about this Spider-Man's not as quippy.
Yeah.
We get a couple quips in this where he like throws the change, like, here's your change. And he's
Yep.
like, you're annoying me. And he's like, I have a knack for that.
Yep.
I also enjoy the part where Peter runs off because obviously he's going to turn into Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And Joel McHale, what did he say?
He's like, your kid's a real hero.
Yeah.
And then before that, he goes, thanks for opening a Super Savers account.
Yeah.
I'm like, get it. It's a superhero movie.
Yeah.
I get it. That was for the kids in the theater
Yeah.
who had to keep reminding me who
and-
Spider-Man was.
Yeah, they were like, it's super because he's a superhero and needs a bank account.
Were you the kid in the theater here?
I was. I was child. I was child.
You've aged horribly.
I was child.
Those kids look like they were 8 when I was like 13, 14. Wow.
I'm only 22.
Some people don't age like milk, Tony.
Yeah. This fight
almond
scene-
milk.
Yeah. This fight scene's awesome. When he takes Aunt May hostage
Yeah.
and he's running around. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like at some point he like throws her and she's on an angel.
Yeah. And she
I like-
catches it with the umbrella and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
It's pretty good.
Is this is after where he like drops her and he goes Butterfingers.
Yeah. So he says, okay, I was gonna bring this up, I forgot. When he says Butterfingers, he goes Butterfingers like that. Like he gives
wiggles
like
his
a
head a
little
little
wiggle
bit.
head. He's like Butterfingers.
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 So is it the AI that has like suddenly made him so cruel?
I guess
and he
so.
doesn't
I don't
care-
know.
Like he just got really mean,
Also,
like for no reason.
Why did he program the AI to be a fucking asshole? Like he's
Yeah,
like,
right? Like,
he's like, oh, I'm gonna
Butterfingers.
program this AI, and it's
Why
like,
did he program their eyes to turn red when they're evil?
the
I
thing
just
is,
think
though,
it was just a lighting thing and also like movie.
But why program your weird thing that you need to keep a fusion reaction in evil? Like it's like, well, I need to make this thing so it knows to hold the fusion reaction in, but I also, I want a little spice. I'm gonna make it fucking evil.
Spice.
Like
I like that one has like a blade that shoots out of it.
Yeah.
And the other one has another tentacle
guess
that
that's
comes
like-
out. I'm like, why does he need that?
he's like, I might need to stab the sun to see what happens when you stab
Why,
the sun.
what is he stabbing?
I don't know. He's like, and then I need another a tentacle so it can tickle the sun.
Maybe he wanted to use it for something else too. Like,
Maybe, yeah. He's like, I'm gonna stab my wife with these arms eventually, and I'm gonna tickle her.
Forget the glass. I'm
Yeah.
gonna stab her myself.
I do like that Aunt May gets a hit in on Dr. Octopus.
Yeah.
Although I was kind of upset because I like that. I think it happened in the comic, but in the cartoon, like Dr. Octopus is dating Aunt May for a bit.
Oh yeah.
I always
yeah.
wanted to see that in the movie. That'd be fun.
You know what's kind of funny is like his whole thing is like, I'm trying to create the sun. I'm trying to do this, and it's like, yo, you could have just sold those fucking arms to the company. Those themselves are a medical and technical marvel.
Speaking of dating, like Aunt May dating Dr. Octopus, what is it? The female Doc Ock in Into the
Liv.
Spider-Verse. Yeah, she's like,
Liv.
oh, my friends
We
call
have
me
a review
Liv.
for that on this channel. We
She
have a
says,
review.
my friends call me Liv. And then Aunt May calls her Liv.
Yep.
Lesbians.
Oh no, it's
projecting.
Let me live.
Okay.
I have a thing for cartoon Dr. Octopus from.
So do I. Oh my God, they
yeah.
revealed. I was
Catherine
like,
Hahn.
Yeah. No, but not like.
Did you watch
Catherine Hahn.
WandaVision yet?
No, I
She's
haven't
good in
seen
it.
that. Yeah,
She's really
no,
good
but
in it.
I just I
they're
don't
making
know.
a spin-off of that
Oh, cool.
with her.
Oh
Nice.
really?
Yeah, she was the best part of that.
Oh, going back to the part with the angel where she thinks she's gonna fall with the
Yeah.
umbrella and she just couldn't let go. Like
I like
ages
that.
ago.
I like that.
Oh, and I definitely meant Spider-Verse, not 90s cartoon Dr. Octopus, like with the art
Oh.
and
This was another scene where Dr. Octopus's like claws are going through the wall and they cut to a busty girl screaming at the
Yeah.
camera. And I'm like,
yeah.
what's going on here?
I don't know. I guess it's like, it's New York.
I guess.
Yeah. There's a lot of women with boobs in New York, I suppose.
real brave statement. What a hot take from Kieran.
Yeah.
There's a lot of women with boobs in New York. Yeah, I've been to Times Square. They're just out.
Yeah, there's
It's legal
just,
there.
there's like women and
Central Park.
Also,
Yeah.
Stan Lee cameo.
Yep.
Sorry, I wanted to interrupt the boob thing to mention that Stan Lee, the creator of Spider-Man, was in this.
Yep.
We will talk about boobs again.
It's when the rocks, it's pile of
debris.
rubble from debris from the buildings falling.
Which is exactly what he did in the previous movie.
Yeah.
He saved someone from falling debris.
Didn't he grab a busty girl? Isn't that what he?
he grabbed.
I can't remember who he grabbed.
They're like, all right, Stan, here's the busty girl for you to grab. Stanley.
The CGI models for Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus when they're falling, not the best.
You know, Stanley's name is Stanley, but it's Stanley Lee. Stanley Lee.
That's funny.
If you think about it.
I'm trying to talk about the CGI. The CGI models are not the best.
I still think it aged well for how it is.
They don't overuse it like Matrix Reloaded did.
Well,
However, CGI Dr. Octopus hair never looks like live action Dr.
Yeah.
Octopus hair. Like it looks fuzzier, right?
Yeah.
I think it's like okay, but there is a part later in the movie where like when he's grabbing onto Mary Jane,
Oh,
that
yeah,
looks
he
like
looks
shit.
aw- he looks
Mary
real
Jane looks
rubbery.
terrible. I think Mary Jane looks worse. I know. I always my eye gets drawn to her at the part, and she's like freaking out. It just looks weird to me.
Ugh. But yeah, he Dr. Octopus gets away. He saves
Yeah.
Aunt May. I think he's like, we really
Well,
showed him.
maybe
and
I'll
she's
just
like,
I'll eat some hay. I just may. Like, what do you say?
I like where he's like, we really showed him, and she's like, we?
Yeah.
It's like, all right, calm down, lady. You got
hit him
one
with an
hit on
umbrella.
him.
I fucking flung myself across 2 fucking buildings with my webs.
Are you done? Are you good? Okay. At the party, Peter can't get any food.
Oh my god, this party is the most awkward fucking party for Peter Parker. It's like one hit after another. He can't get a drink. He can't get food.
He goes to take a picture, but leaves the lens cap on, and when he gets it off, they're already gone.
Yeah. My favorite part of it is fucking Harry bitch slapping him twice in front of a whole crowd of people, and then it's like, oh, by the way, after, they all saw this. Even J. Jonah James' son's like, I proposed to Mary Jane, by the way. This
is also where he finds out that she's dating his boss's son. And also, I do love when J. Jonah Jameson's like, get a picture of me with this person. Get a picture of me, the mayor, and his girlfriend. And then he goes, I mean wife. And you see the mayor like, uh-oh. And it's like, oh, no. Oof. It is the most awkward fucking
It's
thing.
straight up, but you might as well have just ripped Peter Parker's nutsack right from his legs in this part. Like, how do you recover? I would go home and probably cry all night if I was Peter Parker.
I love that they're
I'd
just like,
swing around all night. I'd be like, fuck this, I'm Spider, I don't care.
They're like
Is that what he
Jameson.
does?
Yeah, I guess so,
They're like
right?
Jameson.
That's pretty
He's
much
the
what you
first
gotta
person
do.
to play football on the moon.
Yeah.
I mean, this Jameson is luckier than, did you see Venom?
No, not really.
The first
the first Venom. Yeah,
Jameson
I did.
dies in that.
Jameson?
Yeah, when the shuttle crashes and the symbiotes get out, you see the guy monitoring. They find a dead astronaut. They're like, "That's Jameson." It's like, so he's dead in that universe. Uh-oh.
Could you imagine going to a party and like all this shit? You're like already having a shitty night and everything, but then your friend walks up and just fucking bitch slaps you in front of like 50 to 60 people.
He's also very drunk.
He is, but still, you could like
It's
the thing
weird.
is too. He could just punch him in the throat and like he'd be like just.
It's
dead.
weird that Jameson's son's in this because I thought like, okay, well, Spider-Man 3, the astronaut will play into Venom, but that's not how it happens.
No.
And then it's like, okay, well, maybe he's going to be a werewolf in the next film, and then that doesn't happen. I'm like, this is a weird character to introduce. It's weird.
Yeah.
It could have just been anybody.
I guess it's just because like, how can you kind of like kick Parker more? Like
I guess so.
It's like you got to break Peter Parker in this movie.
I just would have made it that different Jameson brother. Like, this is Bill Jameson.
Bill
He's
Jameson.
a fucking asshole. Spider-Man loses webs again.
Yeah.
And falls. And then he goes to a hippie doctor.
Yep.
Now, in the extended cut, I think they explain that this is a doctor at the university.
Okay.
Who, like, is friends with Dr. Connors.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that kind of explains why he's not, like, a super professional. He, like, just works with, like, college kids and whatnot.
Yeah.
But it always bothered me. I'm like, why is the doctor dressed like that? And why is he being such a fucking weirdo?
Yeah.
But basically, I like how Peter's just like, in my dreams, I'm Spider-Man, but it's a friend of mine's dream. The doctor's like, okay, well, you're Spider-Man, obviously.
Yeah, and he's like, dude,
like that he just goes with it.
He's like, I did your physical. I cupped your balls in my hand, and I saw your weird sploogey wrists. I know you're Spider-Man.
I love how earlier the
Your
guy
balls stuck to my hand when I tried to pull them away.
I love how earlier the guy from the Daily Bugle, it's implied that he knows too. He's like, I heard Spider-Man was there, and he's like staring at Peter, and Peter's like, oh.
Yeah.
So there's people who have like caught on.
Well, also too, like you think those
Elizabeth
dumbass
Banks is
kids
not
on the
caught
street
on.
would have.
No.
The kids
Huh?
who see the guy almost get run over and does a fucking 80-foot flip, but
They
they're
could
like,
just think he's an acrobat.
vegetables.
Maybe he's just an acrobat.
No.
Wow.
I'd be like, that guy's Spider-Man. I know you won't believe me, but
Yeah. So he tells the doctor, he's like, I feel like this is like, maybe you're not supposed to be Spider-Man. Maybe you're not supposed to do this shit. You ever think about that? And the guy's like, I don't care. But then he has a weird fantasy where he's talking to Uncle Ben.
yeah.
Did you cry at this scene?
No, this scene
cry
does
at
get
this
me a
scene?
little bit though. It didn't make me cry though.
You cried.
I will say there is a scene in this movie where I consistently tear up in this movie.
I think I
not
know
even
what it
kidding.
is.
Yeah.
The part with Uncle Ben was kind of ruined for me when it was the weird zoom in and he's no more.
I'm Spider-Man. No more.
Yeah.
They're in a
No
white
more.
void just having a conversation.
I'm Spider-Man no more.
in the
No
Evil Dead
more.
car. I do like the suit in the trash can.
Yeah,
That's almost
very
taken
classic.
directly
Yeah.
from the
Spider-Man
comic
No More.
Spider-Man No More.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. We get a happy montage.
Yeah. Falling on my head. And stand up like
Peter Parker's a
Spider-Man.
I
real-
want to talk about the giant bite he took of that hot dog.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that was half the hot dog.
Yeah,
and he's
right?
just ignoring the cops. He's like,
He's just like,
whatever.
I love the fucking wheel falling out the window. And he's like, because that's kind of happened to me in my dorm. One time, my roommate, we used to have our books were on our window, and my roommate opened the window and he was like, oh, someone just fell out. And I'm like, what was it? And I used to have these glass paperweights that weighed like 5 pounds. And all of a sudden we just hear, boom, like that. And we were like, and we looked, and the glass paperweight fell and went through like a fucking air conditioner unit in the building that just like destroyed it. And we just closed the window and never spoke of it again. And the next day, it was a store. It was closed. Like they had to close the store for the day because they had to fix the fucking HVAC.
You don't think they were like, how did a glass
It
paper
fell from we were on like the 8th floor of this building when it happened, and it just fucking, he just went, oh, someone fell. And I was like, oh, what was it? And it took like a few seconds for it to hit, but it hit and it echoed through, you could hear it, like it went through the city. Because it was like,
Oh my God.
So it's a fun, happy montage. Everything's going well for him.
Yeah.
He's like,
He trips at one point and has to put his glasses on because he
Yes.
forgot that he can't see.
but then I love the freeze frame where he's like,
yeah, I like that too.
but then you think it's going to fade to black, but then it just picks
It
up.
just picks up. It's such a weird. It is. It's weird, but it's something that you remember. I don't know
get
why.
weird stuff like that anymore.
Nah, they don't do that.
Peter finally makes it to the play for Mary Jane. And he confesses to her that he's ready to settle
He makes
down.
a
Yeah.
play. Ow.
He says a weird thing though. He's like, "If you punch me, I bleed." It's like, what?
Yeah, and then he tries to quote poetry to her.
Was that the poetry?
Was that in the scene? Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
I didn't know the poetry was at the party. He starts saying, and she's like, "Stop!" Like,
No. Oh yeah, he
she's
did
like,
do
"Yeah."
it there.
He
yeah.
tries to do it there, and she's like, which
She's
I
like,
would have been
whatever
like,
that
I'd be like, dude,
means.
Peter, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What even is this, man? Are you on hallucinogens?
So yeah, she's not quite sure yet.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough sell.
Yeah.
And then someone drops off Spider-Man's suit to J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah.
And you've never seen this scene.
I
People
like
who
the
have
brown paper bag from
Yeah.
was it Bloomingdale's?
Yeah,
I
the
think it
big
is.
brown
Yeah.
bag. It says on
people people who haven't seen the extended cut have at least seen this scene where J. Jonah Jameson's wearing the Spider-Man.
I've never. Yeah, you were
Yeah.
talking about. I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's like he's wearing the Spider-Man suit. He actually looks pretty damn good in the Spider-Man
Mm-hmm.
suit. He's in good shape. And he's just in his office pretending to be Spider-Man, and like you just see the employees like staring at him, and they like close the blinds.
That's funny. I would do the same thing if I found Spider-Man
why not?
suit.
Why
I would
wouldn't?
totally put it on.
Like
it smells like trash and ass though, because it's probably
Spider-Man just lets a mugging happen.
Yeah.
So look, I get what the scene was going for.
Yeah.
But a normal person would be like, someone help?
Yeah, I would have
Like,
yelled.
I would have been like, cops.
Yeah.
I'm
Please?
calling the cops. I would have done that.
Someone help?
Instead,
Anything?
he's like, it's a whole lot of not my problem.
Yeah, he
And
walks
just
away.
keeps
I
going.
forget the part where that's my problem. He said again.
He forgot the lesson he learned.
And then those guys went on to kill Aunt May in the next scene. And then he's like, "Why do I keep doing this?" That was in the extended cut.
Do you ever think he like hunted that guy down and apologized to him?
I highly doubt it.
Okay, I'm really sorry I let you get mugged. And he's like, I'm the shocker now.
Yeah.
He's like, oh no.
The guy's like, I don't know who the fuck you are. I was getting my ass kicked, dude.
And now I'm real
Thanks a
into
lot."
shocking
Yeah.
people.
That guy probably like.
And Peter Parker's like, that was real personal. He's like, no, not like that. I got these things.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He's like, I'm the shocker, dude. Like.
The yellow suited bank robber. He's like, no, I'm
think,
the
like,
sex pervert shocker.
Spider-Man-
I hate that other shocker.
Yeah. Spider-Man goes like this, and then he does this. Like he's like, pew pew, shoots his shocks.
We're ruining Spider-Man for everyone.
I know everybody's gonna be like, I can't watch Spider-Man now without thinking of Aunt May fucking rubbing one out. Like, and Bruce Willis and Alfred Molina's boobs that are fucking Tobey Maguire.
This movie has heart, and Aunt May is a saint.
So yeah, he confesses to Aunt May that he's partially responsible for the events that led to.
But he's like not.
He's
No,
not,
but
but it's the fact
yeah.
that he lied to her and didn't tell
No,
her.
yeah, I get that, whatever, but like, damn, the way she took that, I would have been
Yeah,
like,
she like
Well,
pulls her
because
hand
it's a
away.
thing where it's just like, well, if you weren't lying, you might not have If you had not done that, he would not have been there to get shot.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, obviously, it's the guy who shot him's fault. But it's like, well, if you were being a little bit more honest, we could have avoided those events. That's why I
Yeah.
said he's responsible for the events that led up to, not the actual crime itself.
And then she like leaves and goes upstairs to get her mind off things, if you know what I mean.
Son of a bitch. Okay, no more. I'm putting a kibosh
Okay.
on the
I'm done.
Aunt May stuff.
I'm done. She went
Harry,
upstairs to masturbate furiously.
Harry's confronted.
She
by
was furious at Peter.
She was pretty
So
furious.
she went.
Harry's confronted by Otto. And he's
Yeah.
like, give me that tritium, you dick.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll give it to you if you get me Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And
And he
Otto-
punches him in the face, too.
I
And
don't
he
know
grabs
why-
a drink and sips it.
Yeah, I don't know why Otto was just like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to torture you slowly instead. Like, he could just do that.
That's true.
Like, he's like, what, you want me to fight? No.
I guess he kind of has it
I'm
in
like,
for
let me, he
Spider-Man
would just
too,
hang
though.
him up.
I was
the
gonna say he's probably like, well, 2 birds, 1 stone. Like I get what I want, and also I get rid of this nuisance too.
Yeah.
No, I'd be like, hey, son of a bitch, I know it's in this house somewhere.
Yeah, like,
so
I will
you're
rip
either
you
going to tell
apart.
me or I'm throwing you off the fucking balcony.
I'm gonna fucking pinch the shit out of you if you don't fucking with my little clampy boys. Like,
I like that he has to add in things like, don't hurt Peter.
yeah.
He's like, just kill Spider-Man, but don't hurt Peter.
Don't hurt Peter.
Don't hurt Peter!
How fucking awful are the NYPD in this movie? If 2 weeks without Spider-Man makes crime go up 75%.
I mean, at the same time, the crime that's going on is a fucking robot arm dude going like I'm sorry, but
You know what? You know what's annoying? They never tell you where Otto is buying all the equipment
yeah,
from.
it's like he gets them shipped to him too.
Is it the
Like,
Libyans?
Also,
Is this Back to the
like,
Future?
He
The
gets it
Libyans?
shipped and it's like the address is, it's like shipping address. The fucking wrecked out building in the middle of a wharf in the water that looks like, a
Does he have
crumpled
to
piece of
sign
ass.
for the boxes?
Yeah, like
because all the glass or something.
yeah,
like,
what was it? It was like some sort of fucking like
I
it was
don't
a
know, who-
train station in the middle
How
of the
did he
water.
even order them?
Don't worry about it.
Does he have access to the black market?
Probably
To the,
like the dark web. He's like he has a Tor browser and stuff
to
in
the
there.
tentacles? Are they linked
He
to
was
the Wi-Fi?
using
Don't say that. I don't think they're gonna want that. So yeah, the crime is up 75%, I guess.
Yeah.
What the fuck was New York like before Spider-Man? Holy shit.
I don't know.
Normal.
Yeah, Peter sees building on fire, and then for some reason he's like, I now have to help people.
Yeah.
Like, oh.
And that guy's like, wow, I wish you kind of could have figured this out before I was getting my ass kicked in an alley,
Also-
but at least,
Now I'm
save
the
the girl.
shocker.
The
Yeah.
guy who was like, oh, like, call the cops, like, there's a fire or whatever. He was the guy also in the first movie who was on the bridge.
You mess with one of us, you mess with that guy.
I'm pretty
We're
sure. No.
in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
One of those dudes.
Yeah.
Well, good. I'm glad he's back. But yeah, they said, hey, we think there's a kid upstairs. What? All right, so even the first movie, what is it with these parents leaving their kids in a building
Yeah.
long enough for it to just erupt into flames?
Yeah, that's the thing too. Like the fire, like where.
And again, both times they look just like normal parents. They don't look like meth heads who
Yeah.
be like, all right, well,
Yeah.
They don't look like people who would normally leave their kids alone. It's just like, what are you guys doing? How long were you gone for this to get to that
Yeah.
bad?
Well, no, they were definitely in the building because they were covered in soot.
Why were they that far away from their kid?
Maybe the kid just hid.
That's true. Like I remember,
the kid was in the closet.
When I was learning about fire safety as a kid, they would say, "Don't hide," because that's like a thing. Like,
yeah,
kids will hide in the closet, and then
So I'm pretty sure the kid hid and they couldn't find the child, and then it was like
Explode.
too much, and they had to go.
This scene is pretty good though. Like the fire stuff is like pretty intense.
Yes.
Looks like it's all in camera. I mean, there's
and
some
I like
digital
that it's
stuff.
like it's Peter. It's not. He's not.
It's Peter
powerful.
like without his powers.
Yeah, he just
so that's
is
like a
doing
fun,
it. You know, yeah.
That's always fun when you see like a superhero that's like depowered, having
Yeah.
to overcome an obstacle.
I enjoyed when he fell through the hole. Like,
Oh,
he
and she-
to jump, and she's trying to.
She
help
tries
him.
to
I was
pick
like,
him up. Yeah, it's
"Oh."
like she pulls him up.
So yeah, he ends up saving the kid, but it turns out some poor soul got trapped on the 4th floor.
Yeah. He's probably, oh, there's someone in here. They're gonna come up right after they save that person down there. I can't wait. I'm gonna be saved. And
That
they
always
were
reminds me.
engulfed in
I think Robot
flames.
Chicken made fun of it. That always reminds me in Star Wars when they save Princess Leia from the prison thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what do you think the other prisoners on the Death Star were like? Are they coming for me next? There's
Yeah.
a whole Robot Chicken where like a guy gets his bag ready, and it's like, oh, they just left all those.
And then they fucking torpedoed the shit out of it and exploded everyone in there. Oh my god, I never thought about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe there weren't other prisoners.
Collateral damage.
Yeah.
Peter has lunch with Ursula, the chocolate cake.
Yeah.
And they stare at
And a
each
glass
other.
of milk.
And a glass of milk.
Which
and they
is like
stare
a
at each other
really
awkwardly.
I love that scene, to be honest. Like
it's just a very awkward scene. I'm like, I wonder.
Well,
Why did she stack the plate
Yeah, it's
on
weird.
top of the cake instead of putting it underneath?
Yeah.
She's not the brightest, it seems.
That's mean to her.
It's a waste of cake.
She's super nice.
She's
a nice girl.
Nice people can be not
And
bright.
she cares about Pete. And,
We know
and you're
people
here
who are-
making fucking fun of her.
We know people who are nice
You're a
but
terrible
not very
person,
bright.
Tony.
Okay, we know a lot of
Terrible,
people who are
terrible
nice but not
person.
bright.
She's doing her best, and you're just being so mean.
She's helping with the family business, and you're fucking talking shit about her. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you, man?
You're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. Let me see here. So yeah, Aunt May forgives Peter.
Yeah.
And she does her whole, there's a hero in all of us.
Yep.
Is that the scene
I believe there's a hero in all of us.
that tears you up?
No.
Oh,
no, it's not.
really?
It's not. It's actually not.
Well, that's a really good speech.
It is a great
I was
scene.
gonna say, does she know at this point that he's Spider-Man? Because she's definitely like
I don't think
laying
so.
it on pretty thick. Though,
I think it's like
'cause-
maybe it's like how MJ is kind of where it's like MJ where she's like I always thought I
No,
knew.
because if she like knew, she would have known earlier. Because she didn't like Spider-Man. She's like, nah, that guy sucks.
Yeah.
I read the Bugle, and then he saved her, and it's like, well, I like him now.
Yeah, Aunt May seems like the kind of person that's like into that fucking. She'd be into like QAnon and nowadays.
Don't.
What do you mean? Don't what?
Don't accuse me of being Q, you asshole.
Why you accuse me?
You guys talk about that on here?
No.
Oh.
See, he actually is though.
No, someone left a YouTube comment. They're like, so Tony's QAnon and this? And I'm like, what? I'm like,
Someone
when
thought
did
you
I
were-
never mentioned it?
Someone thought you were QAnon or just a supporter of QAnon? I don't see.
No,
there's
they
way
think I was
Tony
a-
could-
He dragged me to a MAGA party against my will.
That footage doesn't exist. Shut up. You think Aunt Meg's QAnon?
No, I don't. Yeah, she's just no. I think she's the kind of person to be like, Peter. What's it called? I don't know. A storm's coming, Peter. I don't know. Something stupid like that.
Storm's
Yeah.
coming.
When she's like masturbating.
Shut up.
No, I don't think she seems pretty liberal because she's
Yeah.
really into self-care.
The speech is really good.
You know what I'm talking about.
The speech is really good. It's a
Yeah.
really, really nice speech. What?
Is that painted like that, or did you like shit on this?
Shit on it. It's painted like that.
Look at that.
It looks like you ran it through your butt.
I didn't do anything.
Oh, no,
I
it is
bought
like- I
that.
think it's like- yeah,
I
I
bought
think
that
it-
online for this review.
It looks like you got poo-poo on it.
I bought that online for this review.
Okay.
Anyway,
Looks like
Maybe whoever you bought it from. They're like, I like sticking the tentacles into my anus.
can we just go one Spider-Man video without this? Just one Spider-Man video.
Why'd you have me on then?
Why did I have you on? You know why? Because the last episode did really well.
Yeah.
And you were in the thumbnail.
And I was in the zone.
That's why you were on. Jesus Christ. So yeah, Aunt May forgives him. All is well with them. She convinces him to be a Spider-Man again unknowingly. He practices jumping.
I'm back.
And then he falls and hurts his back.
I'm back.
Yeah, I
And there's a
love that
scene we
scene.
don't like. He touches the car and the alarm goes off, but
No. He lightly touches.
Yeah.
He just
Yeah.
taps.
And I bet you like the sound guy thought it'd be funny to add in the alarm. But then like the car's not flashing or anything, so it
Yeah.
just looks awkward.
Whatever.
Yeah, maybe it's just like a sound alarm.
Yeah.
I don't
No,
know.
usually they light up.
Whatever.
Whatever.
I don't care.
Has a
It
car
was a
alarm
funny scene.
ever worked? Has literally anyone gone like a car alarm? We should see if there's burglars.
Now everybody's like, "Oh my god, shut that fucking thing off! Somebody steal it and get it out of here already!" Like, I'm trying to sleep.
Mary Jane is hanging out with her fiance.
Yeah.
In his NASA shirt. Because
Yeah.
he's from NASA.
He's an
He's been to
astronaut.
space. He's been to the moon.
Because he's gonna bring back Venom or maybe turn into a werewolf possibly.
Yeah.
Oh,
Spoiler.
yeah.
Spoiler. None of that happens.
Yeah.
So he's like, are you inviting Peter Parker?
Yeah. Who's that buddy of yours? You know, the dude that got slapped a bunch of fucking times in front of us at the party.
Also, so in the extended cut, her and the girl from Death Proof
Yeah.
They're hanging out a lot more. There's like a bunch of scenes because that's like her maid of honor and stuff.
Okay.
But she's just like, what about that kiss you said you had? That was so great. Whatever happened to that guy? So like her friends just like, why don't you date the person you really want to?
You know, why wouldn't she fucking tell her friend like, yo, I fucking scored with Spider-Man. He fucking put
People
his
would
tongue
believe
down
her.
my throat. Like,
Okay, so
you know,
no one witnessed.
but she never tells anybody. Like,
No-
I
no
guess that's
one-
the thing. Like,
yeah.
you know, if I was like, guys, I made out with Spider-Man, you'd be like, well, no, you didn't.
Because you know what?
And
No
also,
one-
what?
No one witnessed the second time he saved her.
Yeah.
Except for the gang of rapists, but I don't think they're going around.
You think
being
they're all
like-
like they're on the floor like with broken ribs, and they're like, damn, nice dude. You made out with a chick.
However, people did see her get saved twice by Spider-Man, so it's reasonable to assume.
Yeah, and then he just leaves her on like a rooftop.
Yeah.
Like a rooftop garden.
Yeah.
And I guess she had to get back. Why wouldn't you put her on street level?
I don't know.
Then she's got to go and find the elevator of this building. Like, be like, hey, what if they're like, ma'am, how'd you get in here? You're trespassing. It's like, oh, Spider-Man dropped me off. Spider-Man dropped you off? You're coming with downtown with me. Like, and she gets arrested. I know, it's like...
So fucking she's hanging out with her fiance, and she's like, speaking of Peter, she's like, can I kiss you upside down like a fucking weirdo?
Yeah, and then she's like, no, on his
Why does
face.
she kiss like that?
I don't
It
know,
feels like
but he
she's
should
literally,
be like,
sucking his soul.
Yeah.
He should really be like, that was a weird thing you wanted to do. Hey, weren't you rescued a couple times by that guy who hangs
Yeah.
upside down a lot?
He's like,
No, instead this poor cinnamon roll is like, oh, I'm back on the moon. And I'm like,
yeah. And
he's
like,
so wholesome. He's so nice.
he's like, I always love when you get so much saliva in my nostrils. It's just awesome. I love when it drips in the back of my
Why is
throat.
he
and
so
hurts.
nice? His dad is J. Jonah Jameson.
I guess.
He's so nice.
Yeah.
Be like slapping around like, I'm J. Jonah Jr.
Yeah,
Loves
right.
her.
I was on the moon, you bitch.
I feel really bad for him, to be honest. Like,
too.
but you know what? You can't help who you have feelings for. Is the thing, you know, and this is
Like,
it's
this
really
bitch
the
doesn't
moral
have
of
to
the
say,
story.
yeah, I'm getting married to you. Like, damn, you have feelings for someone else, you selfish bitch.
He gets cucked in this universe. He dies in the Venom universe.
Yeah.
Guy can't catch a break.
Poor dude.
Turns into a werewolf in the comics.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Yo, that's the thing. Like, imagine going to space and everything, and you're just dating some girls in a shit play off Broadway, and it's like garbage. And then she fucking leaves you for a fucking, you know, you don't know he's Spider-Man. You think he's just this poor guy living in
You're
some
like, my
Russian
dad's
guy's apartment.
photographer.
Yeah,
I think I think they kept that relationship under
probably.
wraps.
That's true. If I was Jonah Jameson, I'd be like, God damn it, Peter, you fucking asshole! I spent a lot of money on this wedding.
So yes, Mary Jane is horny for Peter again.
Yeah,
And now she's like, hey, remember when you said you were like into it? Well, I'm back to being into it.
yeah.
And he's like, I spoke too soon.
Yep.
Not actually into it.
And then this is
And
the
then
scene.
okay, so this is the scene that was in all the trailers.
Yeah, and also it was one of the funniest Conan O'Brien moments. It was the look
Watch
out,
out, it's
here
Billy
comes
Joel."
Billy Joel.
Look out! Here comes Billy Joel!
And-
So we were talking about this.
Yeah.
Dr. Octopus doesn't know Peter's Spider-Man.
Yeah, which I never thought about this until you brought it up,
Yeah,
and it was
and the thing
cracking me
is-
the fuck up.
He needs Peter to relay a message to Spider-Man and needs Mary Jane as a hostage
Yeah.
to show Spider-Man he's serious. And then he throws a car at them that would have killed them.
Yeah. He
both
whips
of
this
them.
car at them.
Yes, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, he should be like, well, Peter's just a regular guy.
Yeah.
Like when he threw the car, it's like he was going to kill them.
Maybe what happened was, like, you know, when he was leaving Harry Osborn's place, and he's like, "Don't hurt Peter." He's like, "Hurt Peter? Gotcha." And he's like, "Okay, I'll whip a car at him." And he's like,
Did I hear that right? You said
yeah,
hurt Peter.
Hurt Peter. Gotcha. And then he's like, "Oh, here we go, a car." And then, because could you imagine? Also, too, was it a parked car, or is there someone like, "Help!"
I don't
just-
see anyone in the car being
Okay.
like, "Ah!"
Yeah. And then
Maybe it is Billy Joel.
imagine too, he's like, I need you to relay a message to me. And he's talking to the obliterated gore pile of the smashed car body and he's like picking him up, and it's all like just bones and blood.
Like,
and yeah.
I need you to find
I need you
Spider-Man.
to find
for me.
Spider-Man.
Peter? Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Oh,
he's dead.
he said, don't hurt. Fuck. And he's like,
So Peter breaks out of the rubble.
yeah.
Oh, that's another thing. He throws him into like a fucking wall. And
Yeah,
Literally,
again.
that could have put him in a wheelchair.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he's like, Spider-Man, my rib cage and most of my thoracic vertebrae is dust.
Yeah.
I'll get Spider-Man eventually. Like shit, dude. He threw him into a brick. Like, imagine hitting into a brick wall hard enough to shatter bricks.
Yeah.
As a human.
Yeah.
You're
also
that like
fucking Dr. Octopus is like, you're gonna meet me at this tower, or I'll peel the flesh from her bones. I'm like, that's pretty severe.
Again, he like turned into like a legit monster, and it's like,
Yeah.
no, dude.
I'm like, that's a little much, buddy.
Imagine you get there and he literally is like just ripping skin off of Mary Jane. She's like a skeleton.
Peeling it off
Starting to
her.
flare.
I'd be like, Jesus Christ, man, you're a psycho. What are those arms talking to you about? Like, they're fucking. Why did you program them that way?
So J. Jonah is sad.
Yeah.
He's like, Spider-Man was the only one who could have saved us.
Which this scene's great. It's
And
so
he's like,
fucking funny.
He was a hero. And then Spider-Man steals his suit. He's like, he's a menace.
He's a menace.
He stole my suit.
Yeah, I love that scene. It made me laugh like so hard in the theater when I saw it too, just because he finally has it. Like, and you're like, wow, J. Jonah Jameson finally is. And then he just the switch immediately.
They also got those newspapers out really fucking
Yeah.
fast.
Yeah, they really did.
It's like, wow.
He probably
did you have
told
those
Robbie
ready?
to run it.
Like-
Yeah, he told Robbie to run it right there. He was like, do it.
The West Side Tower fight is awesome.
Yep.
And then it turns into the train fight.
The train fight.
Which is incredible and apparently took a year to complete between
Oh, really?
filming and the digital stuff.
Oh, wow. Shit. Okay.
It took a really long time for them to do this, and it's fucking awesome.
Every single part of it.
We get a cameo from the guy from Evil Dead 2, and I think someone from The Sopranos.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's everything about the scene.
Also, spoiler alert, this is the scene. This
scene
is the
gets-
scene that makes me tear
okay.
up
Okay.
ridiculously. The second, so that's the thing. You got Spider-Man in his most heroic he's been so far in all the movies. Like, no matter what, like all the times he saved people, he has a train full of people. I love too. He tries to stop it with the feet, and the guy's like, "Any more bright ideas?" And he's just like, "Yeah, I got a few."
I was
Like,
gonna say,
he's still nice about it.
In that part, Phil Lamar's in the background. I'm like,
Oh,
that's
really?
Phil Lamar.
Oh, really? I
I
didn't know
can't
that.
stop staring at Phil Lamar. Yeah, no. So the fight is great.
Yeah.
And I love when Dr. Octopus ups the ante by throwing people, and he's got to like web them.
Yeah.
And
Like-
then that doesn't work, so he's like, I gotta speed up the fucking train and break it. Yeah. So then I like how you kind of need to see his face for this scene.
Yeah.
Again, the new movies get lucky with the whole like the digital face, how you
Yeah.
can see his like emotions, but they didn't have that yet. So it's like, all right, because people get annoyed that he takes his mask off a lot. It's like, well, you need to convey some kind of emotion. We talked about it a little bit in the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like you said, I like when he tries the foot, it doesn't work, and then
Yeah.
he tries the webs.
No,
and
the
that
webs,
doesn't work.
like-
He's like, I'm gonna try it again, but with a lot of webs, and it almost fucking dies.
I love that part where it's like he's crushing into the front of the train,
Yeah.
and his like the suit's ripping.
And he's like holding his
Yeah,
muscles.
and he's like holding it, and it's and he just makes it, and then passes out.
Yeah,
and everyone grabs him. They save him.
Yeah.
Pass him along, and then like I know that you always rip on the scene where the guy's like, he's like no older than my son, like he's
just
a
a kid, no older
but
than
he's
my
definitely
son.
like
And it's just like your 32-year-old son is
Yeah.
a kid. Like, what the fuck?
No, I
20.
the scene where the two kids walk up and they hand him the mask, and everyone's like, we're cool. That
Apparently
scene.
those kids are related to Tobey Maguire.
Oh, okay,
I think
really?
they said it was like his cousins or something
Yeah.
like that.
Also, it's just like we're probably never gonna
Thinking about it now, I get that scene just gets me.
I mean,
don't
think
know,
about it. No
every
one,
time.
like, who the fuck knows Peter Parker? They're like, this
Yeah,
is,
well, that's
this
the
is
thing,
a big
it doesn't
city.
matter.
You're like a generic white guy. I don't know if we're ever gonna remember who you are.
Yeah.
Like,
But
you know how many
it's still,
times
like,
I've
Someone can still sketch something.
well,
and be
the
like,
way
"Here's-"
he like starts realizing, like, oh my god, they're all looking, and they're like, it's cool. We won't.
You know how many
tell
times
anyone, you know?
I've met someone and then met them again and forgot that I met them and didn't recognize them.
Yeah.
Like, it's fine. Like, it happens.
You're just a terrible person.
It happens. It happens.
I always remember faces. I don't remember names.
Yeah, still, it always reminds me. I really love the
bad about that.
I really love the Justice League episode where Lex Luthor and the Flash get their brains switched.
I've
Ever
never
watched
seen that one. No.
Oh my god, it's great. So Lex Luthor's in the Flash's body and he's in Justice League headquarters. He's running away.
Oh, yeah.
And he looks in the mirror and he's like, well, at least I'll know the identity of the Flash. And he takes his mask off and he goes, I have no idea who this is. Like, he just looks like some guy,
That's
I guess. like because how would he know? Like,
Barry Allen, like,
yeah,
who,
it's like
who even.
red hair, I guess. I think it was Wally West in Justice League.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that train scene is incredible.
Yeah, it's straight up that
referenced
was,
in Spider-Verse.
Yep,
along with a couple other things.
It's straight up at that point. I remember I seeing that in theaters. People clapped at the end of it and stuff. Like it was one of those things. Like
they tried to imitate it in No Way Home with the ship breaking in half.
Oh, I love that too, though. I actually really like that.
No, I like that. It doesn't have.
It wasn't as
doesn't hit the
intense.
same.
No,
doesn't have the same
it really
impact.
didn't. And no, that whole scene, straight up, I have like goosebumps thinking about it. I'm such like a loser when it comes
And then
to
I
this,
love,
like,
I do
shit,
love the
though.
scene where Dr. Octopus shows up again.
Yeah. Well, it's like it doesn't.
I
Even,
love
that's the only thing that gets me about this scene that I don't like is that it is so abruptly interrupted. But I like that it's still. Then they're like, "Nope, you're gonna have to go." But I love the way he goes like this, and then goes.
No, I just love like you're gonna have to go through me, and he's like, "Okay," he just
He's like,
separates
okay.
them. It's like
And-
that's real easy.
Very well.
But I like Spider-Man's like, it's cool. Yeah, I got this. Like, but then he just punches the fucking shit out of Spider-Man.
Yeah, he drops Peter off at Harry's. He takes the tritium and leaves. And Harry's like, "Before I kill you, I need to see your face." And then, great timing. Spider-Man wakes up as soon as his mask gets taken off.
And he's also fine enough to like just be like, okay, ripping off this barbed wire.
Yeah,
Let's
he's in
go.
barbed
Hey.
wire, which is kind of messed up. Which also, where did he get the barbed wire for that? Like,
I don't know.
He's like, oh, barbed wire,
Supposed to
wrap
be
you
like
up.
a callback to the first one where he sees the spider web in the barbed wire in the first one.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
That's supposed to be a thing. Like
That's a deep, like, I don't know about that.
But yeah, Harry,
maybe
like Harry's like shocked. Like he
Yeah.
like falls and everything. He's like,
Which
"Oh
I
my
would
God."
be too. Like, imagine if, like, I don't know, you're like, I killed your dad.
Oh God, you killed my dad?
And then you found out, like, oh my God, the guy I did it all the time was Kieran. Wouldn't you kind of be like, what the fuck, dude?
It was that dastardly denim dirtbag.
Yeah.
Thank God I have a friend like you, Kieran.
And I'm
to
like,
keep
Tony,
me safe.
we have to go save Johanna. He's Alfred Molina has Johanna, and she's in your room with him.
Trust me, I'm okay.
And the Bruce Willis is shaking all over the place.
It might put a hole in him by accident. I don't know. This scene, though, I'm really mad that Peter wasn't just like, look, we will talk about this later.
Yeah.
We just have to save
Or be
MJ.
like, dude, your
I'll
dad
explain
was-
later, I promise.
Yeah, like, or just tell him, like, dude, your dad was a fucking robot goblin.
Harry, he was the Green Goblin.
Yeah.
I'm sure if you look at all the masks.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Like,
Yeah.
look around. You're probably gonna find some Green Goblin shit. I hit his glider on the roof because I didn't know what to do with it. I couldn't turn it into the police because they'd be like, "Oh, it's Harry Osborn or Norman Osborn."
That's the thing too. It's like, when have you ever heard of Spider-Man stabbing a guy in the fucking dick? When have I done that? When have I ever done it?
That's kind of like the Dark Knight trilogy when they're just like, yes, he killed Harvey Dent. It's like, wow, remember that one time he killed a guy and then we didn't see him again? Like, seems like a weird thing for Batman to do.
Yeah, right. And after all the people he's just broken a ton of bones on, he just decided to kill a fucking
decided
DA.
to kill a hero who was recovering from burns.
His
Like,
face
what the
was
fuck?
already pretty fucked. Like, he could have just let him be.
Peter shows up to save Mary Jane. Dr. Octopus knows he's there. They get into it.
Why does he suddenly have like a spidey sense too? Because he's literally just a normal guy.
I guess it's like the
I think
things
the
are
arms caught on.
They're like, oh, dude, he's here. Like, let him know.
What if they talk? They should have talked.
Oh, apparently they had names.
Oh, and it's the Three Stooges.
The Three Stooges and Flo. So
Flo was the one?
It was Larry,
Wasn't Shemp?
No, it's Larry, Mo, Curly, and Flo.
Huh.
Why Flo?
Flo was one of the ones up here. I can't remember which one it was. I don't fucking know.
Did you ever see the behind the scenes of him singing? He's singing.
If I was a rich
the
man.
Fiddler on the Roof song. Yeah.
If I were a rich man.
There's also a scene where it was what's his name? Willem Dafoe
Norman
was
Osborn.
there. Yeah,
I mean not Norman Osborn. Willem Dafoe.
Yeah,
he's
and
wearing
he's
the
wearing
thing.
them and everything.
Yeah, that was cool.
Target is the fuel that makes this project go.
So while they're can you guys stop playing?
I really like that.
I would love
figure.
to play with Alfred.
So while they're fighting.
Oh, speaking of you hating Frozen, he's actually married to the woman, I believe it's who wrote the music or something like that. Someone involved in Frozen, so I thought you would enjoy that.
He was good in the animated Wonder Woman movie.
I'm gonna take her
as
out.
Ares.
Hmm.
Anyway, At some point, Peter pulls up like a wire to electrocute him.
Yeah.
And this like resets his brain for a second.
Yep.
And then like Peter disables the machine, but it's already stabilizing.
Yeah.
It's starting to like
self-sustaining.
Self-sustaining.
Sustaining.
And then we also get some Kirsten Dunst nipples, and we get Alfred Molina nipples in the same scene.
It's pretty incredible.
Quadruple nipples.
But yeah, he's basically like, hey, Dr. Octopus, I'm Peter Parker. And then he's just like, oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. He's
I
like
that that's
lazy,
his
but
first-
brilliant.
It's not like, oh my God, my wife is dead. I'm a monster. Oh, you're Peter Parker.
This is another scene with the claws where you can see the
the lights.
lights changing.
Yeah.
You
So
see it
it's
turn-
like, listen to me now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you see
Listen
it
to
turn
me
back.
now.
Yeah.
I'll listen.
Anyway.
Johanna turns red.
So
she's red and then she turns white.
So he's basically like, oh man, I fucked up. I gotta fix this. He's like, maybe I can sink into the river. I'll do it.
Yeah, I like how he's like, no. Like
Yeah.
his arm goes and stops him. He's like, I'll do it.
He's like, I'll do it. Let me turn into a CGI guy with fuzzy hair for a second. It really bothers me that it does not match. It really bothers me.
I mean, it's like,
But then
weird.
MJ.
I love that reveal where she's like, ha!
I like it
What
too.
do you know?
And then she almost gets crossed.
Yeah, but I love that scene though where he's holding it up and he's just like, hey, this is really heavy. I love that scene. It's so, that's Spider-Man. Like,
And I like that he confesses. It was like, hey, we're probably gonna die. I like you. I lied.
Yeah.
There's no like. She loves.
Yeah.
And he loves her.
Realistically,
This is another actual scene that I well up a bit. I'm like, this movie straight up, it's like,
how it would go in real life though is like, I really loved you. She's like, even when you said you didn't, and you'd be like, yeah. She's like, why did you lie to me? Oh, what else have you been lying about? Oh, you just fucking lie, I guess. And he's like, Mary Jane, we're about to be crushed. She's like, I don't even care. Just let it crush me if you're fucking lying. Like, that's how it would go in real life.
who hurt you, Tony?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Trust me.
God.
No, that's how it would go. 100%. That's what you would do.
Yeah,
If
maybe
you-
to you.
Oh, wow.
You are a
This is-
liar.
I didn't realize this was like a fucking...
No, not her, but
No, I didn't do that.
Okay, yeah, no.
This is just a
Trust
women
me,
in
man.
general thing.
Trust me, dog. Been there. Yeah, bros.
I'm so happy I'm in a nice, stable relationship. There's none
Because
of that. Not because of you. It's because of Alfred Merlin.
It's more because of the...
I'm going to find everyone in this office love one.
It's more because of the romance powers of PAX East.
Machinima.
Machinima.
Yes. So Mary Jane finds out he's Peter Parker.
Yeah.
Really sad. Dr. Octopus dies.
Wait, it's sad.
Yeah. It's actually not sad.
Well, it's
actually
sad
pretty
because you think
happy.
they're going to die. And,
Oh.
Yeah, but instead he
Yeah,
saved
you're
her.
right.
You don't think they're gonna die. You're like, nah, Spider-Man's got this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
But
I never thought he was gonna
Alfred
die.
Molina sinks the sun into the water.
I will not die.
Which, why doesn't that just fucking vaporize the whole East River?
Oh, I want to talk about that. So earlier, when the sun disappeared, it like absorbed one of the things. I'm like, shouldn't that have made a black hole in the middle of the city?
Yeah, that's true.
Which would just eat the planet, like in the
Also,
Star Trek.
like, a sun is a fucking... A sun is a mass of incandescent gas.
Wait, technically, if we're being realistic, their skin should just be melting off.
Oh, yeah.
They should be like, ah.
Well, that's the, so the thing about fusion is, there's no fusion source on Earth. The only fusion source that we know of is our sun. There's fission, which is like what they try, but fusion is two hydrogens forming a helium atom, and it just fucking makes a sun for some fucking. I don't really understand the rest of it. I just understand what it is.
And then it makes a black hole if it goes away.
Yeah, if it goes in, I don't know. Like, honestly, it's kind of fucking weird that shit is happening right now.
Yeah.
But we're here talking about this fucking movie. Meanwhile, the universe is a thing. Like, what the hell?
There's a lot of stuff going on in the universe
Yeah.
right now.
It is weird, right? You know, think about it. Aliens being dipshits up in there. No, I'm not going to do that.
Kieran,
here.
this is not the
You already know
Cinemasker
my feeling.
podcast.
You know,
This
it's
is
like-
not the
it's like
Cinemasker
a-
podcast.
It's okay. I talked about having
Yeah.
sex with aliens on the
He wants to
Ghostbusters
fight
episode.
aliens. You want to fuck them.
Yo,
I'm
I'll
just
tell you what.
completely neutral to all of it.
Yeah, you have sex with a few. I'll beat up the rest. Okay.
Okay. Deal.
Cool.
Deal.
And Aunt May will masturbate to it because she's either into the you having sex with them or me, or she's into violence. We don't know which one. One of them
So-
will make her horny.
So Mary
Okay,
Jane.
no, let's dose.
Maybe both.
So he
Maybe
saves
she's right.
Mary Jane from the spinning wheel of death.
Yeah, when he finally throws the wall, and then it's just like, oh, they're fine, and then
Which
there's like electric transformers.
I
on
don't
it.
know what it is about Sam Raimi and a bunch of rusty ass shit in abandoned buildings, but that's a very Sam Raimi thing.
It feels
that's
like
coming
Dark
at
Man.
them. Yeah, and it reminds me of like Evil Dead when it's crumbling. Like it reminds me of the bridge and stuff of Evil Dead.
So yeah, he has her in the web, and he's like, "Hey, I can't tell you."
And he's like,
the reason I didn't tell
like
you."
a spider walking. Yeah.
She's just hanging on the
I'd be
very
like-
edge too. Why wasn't
Yeah.
she like more in the middle?
If I saw him move like that, I'd be like, look, I was kind of into you, but that's so fucking weird. I'm afraid. You creep me out.
But yeah, he tells her, he's like, "Hey, I can't be." Although, yeah, he's like, "I can't be with you if my enemies find out who you are.
Yeah,
they'll kidnap you." And she should be like, "That happens anyway."
Yeah.
What's the difference?
It's happened in both situations.
It's literally happened 1, 2, 3 times.
I never thought about that at all. I
was also attacked by a gang of rapists, and they had no idea who Spider-Man was.
If anything, I totally want to be with you because I know
be
you will
around
save
you
me.
all the time.
Straight up.
I also realized I missed out on a really good joke when he was shooting and it wasn't coming out. I was gonna say he was shooting blanks.
This is a family show.
Where?
Is it? It is? What fucking messed up families watching your show?
This is a very Christian channel, and you're upsetting me.
Aunt May.
No!
Rubbing.
Shut up! Okay.
Vagina.
He tells her why they can't be together. Back at Harry's place, Norman Osborn.
I want to talk about the fiance running all heroically, like going to get her because he was so worried. Also, J. Jonah Jameson's there too for some reason. He's like,
it's a good story.
Why are you?
Probably, yeah, that makes sense, I guess. But at the same
He's
time,
like, Spider-Man kidnapped my
he might have been
son's fiance.
He's like, wait a minute, Mary Jane was out by the water. That means her nipples are hard, and I can go see it.
Why does he talk like
Because
that?
every time she's in a water source, she's never wearing a bra.
Yeah.
Mary Jane's very free
Yeah.
the nipple.
Yeah, so Harry's all sad.
I hope Kirsten Dunst isn't like, oh, a Spider-Man review. Imagine she's.
I got a
Do
fun
those kind of
quote.
people watch YouTube at all, you think?
I got a fun quote with Kirsten Dunst in a minute. But yeah, so Harry's at his house, and he hears Norman Osborn talking to him. And then he sees his ghost.
Yeah. It's not a ghost, though, is it?
Hallucinate.
So what I think is...
He's just very drunk.
What I think is... So he finds the goblin lair in the house.
Avenge me! No!
And we see they have the performance enhancers. What I think is meant to happen is that Norman was injecting the enhancers, the gas, and they might have gotten into the house and started messing with Harry's head.
Yeah, that's a good theory.
That's what I think might have happened.
I subscribe to that theory.
Because other than that, it's just like, why is Harry suddenly having a mental breakdown where he's why did he suddenly...
I can actually understand the mental breakdown because imagine finding out that your friend is Spider-Man, the one who killed your
But
father.
to the point where like you're hallucinating your dead dad yelling at you.
Well, also,
and I'm
too,
mad
and
that
you-
the ghost...
Avenge me!
I was really mad that Ghost Norman Osborn wasn't a big thing in Spider-Man 3.
Yeah.
I would have loved just Ghost Norman
Also, he
Osborn.
was in the mirror, right? Like,
Yeah.
the mirror was the room that he breaks
Yeah.
the mirror and then it goes in. Okay.
Yeah.
Because also, that's a real, like, lucky thing to just all of a sudden break. And also, why would you hide, like, I'm going to hide my entire arsenal behind just a plate of glass. Normal glass.
Yeah.
Not bulletproof.
What if Harry was like, I want to get rid of this mirror? And it's like,
Yeah,
what the
right.
fuck is this?
He just pulls it off the wall, and there's just a hole with a bunch of bombs. I'd be like, "Oh my god!" Dad.
I do like when he turns and the mask is there.
Yeah.
And it, like just screams.
Did you see when he threw the knife at the glass too? Whatever. It went from Harry to Norman, then Harry again, and then Norman real quick.
Oh no, I didn't
yeah.
see that. That's
Yeah.
cool. But yeah, so he sees the performance enhancers, the glider, the bombs, which are all neatly
Yeah.
put on a thing, and I'm like, he seemed really crazy. I don't think he was like, I'm gonna make a nice glass shell. Right here. I'm going to.
Dude, he's gonna leave all his pumpkin bombs in a pile or something like that. Like,
What if Peter went and put the goblin glider back in there for him?
yeah, he arranged them all for him.
It's like I assume
He'll never find this.
Hopefully, he never throws a heavy object at this mirror or moves the mirror.
he should realistically. Peter should be like, I'm gonna put this all in like a bag and bury it in the water so
But
no one
also,
ever
like,
finds it.
where did he have like 800 pumpkin bombs with him? He can't. Not for anything, but like the goblin suit doesn't have any sort of shit.
They're in the glider.
Oh, are they? But even how do they fit in that? That glider can't hold.
They're
a
pretty.
lot.
That glider's pretty
Don't they
bulky.
shrink?
And the third one, they shrink.
Okay.
They're like Pokeballs.
Yeah, in the third one, because he has that stupid skateboard, they're like flat and then they pop up.
I will not.
Yeah.
Hey, you could just use this cool suit again and just not use the helmet and just like, have the glider.
The suit's in the new movie.
I'm using a skateboard.
Did you see someone
skateboard?
Did you see someone Photoshop the new you see the new Spider-Man poster where it's like all the villains?
Yeah, I did.
And like Green Goblin's in the corner. Someone photoshopped it where it's like the scene of like Green Goblin's butt when Willem Dafoe's bent over. They're like, I fixed it.
I like someone on Twitter was like, they circled it and were like, did you guys catch this? And everybody's like, yeah, everyone fucking caught it.
Yeah, it's
moron.
not hidden.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like the stupid YouTube thumbnail and it's like things you missed in the.
Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with those. I'm very familiar with those.
Shirt.
So I used to do fake trailer breakdowns. You can still probably find them on this channel.
I always hated those. They tricked me back in the day.
My fake ones? Or
no, not yours. Just them in general.
I was gonna say, he just circled random shit.
Oh yeah, they're Infinity War. It's literally a picture of Spider-Man. I just circled just the sky. There's just nothing there.
That's funny.
The first one I did was Alien Covenant, and it's like the guy's back breaking. I circled a lamp.
God.
There it is.
Anyway.
Things you missed.
What did this mean?
So Mary Jane is going to get married.
Yeah.
And changes her mind.
Yep.
She leaves that son of a bitch at the altar.
Yeah, leads to the best line in the movie where it's call the caterer.
Tell her not to open the caviar.
Yeah.
Tell her not to open the caviar.
And Harry's there with his green bow tie because
Yeah.
he's green now.
Which also...
what a good setup for the new Goblin. I know you like the movie, but you just gotta admit, like, the
better
new
than the other Goblin.
look and whatnot.
It's a little bit weird, but the new movie, the third movie is way underrated.
Which we're going to talk about.
It's super underrated.
We will be covering it before No Way Home.
And also, it also makes me tear up, the third movie.
So yeah, Mary Jane is running in the wedding dress throughout New York. People always say that guy she runs past is Thomas Jane's The Punisher, but it's not.
Oh.
There were talks where they were going to have a Wolverine cameo back when they didn't care as much about that stuff. And they couldn't get, like, the outfit. So they're like, whatever. Kind of a weird... It would be weird to put the X-Men in this universe.
Yeah,
it's like,
it would
where's
be
all
kind
the
of weird.
mutant stuff?
There's a lot of, like, there wasn't very much, like, in the X-Men movies, there were no, like, masturbating characters in those movies, so it would be weird to just throw them into Spider-Man where everybody's masturbating.
Anyway.
I love how you're like, I'm not going to do it. And
I know, but it's just...
The joke's not even in the ground.
I'm like shoehorning it
The joke is like subterranean now.
Yeah, I am like, that's what I like.
But yeah, she finally shows up to him and she basically says what I said. She's like,
I like how Peter didn't know she was there for a while too. Did she just like stand there
Peter
for a
is-
few minutes? And why was his door open?
How could he possibly know? Does he have some kind of sense that can alert him to things?
Yeah, but Mary Jane ain't dangerous. If anything, like she'd get her ass kicked by Peter if she ever tried some shit.
Yeah. But yeah, she's like, I want to be with you and I don't care because I'm kidnapped anyway.
What if she got in there and she's like, I came in here and I saw you just sitting looking at the wall like a fucking psycho and I don't want any part of you.
I'm going back to my wedding.
Yeah, go hang out with
the caviar.
What if she cut there and he's like with the Ursula girl and just like,
just like, oh my god, like railing her out and everything, like
that's
she's
happened
just
to me. That's happened
she's
to
like
me.
rubbing the cake on her and shit.
That's happened to me where you're waiting for a girl to come around.
I'm sorry,
and she's
Johanna.
dragging her feet. So then
Jesus
you're like,
Christ.
I'm gonna date this new girl, and then the other girl's like, I'm finally into it, and you're like, well, I've already started dating a new girl. This is awkward. I'm pretty sure that would.
I like Ursula.
That would have been a
too.
good Spider-Man. movie.
Ursula's gonna find a guy. Peter, it's just not gonna work out. But Ursula, she's gonna find a good dude that's gonna take care of her and
pay rent
and pay the rent and she's gonna be happy. I know she will.
And
I believe.
And then we get another heroic. We get another heroic swing through the city shot.
Yeah.
Awkwardly ends on Mary Jane.
I don't think it's awkward at all. I think it's setting up for like the whole problem with the third movie, like with MJ and Peter problems, because she's like, oh yeah, I finally did this. Like I'm with the person that I'm like with, whatever. But like, what else is gonna happen?
Yeah.
Like, what's gonna go on now?
She says, "Go get him, Tiger."
Go get him, Tiger.
The thing is, like, you have a movie where in this movie everyone's just down on Spider-Man the whole time and everything, and then in the third one everybody loves him, but now everybody's cooling on Mary Jane because also her play is fucking trash. That's mostly why it's a shit play.
So
she's garbage.
Kirsten Dunst.
She's a terrible person. That J. Jonah Jameson's son was so nice.
No, yeah, I do feel
loved
bad
her,
for him, but-
and just leaves it and just leaves a note. Like, tell him to his face, bitch.
He's kind of a corny loser bitch, though. Anyway,
Oh,
so
I'm just kidding.
he can get together with Ursula.
There you go. That's what it is.
So Kirsten
and now,
Dunst said,
the
Then
universe
they'll
is
love each
complete.
other and they'll have cake
I'm
and go
trying
to
to
the
read a
moon.
thing.
No one cares. We're talking about this beautiful
He's gonna
couple.
be like, Ursula, not only did you put me on the moon, you put me in Mars. And by the way, here's your dad's rent money that I owe him.
Can I read this now?
Yeah.
So they asked like Kirsten Dunst about Spider-Man 3 when this was coming out, and she wrote, "I want to die in Spider-Man 3," laughs Dunst. "It would be so fun to die a cinematic death." Do you want to know what the death is? Like Spider-Man accidentally runs her into a wall. That's how she wanted Mary Jane to die. That's how Kirsten... I don't think she liked being in these movies.
Spider-Man's like, I love swinging with you, Mary. Oh, no! It just slams her into a wall.
So I know they say in the comics it's implied that Spider-Man might have accidentally killed Gwen Stacy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But like, he didn't just be like, oops, and throw it into the wall.
Oops. Like, oh my God. That would be, imagine that scene. It's like, right at the beginning of the movie, it just is he fucking swings her ass and she just explodes. She crumples into a fucking brick wall.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. That's really fucking hilarious.
So yeah, that was...
I don't know, like, I want to like get swung into a wall or something, like, lol.
So that's Spider-Man 2. We love it.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's awesome.
I saw it like 3 times in theaters, much like the first one.
Yeah.
Watched it a shit ton on DVD.
Yep. Yeah.
And it's it's a lot of people's favorite movies from that time. It's one of the biggest films at that time.
This is my favorite Spider-Man movie.
Me too.
Yes.
It's definitely top Spider-Man movie. And
It's really hard to beat.
If I were to ever say like there's a top list of even just superhero movies, it's in my top 5 and it's high up.
Yeah.
Easily.
Same.
Yeah. And it's an overall good time, and I'm excited to rewatch the third one, which I did watch recently, but I didn't take notes. So I'm excited to rewatch it. I have new opinions on it, which
I love the
we'll
third
get to.
movie. Yeah, we will talk about it.
And we are all excited for No Way Home.
Yep, me too.
Are you excited for No?
I'm so excited.
Yeah, I can't wait.
So excited.
Let us know if you're horny for Alfred Molina. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe.
I will say this, I wasn't, but Johann is convincing me.
You're welcome.
Make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Check our website. Check our Patreon. Watch Kieran on the Cinemassacre podcast. We have a Godzilla podcast sometimes. Go to castzilla.com. Castzilla versus the Pod Monster on YouTube. And hopefully no one dies in the next Spider-Man video we do. Because that's going to be very sad. We've now lost 4 actors who played Spider-Man.
Is there any left?
No.
There's the Japanese Spider-Man.
Oh, God. So, all right, if the Japanese Spider-Man is alive, please get him somewhere safe and tell him to not visit the store.
Keep him away from Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Italian Spider-Man.
Oh.
Keep Italian Spider-Man safe. Any last words?
So, furious masturbation.
Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye.
Hello, Tony.
Hello, Kieran. How are you?
I'm well.
Hello, Justin.
Hey, Tony.
Recovering from Hanukkah?
No.
Okay. Well, you guys are back. Do you know what else is back, Kieran?
Spider-Man?
Iraq is back.
Oh, Jesus. Iraq is indeed back.
Iraq is back. Yes, we are here to close off the Sam Raimi Spider-Man Trilogy.
Wait, like Iraq? Wait, what are you talking about?
I think they're talking
Iraq.
about ISIS.
Iraq. It was from
probably
the
don't.
Entertainment Weekly that said Iraq is back.
Iraq is back.
Oh, like a spider?
Like an arachnid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It was not a good, it was bad.
Okay.
Anyway, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man Trilogy, we are finishing it just in time for No Way Home.
Yeah.
No, we're not doing the Andrew Garfield movies. However, me and Movie Dumpster are going to do commentary tracks for those on Patreon, so you'll hear what we have to say about those terrible, terrible garbage films over there.
And I'll be downloading and uploading them to Pirate Bay for all of you guys that don't want to pay Tony.
Wow.
Nice.
That's really me.
Yo ho ho.
Before we start, No Way Home, it's going to make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
People are already sending their money to buy tickets, and you could be supporting this show by subscribing for free. So what would you rather do? Pay money for a Spider-Man movie or subscribe to this for free and hear us talk about Spider-Man movies?
There we go.
That's better, right?
You're not asking me what I'd rather do, right? You're asking the audience.
Yes, I'm asking the audience. What would you rather do, Kieran?
Pay Tony money.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Well, like personally, I do not subscribe to Hack the Movies.
Wow.
And I didn't see that second Tom Holland Spider-Man movie.
You still didn't see Far From Home?
Nah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
And I'm not, this isn't like MCU fanboy. It's just a good movie.
I liked it.
Hack the Movies is pretty good too, episodes that I am in. But yet I do not subscribe.
Okay,
Yes.
got you.
So be better than me and subscribe to Hack the
Anyway,
Movies.
a little bit of backstory before this movie. When did you see this? When it came out?
When it came out, I went to a midnight showing of it.
Cool. I saw this movie by myself because all my friends had seen it early and they didn't tell me. And I'm pretty sure my girlfriend at the time was cheating on me with her ex-boyfriend, so she didn't want to go.
You know?
So I went myself, and I was actually wearing this exact same shirt to the movie. And then I walked out of the movie and went, that was pretty lame. Kind of let down. What was your initial reaction?
Same, really. And
Same.
actually, I did see it with an ex-girlfriend who I'm pretty sure was cheating on me at the time, but I was with them.
And there's a girlfriend in this movie who cheats, so it's...
Well,
so if anything, the movie was letting me down and reminding me of what was... I never confirmed it, but if it is the guy, that dude got arrested for robbing a computer store, armed robbery, so she thought that guy was better than me.
Well, that's kind of like this movie.
Kind of, yeah.
Last night was the first time I ever saw this movie.
You never got around to it.
I watched it at 2 a.m.
How have you not seen this?
And I left that experience very upset.
Yeah,
well,
you sent me a GIF.
Yeah.
like 4 in the morning.
Speaking of ex-girlfriends, I don't know if you guys knew I used to be married. Now I am not.
Oh.
And I've had a long history of girlfriend problems.
Oh, you have?
But during this time, I didn't see a lot of movies in theaters because we didn't go out or do anything. So thankfully, I did miss all the awful trilogies of movies like Pirates 3.
Oh, yeah.
Terminator 3.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff. Well, I think
X-Men 3.
Terminator 3 was 2003.
Yeah, well, in that rough time frame.
Okay.
Yeah, from like high school to now.
Okay, well, I'm shocked you never got around to it.
Yeah.
Did you see the Garfield movies, the Andrew Garfield
I
ones?
watched the first one and did not want to see the second one.
I watched the Garfield
Fair.
movie, the one with Bill Murray in it, right?
Yeah, that's a good one. Tale of Two Kitties, I think, was superior.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Anyway, so this movie, famous for having a lot of issues, made a ton of money, cost a ton of money, made a ton of money. Ironically, for the movie with the weakest script, this had the least complicated development. We've talked previously about how both the first two movies had very different first drafts.
Yeah.
With Wiener. That was the name.
Wiener.
That was the name of the guy's
Dr. Octopus's
sidekick was
buddy.
Wiener.
Yeah, Wiener.
So Sam Raimi and his brother wrote this one, Ivan Raimi, with Alan Sargent, who did 2.
Who is, I think, the guy who's J. Jonah Jameson's assistant, right? Is that him?
No, that's Ted Raimi. There's another Raimi who does all like the producing and stuff.
Third Raimi.
Yes. The original idea is pretty much what happens in the movie, with the exception of the Vulture was going to be in there instead of Venom.
Oh.
And I'm sorry, how do you say his name? Avi Arad?
Avi Arad.
Avi Arad, not
Not
Arad.
Arad or whatever you called him earlier.
Avi Arad pretty much like convinced Sam Raimi to use Venom. From what I can read, he was just like, hey, you're focusing on characters that you like too much, even though he picked the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus, who everyone likes.
Yeah.
He's like, you got to do someone more modern, which I get it from a business standpoint. I get it. Sam Raimi said he didn't like the character initially. People think he hates the character, but I read in other stuff. He's like, I eventually read some of the books and I learned to like the character. So I was kind of against Venom being in this.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I just felt like there was too much.
2007, I fell out in love with Venom. I'm like, all right, it's a cool costume. He has that one cool initial story, but I wasn't super into him. Now I like Venom.
Yeah.
I actually like the Venom movies. They're cheesy.
I do too.
They're fine and fun.
I like the first one. They are fine and fun.
Yes.
Well, I haven't seen the second one, but the first
It's
one
fine
is
and
fine
fun.
and fun. Yes.
I don't know. This movie just feels like a parody of a Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie.
Yeah.
After seeing it for the first time, and Venom's like, there's too many bad guys in this movie, especially the whole Venom plot. You could say there's 10 pounds of Sandman in a 5-pound Sandman bag. You know what I mean? It was funnier when I thought about it last night.
It probably was. It probably was.
It was 4 in the morning when you probably thought about it last night.
Yeah, but Venom in this is like an amalgam of his initial origin from like Secret Wars, kind of. But I think that's limited to how the suit works, and then the cartoon, and then the Ultimate Comics, which is why it explains why Eddie Brock is not this muscle-bound dude.
Yeah,
he looks more like a Peter Parker, and they got Topher Grace. Good news, guys. I contacted Topher Grace. Now, don't worry. I called him and I said, Topher, please, you could just use the front door.
Yeah.
Just wear your regular costume. This isn't a gimmick.
And they're about to shoot the new That 70s show, but it's That 90s show now.
Yes.
So we're gonna be getting he's gonna be hot soon. He's
yes.
gonna be like a big deal.
So
again.
getting Topher Grace in this is a big deal. And I told him, because unfortunately, Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, Tom Holland, and the guy from the 70s all died tragically.
What was his name?
I forget, but he's dead.
He's dead. He's still
dead.
here.
So I told Topher, don't worry, just walk in like a normal person.
Okay,
and
cool.
We're getting a call. Hey, Topher. Yeah, it's Tony. It's Topher Grace.
Oh wow.
Hey, are you still on your way? What do you mean look up? Topher, why are you on the scaffolding? No, I know what you're going to do. Topher, do not swing into the store. It's a bad idea. Please do not do it. Topher, no. Topher, no.
Oh my God. He kicked me in the face.
Why? Why? I told him not to do it. I told him not to jump.
Oh my God.
Why do they keep doing it? Oh my God.
Oh God. I think he broke my nose.
Oh no.
That was a Topher disgrace.
Wow, man. Too soon.
Do you think he finished That 90s show scenes before he died?
I don't think it's even been filming yet.
Oh no, we just ruined That 90s show.
Oh God.
I don't think
Kurtwood Smith is going to be so mad at us.
We're going to get Red Foreman.
Yeah.
Oh my God. When will this nightmare ever end? Anyway, you want to talk about Spider-Man 3?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Spider-Man 3. Let's get into this film. The intro sequence. It is a recap of what happened in the last two movies.
Yep.
To bring you up to speed. Not as fun as the Alex Ross paintings.
No, it felt like they were kind of like, we don't want to do that again, or like...
Yeah, I do appreciate that all three sequences are different.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of like this with the webs going like the first one, but then the Venom symbiote is infecting him. I thought that was pretty cool. Christopher Young is doing the music now.
Okay.
Danny Elfman is out. Christopher Young is in.
But it's a lot of the same people from 1 and 2, right? So Bill Pope.
Bill Pope's back.
A lot of the Darkman people are in it, are around. So, yeah, that's cool. I will say the opening sequence, they don't really dwell much on Spider-Man 2 in flashbacks. Like, the first part shows way more than the second part.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess it's because if you're trying to get new people in who missed the first two, you got to give them a little bit of that origin. Also, I guess maybe the idea was let's show the origin of Peter. So the origin for Venom will be a counter, but there's not enough Venom in it for that to work. Everything is going right for Peter.
Yeah.
And he's bragging about it. The city loves him.
It's Spider-Mania.
Spider-Mania.
Yeah.
He's doing great in school. Mm-hmm. He's somehow balancing fighting crime and getting good grades.
Yeah, and there's dudes that are like in college that are spitballing and doing like grade school pranks.
Isn't this like grad school at this point?
Yeah,
like
probably.
He's got to be like, I mean, the last movie he was like 21. He's got to be like 23 or 24 now.
All those guys look like they're 40.
Yeah, and they're all like being assholes. Like, who did that in college?
It's never too late to start college,
I guess,
Justin.
And it's never too late to start bullying people.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Also, like, the one guy has a fucking mirror.
Oh yeah,
shining it in his eyes. Who did that? That's like stuff that, like you see in like.
Sorry, I forgot to hang up.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not like.
Well, it's not like Topher Grace is on the other line anymore. He's dead.
Yep.
Anyway, what were you saying?
Oh, I don't know. I just think it's really. I thought that was awkward. I don't feel like people would be bullying in college like that. I don't know. Maybe people do. I never had any. shit like that.
Here's the first issue with too many characters. Gwen Stacy's there.
Dr. Connors is there.
Well, Dr. Connors I'm fine with.
Yeah.
Because he was in the previous one. You kind of get the idea they're setting up for him eventually.
Because like the fourth one would have been the Lizard.
Yes.
Okay.
I got some stuff on the fourth one. But Gwen Stacy. So they combined Gwen Stacy and Mary Jane for the first one.
Okay.
But now they're introducing Gwen Stacy.
Yeah.
And it's like, other than her looks, there's nothing Gwen Stacy about her really.
Yeah.
Like not real. Like, and I thought like, at the time, like, oh, because we read that quote where Kirsten Dunst said in Spider-Man 3, she wants Spider-Man to throw her into a wall and kill her.
Oh yeah, what was up with that?
I don't think she wanted to be in the movies.
Yeah. It was like, it would be cool if like he was swinging and he just threw me into a wall and I died.
So
like,
I
that
thought
was in the magazine.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a switch where it's like, okay, maybe Mary Jane's going to die, and then 4, 5, and 6, he's with Gwen Stacy.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
Wait, was there supposed to be another Raimi trilogy?
Yeah, he was planning to at least do a fourth one.
There was going to be a fourth movie for sure.
And then he said if he would do 5 and 6, they would be like a 2-parter. This was almost a 2-parter.
It should have been.
Yeah.
It should have been, and they somehow whittled it down into one movie.
Is this one like 3 hours? About?
It's close.
I think
the problem was
long,
they couldn't find. They said they couldn't find like a medium point to cut, like in their story, and it just ended up being one. Convoluted movie.
I'm gonna be honest. I might be, one of the only, but I love this movie.
There are things to like in it.
Yeah.
See, Justin just watch it.
Well, it's gonna.
So he's like us. He's in that initial stage of what the fuck is this?
I think if you go back, months from now, and you kind of let it simmer and you watch all 3 again, this one has more of an impact when you watch the first 2 right before it, I think.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Gee, I wonder if there's any other third installments that were frowned upon initially, and then people have a more of appreciation for them later on in life.
YouTube search Alien 3.
Yeah, we're still doing it. Don't worry. Anyway. Oh, God. Oh, by the way, you're getting one of these.
Oh, what?
Yeah. Oh, spoiler.
What?
Spoiler. Guy DM'd me
Cool.
the picture of it.
Oh, shit. I'm excited.
So, yeah, Gwen Stacy, I think you could have easily just made Betty Brant a bigger character.
Yeah,
She's already established.
And she is one of Peter Parker's many love interests. But
that is a woman that Peter sees daily, so you wouldn't have had to introduce her. Like, this is just right off the bat. It's like, you're adding too much.
I think originally, too, the reason why, when he dates Betty Brant in the comics, I think she hates Spider-Man.
Oh.
And I think that's why he ends up breaking up with her eventually, is just because she hates Spider-Man like as much as J. Jonah Jameson does, pretty much.
I like Betty in the new ones.
Who is she in the new ones?
She's the girl who does the morning announcements in the new movies. She's the one dating his friend in the second one.
Yeah, all right.
Yes. He even makes
that's
it.
Betty Brant. I didn't put that together, huh?
Yeah, he makes it to Mary Jane's play. She did not make it to in the previous one.
Her garbage ass fucking play sucks balls.
Because now she's a Broadway actress.
Yeah, she was in the previous one.
She was in the first one. She was like off Broadway. I thought
Yes.
it was like, but it's still like a big play. I think the thing about her too is like, of course, like she goes out and sings, and I guess it's not everybody's like whatever, but she should just go back to regular theater, not musical theater. But I guess that's what Broadway mostly is.
No.
So she wants to do that, but
Well, there's also a lot of things off Broadway, so I don't know why she had to go from that to being a waitress or whatever.
Yeah,
but
we'll get
to
yeah.
that.
Oh, yeah.
Which I can't wait to talk about some of the later scenes.
Yeah.
There's so much good stuff in this.
So
movie.
I do kind of like this because it's showing you how the characters have developed a little bit. And so Peter is like singing the song. To give you like the idea, like, oh, they probably practiced the song together. I thought that was a cute moment.
Yeah.
We find out that Harry is watching.
Yeah, and he's just like,
Yeah.
Yeah, because at this point he knows Peter
Yes.
Parker, Spider-Man,
Yep.
Yes.
and he hates him
yeah,
because
Yeah.
Willem Dafoe told him so in a
And
mirror.
I was
Yeah.
excited. This is what I was most excited for in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I just want to see that confrontation between Harry and Peter.
Yeah.
And that's why I was let down the most in this movie.
yeah.
But so he's still really, really pissed, and he just doesn't even want to listen to an explanation about what happened to his dad.
That's what I don't understand too. Is like I don't understand why it just never has it come up that like Peter's like, look, man, Your dad was the Goblin. You did see what he did at that Macy Gray concert.
Really? Harry should have been like, oh my God, my dad is a murderer.
He threw a pumpkin bomb that vaporized people into skeletons.
But like I said, my
whole
theory
board of directors.
My theory with like Spider-Man 2 was like, was Norman juicing in the house and was some of it seeping in, driving Harry insane? That's my theory.
Could be.
Maybe that, because normally you would be like, oh my God, my dad's a murderer. I'm going to the cops.
Yeah.
Instead, he's like, well, now I have to kill Spider-Man. It's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. So that's my theory.
I could understand if like he never found out that Norman Osborn was the Green Goblin, but he fucking found out Norman Osborn was the Green Goblin.
Yeah.
So it's like.
Also, I like that Peter gets her like a thing of flowers and Harry gets her that giant fucking bouquet of flowers.
Like, that was from Harry. That's the first of the weird like comic sight gags in this movie, and there's like a few.
This one's definitely the most Sam Raimi.
Yeah.
The most Evil Dead 2 of it.
or even like Darkman-ish.
Or
it's
like-
got parts.
It's more Darkman-ish, I think. Yeah.
Especially the dialogue. Like, example, when he's sitting next to the two big guys in the front row for some reason, because I guess that's funny. He just turns to me and goes like, that's my girlfriend. And the guy kind of looks back at him, and I'm like, why even bring that up? That's my girlfriend. That's my girlfriend.
I mean, I'd probably do the same thing if I was like sitting there, but then it's like her play sucks, so I'd be like, yeah, it's not her. I'm embarrassed of her now. No.
Yeah, so we see the Goblin lair.
Yeah.
And then we see the original Goblin mask. We see this cool, like, silver gold mask. That looks awesome. And I think in the Ultimate Comics, Harry becomes Hobgoblin to make it a little different.
Okay.
Yeah, I
believe.
kind of wish he was Hobgoblin in this. And this movie had a Halloween like theme cut through it. It would be work really well with like him going to darkness, and that would have been fun.
Yeah, so we see this cool gold mask, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome. And then we see the ski mask, and I go, oh no.
And it's more of a surfboard now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Then they show the cool big glider. I'm like, I wonder what the next. And then it's a snowboard.
Yeah,
and you're like, oh no,
it's a hoverboard.
He turns into like modern G.I. Joe. Like, this looks like crap.
Yeah, he has like a lightsaber
And
sword.
I
kind of
don't
thing.
understand why. Because I mean, people bitched about Green Goblin in the first one, but at least he was green and looked like a goblin.
Yeah.
But Sam Raimi, you think like he would do something cooler. Instead, he's a snowboarder.
Yeah, him as the Hobgoblin with like a bigger like if he had like the old tech that he wasn't using. Remember, because it was supposed to be all like the prototype stuff.
Yeah.
Like it was kind of jank. That would have been a lot more fun. Like he was just more like dangerous and had bigger bombs.
Yeah, because now it looks like Spider-Man returned the glider to the Goblin lair that he knew existed. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, he had to pull it out of Norman's penis.
Yeah, that's right.
That's true.
Yeah, and like, because remember, I said this in the first review because I didn't do the second review with you guys, but like, Spider-Man laid him down, but he must have taken the glider out because it was jammed into his groin.
Well, yeah,
we mentioned it.
He had to pull it out, which probably ripped his femoral artery, so he's bleeding all over the place. He probably shit and pissed his pants too inside the Goblin thing.
Yeah.
So then he returns him in that blanket, and it's just caked in human feces.
But now he's back. He's in No Way Home. I wonder if he's going to talk about how his dick got fixed. I don't know.
He's like, you stabbed me in the penis, Spider-Man.
I think in No Way Home they get transported before they die, so they didn't have their when Norman dies, he's like, don't tell. Like he kind of had a moment of clarity, like, don't tell. You know what? I fucked up. You know, he died like Darth Vader.
No.
Like, sorry, death. And then in Spider-Man 2, Dr. Ock died saving the city and everyone and sacrificing himself.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to come back as the asshole versions of themselves before they
It's
find the
kinda like,
realization.
yeah.
But wait, Dr.
Thanos
Octopus
in
doesn't
Endgame.
learn who Spider-Man is until he's cured.
What's that?
Dr. Octopus doesn't know Peter's identity until after he beats the arms.
Yeah, that's true.
a
That's kind of
good
weird.
point.
actually.
We'll figure it out. We'll
Yeah.
figure it out. Anyway, let's focus on
Maybe
this
it was
movie.
him as he's like, because you know how like he died in the river with the power of the sun. Maybe that fucking sun turned into like a black hole
and like sucked him in.
Yeah, maybe when he was going down, he's like, wait a minute, fuck this.
Yeah, he's like, wait, Spider-Man. Maybe it's like, I don't know. I'm sure they'll explain.
We don't know what happened to Jameson Jr., the astronaut, which they kept reminding us was an astronaut.
Right, he was an astronaut in the second one, and he's the one that's supposed to bring the symbiote back from space.
Yes, and that was the plan, but the movie was getting kind of expensive. And they were like,
So they just turned
they're
into
like,
a
I don't think we need the spaceship landing in the city stuff. They're like, yeah, you know what? Let's just let's just simplify this, but they simplify it in the dumbest fucking way.
Yeah.
Where it's just they're hanging on a web talking about how in love they are, and then just a meteor, the quietest meteorite in the galaxy, just hits next to the moped.
Yeah.
And the symbiote just comes out.
Yep. It's like spoot.
Kind of lazy.
Is it in Ultimate Spider-Man? It's not an alien. It's like an organism they make.
In Ultimate Spider-Man, it was created by Peter and Eddie Brock's dads.
Yeah, if you're not going to do the space thing, maybe that wasn't in the comic. No, it should have been in the comics.
Yeah,
at that
so
point.
like I think so. Like what it was like too, like, you know, Venom was just dark. Like he didn't have the spider symbol until he sucked Carnage in, who was Peter Parker.
Yeah.
Wait, Eddie Brock's dads?
Yeah, Eddie Brock and Peter, their dads.
Oh, I think
were
when Eddie Brock had two dads.
Well,
I was
be wrong
that's
with that.
Awesome,
At least
and progressive.
I don't know if that's if that's what it is in the comic, but it is in the video game.
Yeah, no, I think it's from the
You
comics.
guys know a lot more about Spider-Man than I do. Like, I know about the first two movies. I know about the animated show in the 90s with the Spider-Blood. I like that. And some of the game stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't read too many of the Spider-Man comics growing up.
You know what was nice about this movie? When it was coming out, the local paper was reissuing old Spider-Man comics.
Oh,
from the 60s.
Yeah, the like 3-frame like serial ones. Serial.
Yeah, well, no, it was like you know, the first appearance of Dr. Octopus, and you get like a different, like they would split the comic up into 3 separate comics. I still have them, and they're really cool. I'm like, wow, I can actually read the old comics without having to buy like a super expensive old one.
Yeah.
Every other page was a toy commercial. It was an ad for Spider-Man 3 or Fantastic Four 2 toys.
They sold those with like some action figures too. There was like these really when they first started doing the Marvel Legends figures, they did a Spider-Man line and they all came with comics.
Yeah, I was gonna bring them, but they're in a box somewhere. Yeah, back to this. The symbiote is now on Earth.
Just like, does the symbiote break? Like, okay, so a little bit of the symbiote gets on his moped.
Yeah.
What happened to the rest of the shit?
That
There was a ton
it.
of it.
That was the symbiote.
It could like shrink.
Yeah,
It
it's
didn't
like,
look like
so
that.
It's
What
like
the
it kind of like can self-replicate, I guess. Especially when it attaches itself to a host, it kind of like
So
consumes.
there's only
them,
one
kinda.
blob symbiote. It's not like spreading out all over the place.
No,
I think it's
a
just
one
break
little
up or
boy.
reform. It's like the Thing. Think of it like
Yeah.
kind of like the Thing, or liquid metal. How it's one organism,
Yeah,
but it
like
can break
like
off.
T-1000.
Yeah, I get it can break off and stuff, but that means the pile of it's still hanging out at the love nest they had back there. Like,
Well, maybe it. Well, I want to say it dies without latching onto a host, but the symbiote for this movie is just hanging out.
yeah, it's just in his
And
apartment.
it's
the
like,
whole
is
time.
it like eating rats? How is it still alive?
I
It
mean,
has
maybe
to
it is.
latch onto something.
I guess it could be.
Yeah.
Maybe
You know
like all the
I
cockroaches.
I like the concept that, like, instead of that, like it latches onto whatever host it can, and then it finds a stronger one or whatever's around.
Yeah.
And they should have done a little something like when the alarm goes off and you see it freak out, so you have a little bit of the foreshadowing later. But if it like latched on the Dinkovich or whatever at first, and it rejects itself from him,
that's like the new. I like in the new Venom movies, he can latch onto whoever, but if it's not a match, they eventually die. The new Venom movie, he breaks up from Eddie Brock and he kills like 3 people jumping host to host. It's pretty fucked up. Yeah, or he could have just went to space for the Secret Wars, and they could have printed him the costume, not knowing he was an alien. Do you think that would have fit into this film?
No.
Yeah, that's how he gets it originally. Yeah, the spaceship, they ended up using the spaceship origin in Venom.
Okay.
And Jameson dies.
The symbiote.
Symbiote. There's different ways to pronounce it. They're all correct.
It's a Symbi Hall and Oat. John Oat.
We see Flint Marko on the run.
Yeah.
Another villain name that's exactly like their powers. He's Flint. He's made of sand.
Flint's not made of sand though, is it?
Well, Flint's like a Brock.
It's like a Brock.
It's like a Brock.
It's like an Eddie Brock.
It's like an Eddie Brock.
Anyway, he is on the run. His wife catches him checking on his sick daughter.
Yeah.
The wife is pissed.
Yeah.
She's like, you might have killed a guy and you're a criminal. Get out of here. And he's like, I just wanted money for my sick daughter. And this could have been good, but it is almost all cut out from the rest of the film. And I have a list of deleted scenes we're going to get to, but like they wanted another sympathetic villain, but they eliminate, like, we never see this daughter again.
Yeah.
We never see the wife again.
Yeah, we just see her in the little, what do you call it?
Yeah, that's
Necklace.
it. But we don't like get to see them enough.
Yeah, because that's the thing. He's just stealing money, but I guess you get the idea that it's for her.
Yeah.
But they never say it, and it's just kind of like he's.
I mean, they do, but like it's just like So like Dr. Octopus, we got that whole long scene with him and Rosie talking to Peter. So, there's a little bit of a connection there. Here, it's like not much. He barely talks to his daughter.
And also, what's she sick with?
I don't remember.
Like, let's say she has like the worst form of cancer or whatever. How much money would you need? Let's say you need $100,000. Why not just rob 10 liquor stores? Why do you got to knock off an armored truck?
It might have been explained in one of the deleted scenes.
Oh.
Like what exactly her condition was.
Should have used like GoFundMe or
Also,
something.
it's Marvel, so it might be like some fucking crazy like.
Yeah.
Oh, and who's this actor?
Oh my God, I'm blanking on his name.
His name is something. It's three names.
Thomas Hayden Church.
He
from
was,
Wings.
Yeah, he was in Sideways.
Sideways. He got the part because of Sideways.
Yeah, I just realized that I'm the same age as they were now when they were in Sideways, and that's weird to think about because they were like.
And Paul Giamatti was eventually Rhino in that terrible Spider-Man movie.
Oh yeah, right.
The only reason I wanted to see that movie.
Oh, what other movie was he in?
Who?
Thomas Hayden Church.
Yeah, he was in what's a movie I sat around and talked about, and no one really cared about it. Demon Knight.
Thomas Hayden Church is in
Then
Demon
they
Knight?
put the his nipples. They have the battery tied to them.
Oh,
That's
I think
him,
so.
right?
I think so. Cut to a picture. Okay.
I'm surprised. Like,
oh wait, can that picture be him with the nipple clamps from Demon Knight? That'd be great. Thanks.
Okay.
Speaking of nipples, I find it surprising that like Johanna had a lot to say about Alfred Molina, but not this guy, Thomas Hayden Church.
He's in too good a shape, I guess.
Maybe, I guess. I don't know.
She likes her men pudgy.
Yeah.
Yes. Here's your favorite scene. Peter visits Aunt May.
I ain't gonna do it this time.
And she's got a lovely apartment.
Yeah, she does.
Where's she getting the money for that? She couldn't afford the house
from her OnlyFans money that she's getting from furiously masturbating on camera all the time. That's her job.
Well, I don't think she had OnlyFans back then.
Speaking
but she might
of which,
do some like elder porn.
She's doing granny.
No, you know what happened?
She might be.
Is like she told Flint Marco to kill Uncle Ben because he doesn't satisfy her because he's a bad person.
Yeah.
And he died from the insurance money that she set up for him because he wouldn't set up his own life insurance policy because Uncle Ben is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
So then he died, and then at least something came out of his death worthwhile.
Why did she wait so long to get this apartment when she was?
She had to sell the house to get rid of it and all
Because
that
the
stuff.
cops are on their trail.
Yeah.
Okay.
It can't look like it.
So
Like literally, the police captain bring him in on the thing. They know what's going on.
It's the long con.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, he tells her that he wants to propose to Aunt May, and
What,
she
he wants to propose to
Fuck,
Aunt May.
Mary Jane. Mary Jane.
Ew.
So Peter Parker wants to propose to
Now this
Mary
is
Jane.
turning from Spider-Man 3 into Taboo. it
Yes.
feels like.
And she tells him the story of when Uncle Ben proposed to her, and she turned him down at first.
I'd like to point out every Aunt May scene in this movie is boring as hell.
You gotta have Aunt
In the other
May.
movies, they were fine. In this, is so boring.
Well,
Yeah.
she gives him her ring.
From her, she's still wearing it.
She is.
I'm surprised she didn't lose it inside of her from all the furious manipulation she does. in these last two
She used the ring finger? That seems more like a middle.
No, she uses the whole hand, but you might lose a ring.
I mean, actually, no. Yeah, you probably use the ring finger.
Can we just do one Spider-Man movie where we don't talk about Aunt May's sexual exploits?
I feel like though, if I don't, you're just gonna get a million comments of people being like, "Kieran didn't talk about Aunt May."
Yeah,
furiously masturbating.
When I was watching this at 2 to 4 a.m. last night, I was like, I got to bring up the losing the ring thing. I got like 4 or 5 more.
Me, I'm just like, this is a nice story of how Uncle Ben proposed. They swam to an island and they were in love, and you guys are like, she's flicking her bee, and I'm like, oh no. I'm like, I really like this cute story, you assholes.
You know, I gotta be honest. I'm ashamed of myself and all the things I brought up about Aunt May and everything. You know, I feel really bad about it. I just, I hope wherever Aunt May is right now, that she is, enjoying life, living her best life, and all those kind of
I'm also surprised that actress is still alive.
Yeah.
94, I think.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Is she going to be in No Way Home?
Oh, I don't know. Well, when I talk about Aunt May again, once we get to No Way Home.
And she's a great actress, too. Like, it's kind of like an Anthony Hopkins thing, like nice person, real life and stuff. And then on camera, crazy, furious masturbator, sexual deviant with a no good husband.
So after this heartwarming scene, you assholes, Harry attacks Peter.
Yeah.
I didn't kill your father. He was trying to kill me. He killed himself. Shut up!
They got a little. We talked about this with the Matrix sequels.
I thought we weren't going to talk about masturbation anymore. Harry attacking his Peter. What's going on?
You know, that actually happens in this movie. Someone calls him Peter Pecker.
Yeah, Peckel.
Oh, yeah, it's Bruce Campbell. Yeah. All right, anyway, we're Tony.
Peckel.
Get back here. Hey, watch out for the dead corpse over there.
Sorry.
Harry attacked Peter.
This movie has the problem of they show you something and it happens the very next fucking scene.
Yeah.
They just showed Harry looking at the gear.
Well, not the very next scene. They did that Aunt May to break it up.
Yeah, but it's like one to the other. Like it happens a lot.
But this also though is a great scene where he's
My only issue is this was a problem with a lot of movies at this point. They got a little overconfident in the CGI like faces, and Tobey Maguire looks terrible.
Now this movie is very CGI and not in a good way.
It looks the stuff in the costumes is fine.
Yeah,
'cause a lot of it's at night, but like when you see like their face, it looks like the Matrix Revolutions when like Mr. Smith gets put. Like this is like that's not a real person.
I do like him trying to catch the ring the whole time. Like
that's really good. I actually really enjoy that.
That was a tense scene.
Yeah, and Harry looks terrible as New Goblin.
Yeah,
that was the character's official name, the New Goblin.
New Goblin.
Wait, like
new metal,
like NU.
Yeah,
yes.
like new metal.
Well, here's the thing. All right, so
they play like Linkin Park when he comes in.
Yeah, so clearly Norman, who I finally got the chair for the action figure.
Yeah.
Norman, like they established in that film, it's real subtle that he likes masks.
Yeah.
He's got the thing for like weird masks. He's cool with it. Harry doesn't have that. So I understand his outfit not being as like flamboyant, if you will. But then just call him Harry. Don't even call him New Goblin because it's nothing is goblin about
Yeah,
it.
it is pretty dumb. He could have been like, I don't know.
He's like, I'm not about the whole like goblin mask thing. I just need to kill you.
I'm
Like,
not about that goblin life.
Yeah. I think that's just because when they were making an action figure of it, like if you're gonna buy a Harry action figure,
you know, because that's way cooler. Like if the Hobgoblin comes or the Green Goblin comes back, then Parker has to be like, is it my friend or am I seeing things or what's going on? Did he not really die? Like there's more stuff you could build into that. Like if this was a longer movie and this was the main antagonist, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah.
And I get people didn't like the first outfit, even though it's coming back. I do like that they show him with like a purple cape around him in No Way Home.
Yeah. Also, let's say Spider-Man did kill Norman Osborn. Who gives a fuck? He's an evil criminal who killed like 90 people.
I mentioned that in the beginning. Harry should have been like, oh no.
Oh great, you stopped a crime. Thanks. Sorry my dad was an asshole.
People are very forgiving of their parents, even when they're assholes. So, yeah.
I know a few people that need to forgive their fathers.
Definitely.
Like Harry Osborn.
What is the green lightsaber blade?
I don't
We see
know.
it later and it looks like just like a regular razor. Why is it glowing?
I guess it's like a heat knife or something. I don't know.
Also, is this like stuff that when did Norman build the goblin lair? And
make swords and stuff.
Swords and stuff.
The thing is, I think that was also too because like
also Harry's not a scientist. How is he making this shit?
That's true.
In the second movie, they said he was in charge of the new whatever division.
Yeah. Unless the
Oscorp.
performance enhancers increase his brain and he can make stuff.
Well,
that can also be a thing.
They show like a screen of it like getting bigger and stuff. Maybe they left like some sort of notes or whatever.
Oh, I forgot to mention. So when Mary Jane's talking to Peter after the play, she's like, "What's up with you and Harry?" And I'm like, "He didn't tell her. He didn't tell her girlfriend. Like, oh, by the way, Harry's dad was the fucking Green Goblin.
That is kind of weird.
That is weird."
And she's like, "Yeah, what's up with you guys?" It's like, Peter, you should probably tell this woman everything.
She knows about Spider-Man, so why wouldn't you just tell her everything?
Yeah, it's weird. Where are we at here? Oh, so this fight is actually kind of fun with him chasing him with like the razors and stuff.
It's all right.
It ends when Peter clotheslines Harry.
Yeah, basically, like he pulls one of those fucking where
like Looney Tunes.
like he basically snaps his neck.
Dude, if his
almost,
head came off, that would have been funny.
Oh
as
my
hell.
god.
Yeah, so he like fucking gets wrecked.
I laughed out loud.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. But here's the thing. So he had to have stripped him naked to bring him to the hospital. Also, where did the board go? Because when the board, like they show like when Harry gets knocked off the glider, it like beeps and goes crazy and goes right back to him.
It probably flew home.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, did Peter like web up the board and like, oh god, like
maybe.
So that means like Peter just went to the hospital, like, help, my naked friend got hit, and then he's like, yeah, it was a hit and run. It's like, were you naked? What the fuck?
It's like you ever see Kick-Ass?
Yeah.
When he's like, throw away all my stuff, and the dad's like, oh, they found you naked and you were in a hit and run or something like that. Like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and at that point, Flint Marco's on the run from the cops, and he falls into a
sandy boy, whatever
an
that is.
experiment on sand, a particle accelerator or something.
I don't know if that's what you call it.
Yeah.
They're doing some science shit, but there's no camera, so they just think a bird.
Oh, yeah, so that's the thing, what is it called? How It Should Have Ended years ago made fun of that, where they're like, it's probably a bird, and they're like, why don't we go out and check? And they're like, oh, there's a guy down there.
There's a guy who fell into the sand machine that we have.
You're right, they should have a camera being like, oh, yeah, there's a guy.
I think it would have been funny if they saw the camera and they're like, fuck it. Turn it on.
Here's the experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they fire up the machine and it turns him into sand.
Yeah.
We see it like go into like his molecules and rewrite his DNA.
This is a cool scene, and then the later stuff with him, like all the sand effects, especially at this time with 3D animation stuff, were very well done.
Oh, they had to create technology for this.
Yeah.
Like,
because it's a
crazy.
particle systems at this point.
Yeah.
Were not fucking like good.
Well, it's a science fiction.
Well, no, but I mean particle systems in 3D.
Oh, I thought you meant like
no, they were shit. Like
particles, like things.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah, so this was like I'm pretty sure it's kind of like Mummy Returns. They had to make a whole bunch of stuff for all the like fighting that was going on.
Yeah,
like where each individual thing is like doing something different and shit.
Yeah, and I thought it was a cool scene. I like he's holding on to the bracelet as he's like turning into sand.
Yeah,
what tells a locket?
A locket, yeah.
Which is weird. Why doesn't the locket turn into sand?
It doesn't have
DNA, but sand doesn't have DNA.
But also his shirt, I don't know.
Unless sand does have DNA, we're walking around a bunch of fucking dead.
He's wearing wool, which is organic.
Oh, everything is wool on him.
Yeah,
apparently.
that's true.
Wool and cotton.
Gotcha.
Cotton's a plant.
Leather shoes,
which is organic.
DNA,
yeah. Good call. Good call.
Yep.
Harry has amnesia, and he loves Peter.
This is very helpful.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like, Peter got hit. Is my
Harry
dad
has
dead?
amnesia,
You're the best.
and he loves Peter.
Yeah. James Franco, kind of creep.
Yeah. I met James Franco, and we creeped him out.
Yeah. Wow, you got him.
Yeah.
So
he dropped a bunch of condoms in front of us.
What?
He casually walked through the room and tripped and dropped a bunch of condoms out of his pockets, and we were like, okay.
Was he trying to hint at you something?
I don't know.
He was like, "Hey Tony, I'm James Franco. I know that impresses you. You want to come home and maybe we can
he didn't
watch basketball together or something."
Yeah, James Franco like, "Oh, can you hand me one of those and then pick up the other two for me?"
No, we eventually
while you're down there,
we eventually pranked him and he didn't like it. That was on my old job. Anyway, yeah, he's a creep. He's like, "You have really good friends." He's like the best.
Yeah. Everyone overacts in this,
especially him,
where it's like. It's frightening.
Flint Marco resurrects himself as the Sandman. People really like this scene. What do you think?
It's cool.
Does anyone ever call him the Sandman? Because
later in the movie. He's the only villain that gets named in the movie.
All right.
It's only once.
Because usually Jay Jonah was making him up like in the headlines.
Yeah.
Like, it's the Green Goblin. It's the Spider-Man. It's the
they don't do that in this one. But yeah, the Sandman is building himself back better. And he picks up the locket. And I do like the idea of like, oh, the love of his daughter is like what's getting him the will to reform himself. Yeah. The effect hasn't aged super well.
It's not bad.
The rest of the Sandman effects are great. This one,
I like the close up and then coming out of the sand.
Yeah,
I like how his hand falls apart and he has to try it.
Yeah, no, I like the idea of the scene of him.
You mean when he transformed from sand to walking?
That also looks bad. Okay. I just think like the digital model, it looks a little too like video gamey.
I like back at the control room. They're like, huh, that bird's back.
Oh yeah,
Sand is getting up.
What
and
did they
walking
do with
away.
the sand? Did anyone take a sample of that sand? Like,
what is that even machine? What is that machine supposed to even fucking do?
I don't
What
even
is
know.
the scientific application of a sand machine?
So the sand in that scene might have been like to negate something else or whatever. It might not have been there to like that's the part of the thing, you know. It might have been,
but
I
it's
don't know what
magical sand that turns a man into Sandman.
Yes.
Like it's stupid.
Maybe we'll find out in the new
In my
movie. 'Cause
opinion,
Sandman's back in the new
Sandman
movie.
shouldn't be fucking in this movie. He's
Wait a
the
minute.
stupidest part of this movie.
What would happen if that wasn't sand? What if it's just like 7,000 dead birds?
He's dead bird.
Another bird, man.
That would be even creepier if you think about it. Imagine a fucking giant mass of floating dead birds.
Well, that
flying
explains
through.
why Sandman can fly.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like Sam Raimi really likes Sandman, and so did
Yeah.
Tobey Maguire. So they really want to do
How
Sandman.
did Sandman get formed in the comics?
Probably something similar. Probably
He was in
experiment gone
but
wrong.
it makes sense in the comics because they could just be like, "Fuck it." He gets in a machine. It's a sandy machine.
Like
It turns him into
Sandman, Clayface, it's the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think it's weird that Peter and Mary Jane aren't living together. Mary Jane like goes to his apartment and she's talking about like the horrible reviews they've gotten.
Wow, people can live apart. What
I
the
mean,
fuck's your
it
problem?
could
No, but it's like his apartment fucking sucks and she has a big apartment.
But he's Spider-Man. So he might be like, I need to keep, I want to live with you and we can hang out and shit, but in case someone follows me home one day and you're here and then they murder you.
But then they could just be like, oh, he's dating Mary Jane. We know
Well, wait,
that.
why don't they just all move into Harry's place? They never see each other in that.
Because
well, Harry, at this point, his memories have just come back.
Oh,
They
yeah.
hated
Like,
each other.
Hey, bro. Oh, your memories are gone? Oh, didn't we tell you? We moved in together a month
Oh, yeah,
ago.
we were living like.
Yeah, you moved into my place. Weird, right? I need a goblin lair.
But yeah, she tells him that the reviews of the play are negative. Her voice doesn't carry past the first row.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they fire her, but she doesn't know until
But no, she's not fired yet. Not fired yet.
Right.
But then Peter tries to help and relate to her by bringing up Spider-Man, and she's not having any of that
Which,
shit.
in my opinion, he went through 2 fucking movies of everybody hating him.
Yeah.
And all that shit. I think she should be like, you know what? You're
She's
right.
kind
It's
of-
temporary.
Kind of being a bitch.
It goes back and forth. In this, I do like this
I think
movie
you know
tried
what
to
it
give
is?
her more to do.
I think everyone, in the first 2 movies, Mary Jane is so cool. She's the popular girl in school. She's dating a fucking astronaut. All this shit. Like she's on in a play. She does one bad play, fucking crumbles.
Yeah.
What a lame.
Fucking
like Spider-Man killed. He fought the Green Goblin. He saved the universe basically because Dr. Octopus created a fucking sun on Earth, saves that shit, saves her multiple times, and she's all like, oh, my play sucks. And he's like, well, back in the day, everyone hated me, and the newspaper used to print a bunch of fake news about
He's
me all the
trying to
time.
be helpful and supportive.
But
and
she's still like, I don't, fuck Spider-Man.
I'm jealous of Spider-Man.
Yeah, he's being helpful and supportive. And big shock, guys. It has to do with her dad.
Oh.
She goes, every time I hear these reviews, it just reminds me of my father.
She needs to forgive her father.
That's like when I read the negative reviews on Hack the Movies. someone leaves an awful comment, and I think it's my own father saying, Tony looks 55.
Rock and Rob.
Yeah.
My dad wouldn't leave me in comments. My dad would be pretty stoked.
Nice
if I was
video,
in Broadway. He'd be like, oh, Kieran, great video.
My dad's like, oh, you doing that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He'd be
Dad.
like, you want a free sandwich?
Yeah, there's a crane that malfunctions.
Yeah.
And
she's all like,
wait. What did you say?
A crane.
You said like crane.
A crane.
You said
said
something weird.
Play the video back.
There's a crane that malfunctions.
There's a crane that malfunctions.
A crane
and Spider-Man's, and she's like, oh, and he's like, look, I gotta go save the city.
Oh, you gotta go help
She's
that
like,
fucking crane.
I had a bad YouTube comment. No, but it was like back in the day before YouTube comments, so it was just a newspaper.
YouTube was around at this point.
It was, but it wasn't like what it is.
Someone stuck into her play and recorded it on their Helio and uploaded it. It took 10 hours to
on their
upload it.
Sidekick, they flipped it open and were texting.
Yeah. So the crane is like freaking out. It breaks into a building where Gwen Stacy happens to be modeling.
Why is she
on
modeling?
a copy machine?
Why not?
Because she's like really good looking.
It's Bryce Dallas Howard.
Oh, I thought it was January Jones.
No, it's Bryce Dallas
who was
Howard.
January Jones.
The girl from Mad Men.
Was she?
She was in
something?
X-Men First Class.
X-Men that's what I'm thinking of. Okay. She was.
Dallas.
I mean, I do like both, but
the BDH, because she's in the Jurassic World movies. What else is she in?
Oh, that's her.
Yeah.
The one who plays Gwen Stacy. Is
yeah.
in the
So that was the
Jurassic World
ironic
movies?
thing was Kirsten Dunst has blonde hair. Bryce Dallas has red hair, and then in this movie they switched.
They switch, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Bryce Dallas Howard.
Isn't
Before she had
so
that
she's-
mommy thickness.
So she's fucking Ron Howard's daughter.
Well, she's not fucking Ron Howard's daughter. She is Ron Howard's fucking daughter.
She is Ron Howard's fucking daughter.
And you know that's happening because she got pregnant.
Yeah.
Not with Ron Howard. Come
not
on,
that
guys.
you know.
You guys are overcomplicated.
I met Ron Howard one time at a Mets game.
How was that?
Ron Howard's
was cool.
fucking complicating this with all this incest shit he's up to.
he was wearing an Apollo 13 hat.
Oh,
and,
cool.
My dad was like, "Go get an autograph. It's Ron Howard. It's Richie Cunningham from Happy Days." And I was like, "Okay, Dad." I was like, "I don't know who the fuck that is." I'm like,
Did you get an
I'm
autograph?
Like 5, yeah. I went down. Or it was like I think I was like 8 or 9 when it happened. But I went down, got the autograph. He signed my baseball ticket.
I was in Wawa yesterday at 1 in the morning to get the little snack for my Spider-Man 3 watching, and some guy's like, "Hey," and I'm like, "Hey." He's like, "Are you on the Cinemassacre podcast?" And I said, "No."
You should have said, "No, I'm the guy from Malcolm in the Middle."
Yeah.
Oh God.
No, I said yeah. Shook his hand and said what up and whatever. But I was just like,
Did you take a picture with him?
no.
How do I know it happened?
That's a good point.
I take a picture with anyone I
Maybe go
meet.
see if he posted on the Reddit and was like, "Met one of the slobs at Wawa."
Remember? Oh, okay. So it was deleted. Little side tangent. The last MagFest I went to, a guy was in the bathroom with me.
Yeah.
And I'm like washing my hands extra because it's MagFest. And he's like, "Hey, you're like Tony, man." I'm like, "Yeah, what's up?" And he's like, "Oh, man, it's nice to meet you." And I'm like, "Okay, hold on." He's like, puts his hand out to shake. And I'm like, "Give me a second." And I shake his hand. I'm like, "Cool, nice meeting you," whatever. And then I get back to the table and Justin's just like, "Did you just meet a guy in a bathroom?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "It's on Reddit." And then I open up the Reddit. He's like, "Just met Tony. He was too scared to shake my hand." I'm like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Did you wash your hand a second time after touching that guy's hand?
Maybe.
You should.
Everybody needs to stop.
By the way, his Reddit picture was his actual picture, so I knew who he was. And later on, I put him in a video as Joker fan, and I made sure he said all these nice things, and he was too scared, and then he deleted everything from Reddit afterwards.
God.
So yeah.
Don't go up to somebody washing their hands in a bathroom.
Yeah, wait till like they're
just
done
weird
washing their
either way.
hands. Jesus Christ. Anyway, we also meet Captain Stacy, who is Zephram Cochrane from First Contact.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say it's Mr. Hoggett from Babe.
Yes, both of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is Zephram.
This movie has a very big thing of coincidences where it's like, oh,
you think
my daughter I'm the police captain and my daughter's have an issue right now.
Oh, and I'm about to meet her boyfriend, the late Topher Grace, Eddie
Topher
Brock,
Grace.
who's like, "That's Gwen Stacy, your daughter. By the way, I'm her boyfriend." That was very, very convoluted.
Yeah.
But this scene's fun of him rescuing her from the crane.
Yeah.
I like that she like falls out the way. I like when he grabs her right before the two like concrete slabs hit.
Yeah, it's a good scene. I think the only thing that bothers me about it is there's something about like when it hits the windows and all the glass flies out that just looks like all movies look kind of crappy.
Oh, I was sad. Like all the glass and all the stuff fell down and it crushed 2 hot dog carts.
Oh yeah, and the one person explodes backwards from the impact of the thing.
Those are 2 like what Sabarit hot dog carts. Those are good hot dogs, kosher.
Like Hebrew National.
Yeah.
Do you think this was a conspiracy against the Jewish people? Because there's a part later on.
It usually is.
There's a part later on where they have a very unique way to show that Spider-Man is evil, which we'll talk about. I don't know if you caught onto that. You know what scene I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
We'll get there.
So yeah, he saves Gwen. The scene looks awesome. Eddie meets Spider-Man. He's like, "Hey, I'm the new photographer. And I'm going to be taking your pictures. Forget Peter Parker. He makes you look fat."
Yeah. I like how douchey he is.
Yeah, and Spider-Man's like, Spider-Man's like, what? Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
they had to make him really douchey because, Topher Grace is like a nerdy. Like they're very like those are two guys that would be auditioning for the same role on different things.
Yeah.
So it's weird to see them because you think of Eddie Brock as like a bigger like.
Yeah, well, like I said, they changed it in the comics to kind of make them more alike.
And for some reason, I always confuse Eddie Brock for Flash sometimes, just because they're both sometimes muscle bound.
Actually, in this movie, Flash Thompson's in it for like.
I have that.
second.
Yeah, I have that at the very end.
I didn't notice it until I was watching it again the other day.
No.
And I was like, "Holy shit!" They threw him in the background, like in this one scene. Like,
but yeah, I just don't think I don't like his blonde hair.
Yeah,
Topher Grace's obvious blonde
but
hair.
I think that was it's to make him more look like Eddie Brock because Eddie Brock in the comics had the blonde like flat top, but also I think it's because he needed to radiate douchiness, and I think it really helped.
This is 2007. He really needed the cell phone clipped to his waist.
The chain.
Yeah,
that's like. And Jessica, can you show this picture when Kieran had blonde hair?
I didn't have that. Wasn't
and frosted tips. Look at
it. I hate that.
You might have to send that picture again.
Please don't show the picture. I hate it.
There's that picture. Here it is.
God, it's
right
such
here.
a horrible
If you guys
picture
could post that on social media.
Oh, I hate that picture. I look like such a weirdo.
So back at the Bugle, Ted Raimi is doing a horrible presentation for the new catchphrase for the Daily Bugle.
It's
hip, it's now, it's wow, and how.
I hate it.
And he's got two busty chicks next to him.
Oh yeah.
They brought back. We noticed in Spider-Man 2, like if there's a girl who's an extra in these movies, they're all like insanely gorgeous and kind of busty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the hell was going on there.
You leave Ted Raimi alone.
I guess when you have a movie and you're
type.
like kind of a lecherous weirdo, your whole thing is like the reason why you're making movies is just to get girls with boobs to show.
I mean, that's not the
boobs.
reason for everyone to make a movie.
No, but I'm just saying there's some people out there that are lecherous weirdos that get into movie making business and they just want to have boobs in their movie.
I love that J. Jonah Jameson, his blood pressure's high, so he can't scream, and they have the constant buzzer stopping him.
I don't like.
You don't
think
like
it's
this?
just too much. I just think it's unnecessary. I think it's it's funny. It's fine.
You don't like your expectations being subverted.
No, but it's like it's not even that. It's just that it's too much, and it's just like it's out of nowhere. There's a few scenes in this movie that watching the first two movies are just out of fucking nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
They don't seem to fit, and this is one of the parts of the movie that doesn't fit. But I do like J. Jonah Jameson having to be calm. I think that's funny.
This would have been funny if he had like a huge explosion at the end of the movie. If he was saving it and then he just doesn't.
No.
I wanted him to go Clark Griswold at the end of this movie, like fucking Spider-Man, then I have a heart attack.
No, I think this scene goes a little too much. I think it would have been, I think the first buzz was funny, and I think it would have been funnier like a couple more, maybe.
Yeah.
Like 3, rule of 3s.
Yes.
But that, it buzzes like 8 times, and it's always the same reaction, and it's just kind of like, all right, I get it. The scene is just dragging now.
Yeah, this movie has an unfortunate thing where it either overdoes a lot of stuff or underdoes things.
Yeah.
One of the things that underdoes is this subplot where Eddie Brock wants a staff job with the Daily Bugle, and Peter thinks he deserves it more because he's been there longer.
Which he fucking does, and that's true.
Yeah, but you know what a staff photographer job at a newspaper is? That doesn't pay shit.
Yeah, but neither does the freelancing.
By the way, I do like that, like, J. Jonah will never consider it for Peter, but then Eddie Brock's like, I really want to work for J. Jonah Jameson.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, okay.
Well, that's what I like is that he uses the douchey. Like, he's an asshole. He played a really good asshole. Topher Grace is also, too, like, I grew up watching that 70s show. I fucking love that show. And Topher Grace, when he left to do this movie, the show totally went downhill. And then they tried to, like, make it all about, what's his name? Hyde and Kelso. And
that didn't age well.
Oh, yeah, huh?
Oops.
I forgot about that. That's weird. Actually, a whole bunch of that 70s show cast are, like, fucking weirdos now, huh?
Yeah. So J. Jonah tells them that they can get the staff job if they catch Spider-Man in the act doing something illegal.
Yeah.
And Peter's so sure he's gonna beat Eddie to this, but it's like, but Peter, you have to. Oh, my problem with this is like, Peter, you're like in college to be like this brilliant scientist. Like, maybe start finding like career, like look for a job in that career. The photography thing in this universe was only supposed to be temporary. You want a career as like, you want to become like a doctor or a scientist or something.
It's kind of like what they do with the video game. Like in the game, Peter is he's working for Otto Octavius as a scientist, and and that's why he's struggling. But then Mary Jane was a reporter, and she was like the photographer, kind of. It's like they took that, like they kind of did that.
And no, I get him, doing the photos to make ends meet and whatnot. But it's like, but long term, like your career is in science. Who gives a shit about just move in with Mary Jane?
Yeah.
Get a job as a waiter, I don't know, and just come on.
Probably doesn't want to move in with Mary Jane, but seeing as her fucking play is garbage, and like she's gonna lose her job pretty soon anyway.
And you can't move in with Aunt May with all that noise at night.
Yeah, right. That's just haunting.
I need pictures of Aunt May furiously masturbating.
We get a nice scene with Stan Lee.
Yeah.
Where he's like, I hear people can make a difference.
Yeah, one person can make a difference. Excelsior.
Yeah.
True believer.
Man, poor him. Elder abuse and stuff. And
Yeah.
that sucks. And that's going on with the Nichelle Nichols right now from Star Trek.
Yeah, he showed me that weird video.
Yeah.
Harry is welcomed home by Bernard.
Yeah.
Who I don't think has had a close-up in the previous 2 films.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, hello, I'm a bumbling weirdo. He's fucking weird.
He's shitty Alfred.
Yeah.
Yes.
He is like Alfred if Alfred was like high on like a lot of weird drugs in like 10 years before, and his brain was fucked now.
He says weird stuff because he like knows about the whole thing.
We'll get into that shit show.
He's like, I loved your father as I have loved you. Except I actually went down on your dad a couple times.
Peter and Harry
I pulled the sheet away and realized his groin was pounded in.
Harry
cleaning his wounds.
God damn it. Harry and Peter try to reconnect. They're like, oh, I brought the old basketball back, and we're friends. Like, do you have any girlfriends? He's like, Bernard, do I have any girlfriends? He's like, no.
Yeah, he's like,
you should be like, you're a fucking weirdo, Harry. And then they talk about his dad for a bit in front of that chair.
Yeah.
That chair makes a
and
cameo.
The weird fucking like painting they got.
Yeah, so you have the painting of him in the chair,
and then the chair
in the painting is next to the painting.
Yeah, I like that. And then this is where Mary Jane finds out she's being fired, on the day,
which is like really a rough. I like how the guy's like, honey, he's like, that was really poorly handled, because she basically walks in.
So like I don't know much about musical theater or nothing, but even with the best person coming down the stairs, this looks like a shitty play.
Yeah.
Is
that like the only scene in it too? Because it doesn't seem like there's like a way to change the scene. It's just a fucking stairway.
Yes,
a dark ass stairway.
It looks like an award show.
Are you in stage crew?
I don't know. I mean, I used to be.
I
for Broadway though.
No, for like a.
In college, I was the assistant
college.
director on the Mad Woman of Chaillot play.
I
so I know all about it.
I pinched the webbing on my hand on a scaffolding really bad one time.
Anyway, they fire her, and to save her public embarrassment, they come up with a lie for why she's getting fired, even though the truth is she sucks. But they're like, you're sick. We'll blame it on your health or something.
Yeah, they fire her, and then like when she's leaving, you see they cover
as she's walking.
I love too that she walks out and she thinks everyone's clapping for her. Like,
but it's
nobody's
for
clapping
Spider-Man.
for you,
They're
dumbass.
clapping for Spider-Man, and they walk by. They put the name up. I think it was something Rubin.
Yeah.
Jew.
Reminder, Justin Silverman said that.
Yes, Justin.
Not Kieran.
Justin is
or Antonio. It was Justin Silverman.
I'm just happy to see anher good Jew take a job from a Goyim. A Shiksa Goyim scumbag like Mary Jane.
Wait, isn't Mary Jane? What is Watson? Is that British?
That's something.
I'm fine with it if it's British. But
Spider-Man is going to get the key to the city for saving the captain's daughter, and there's a big celebration. At the same time, Sandman is getting into a fight with the police, and he turns into a giant. And I think I remember in the trailers, in the trailers where he's like roaring, they either use Godzilla or the T-Rex from Jurassic Park.
Also,
it's not in the movie, just the trailer specifically. They use those.
The one cop is from Il Padrino in
you know what?
Mayans.
I was looking at clips from Venom. Yeah. I think he's the guy Venom eats at the end of the movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
He's
that would be
just
weird
in the Spider-Verse. We're going to find out if that was the same actor.
Crime. We're in the Across the Spider-Verse.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait.
I want to bring something up. This might happen. Because Into the Spider-Verse is still a Sony joint, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could see... Imagine animated Morales in the new movie. like they show that as well. Like they just connect it all. Fully.
Maybe.
I mean, it could. They do have in the video game where you can play as the Peter Parker from that.
Because it's across the Spider-Verse because they just announced that the part 1 and part 2.
Yeah.
I hate parts for things.
Also,
by the way.
I'm
There might be a little-
mad I did not. I think I sold a bunch of my 2099 comics, and I had the first like 20 issues.
Oh yeah.
And if I had known everybody was going to be flipping out about Spider-Man 2099 because, you know,
Did you end up watching?
Hated Spider-Man.
Did you end up
2099
watching
for
the
years.
post credits for Spider-Verse?
Yes, yeah,
okay.
it was funny, yeah.
Because you're like, there's a post
No, but
credit.
it's like I had the 20. I loved Spider-Man 2099 in the like in the 90s. I used to have the action figure of it. Like I had a whole bunch of stuff, and then everyone was like, "This fucking sucks. 2099, such a gimmick." Blah 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 blah. And then I never thought like in any year Spider-Man 2099 would be a thing.
Well, now it is.
Yeah, and also he has cooler powers because he actually has like fucking like knives that come out his his whole thing is like his fingertips come out like a spike, so he can go like. But he you can use him as a weapon too.
Yeah,
that's cool.
He looks like a Spawn character.
Well, he so the
does.
thing is, he's not actually wearing a costume of Spider-Man. It's just a Halloween costume. He grabs at one point. It's like a Death's Head costume. He says, but it was because he needed something because he found it. He was he found out he had a fucking spider powers. All of a sudden, he had to change.
At the
award ceremony.
Award
Or
ceremony.
whatever it is, yeah.
Harry talks to Mary Jane for a bit.
Yeah.
He's like, I made you a play.
He's like, I wrote you a play. It sucks probably worse than your play.
Now the thing is, I don't like bringing up a lot of modern terms in this, like simping, cucking, cringe. You know, I don't like. There's way smarter, funner terms, but there's a lot of everything going on in this film.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is weird. Peter swings in as Spider-Man.
Yeah. This
swings
part
upside
actually
down.
bothers me a lot in this movie.
Yes. And then he's like, let's give him a show. Why don't you kiss me?
Yeah, plant one on me. They'll love it.
And it's like, and by the way, he doesn't have the black suit on yet.
No.
This is weird for him to do. Like, he should know.
It's because Dr. Connor said the symbiote increases aggression. So he already has these feelings of being the guy now.
Because this is like Rocky 3. The fame is getting to his head.
Yeah. But it's still
he's
like,
gonna need to be
I feel
humbled.
like Peter as a person and all he's gone through and how he feels would go, you know, I don't know if making out with this girl on stage in front of 100-something people and also my current girlfriend.
By the way, the girl who's I go to school with.
Yeah. And it's like he knows her and shit. It's kind of weird.
I'll say this as someone, and we've brought up earlier about my ex-wife and stuff. As someone that's been on all sides of the cheating triangle, I don't consider this cheating. Right here, I think it was a bad decision.
Oh, I think it's a real bad decision. No, I wouldn't say that this is straight up cheating, but it's also like that's like really weird, and it's not like he's like acting or anything. It's like he's going up there and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna make out with her."
She has to pull. What was to stop her from taking down the whole?
Yeah,
mask?
what if they just like? What if it was all a big ploy? And
Right.
She just unmasked
She's just
him?
like, whoop.
Yeah. And then she's like, "Oh my god, Peter!"
And it reveals that he's white. That's going to narrow down the search for Spider-Man. How many white people are in New York?
I mean, to be fair,
A lot?
a whole
like a good amount.
I don't.
A whole subway train of people saw him.
That's
and
true.
They decided to keep quiet.
Yeah, but now everyone knows he's white. Which actually,
Spider-Man's mask is always off at some point in these movies too.
Yeah. So Eddie Brock's going around like, "Oh, I'm gonna get a shot of him. I'm gonna get a shot of him. I'm gunning for him." And Peter Parker's just constantly walking around without a mask on, like on top of buildings, like close by.
Oh wait, but this is also when Gwen Stacy tells Eddie Brock, she's like, "We had coffee."
Oh, we had coffee. Yeah, and he's
so
all
they're
like,
not actually dating. So
yeah.
he's like. He has this gorgeous woman. He's going around town saying they're doing all this stuff, but it's like, no.
Also, her dad's
You're
a
just
cop,
a liar.
And like he told her dad that too.
Yeah, he told her dad.
Farmer Hoggett, and then he's gonna be like, "Bah ram you, bah ram you." It's like, you know, from
Yeah.
Babe.
You know, from Babe, Pig in the
Babe,
City.
Pig in the City. Yeah.
Sandman attacks, and Spider-Man's got to stop him.
Yeah.
And he's attacking an armored transport carrying a bunch of money. I do like when Spider-Man punches him. They actually got like not an amputee. It was a guy who was born without a right hand.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they have him in the suit so they can do like that punch. That's pretty cool.
I thought this was actually one of the coolest like fights in the movie.
Yeah, it's a fun
I think
fight
it's
scene.
Pretty good.
It seems like it's something out of the
Yeah.
comics.
I like when he kicks his legs and his legs just turn to dust.
And I think it was like corn grain
that
they used as sand in there.
Corn grain.
Or something like that.
Yeah, because you probably don't want to use
Actual sand. You can
'cause
suffocate.
Oh, have you guys ever look up grain death?
No.
Yeah.
Grain death rules. So a ton of times a year, people die of grain death. And that's when you're like walking on the top of your silo and you're making sure everything's good. You're like walking around the grain, but it's like quicksand.
Yeah.
Like you don't think about it because it's so rough, and you'll break through and you'll just slowly go in and you can't get out, and then you just slowly suffocate, and then your dead body kind of just floats down to the bottom
Basically,
of the
like
silo.
That's
the weight of
horrifying.
all the grain pushes it so your chest can't inflate. So you're just like this, like.
Yeah,
They have precautions.
There's a whole because as you breathe out, like the grain keeps pushing, so you just go.
Oh
you
my
just can't
God.
breathe in again. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you're also breathing in grain.
That's horrifying.
So like your cornflakes might have like farmer, dead farmer in them.
Yeah, Jessica, find a picture of there's a whole Wikipedia page on
Don't
grain.
make Jessica look that up.
Can we
It's
die?
horrible.
On grain death.
It's bad enough she has to edit these videos where famous celebrities are dying in the store. She didn't sign up for this, and you want her to
elderly
watch.
women are furiously masturbating.
I've seen a video where it's like pigeons that are on top of it, and the pigeons are eating the grain, but they're slowly going, "Ah," and then they just disappear into
my
it. So
God.
could you imagine like you're eating like cornflakes and like pigeons?
You think I would just like install like ladders randomly?
Yeah,
in
you'd
there?
have to you'd have to well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, but you need like something in the middle because it's like if you're in the middle, like where you're gonna grab a ladder. Like a silo is like fucking as big as this room is.
Yeah,
and you're in the middle.
So anyway,
you're gone.
the
They won't find you until they empty that out, and they're mashing up the flakes, and all of a sudden, Farmer Tony's just wadded up in there.
The armored car
Completely
guys
blue.
are gonna die of grain death, but they get them out of there.
Yeah, Spider-Man saves them, and then Sandman just gives up and goes away.
Yeah.
Seems like he could just grab those bags and fly away. But he's like, Spider-Man's.
And then Spider-Man's like, I have sand in my shoes.
Well, I do like when he's shaking out the sand and spits. I like that cut. He's like,
yeah.
Peter talks to Bruce Campbell.
Yep.
Who would have been revealed as Mysterio if they did the fourth movie. Well, we mentioned that in Spider-Man 2.
Oh, that would have been fun.
But yeah, he's
the maitre d'.
Yeah, he's the French waiter, or the maitre d'. Maitre d'.
Yeah. I think he's actually really funny in this part.
Yeah, no, I think he's funny too.
It's a little over the top, but it's not as over the top as others, and it's
the
really
problem
funny.
with the Bruce Campbell thing here is it doesn't pay off. Like we'll talk about like towards the end of the scene, but like it's really, really, really well set up, and there's a lot of little jokes where he's like, "Go in, go out, go in, wrong time," but it doesn't pay off fully.
Yeah,
it's kind of like there's no like punchline. It's just like, "Oh, he got it, and she wasn't there." It's not like the wrong person got the ring inside the thing. It's not
I
like,
think they wanted to balance the comedy and sadness.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the whole thing. Peter's trying to propose to Mary Jane. He's gonna do the ring in the cup.
I
or
like
the
when he
glass.
gives him the ring and he like pulls the glass and he goes, "Oh, hello," and he like waves to the diamond like it's all tiny and stuff.
Yeah.
They're gonna.
What is with that? Like putting a ring in a champagne flute.
Yeah.
Could you imagine they like swallow it and it's like, well, we'll wait a couple hours and I'll pop the question.
I like the videos of people where they propose on like a rushing river and they always drop it in the water. It's like, dude, are you dumb? Don't do that. Don't like. Let's propose on
That's
a.
funny. You should do that. Get like a fake ring that's like a huge diamond. Like, oh no, that was a.
I'm gonna propose to somebody one day on a sewer grate, or a subway fucking thing, or something like that.
I forgot. I was up in my office. I was talking to someone, and I was looking up Pokemon rings. I have a lot of Gengar luxury items, as you know, some rings. And I was looking it up, and I was on Disney's website and stuff. And on the one site, you can get a Hello Kitty diamond ring for $16,000 or something. And on Disney's site, they have a few on there for like $12,000 or $13,000.
Wow!
So imagine if you drop that in the
I'm going to
river.
report anyone who buys that.
You know what?
Starting with you.
Imagine if you had a few drinks on It's a Small World, and now your
you're drinking around the world,
$20,000 ring is.
All right, so during the date,
yeah,
Mary Jane's upset. She has still not told him that she got fired, which is on her. Bad communication.
She's all pissed off again because she's Mary Jane, and you know,
and
she's like, I didn't get paid as much as Peter Parker.
My dad. So she shows up already pissed, and Peter's once again trying to be supportive and helpful.
Yes.
Because she can't forgive her father, she does not listen to him. And then out of nowhere, fucking Gwen Stacy shows up, and it's like this is like the worst.
Wait,
is Gwen Stacy secretly a villain who just keeps popping up?
This almost tops the scene from Spider-Man 2 where Peter's at the dinner, and it's like Peter's there. He gets slapped he gets bitch slapped by Harry twice in front of a crowd of people, and then right after Jameson's like, oh, I'm going to propose to Mary Jane after this just happened. And it's not like no one saw Peter get slapped.
Yeah.
It's like he sees it and he goes, well, on that note, I'm going to propose to your best friend, Peter. Like, this is almost worse.
So yeah, it is kind of like Peter's the bad guy here.
Yeah.
She's like, why would would you kiss her? Why would you do that specific kiss?
Yeah, well, because that's the thing, like,
right? Because that's the famous kiss from the first movie,
and it's like you did it to her in front of a lot
By the way,
of people.
he doesn't know that she did it with her ex fiance,
but she did it all.
Which he would have done if he had known. He's like, oh, well, it was okay when you did it with JJ.
Yeah, but she was.
JJ can kiss me upside down for more than 5 minutes.
She was I don't think they watched the show. They don't know.
Anyway, continue. That's a deep inside joke.
But they were together, and she left Jameson on the wedding day.
Yeah,
to go with Peter. Who's
if anything, Peter should be like, "Hey, don't start talking about like being faithful. You fucking abandoned your fiance at the altar."
But it's like, so
if I was Peter, I'd be getting a free pass. I'm like, "Oh, what did you say, cheater?"
That's awful. First, no, Peter's totally in the wrong. He's so in the wrong, it's ridiculous. I know here at Hack the Movies, we like to have a little fun once in a while, everything like that. But no, Peter was in the wrong completely. He made out with her in front of like legit 1,000 people.
That wasn't a makeout.
It wasn't
a kiss. It was a makeout.
I don't know. I think there was tongue. I think there was saliva.
It's French. It's the language of love.
And then he brings Mary Jane to the restaurant, and then also. Not only that, but like now she's like, wait, so the girl you made out with, okay, like she could kind of get past like, okay.
Yeah, she wasn't that mad about that.
Wait, you're her lab partner and you guys hang out and she's like, you're a genius and like, I'd be like, are you like fucking that girl? Because not for anything, but like Gwen Stacy is really good looking and like now Mary Jane is all like self-conscious because she lost her fucking job and shit. She's probably really, she's probably really thinking about it and like. Peter's like, I understand, like, it sucks. He wanted to propose, but he fucked up in my opinion. And then he should have been like trying to get her back and everything, but
but there's scenes where Peter's like, oh, go away or come back or hi or whatever, and that's when the signal for Bruce Campbell to bring in like the violin player, and the champagne glasses with the ring in it and stuff, and that's funny. They keep coming back and forth, and I thought Bruce Campbell would come up and say something like, "Oh, Lou 3, it's a ménage à trois, or le vive la France," like something funny, or maybe like. She leaves upset, and then Gwen Stacy sits down and gets the ring, and she's like, "Oh, Peter, I didn't know." Like something could have happened.
Instead, he just forks it out of the class.
Yeah. Instead, both girls leave, and he's just standing there alone when they come out playing the song, and no one's. It should have been like this whole group embarrassed, or everyone, everyone in the whole building goes, "Ha ha," or like, he's supposed to feel bad about it, but he just go, "Oh, I didn't get to give Aunt May's vagina ring to," like.
Yeah. But skipping ahead a little bit, turns out Mary Jane and Aunt May. Why do I get those two fucking Aunt May and Peter get called into Captain Stacy? What a coincidence! Captain Stacy, his office. Turns out Dennis Carradine, which is now the name of the thug, did not kill Uncle Ben.
Oh, he had frosted tips too. Can we show that picture of Kieran with frosted tips?
Why did you kill Uncle Ben? Anyway, it was the Sandman who killed Uncle Ben.
Yeah.
Turns out that they were accomplices, and he admitted to someone in jail that he killed Uncle Ben.
So at the wrestling show, the Sandman comes out, he drinks a beer, and he beat Uncle Ben to death with a kendo stick. Is that what happened?
No, Kieran. That's a different Sandman.
Well, they were at the wrestling show. He would have been there probably.
Jessica, Photoshop the Sandman, the wrestler, beating up Uncle Ben.
And smashing a can on his head. And then he's just killing him with it.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of which, what is Bonesaw doing all three of these movies?
Bonesaw is dead because Peter kicked him into a wrought iron rebar fence.
They're like, oh my God, Bonesaw's brain swelling. Yeah. He never survived.
Never recovered. Spider-Man kicked him. Spider-Man is able to hold a trolley car and stop a train with his webs.
And he kicked him
a human
into steel. He dead.
He flew back and just landed like this. He's dead.
It's real to me, damn it.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of fans are upset that Sandman killed Uncle Ben.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that bad of a change. I think it could have worked if Sandman was a better character.
No, this is like the Joker killing the Wayne parents. It's
because
stop.
It's a little different just because in that movie, Batman is, he wants to avenge his parents' killers, and then he kills Joker at the end. It's like, all right, well, why are you still Batman?
I mean,
I like how it is Batman Begins, where he never got the revenge.
Yeah.
So that's why he's like, you know what? Let me make sure it never happens to anyone else.
In this movie, though, it is a lot of just happenstance and coincidences all the time, and this is yet another one of those like, oh, this guy has been gone for years, but all of a sudden he shows up now when Venom.
And
comes
look,
out
it could have been, and I like how they did in the first one where he dies, so it's not about personal vengeance, and they changed it to this, and I know it's building up to the whole forgiveness thing.
Mm-hmm.
But Sandman for the rest of the movie is not that good of a character.
No.
Because they forget he's in this movie for large chunks.
Yeah. Oh, you forget a lot of people in this movie. I was like, where did Harry go? Oh, he's back.
It's like, oh yeah, Eddie Brock, that's a guy, right? Mary Jane makes sure that Peter doesn't do anything rash, but he doesn't listen to her, pushes her away some more. And then the symbiote, which has just been hanging out, again, it would have been cool if they found it would have been cool if occasionally they would show the symbiote around the apartment, eating rats or something, sucking their life force.
They open the door and Ursula is just like goth now or something. Like I think there's like if it was latching on the random people,
she's like, hey Pete, tell me about it, stud. Like it's like fucking Grease.
Yeah, so the symbiote is like, there was a scene earlier where when Peter went to go get the crane thing, you see the symbiote sneaking on Mary Jane.
Yeah.
So the symbiote finally takes over Spider-Man, and it turns his spider suit into a black spider suit with a different spider symbol.
Yeah.
It somehow knows to change his spider symbol.
So did it take over the suit, or did it copy the suit and then go on to him, or did he and then take off his other suit?
I don't know.
Does he have multiple suits? They don't really this is very poorly explained.
I think it just takes over.
But he wasn't wearing a mask at that point. He was just kind of sleeping in the suit, waiting for
I think it just knew that
radio.
Oh hey, I'm a suit. LOL.
It replicated the suit.
Yeah, because the whole movie he's just waiting for the police scanner to find Sandman or whatever. And I guess he's just sleeping, and then it takes him over. But he wasn't wearing his mask. Next thing he knows, he's in front of the window at night,
which is from the cartoon.
Yeah.
Which is weird because in all the photos, and even at the I think. In the movie trailer, they show him looking in the mirror, and
that was just for the trailer, where it's the red suit and the black suit. Yeah, that was just for the trailer. That's actually one of the earliest things I could think of a movie trailer manipulating something digitally. Now it happens all the time.
They might have changed.
We talked about No Way Home.
The new one, yeah.
The Brazilian. Did you see the Brazilian trailer for No Way Home?
Where clearly the lizard.
The lizard is clearly being kicked by a Spider-Man.
I love when people were someone photoshopped Dom from Fast and Furious in the car punching him. It's like we're not just spiders, we're family or whatever, all this shit. It's so ridiculous.
So the symbiote makes him stronger, faster, and this is something else. There's a lot of weird fucking dialogue in this.
This is also the scene of events where each scene is only 20 seconds long.
Yeah, because then we get Dr. Connors, and I forgot about this. I guess it's a leftover from the previous one. He's like, I'm a physicist, not a biologist. And it's like, how are they going to do that whole lizard thing if he's not a biologist?
That's true.
Yeah,
I'm sure they could have figured out a way.
He talks to him about the dangers, even though he already has the thing going, and then he immediately starts using the powers. But it happens so quickly, you don't have time to think about.
Also, how does he know it's a alien? Did he take a piece off the suit and figure out it was an alien? We don't see that.
And that's also
I don't know.
It also charges Peter, and he puts it under glass, and he's like, "Oh, he really likes you." I'm like, call NASA. What the fuck?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and he's like, "You didn't get this on you," and he's like,
the thing,
"No."
You think that if a college student brought me some illicit substance that was unlike any, chemistry or biology on Earth, and was just and it's sentient, it's moving around and shit, I'd be like, hey, I'm calling the fucking FBI on this kid. He's probably some sort of weird terrorist or some shit.
I will say one thing about the suit. I didn't mind that it just made the red and blue spider suit black. I didn't mind that. I do kind of wish it had the spider wrapping around. They do it for Venom later, but it's weird it didn't do it for this.
Yeah, honestly, it's probably, I didn't really like the the look of it.
No.
Where it's just the black suit. I don't know. I thought they could have did better, but I like the regular suit. I like the way that looks, but I just
No.
I don't like the black suit.
Yeah, so also they show a lizard skeleton somewhere in Dr. Connor's like area to like a little wink, like he's gonna be the lizard.
He's gonna be a lizard.
Even though he's not a biologist, I guess.
Maybe he's gonna be a lizard skeleton instead.
It's weird that he could take the black suit on and off. But I think Ryan was explaining during Secret Wars, because what was it? Spider-Man needed a suit and they like printed him this suit in space, but at that point they didn't know that it was an alien life form. And I think he could take it on and off.
Yeah.
I think there's even times where he wore like a piece of one suit and a piece of the other. I had to double check that.
In the cartoon, he fucking just makes it like.
Well, that's the thing. Eventually, when it was found out it was an alien, I think they changed it. So at this point, I was more used to the cartoon and like the games and stuff where it can just like, go into him and come out.
Is it knows that he because it's kind of like later on when he's trying to pull it off and the suit knows.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he's trying to get rid of me, so it won't.
Yeah.
So it's like.
But I feel like.
But it's cool being taken off and put in a box for
a certain time because he knows that he's like it's like building the addiction.
Yeah.
How would it fucking know?
It
that?
might at night. It might like
thing.
sneak on him at night and then go back into the box.
It goes up and like touches him.
That's why I thought it'd be funny if it was latching on to other people as well to stay alive.
It's like touching him in the night.
Yeah, I guess so.
Spider suit.
Yes.
That's the That's Aunt May's autobiography, movie number 6.
Okay, Spider-Man searches for the Sandman.
Yeah.
He breaks Eddie Brock's camera.
Yeah, I love that when he's like, what does he say? Like, he's like, "Fuck off, chump," or whatever he says. It's like,
I don't think he says.
He doesn't say "fuck off."
Fuck off, chump. But yeah, he like jumps into the sewer.
Wait,
I do like.
Jessica, can we get him breaking the camera and then Kieran's voice saying "fuck off, chump"?
Fuck off, chump.
I do like when he's sneaking on Sandman, where he's crawling on the wall and
like
hiding in the shadows.
Oh, that's a weird part because Topher, Eddie Brock pulls out his other camera, so you think he's gonna go down there and like get something.
No, he
but
just
that
starts
never
taking
pays
pictures
off.
of the Sandman
just not yet.
Yeah, Sandman just robbed a bank. Or some kind of store or whatever.
Yeah,
I think it was a bank.
He robbed a bank, yeah.
So he's getting pictures of he's getting a plate shot of just the bank.
Exactly.
Oh, right.
Yes.
The trouble is they don't lean on that too much. Like you don't see.
You see it like later.
And then so in the subway, fucking, it's the most elaborate underground subway system I've ever seen.
It looks like the ending of Black Panther.
Kind of, yeah.
It's like monorail.
But also, it looks like I've been in the New York subway. I don't ever remember anything looking like that.
Are there places like that because like
a giant tube where things? I don't think so.
Like, when you're watching like Ninja Turtles and they're in the sewer and there's like fucking structures and those things.
Those are old subway stops.
Yeah.
And stuff.
So it's like, is that like how it is? Like New York has just this subterranean. Fucking metropolis.
Or it's like Futurama with New York.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's just weird that it's like, they're fighting in this like place and it's got a water tank in it for some reason.
So we know, not yet in the movie, but we know as fans that the symbiote doesn't like loud sounds.
Yeah.
And I was saying, like, I don't know, the train shrieking right next to it should be setting it off.
It's not loud sounds. It's like reverberation.
Well, that's what I was wondering, if it's vibration.
Well, they hit a giant, like, pole. And later on, pulls are making him freak out. I don't know. I think
they needed more foreshadowing and little bits of information to be like, maybe like the alarm clock or something goes off and he goes,
actually,
"Oh, what's that?"
Like in the cartoon, what ends up getting Peter to separate the symbiote from, I think, Venom is that he brings him to the shuttle launch.
Yeah, and the rocket.
The sound of the rocket makes it so he can't and then he slings him into. And then that's how Carnage is created, because he goes up into space and he ends up replicating.
I think in the Venom movie, it might have been a deleted scene, but like a car alarm goes off and Venom just starts breaking it because it's triggering his stuff.
Trigger warning.
Yes. He kills the Sandman. This is very Evil Dead with him pulling the thing and
I like
the
though
crash
that
zooms.
I think that scene's pretty cool where the water like makes him like
but then you're right, good riddance.
Yeah, good
riddance. That's your best one-liner. The Raimi should not have written this. They should have given it to a different writer because they get weird shit like that.
What could he have said?
I don't know. You're all washed up.
Sand. That's all, folks.
Rest in piss.
Peter is emo now because it's 2007.
Yeah.
He literally goes out and it's like, oh,
He has, yeah. And
like,
what's
I'm
weird though is
bad.
the hair changes from sides, I believe.
probably, yeah.
I think it's like one side is
That's super
later on
emo.
it's there, one.
And then we get the ultimate example of evil Spider-Man. He tells the landlord to fix his damn door.
I love how many memes come out of these fucking movies.
Yeah, especially Mr. Ditkovich.
Yeah, give me rent.
Give me rent.
You'll
Get your rent.
when you fix this damn door.
Yeah, so he hangs up the suit.
Like,
Yeah. He hangs up the suit because he's not sure about it. And then he goes to Aunt May and he's like, guess what? Spider-Man murdered Sandman.
Yeah,
and she's
and it's
like,
so weird
She's
how he
like,
says
that's not a thing that Spider-Man does. Why are you bragging about it?
She's immediately upset because now she realizes, like, oh my god, my sugar daddy, he's gone. He's not going to bring me that money anymore.
Oh, because it was a setup, right?
Yeah, so she's like, Spider-Man wouldn't do that.
And then she goes, revenge is like a poison. It's like, why didn't you say venom?
Yo, you know,
Is that too on the nose?
I mean, but you know what? That's the thing is, like, well, do you know what the difference between poison and venom is? Because there is a difference.
What is the
Like when people say like a venomous snake or a snake isn't poisonous.
Yeah.
Poison is ingested. Venom is injected.
Yes.
So you have to get. That's why they have to like get it into your bloodstream. But like,
Right.
for poison, it's you eat, you consume it, and it goes through your system. So like
You
snakes.
should have said
aren't-
venom.
That's why, like, I think you can drink snake venom or something like that. Like that's why they have like, you know, Cobra, like whiskey and stuff.
Yeah,
like
because
that
it
or
needs to go
whatever.
into your blood, your
It
stomach.
has to go into
yeah.
your blood, but like through intravenously, it's not.
Because
just
some of
like-
it will like coagulate you right
yeah,
away. and-
yeah, exactly. So it's like, so if you consume it, I don't know if you. I'm not saying. Please out there, don't go drinking snake venom to prove my point.
Someone right now is like
Yeah.
draining the venom from their Cobra.
Yeah.
Like,
But no, like that's the whole thing. So venom is
Yeah.
is yeah.
so at this point, Mary Jane is sad. She calls Harry to hang out.
Yeah.
Peter apologizes to the landlord.
That was a booty call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peter apologizes to the landlord, and he asks him to buy him pizza. But then he gives real great dating advice.
Yep.
Look, things have recently changed in my life, and I need dating advice. And I think I'm going to use his pickup line of,
Then you say, you're a good woman, I'm good man.
that's his pickup line.
Yep. That's
Also,
it.
sleeper hit. Peter should have went after Ursula in this film.
I mentioned
Yeah.
that in the second one. They kind of set up like there's a thing. But, okay. So Ursula's clearly into Peter.
Yeah.
But she's real excited for him to like call Mary Jane. And we were talking before this. I think she wants to be a third. I think she's like, she
Oh,
wants-
you know what? Funny scene.
Yeah.
She happens to work at the fancy restaurant as like a dishwasher or something, and she happens to sit down and get the ring and the thing, and that's
And she's like,
she's like, you marry my daughter? Buy me pizza? Like, I think I need to rewrite this film.
Give me rent.
No, but I think Ursula wants to be a third.
I don't think. I think
Good
she
job,
is just-
Peter.
I think she is just a really good friend to Peter, and she does have a crush.
Yeah.
But she's like, I know you are in love with Mary Jane, and I respect that as your really good friend.
And I'm good participating. That's what it is. They're poly, basically.
It's kinda hard to-
We're going to find out in No Way Home. He's going to be like, hey, you have a special someone in your universe? He's like, yeah, both my wives. And they're like, whoa!
Yeah, I like how all like Miles Morales comes out, and 2099 comes out, and Noir Spider-Man, and Ursula,
Spider Ursula,
Goth Ursula,
Spider-Ursula.
But yeah, he's like, yeah, my sister wives, Mary Jane Parker and Ursula Parker.
Ursula Dinklevich. Or whatever.
Anyway, Harry and Mary Jane do the twist.
Yeah, which
for
is
a really
stupid.
long time.
I hate that scene, and I hate the twist.
This is on the Spider-Man 3 soundtrack, the twist.
Oh, baby! Do the twist!
Yeah, this and not to bring up cringe, but this scene is pretty cringe.
Yeah, it is
It's
cringe.
pretty cringe.
I'm like, what are you guys, like 40?
Yeah, because he tells Bernard the butler, whatever his name is,
Barnard or whatever. His
Barnard.
name is
He's like,
Barnard.
I think
hey,
it's Bernard.
Is it Bernard?
He's like, hey, do we have any? Yeah, because James Franco acts
Get
like,
some food.
Hey,
What?
we have any
We're having
food? And then like he gets food, but like, oh, he's like, oh, I guess we're cooking it now.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna get some takeout or something.
That's what I thought, and he's like, we're making omelets, and we're gonna throw them all over the place, and then do the twist like we're fucking, we're like a recently divorced but also getting back together couple. Like,
And then-
like that just screams.
And then
to me
she
like,
reads the play.
ugh.
And then she cheats on Peter.
Yeah.
With Harry, her ex-boyfriend.
And he's like
to bring back the cheating triangle.
Yeah.
The diamond cutter.
Yeah.
This is cheating.
This is cheating.
I don't think it was really cheating.
There's a difference between putting on a show in front of a crowd of people for entertainment and then making out with your ex-boyfriend.
I think that this one was just a kind of moment where she
a
was
moment of weakness.
She was just having a rough time. You know, she's just dealing with some shit. Peter's also running around with his dumbass new haircut.
Yeah.
Like,
Karen, you had a lot of
everybody.
moments of weaknesses in your life. Is this what I'm hearing about?
No, I have not. I'm actually a very faithful person.
So yes, she has her entanglement with Harry, and she gets the hell out of there.
Entanglement.
Somehow,
like-
this brings back Ghost Dad. Not Bill Cosby, but Norman Osborn.
Yeah, I don't understand.
This triggers the memory of Norman Osborn.
Yeah. And then he all of a sudden is like, "Oh, I need to like fuck Peter over now." Right now.
Oh, so Harry's blue balls cause.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
I was hoping that going into this, I was hoping that was going to be more of a thing, just like Ghost Norman Osborn in his head. It was clearly just like a fabrication. That would have been cool, but they didn't do it. They only do it for like this scene. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
So yeah, he attacks Mary Jane. He's like, "I'm gonna kill Peter if you don't dump him."
Yeah.
So then she dumps him.
Yeah.
At the park, and he's like
Which
crying.
this scene like really breaks my heart a little bit.
He never says if you dump Peter, I won't kill you or anything. It's never said. It's implied.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they never resolve it either. They're not like she never goes to Peter like, "Oh, he told me that." It's never talked about.
Yeah.
So for all Peter knows, she broke up with him because he was being a douchebag. And got back together.
No, he pieces it together. Okay, so she.
He pieces it together when he goes to the fucking restaurant part. But
yeah.
No, but this scene with Peter when he's like, "No, please," like that part kills me. I feel so bad for the guy because now he's like, you know, and he brings out the ring and everything, and it's like, nah, you got it, and then. You know, Harry's like bravo or whatever.
By
he's
a
in
tree.
the park.
Yeah.
It's so fucking.
He's like,
I guess his spider sense just didn't let him know that a bad guy was around.
Well, I mean, he might not. He doesn't know that.
Does
that
he
Harry's a bad guy
Do they
yet.
do his spider sense in this, like with the 3D thing?
I don't think
not
so.
really.
Remember.
But it's only when there's like a serious threat. It's not like, oh, Jeff's over there.
Ah, okay. So he brings him to the restaurant. He's like, "Yeah, she got fired. Oh, she didn't tell you." She's like, "I think there's another guy," and he's just like, "It's me, buddy.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry."
Yeah, that's the problem is all these scenes just link right up to each other, just like last time. It's like 1, 2, 3. It happens way too quick. Like there's no filler.
This is also the first of the insane cringe scenes.
So good.
It's cringe. It's
so good.
Yeah, he's eating the pie.
Yeah, so
and then he
good.
winks, and then it's that class thing where the bus passes and he's gone. So it's like, did he eat and then like run out the restaurant?
Isn't this where he says the thing about her? He's like, when I kissed her, it tasted the same.
No, this is coming up.
That's
this is coming up
later. Okay,
so
that's
Peter,
another part that gets me too.
Peter goes back and puts on his black suit and then goes to fight Harry. This fight scene's actually kind of fun.
Wait, is this he goes to fight Harry, but it's like I thought he do the fucking
No, that's
not
after.
yet? Okay.
No, that's after. So he goes to fight Harry. This is where Harry's like, she tastes like strawberries.
okay, yeah.
Look,
strawberries.
Again, all these scenes are right fucking next to each other.
I know, it's fast.
This movie feels like a bunch of like a mini series tied together.
Yes.
Which this scene, I think this is like one of the best fight scenes. But the only thing is, like,
I do like when they
Bernard,
have
like,
to. I do like when the glider goes nuts and they have to duck because it's breaking the whole room.
Also, I know he's in his own like private penthouse apartment, but no one hears the explosions and stuff.
Yeah.
Everyone's cool.
Oh yeah,
Well, that's the thing. Like Bernard. So do you ever watch Archer?
No.
So Archer's got this what's it called, butler named Woodhouse, and he's always on heroin. He spends all the money that Archer gives him on heroin, on like vacations and heroin. Like that's what he always spends it on. That's what I feel like Bernard is Woodhouse. Like he's just somewhere with a vein, you know, with a fucking tube around his arm, just fucking zonked out, dipping on Kensington. Like, oh my god!
So he
that's
throws.
why you didn't hear any of the fights.
He throws a pumpkin bomb back into Goblin Jr.'s face.
Yeah.
I don't know how it doesn't. I don't know how it doesn't set off all the other pumpkin bombs.
Also, too, like he's all like that whole part when he's like, "Your dad didn't love you; he despised you." Like,
Yeah.
and he's like, Spider-Man's like full asshole mode now. He's like,
also. Luckily, he just got the exploding pumpkin bombs and not the incinerate into bones pumpkin bomb.
Yeah, whatever happened to those? Like, why?
Oh no, it
hasn't
comes back
anybody
at the
ever
end. Comes back at the
vaporized
end.
again? Oh, that's the one. Okay.
Here's a big scene. Eddie is bragging about his new job. He got the staff job because he
Yeah.
took this amazing photo of Spider-Man. Robbing a bank. And he's going around bragging about like this awesome thing he did. But Peter reveals that Eddie plagiarized his photos. He took Peter's photos of Spider-Man in like Times Square and digitally.
Yeah, he digitally edited
Yeah,
them.
he digitally edited him. So he took someone else's work and passed it off as his own. And then the Bugle, he embarrasses Eddie in front of everyone.
Yeah.
And Eddie is like begging. He's like, please don't do this. Please don't do this. He embarrasses in front of everyone. And then the Bugle obviously fires him because he makes the company look bad. And they have to print a retraction.
Yeah.
Like they have to make a statement.
I like that he's like, I haven't had to print a
retraction in 20 years.
20 years.
And then it's like, sorry, Spidey. And then it's like, we fired the guy.
Yeah, that's the thing that's messed up is that they fucking like, they print like, sorry, Spidey. And then right underneath is a picture of him.
Well, I mean,
fucking, he's an asshole. Like,
well, I mean, the movie shows there's two ways to do it. You can either do what the play did, and they're like, we'll make up an excuse about your health, or you can just be like, nah, this is the guy who fucked up.
Yeah.
But anyway, they went with that route. So Eddie is fucked. He's not too happy about
I'm surprised Jay Jonah wasn't like, yeah, that's how we need to do it. We need to do some dirty journalism. Like, I'm surprised he wasn't cool with that.
Yeah.
Well, that's because J. Jonah Jameson has like, I guess like, I don't know. He doesn't, he's kind of always making shit.
He believed, yeah.
I think he would have.
I just think it was too easy to get caught. That was the thing. He's like, nah, this is too easy to disprove. I can't go along with it. Or else he would have been like, this is good work.
Peter had like a sheet with like circles all over it.
Yeah.
Like
What I wonder is like, how did he like, I guess like time has gone by and like maybe that got printed already and then. Because like, how did Peter just know? Like, how? Did
I think he just recognized the photo.
He just did, but he comes in like already while they're at the party with it.
No, he saw it he saw the newspaper.
Oh, that's right. And he goes, "Here's some dirt in your eyes." That's
I'm going to throw some dirt in your eye.
Dirt in your eyes. Like what? Like what is even?
So, so now Peter is ignoring Dr. Connors talking about the symbiote.
Yeah, and he's eating cookies.
Yes, he's eating cookies, and then he goes around town
and he faints. Yeah.
Stuff.
Oh, you ever? Someone uploaded this scene without music.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's pretty funny. Can you play some of that? It's pretty good.
There's also
and all the scenes he does, it's like the fucking Joker 2019 on the stairs.
Yeah, I do. Oh yeah, people have done it with them dancing
it's also,
together.
Every girl he passes is yet another like supermodel.
And some of them are into him, and then some of them aren't.
Yeah. Well, they're totally into him, and then they're like, "What the fuck?" That's a little bit weird.
Yeah.
When he starts doing that, but I think like
I do like that this was made fun of for so many years. It was embarrassing, and now it's become a part of the character where. In Spider-Verse,
they
did in Spider, but also in the Spider-Man game, when you're walking, you can do like finger guns to people.
So the one thing about this scene is everybody always rips on like, whenever like, oh, this movie sucks. Like, it's got that scene where he's walking down the street. This scene is fine when you watch it because the next scene, is probably one of the most egregious acts I think ever made in any sort of film ever.
Yeah. Also, so he's in addition to strutting around town, he is a dick to Jay Jonah. He's like, I want the staff job and I want this much money, and he's like
puts his feet up on his desk and everything.
And then Betty Brant is super into him.
She's like, oh my god, Peter.
She's about to like bone him in like Jameson's office. Like, don't have sex at work, guys. That's weird.
That was
the movie remembers Sandman exists.
Yeah.
I guess he's just been in the water for. What is the passage of time in this movie?
Because
Weeks?
they seem to make it seem like, oh, water is what destroys him or makes
No,
him
I just
blood,
think it makes it harder for him to reform.
Yeah, so
like he doesn't know how to do it yet, and he's learning to piece himself together.
Pieces are there.
Yeah, because the water's like pushing the sand particles around, so it's probably harder to reform. But no, he comes back. He's mud now, and
could you imagine if he like went back home to his wife and was like, hey, let's do it, and then he just did it with her, but like all the sand was just like in her vagina.
Like his wiener breaks off.
Yeah, like people are like, you got some sand in your vagina? And she's like, yes, I actually literally do. My husband is made of sand.
Yes.
And it's all caked in there now.
So, we found out earlier that Mary Jane got a job as a singing waitress at a jazz club.
Yeah.
There are clubs like this. There's one in Philly.
Yeah.
My friend used to work there.
I almost
with singing
went on a
waitresses.
date there one time, and then
The one in
they
Philly?
used to hand out free tickets, and I was like, oh, this will be, because when I was in Philly, I was fucking poor as shit.
Yeah.
And I don't remember why. I ended up going somewhere. We went to another restaurant instead. But we never went to the jazz thing, because also too, the place was crowded, and it also looked like not a fun fucking time for me.
I wonder if that was the same one.
It's the one on Sansom Street. It's like Sansom, which is like, if you're going like, Sansom's like the next one.
Maybe it was the same one. I don't know.
Like
I went
Sansom
there and I had
Broad,
fun.
I believe.
I had fun there.
Yeah, but you're like a swinging hipster cat. Like, that's not me.
Who's that with green trees?
So Peter is now going to the jazz club, and he's going there with Gwen Stacy, and Eddie Brock is like really sad because he loved Gwen Stacy and he's seeing her enjoying her life, but like she's allowed to. She didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
So he's moping about, and then we find out that Peter took her there to make Gwen jealous.
Yeah.
Or no, to make Mary Jane jealous.
And he does it in the most cringe possible way.
Yes. So Mary Jane's about to sing, and even Gwen's like, "Isn't that like your ex-girlfriend?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "Yeah,
okay."
What a weird coincidence." Don't know.
Fucking so
he's just playing the piano.
The first thing that kills me about the scene is Mary Jane's face, because she's like, when she's gonna sing, and then you just hear the doodly 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 doodly, and they look, and he's just like on the piano.
He does know how to use the piano. We found out in the second movie that Aunt May teaches piano lessons.
That's right.
So he would know how to play the piano.
Okay. I know she's an excellent fingerer.
And
stop it! Leave Aunt May alone.
Aunt May is good at being a finger pianist or whatever.
So he dances like an asshole. He dances like an asshole in a scene that goes on way too long.
So he first off, I need to talk about this because I forgot, like, so I watched this movie and I know we talked about it and I said I really like Spider-Man 3. I watched it during quarantine. And I actually really enjoyed it. Blah 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 all this shit. I watched this again. And, the things poked more out at me this time. This scene, I couldn't stop laughing. Like, hysterical, where I was
Find us some shade.
Yeah. Find us some shade. And he says hot legs or whatever he calls her.
Yeah,
and
hot
it's like,
legs.
so he's at a jazz club, but all of a sudden he's acting it's like 1942.
The idea,
and he's this,
what someone said was like, this is what Peter would think is cool.
Yeah,
he's
so
a dweeb.
that was what I said. Yeah, like he was, Peter, since it's like it enhances things, Peter's such a dork in real life that his enhanced is just super dork, but cool dork.
Yeah, it's not like Stefan or Kel.
No, he's super not smooth, and anyone would also be like, ugh, Peter, this is fucking weird.
Yeah, so explain the scene, Gary.
Yeah, so he plays the piano, he's going the doodly doodly doodly, and he goes, this is for you. He fucking swings around all that shit.
On the chandelier.
Yeah, on the chandelier. He steals a person's drink. He's like, thanks. And this whole scene is fucking weird. He dances.
I do like when he takes his jacket off.
Yeah.
It cuts to,
and he whips it. Oh, and it's,
it cuts to Gwen Stacy and
and it's
wind blows her hair. It's like, where's the wind coming from?
It's a very Sam Raimi.
Like that works in like Evil Dead when there's magical demons, but where's the wind coming from?
He fucking, she's like, maybe he like farted. And it was like just
out of
make
his,
a fart.
Wait, out of his dick? She's in front of him.
He queefed out of his dick.
Okay, keep going. Keep going. God damn it.
Sweet
Oh my
heavens.
God.
So
is that the Daily Bugle down
maybe he's into urethral play, so he was jabbing like a pokey jab in there before he went out to make sure his urethra
So
was
what's
nice
the
and-
line?
What's that called?
What-
Sounding. That's what that's called.
What's the line that you like that Peter says?
No, I hate it. I don't like it.
What does he say?
He fucking throws the thing, goes woof. She gets hit with the vapors of Peter, and then he goes, now dig on this. And he just starts snapping his fingers. It's the fucking stupidest
So
thing.
there's the other line in this where he says, "Somebody stop me!" and
He's
smoking.
like, smoking.
No, because I was like, so I have here the Lobo versus the Mask comic. Alan Moore, by the way. Alan Grant. Really good.
Oh, the
comic.
From Jurassic Park.
Jurassic
Yes.
Park. Yeah, Alan Grant.
Dr. Alan Grant. It's pretty good, but like, pretty much like, he is the Mask now.
Yeah.
and a little bit like Lobo too.
He is kind of like the Mask. I never thought about that.
Now, does Peter know how to dance, or is this the symbiote dancing?
I think it's both, because also he's Spider-Man, so he has.
He does a Spider-Man move. It's like, I mean, Peter shouldn't be doing that.
But just the second he says, "Now dig on this," and it's like a close-up of his mouth, shadow, like and it's
like,
funny. You can send that GIF in Facebook Messenger. It's there because I sent it to Justin today because I was like, I just wrote "now dig on this" into the GIF thing, and it popped up. It's the second one, and I was like, holy shit. Someone fucking saw that and was like, I need to make it into a GIF now.
Yeah. So he starts fighting the security guard.
Yeah, the security guard walks up, which also
because they don't know. It's funny that they're gigantic and they don't know he's Spider-Man, so he's beating the shit out of them.
He beats the shit. Is the guy? Is that what's his name? The security guard, was that Malibu or Motaro?
I don't think it was Malibu. I've seen that guy as a stuntman in something else.
I thought it might have been him, but so Peter throws this dude against the wall like he's
and then he slaps Mary Jane in front of everyone.
Punches Mary Jane.
Also, this is after Gwen Stacy realizes, she's like, "You brought me here to. This is weird."
After
I'm out.
she was hit with the fucking wind, the penis fart wind,
penis queef. You said.
Penis queef.
I like the idea that he slaps
penis
Mary
queef.
Jane, and her head just fucking explodes.
Yeah, could you imagine if he like punched her and like her head like turned and it was
it's just like it just turns into fucking Invincible, like Omni-Man, just fucking her head just turns backwards.
I was like, because you gotta think like first off, it had to hurt pretty damn bad. A normal punch.
Yeah, because he's smacking around Harry Osborn, but Harry Osborn has the gas in him.
Yeah,
so he's got because they mentioned earlier. She's like, "Well, your head's like you don't even have a scar on your head. You were hit pretty hard because it's like healing him." Yeah, so he realizes he's gone way too far, and he's going to brood on top of a church.
Yeah,
this is straight out of the comics, really.
Except they don't have the part where it's like him going, "You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the end of the world, shocker!" And he's like screaming. You ever see that?
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's just like you put that
shocker!
thing in.
Like he screams.
I think it's called the worst voice acting or the best voice acting in cartoon history.
It's Spider-Man chasing Shocker, and he's flipping the fuck out. It's great.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
I remember that in the cartoon. I'm like, oh shit, is he gonna kill Shocker?
Yeah, he's gonna kill him, like straight up.
Yeah, so he's trying to get the symbiote off. And at the same time...
He's trying to get the symbiote off?
Shut up! No! At the same time, Eddie Brock happens to be at the church. I'm sorry, Edward Brock Jr.
Yeah, and he's like, "Dear Jesus Christ, my Savior, the one true God."
Who one of your commandments is shall not kill or envy or covet.
Could you imagine if he prayed and then it was like no problem, and then Jesus came and just fucking kicked Spider-Man out the window?
It's you shall not kill.
Yeah, thou shalt.
Not capital. He shall not kill.
Jesus is allowed to. He's magic.
But that's the thing. Like, so he doesn't know that Peter has the symbiote thing or whatever.
Sorry
Spider-Man.
to all the Christian viewers.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Wow.
He doesn't know that like Peter is Spider-Man or has the symbiote and stuff. As far as he knows, Peter is an innocent guy.
Wait, Peter has a what's it called? A Sybian? He has one of those Sybian machines.
Symbiote.
They're all like horn dogs in this movie.
Shut up, Garrett. Point is, Eddie Brock doesn't know that Peter is like a bad guy. As far as he knows, he's an innocent man whose work he stole.
Yeah.
So instead of just like,
could you imagine if you're in church? And you just like you're like praying or whatever, and you just start hearing the bell ring, and a guy going because that's like what's happening. Like he just hears a man screaming,
and this is where we find out like the bell, the sound, the reverberation. Reverberation. That's the name of it. That affects the symbiote.
Yeah,
and he rips the symbiote off.
I wonder if
which then goes on to Eddie. Which, by the way, does Peter not hear Eddie going? Aah!
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, or you mean Eddie not hear Peter freaking out? Oh,
both, both of them.
Well, they did because like he.
Well, no, Eddie hears Peter and he goes, Parker.
He looks at him. It almost looks like he sees him.
Yeah, he's like,
no, he does.
How could you fucking see him? He's like 8 stories up.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you'd see his face.
But yeah, so then the black suit pours down onto Eddie.
Yeah.
but like, does Peter not hear this monster being born down there?
Yeah.
He's having an issue.
Well,
There's
so
a,
that's
to be
it,
fair,
yeah.
there's a giant
So-
bell going off.
Which
so Peter's
also-
ass naked upstairs.
Oh yeah, that's the
now,
thing.
too.
So like,
In
it's not even
church.
he's wearing like boxers. They have a shadow to cover up that
Yeah.
he's naked. So it's like, did he swing naked around the city
that's-
to get
he
home?
probably had to, and I would have.
Do you
I
think
would have
he
been like,
webbed-
you know what?
Do you think he webbed up his junk
Not
so
for
no one
nothing,
could
but
see?
if I was Spider-Man, I probably would swing completely ass naked a few times, just because why the fuck wouldn't you?
I do like in the game. I like to swing around just the
in
boxer
the
Spider-Man.
Yeah. Also, you know what they could have did was if they really needed, like, if they found out that the reverberations were what like got them early, they could have just ran Aunt May's house and got her body wand and just like to the fucking thing and got him.
Kieran!
I'm sorry, I have to shoot
Stop
one.
it!
She's got one of those waterproof Hitachis.
Yeah.
Right? One of
Oh
those
yeah,
nice-
the one
yeah.
that's it's shower safe.
Oh.
Sorry, I had to get it. I had to fill the quota. We're getting close.
Peter tells Aunt May that he fucked up. He's just like, I screwed it up with Mary Jane. And she's like, well, you got to forgive yourself and try to make things right.
Yeah.
I don't like that she's out of focus for most of the shot.
I didn't realize she was actually.
Yeah, they're lingering on him listening to her, but she's like completely out of focus.
It's
also
because she wasn't out of focus. It was the. It was
No.
the
We're
vibration
moving on.
of
We're
the
moving
thing
on.
Was shaking.
So
her.
Sandman's going around the city looking for Spider-Man. Apparently,
Controlled.
I thought this was ridiculous. We're like, so Venom is swinging. Venom is swinging around the city. Sandman beats him up. He's like, "You're done."
He goes boom. Like
He's
that.
like, "You're done, Spider-Man." And then it's a monster, and Sandman's like, "Oh no, never mind. It's just some scary monster." And then walks away casually. It's
Yeah.
like, wait, how do you know that's not Spider-Man? Also, you're not a little curious.
Yeah,
I know you're made
not
out of
like,
sand, but you should be like, "Oh wow, you look exactly like Spider-Man. Do you know who Spider-Man is?"
Yeah.
Instead, he's like, "Oh, hell of a thing, giant monster. All right, I'm gonna walk away
Yeah,
now."
Wait, did Venom have swing power?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what is one of his things.
So he shoots the webs out
So
the top.
there's
of his hand.
there's two things. Like old school Venom actually had webs. Like he
Right.
could shoot the webs out of the top of the hand. But then later on they just made it where he can like launch his like tendrils and
parts
then
of
pull
them.
himself.
Which is
Yeah.
what they do in the new movies.
Yeah,
It's just him
they didn't give
tentacling.
him the web powers and stuff. Which is like that was like Ultimate Spider-Man. He didn't have web powers. He just had like he could like launch himself and he could jump like insanely high. Like
And I just assumed he was shooting off parts of his body that then like die.
Yeah.
But since he's got a host, he can just grow more.
Well, that's what's weird about the ending with all the webs everywhere because they're all black now.
Yeah.
And it was like, wait, so that's cool? That's fine.
It could have absorbed Peter's organic ability.
That's
it
the
could
thing
have
too,
taken
is
that from
once
him.
once like the symbiote's on him, that's how Venom knows who Peter Parker is Spider-Man because it tells him basically. It's like
But we don't see that.
it's a
Like we don't
Sybian.
see like Eddie becoming this villain. It's just the black suit's on him, and then he's swinging around the
and
city.
then he's got fucked up teeth.
And it's not like he's getting revenge on the Daily Bugle or anything. He's just like, I just gotta kill Spider-Man, and that's it.
No, and he's like, "Hey, you want to kill the spider because he won't let you save your daughter," which I don't even know Peter knows about.
And hey, yeah, how would?
I know how Venom knows, but well, I'll tell you.
Oh,
that
there's
at
a
the
deleted
end.
scene.
Yes. Oh, this scene wasn't in the movie. This was reshot because they wanted more Venom because he's not Venom in the original version of this scene. He's just Eddie Brock. I mean, he is Venom, but he's not wearing the suit or anything. So yeah, he's just like, "You want to team up?" And Sandman's like, "Sure." Let me see here.
Awesome.
What was that?
Awesome.
So Venom kidnaps Mary Jane.
Yeah.
Originally, this wasn't even a deleted scene. Well, they started filming it one way and they changed their mind. Originally, it was Gwen Stacy who was kidnapped.
Okay.
So she would have been the damsel in distress, which would make more sense because Eddie, at this point, Eddie should think that Spider-Man's trying to sleep with Gwen Stacy. Oh, maybe the symbiote told him otherwise.
Why doesn't?
That's the thing. We don't see Eddie learning all this.
Why didn't Eddie just grab Mary Jane and run away? Why did he pretend to be a cab driver?
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. I don't know.
She upped the security after the new Goblin.
Also, I
broke
like
in.
how it's like he's like, "Where to?" And then all of a sudden it's like, blah, like his hand is just Venom.
So it was going to be Gwen Stacy, and the whole there's some footage of this that it still exists, like maybe in like a trailer or something. Mary Jane is the one who goes to Harry and tells them like they need to like all forgive each other and make up, which
Yeah.
would have given like more for her to do and make her a
Yeah.
little bit more likable. But then they changed their mind, and apparently Dunst was like really pissed off about that, and Sam Raimi had to like apologize, like, "Yeah, that was a bad decision." But I guess they were like, nah, make it like the first two, put her in danger. And it's like, all right, well, he already did that a couple times, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, they kidnap her. He puts his traditional costume back on.
Yeah.
And we hear the swelling music.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I noticed, I'm like, wow, we haven't heard the Spider-Man theme for a while in this.
Yeah,
So that was actually cool
I
of a
the
moment.
Swelling Spider-Man music.
He
not
has
as,
Harry.
Not as swollen as Aunt May. Of course.
He asks Harry for help.
Really.
He asks Harry for help, and Harry's just like, I'm Two-Face now.
Yeah, he's Two-Face now.
He's like, Dark Knight comes out next year. We want to beat them to the punch. I'm Two-Face right now. And he doesn't want to help him, so he's like, all right, I guess I'll do it myself. But then Bernard's
like, sir, I just wanted to let
By the way, this is the
know.
first time we ever got a close-up of Bernard. Like, there's people in the audience that are probably like, who's that guy? Who is that?
He's like, I just want to let you know when I was dusting off your father's penis wounds, he definitely was stabbed by his glider because it crushed his pelvis into
Also,
dust.
he's like, I've seen things in this house that I would never speak of. It's like, Bernard,
Yeah.
why did you
Like your
call the
father's
fucking
penis.
police?
Yeah, that was a very Blade Runner scene. I've seen things you wouldn't believe.
But it's just like, Bernard, why are you... Like, he murdered people and wanted to, like, murder more, and you were like, nope, just pay it no mind.
He pays me really well.
Just focus on myself.
Yeah.
I don't want to...
He's
Stitches
probably
get
always-
stitches.
He's always zonked out.
But he should be like,
on
hey,
heroin. Yeah.
he literally should have went to Oscorp and been like, hey, fucking Norman has a glider.
Who's he gonna tell? The whole fucking board of directors are skeletons now.
Before that,
It
he
looks
could have
like
told him.
Party
Or
City
went
up
to
in
the
that
cops and been like,
boardroom.
hey, I work for Norman Osborn. He has all the stuff. Or the military, because he killed all those military people. He's like,
That's
hey,
true.
I have information on who killed that
Like,
general.
That's technically like a terrorist action, I guess. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other company that they were going to sell to, they blew up their ship.
Quest Aerospace, like, hey, I've got some evidence for you to help you. Yeah. Whatever happened to Quest Aerospace?
They became Quest Diagnostics.
Oh, cool.
And then they became a tribe called Quest.
What an interesting journey for them. Yeah, so that's the dumbest thing in the world, the Bernard thing. Like that was weak writing. Spider-Man is super patriotic.
Yeah.
He has to land in front of that fucking American flag,
Because
which I love.
Remember the end of the first movie?
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
which
this movie
I
has
love.
a lot of like.
I stood up in the theater and I saluted. I was like, I wonder why my girlfriend is possibly cheating on me. Maybe because I stand up in theaters and salute Spider-Man.
CGI flags. So this movie's got a lot of that. Like, one, it's got weird religious iconography peppered throughout, and it's got America. Like, it's very.
Nothing wrong with that. Got a problem with that, Justin Silverman?
Zero.
Okay.
Hey, listen,
No,
as long as Ruben's getting all the roles in town and... Oh, yeah, what was the other thing you wanted to bring up? The other Jewish thing.
Oh! So, okay, sorry. Thank you for reminding me of this. And someone pointed this out on the internet like a while ago, and I watching the movie, I remembered. So, like, one of the ways they show him being evil is when Dr. Connors calls, he answers the phone and goes, "Shalom," and I'm like, I don't know what you're telling us, movie. That's a little bizarre.
What?
Justin, how do you feel about that?
I thought it's good, it's good to see the, inclusivity.
Wait, when did that happen in
Yes.
the movie?
Because Peter is Christian, or at least his family was. So
But,
I
like,
guess
why
evil
would they
Peter
throw
is
that
Jewish.
in? That's so weird.
Moshi.
I don't remember that.
So anyway, what do you guys think of the look of Venom?
That's all right.
Yeah.
I get it's a more slimmed down Venom.
Yeah.
I like the suit. I like that it has the right thing. And I like the face. The problem is he keeps taking off his monster face.
The action figure was actually a pretty cool
No.
Venom action
But like,
figure.
the thing is he can talk in the Venom form, so why not just have him wear the Venom face?
Because Topher Grace was like, I need to have my face in certain shots, and I need you to show off my wonky teeth.
Yeah.
Because he's all like, duh.
And just one eyebrow is constantly like...
Because he's the Venom?
Yeah. It like changed him into...
I might do that for the thumbnail. I might have my eyebrow like...
Yeah, just like DreamWorks face, where it's like...
Yeah, I thought Venom looked fine. He has that annoying screech.
Fine and fun.
Yes, his Venom voice kind of sucks.
Yeah,
It's
he's like,
just his voice. Not the screaming, just when he talks as Venom, it's just like, I'm
Oh, yeah, it's like,
Topher Grace.
Topher Grace. Ugh. Like, they couldn't have given him like a deep... Like,
so the fight he does with Venom when they're falling and his Toby's mask comes off, the CGI Toby face, not good. It looks more like Retribution's Matrix Retribution's face.
Oh, You mean Matrix?
Revolutions.
Okay.
I got it confused with Resident
Honestly,
Evil
those
Retribution.
Movies, yeah, all those movies looked like shit to me. The old Matrix movies.
I do like when he's shooting the webs, Venom makes like a shield. I thought that was cool. Now Sandman is a kaiju.
Yeah.
Also, here was the part when he's looking on TV. This is the part where they're like, the Sandman stopped him. And then they're like, there's some monster that looks like Spider-Man. Then they leave him the message in the web, and it's the 90s Spider-Man font.
Yeah. I thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah. So the Sandman's a kaiju. He can somehow mix with cement.
Yeah.
His powers are a little confusing.
That's the thing. Like, I'm like, is he just able to take over other sands?
Maybe.
Or is it like he is just, I mean, I guess if you think about it, like if you were to replace every single thing of me with a grain of sand, like how big would I even be though?
Yeah, it's a little confusing.
Because also too, it's like, the T-1000 can't like
mix with other metal.
Like he has to basically go like and like turn his hand into a fucking blade, but it's like he's still the same mass.
Yeah, he has a limit. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand. This.
So they team up. They almost kill Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Venom is choking him
He's like
while
Sandman's
like, they're double teaming Spider-Man pretty hard.
Yeah, they are.
And I didn't make that into a sex joke. I want to be.
They're double teaming Peter. Really going hard on it.
And then Harry shoots a pumpkin bomb into the Sandman's head and like blows his head off.
Yeah. Which I like that where it's like.
Yeah, because for this whole point, you're like, oh, I wonder when Harry's going to show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they finally team up. And it's actually a good moment, but I like this team up would have worked more if the whole movie was about them fighting. Instead, they fight once, he has amnesia, they fight again, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's the balance of the villains.
But I do like seeing them back being friends again.
It's tough. Like, if you got to cut out one storyline of this, I guess you have to cut out Sandman.
Yeah.
Because you need the antagonizing between both guys to make the suit one attached to them.
I think you could easily cut Sandman out of this whole movie.
Well, you'd have to rewrite the movie.
Yeah, but I think you could. He's so inconsequential.
You'd have to like redo the third act and change that one
I don't
scene.
know about that. I think you could leave it on the floor and leave out the whole thing about the whole Ben Parker thing and just not have that in there. And just make him more about Spider-Man just like being too into himself, like Rocky 3, like what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like I know Topher Grace likes to recut movies, like he did the Hobbit movies. He redid the Star Wars prequels into one film and stuff like that. You should re-edit.
So now you can just watch one shorter bad movie.
Yeah, but, like I understand stuff like that, but I do like the idea of like the editing challenge.
Yeah.
But
there is an edit. They released in like 2011 or something, and maybe it's in the 4K release. There is a different edit of this that's 2 minutes shorter with alternate takes, but it was like the editor's cut, but I've never seen it. I didn't know it existed.
Who edited this movie?
Edity McEditor.
Bob Murwowski. But yeah, no, this doesn't have the cut. Anyway, they're teaming up. Sam Raimi's daughter can't act.
Same guy edited too.
His sons can't act, where they're like, Wicked!
Yeah,
and his daughter you like the scene with the daughter and J. Jonah.
I think this is one of the best J. Jonah Jameson scenes because it's
I know I hit the mic. That was a reverberation to get the symbiote was coming off Topher Grace. So I wanted to make sure it's
stayed. Even doing that.
Okay, I'm sure the podcast listeners are not appreciating this. Anyway, you like the scene.
I like this because I think it's classic J. Jonah Jameson where he's like, Parker, where is he? And then he sees the girl and he's like, you want a job? And she's like, why would I want a job? And he's like, well, how much for your camera? And she's like, $100 and he buys it.
But without the film.
But there's no film and everything. I'm like, I feel like that's really good. That was a good, funny scene with J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah.
As opposed to the overdone.
Well, a couple years later, that wouldn't have made sense because everyone had smartphones.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like when I saw this and I was like watching it, it's like, oh, film. And then I was like, then I went on this whole tangent of like thinking about like, wow, it's fucking crazy that like, film and cameras, and she had like a little 35 millimeter.
Like there were cameras on phones, but they all sucked back then.
Oh yeah, they were like what, flip phones? I had my
Razor.
It's funny. I used to have a flip phone, and it had a picture of me and Fabio because I met Fabio in Philadelphia one day. He was outside of my school, and all my friends were like, "Yo, Fabio is outside," and I was like, "What?" And I ran outside after class. And I got a picture of me and him like this, and he gave like a thumbs up. He's pretty tall.
Do you still have that picture?
No, because I washed my cell phone with it. Like the cell phone I had was like an old flip one, like a Nokia.
Wait, you washed it?
Yeah, I accidentally left it in my pocket when I was doing my laundry, and it was in there.
No.
And it was like, but it was, first off, the picture was real shit quality. And also, I wanted to send it to myself. I wish I could have. But to send, you know, it's not like now where you could just send a photo and a text. It's nothing. You had to like pay a bunch of extra money for it. I think it was $4.99.
Or plug it into your computer, which I actually prefer. You can't do that.
I didn't have the thing to like the permissions on my account because I was on like a family plan.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it from my phone. I had to like get my mom to give me and she was like, $4.99 to send a photo, what? Like she was like, she would not let it happen. So I was like, okay, well, I'll just hold on to this phone forever. And then I fucking washed it and it was gone. But I met Fabio one time.
What I do like is after they knock out the Sandman, Peter's spider sense doesn't work on Venom.
Yeah.
Because he can counteract it. Actually, I do like when he shows up as Venom. He's like, oh, your spider sense is tingling?
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, is that what Peter calls it? But he never says it out loud.
Oh, yeah.
I do like in the new movies, the Peter tingle.
The Peter
He doesn't
tingle.
have a
Yeah,
name
I
for
like
spider
that too.
sense in the new movie.
They don't explain this movie that the suit is telling him things because the suit.
They don't, yeah, they needed a scene of that, of him communicating with the suit.
Because all it seemed like is like they were just making a weird, funny sex joke about Spider-Man. Because he's like, my senses are tingling because Mary Jane's here. Like, that's kind of what they were getting at.
I like in the end game when it shows like the hairs on his hand, on his arm.
Or Infinity War did that, yeah.
Oh, Infinity War, yeah.
I did like in Far From Home, he finally masters the spider sense. Yeah, so what you call it?
Yeah, that's how he beats.
Yeah, beats
Mysterio. That's what was
Mysterio.
kind of cool was he was just getting his ass kicked.
Eddie likes being bad.
Yeah,
because he's just like, hey, Eddie, I know the symbiote is on you and it's making you think things, but you should probably take it off. And he's like,
I like being bad. It makes me happy.
He was just evil the entire time.
he was just evil the entire
Hiding it,
time.
yeah.
Can't redeem him. And then Harry shoots the bat razors that cuts his wrist and shit.
Yeah.
They get into a little bit of a tussle, and then Harry jumps in the way of his glider because Venom grabs his glider with the razors.
Yup.
And then Harry gets stabbed by his own glider.
Wait, you didn't talk about Sandman getting killed.
I did.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
When?
I literally said he gets shoot by rockets and he dies.
Oh, he shoot by. Okay, that was quick because that was almost as quick as when it happens in the movie, and you're like, wait, where'd he go?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how the rockets are working on him, but whatever. The scene where Harry
does it like, you know, when you burn glass.
He turns to glass and then he falls
yeah,
apart.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The scene where Harry gets stabbed by his glider reminds me of Walk Hard, the Dewey Cox story.
Oh, God, yeah.
The whole time where the dad hates Dewey Cox for cutting his brother in half with a machete, and then he cuts himself, and he's like, I didn't realize until now how easy it is to cut yourself.
Yeah.
Like, Harry should have been like, I guess it is pretty easy to get killed by your own glider.
Glider, huh?
Who would have known? I forgive you, Peter.
But he wasn't stabbed through the groin.
He was not
He stabbed through like the fucking chest. And actually, what's weird is if you think about it, so Green Goblin originally stabbed in the dick or whatever, and he just dies. Like he's like, don't tell Harry, clunk. Harry gets stabbed through the fucking chest.
Well, Harry gets stabbed through the chest with like the spikes.
Yeah.
Green Goblin got the whole thing just shattered his pelvis.
No, but I still don't think like I still think he
got
would have
that-
been like, oh my god, like he
it's
would have been freaking out for
it's-
like an hour and a half before he died.
It's like the movie Signs.
Yeah.
As soon as they move the car, they die. So
Yeah.
it's just like,
But,
so
like,
how you doing?
Harry gets it through him, then he falls like 50 feet, and he's alive for like another 15 minutes almost. Like he's just laying there with like Mary Jane, like, oh,
Well, he's got that super healing that's
He was-
probably
I
counteracting.
don't know
it.
about that.
He
So
was-
so wouldn't have the original Green
It's
Goblin?
the power of age. He was younger.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
Anyway, before that, Peter sees the pipes falling, messing the symbiote. So he I do like the scene where he uses the pipes and then he builds like the little prison for him.
It's like a fucking Blue Man Group concert.
Yeah.
It's like,
But he disrupts it
Take him to
enough.
a Stomp concert.
Yeah.
yeah, Mary Jane saves him because they're doing Stomp.
Yeah. He disrupts the symbiote enough to get Eddie out of it.
Yeah.
And the symbiote's like a giant monster.
Yeah, it's all like, oh!
It's like,
I like the way
is
it looks, though.
which is a very T-1000 dying scene.
Yeah.
Yes, and
but I like how they made it look. It's creepy looking. Like
they sold a toy of it that was pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I like when it gets big and then he hits the pipe and it shrinks.
Yeah.
Then for some reason the glider will just answer to Spider-Man. Seems like a design flaw. He pulls out one of the incinerating bombs, throws it at the symbiote, and then Eddie's like, "I want the symbiote." And you see his like
He
skeleton
just
and
can't
shit.
get over his problems, and he needs the power back.
He really needs to get help and just not have revenge.
He's got to take
consume him.
power back. Boom, wow, 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 wow,
Yeah, because for a second there you see a skeleton.
Yeah. Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, yeah.
There is a little bit of symbiote left with Dr. Connors, but they never followed up on it.
I didn't think about that, huh?
Yeah. But yeah,
Was he gonna grow his arm back with the symbiote, or how are they gonna
Oh,
explain
maybe
that?
that's how they would have done it.
Maybe
That
something
makes
like that.
sense.
Like he uses the
And then
power
that's
of
why
it.
he turns into the lizard and he's like evil and shit. Or
Maybe.
whatever,
Where he's like, oh well, this
thing has regenerative
salamander, and if I
properties.
use this alien magic,
Yeah.
oh no,
Yeah.
Yeah. That would have made sense.
And then
Sa-
Bruce Campbell's here.
So Sandman apparently was just watching awkwardly.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, sorry I killed your uncle.
Yeah.
That I know about for some reason.
Because he can't take Spider-Man one-on-one. So he's like, well, my partner died, so I guess we'll just make amends, I guess.
It was like, hey, I didn't want any of this. It would have made more sense if they kept the original fucking ending, which I'll read. But yeah, he's just like, I'm really sorry I killed your uncle. I didn't have a choice. Like, you did have a choice, but I forgive you. And Sandman's like, cool. And then I guess he's coming back in the new one still angry. I don't know.
I decided, fuck that guy after all.
Harry then dies.
Yeah.
They're best friends, and everyone's crying, and cuts to the meme picture of Topher Tobey Maguire, like,
I feel, but this scene always like gets me though.
Yeah.
It's because now they're finally cool.
No.
But Harry's dead.
And then at the funeral for Harry, the Stacys are there?
And
Flash Thompson,
is in
at
the
least they went to
background.
hit school together.
Yeah.
They weren't friends.
But
Captain
like-
Stacy and Gwen Stacy,
Well,
it's like, did they know Harry?
The Osborns are also like a big.
Yeah.
That was
of the
never
town.
established.
I don't know.
Well, they had a parade,
No.
Which also too, if you think about it, now like the whole Osborn family tree is like wiped out.
Yeah.
Everybody's
it's
dead.
only two guys.
Yeah.
And then the movie ends with Peter and Mary Jane dancing.
Yeah.
And it ends on a. It's weird to end.
and then he's like,
at the funeral, I thought they were like estranged now.
yeah,
but
well,
now they're
kinda
back
are.
together.
Well, they're
What?
not like back together, but it's like, look, we've been through a lot. Our best friend's dead. I'm sorry, I was like messed up. Like, I'm
He's
pretty
like,
sure you
by
can
the way,
tell,
honestly,
like-
he's got it out. It's like, hey, did you see that alien
Yeah,
that tried to kill you?
That was why I had
that
the
was
black
on
suit.
me.
That was why I was all emo. That's why I did all the stupid.
I no longer have the alien.
Yeah.
I'm good now. I'm cured.
Yeah, and I would have been like, now dig on this.
I kind of want to hear like let's go, let's dig on this, and then it plays the Cowboy Bebop music.
So Sam Raimi,
it's the new
Sam
Netflix
Raimi
one.
has reflected on this a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. It says here, I think simply trying to raise the stakes after Spider-Man 2 was the thinking going into it. And I think that's what doomed us. And then he said, I should have just stuck with the characters and the relationships and progressed them to the next step and not tried to top the bar. And then when he was asked, because he's directing Doctor Strange 2 for the MCU.
Oh, nice.
He said, I didn't know if I was able to face it again because it was painful to be the director of Spider-Man 3. The internet got carried away and people didn't like this movie and they let me know.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It was hard to take it, and I saw the opening with Doctor Strange 2. My agent called me, Marvel's looking for a director, and your name is out. Would you be interested? So he realized he's fucked up. He wanted to do a Spider-Man 4. He had plans for it. I'm pulling up the deleted things. He had plans to do the Spider-Man 4, but he had to meet the deadline of May 2011, and he couldn't.
Yeah.
He couldn't get the story together, so he just dropped out, and then they went with the
With the
reboot.
new ones, I guess. Okay.
Would you like to? Someone posted all the deleted scenes a while back. Would you like to know the deleted scenes?
I would love to.
This came from a guy on Twitter called @WilliamD1123.
Also, speaking of flip phones, I hate your fucking.
I have the Google Fold, the Samsung Fold. Fuck you.
Wow.
Enjoy your fucking Apple piece of shit. So in the beginning, Peter tries to visit Harry at Oscorp.
Okay.
Yeah, in the opening montage of the film, Peter attempts to go to Oscorp to see Harry and explain what happened between him and his father. Peter is stopped by an Oscorp receptionist from entering. That would have made a little bit more sense, because it's like Peter hasn't told him. Like, if we saw, like, he did make an attempt.
Yeah.
Let me see. There were extra scenes of James Franco seeing Norman Osborn's, whatchamacallit?
Oh, the
hallucination, yeah. There was a character named Dr. Wallace. And this says, after Flint Marko becomes Sandman, he visits Dr. Wallace, a molecular biologist who's working on a cure for Marco's daughter. Marco probably threatened Wallace to continue working for a cure for his daughter, and there's like a little clip of him like throwing him through a window or something.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Spider is seen crawling around Peter's room. And I think the symbiote eats it, which would have played into my idea of it eating things.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Oh, Mary Jane was supposed to talk to Ursula at one point. And I think she's the one that tells her about the job about the singing waitress. So that would explain how she got that.
Okay.
Peter, a little kid is playing with silly string. And it runs out and Peter shoots his web and he tells a little boy that he's Spider-Man at the parade. That's probably not a smart. He probably shouldn't do that. Spider-Man saved a baby. But I guess we already saw that in the previous movie.
Yeah. I don't think he should have saved that baby.
Yeah.
There would have been a flashback to Peter at the wrestling thing.
What the fuck was that?
It's from the bloopers. But people see that he's wearing what he wore in the first one.
Why is it? Oh, like what is that? What is that?
There were going to be more scenes of him in the black suit, like beating up people. Instead, they just showed photos of it in the final cut. What is there here? Oh, he saw like Venom in the mirror when he's like reflecting with this.
Oh, okay.
He sees like a flash of Venom, which I guess would like, freak him out. Oh, J. Jonah Jameson has wind chimes to calm him down, and Ted Raimi breaks them at one point.
Okay.
Why are you?
The chimes of oh shit.
You broke my chimes.
Oh, there's also a 15-minute extended
Yeah.
jazz club dance scene.
That would have been interesting if Venom went in there, Topher Grace, to like fuck with him, like daily for firing him, and like broke a wind chime, and the noise made him like have the thing come on, like a little more.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
After being fired, Eddie goes to Gwen's house for solace. Gwen tells Eddie that she doesn't want him in her life, and he leaves.
Oh, okay.
So we would have,
yeah,
we would have seen a little bit of a breakup there.
I would have liked to see him get ripped apart a little bit more.
Yeah, extended shots of just a lot of extended stuff. Okay, so this one,
jazz club dance scene.
So at one point, because we don't see Sandman with his daughter at all, Sandman's daughter was going to be at like a park playing in the sand, and he was going to make her like a big sand castle and shit.
That's cool.
And then Eddie Brock would have met him there and pitched the idea of teaming up, and we would have gotten a little bit more character stuff there, but they must have been like, not enough Venom, put more Venom in it, so they just redid the scene. We already talked about Mary Jane would have saved Harry, or would have gotten Harry to show up. Yeah, so at the very end, Sandman was going to be beating up on Peter Parker, and his wife and kid were supposed to show up.
Huh.
They like show up in an elevator and they're like, stop doing this.
Okay.
And he's like, oh shit. Like the girl basically, I think she's just like, from what I can gather, it's kind of like Arkham Knight where with Mr. Freeze's wife, where they're like, hey, look, I'm going to die, and I'd rather die not seeing you be this rage monster. Can you just fucking relax?
Instead, Harry comes to save the day.
Instead of him being like, oh, Venom died, I guess we're cool now. Or does he recognize who Peter Parker is when he sees him without the mask and then goes, oh, I killed that guy's uncle?
It might have been like, because he had that whole fight with him in the subway where he said like,
oh, right, Ben Parker,
what does it have to do with you? And
yeah.
then he's like, you took everything, or whatever.
Yeah, so I think that would have been a big change. And they also showed that they were going to show, Eddie Brock's skeleton afterwards, and he was going to have fangs in his teeth and shit.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but they didn't do that. But anyway, that was what was cut out. A lot was cut out. Probably would have made the movie better, or at least make a little bit more sense.
What was this rated? PG-13?
Yes.
It says here it's originally supposed to be NC-17. Because there's this whole scene with Aunt May. Aunt May, this whole scene they cut out. What's it say here? I can't read it. It's kind of small when we get in here. It says, you see like a static cut, like I said all this awful stuff, and then we just like come back.
It's an interior shot of like just fingers going into like.
Okay. So that was the end of the Spider-Man Sam Raimi trilogy. What a fun adventure.
Yeah, I had a great time.
I had a great time revisiting these. And as I said before, I will do commentary tracks for the other two. Not the MCU ones. I just don't have the time. I just kind of covered the previous ones. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. I'm excited to see who comes back for the new movie.
Yeah.
It's been kind of confirmed who's coming back.
I'm also decided to see in the new movie who comes.
Anyway. So yes, Venom has a bit of a revival recently.
Yeah.
In films, and No Way Home's coming out. If you saw Venom 2, you would know at the end that Venom is now in the Spider-Man universe.
Oh, for real?
Yes. So that means we're going to see the Spider-Man taking on my co-star, Tom Hardy.
Wow.
Speaking of Tom Hardy, I invited him to the set.
Wow. Oh, no, Tony.
We're going to review both Venom movies right now. Isn't that right, Tom Hardy?
We are Venom.
Yeah. Wait, Tom, why are you climbing the building? Tom.
Oh, he's on the same scaffolding as everyone else.
No, Tom, stop climbing the building. Oh, for the love of God, no, Tom. God damn it, Tom Hardy, no.
Tom Hardy wiped out your microphone.
Yeah.
My co-star from The Dark Knight Rises and the star of Venom 1 and 2 and Star Trek Nemesis has died.
And Mad Max Fury Road.
Oh my God.
In Bronson, you see his penis.
Really?
Which we can see right now.
Yeah.
It's hanging out of the suit. Why? The Spider-Man actors were one thing, but why did the Venom actors decide to fucking do it?
He's urinating uncontrollably and defecating.
That's it.
It isn't.
That's the end. We're not inviting any more Spider-Man actors onto the show. They all get a little too carried away, and they end up dying in the store. God damn it. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Send thoughts and prayers to Topher Grace and Tom Hardy. And check out Cinemassacre Podcast and Kieran's Twitch streams.
Yeah, twitch.tv/Kieran with 5 E's, K-I 5 E's RN.
Much like the Sam Raimi trilogy, this trilogy of reviews has ended on a bittersweet note.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Patreon.
I already said that.
Patreon.
I just like saying Patreon. No reason.
Toro-san, domo arigato gozaimasu. Okay. Don't worry, guys. I called the actor who played the Japanese Spider-Man, and I told him, do not come to the store. He was very excited, but after the last batch of videos and all the deaths that have happened, we'll get someone to clean them up eventually.
Yeah, it smells like asshole.
Yes,
I thought it was
said
Tony.
It could be.
You already made that joke. Shut up. I told him it was just too dangerous. He was upset, but he understood. And we will be sparing the last live-action Spider-Man that I could think of from dying.
Thank God.
Okay. Spider-Man No Way Home.
Yep.
Also, do you like that I wore all black? Because of how somber it is.
Oh,
not because I want it to look like Tobey Maguire.
You'll never look like Toby.
I can't.
The hair looks.
I can't. I
Your
forgot.
hair, you have the Steve Buscemi eyes. Like, there's no way. He has beautiful eyes, and you'll never look like him.
Wow.
Doesn't he, though? It looks like vaginas.
I forgot to straighten my hair, but even if I did, I don't think I could still.
Your hair's too short.
It's too short, but like I put a shit ton of gel, but it's still curling. You can do it.
I've never stopped.
I'll wear my hair like this and then.
So yes, we saw Spider-Man No Way Home, which at the time this comes out, it's been out for over a week.
You had time.
Which means it was spoiled 5 months ago. So everyone, that was one.
I got spoiled by a thing on YouTube because they like to do that thing where they put the actual spoilers in the title.
Yes.
Why?
I didn't go on the internet for the couple days before the movie. Like, I didn't go on Twitter.
I mean, it's hard for me not to go on YouTube.
I have to go on YouTube.
Yeah. It's annoying. You're right, because it's not just like something spoiler.
Yeah.
They literally type out what happens. However, there was a broken English one that was pretty funny. And it was literally how Dr. Octopus in Spider-Man No Way Home movie. And I'm like, how he what?
How he what? No, just how. How he Spider-Man movied.
Yeah, so this will be a spoiler review. You guys have had some time. Relax.
Yeah, and if you don't want to, just go see the movie and then come on back. And
Or
maybe,
just-
what day is this? Are we watching this? Or what day is this review?
Monday.
You know what? Don't go see the movie. Just
After
watch this
Christmas.
video.
It's the Monday after Christmas?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're watching this on a Thursday, head on over to twitch.tv/Kieran with 5 E's. I'll probably be playing Resident Evil for the 19th time.
But yeah, no, if you haven't seen the new Spider-Man movie yet, screw it. Just watch this. Just watch this episode.
No.
I think it'll be better, actually.
No, absolutely not.
No, go see the movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nothing's better than the movie. Nothing Tony has ever done could ever be anywhere close to as good as this movie.
I agree.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
What are you pointing at?
I'm sorry.
Mommy Cop and getting on the slide.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude, no.
And my acting in Zombies by Design.
No.
Anyway.
And also, your Dark Knight Rises cameo is just nothing compared to
Wow.
Spider-Man. No.
I mean, it has Alfred Molina too. Like, you can't. Sorry.
Anyway. Yes, this movie is kind of influenced by some of Civil War.
Yep.
The stuff that they left out of that movie. And the horrible One More Day storyline, but this movie did it good.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? That sucked.
Yeah, where it's like, what's it called? Wasn't it Captain America got shot and died, but Aunt May got shot through the belly with a fucking like Dragunov sniper rifle and lived even though she's 90 million years old.
But it was, so they did the awesome thing in Civil War where his identity gets revealed and everyone's hunting him.
Yeah.
And that was cool. But then like, I guess like the head of Marvel at the time was like, I don't like that. Also, I don't like that he's married to Mary Jane. Let's go back. And then they do the thing where he makes a deal with Mephisto to save Aunt May, but he has to get rid of his memory of his marriage to Mary Jane.
Okay, I'm just gonna get it out of the way. Was that after Aunt May made a deal with Herfisto instead of Mephisto?
We're not even calling.
We have to get it out of the way.
We have been recording for
Get it out of the way. You're going to do it all the
I'm not. I promise not this time.
We're not even up to 9 minutes on the recording, and you've already.
Tony, I swear on your grave, I won't make another.
So anyway, that story was terrible. What do you think about it? The comic book story for Civil War was pretty stupid. And I think the
loved
movie,
the comic, I read all of it. I read all
the tie-ins.
I read all of
The
that, and then
10,000
I read
tie-ins?
the other like Wolverine, what he was doing during it was really cool.
No.
I read Punisher or not Punisher. What's his name? Cable and Deadpool had a thing going on with it.
it was just
pretty
a
fun.
little weird. Iron Man was getting a little Hitlery there for a minute.
he was. And that was the thing was there's the slugfest between him and Captain America was
That was
awesome.
cool. That was cool.
And I like there was another one that was actually told in the perspective of two reporters, and they both start off in different ways. Like one starts off very pro the registration, and the other one isn't, and then they slowly change throughout the story.
I
It's
liked.
pretty good.
I think I mentioned this in one of the commentary tracks we did, but there was one comic that wasn't tied into Civil War, and they were so happy about it. They put on their issue. They're like, not a Civil War tie-in. Like they were so happy about it.
For the movie, who were you rooting for, by the way?
In the movie?
Mm-hmm.
In the Civil War movie?
Mm-hmm. I was Team Cap.
You were Team Cap?
Team Cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
to be
guess
honest,
so.
I see both sides, and I like either one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
much like
when-
the actual Civil
especially,
War. Anyway, I didn't say which Civil War. It's up to you. Which Civil War am I talking about? You don't know.
The one happening right now, Tony. Stop the count.
Oh my God. You did it that time.
Yeah. Gotta beat you to it.
Anyway. Yeah, so this borrows elements from those stories. Director John Watts, he wanted to do Kraven the Hunter for this movie. Which would have made sense if we're doing the whole like Peter Parker is exposed and he's on the run. You hire a hunter to bring him in.
That's true. Yeah.
I'm jumping ahead, but he does make an appearance.
He does kind of make an appearance.
A lot of them do. Like Rhino is there.
I saw Rhino.
It's like classic Rhino,
Yeah.
which was kind of cool.
Yeah, so that was what they were going to do. And then a little movie came out called Into the Spider-Verse that did really, really, really well.
Which, thank God for Into the Spider-Verse, because it made it where, like,
Yeah.
now we're getting everything we want, which is awesome. It's like...
multiverse, I mean, Spider-Verse has been around for a very long time.
Yeah.
Since the 90s. But I think in recent years, I think the Flash TV show really popularized multiverse outside of comics.
Well, the cartoon, the Spider-Man 90s
yeah, but I
cartoon
mean,
did
like,
the whole
recently,
Spider-Wars at the end.
I think recently the Flash TV show introduced that idea to like a broader scope, and now everything is doing multiverses. The Flash has like 2 different Batmans in it.
Yeah.
Everything
Plus,
is doing it now.
Isn't they're gonna have like Michael Keaton Batman again?
Yes.
Or something?
Yes. We're driving the original Batmobile, which he has to climb in through the top. And I'm sorry, I don't see 60-year-old Michael Keaton in that awful rubber suit climbing in through the top of that Batmobile.
I wonder, is he gonna wear the rubber suit? Or
He
is
has it.
Yeah.
Actually, if you look at the trailer, one of the other Flashes is using the Batman Returns suit, but spray painted it red to make a Flash suit. I just want a scene of him getting like the little step stool like my dad uses to get stuff out of a high cabinet, but use it to get into the Batmobile. I just don't, he can't bend in that suit. I'm not believing it. Anyway, yes, they decided to go with Spider-Verse for this movie, which makes sense. If they've done it in cartoons, comics, the cartoon movie, it's about time they do it live action, and there's enough Spider-Mans to pull from.
Yep.
They could have pulled from more, but they left out the TV one.
Yeah.
I mean, he made an appearance on this show, unfortunately.
Yeah, everyone's dead. They can't pull from anyone anymore.
Except for Japanese Spider-Man. I have spared him the curse.
Italian Spider-Man?
Yeah.
It's not an officially recognized
I don't
one.
care. It's official to me, Tony.
You think I don't want Italian Spider-Man in this movie? I wanted Italian Spider-Man in this movie. I love Italian Spider-Man. Yeah, so this film was originally supposed to be after Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness.
Okay.
And I have some issues with the setup for this film. Have you seen Loki?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So what I think was spoilers.
I mean, yeah, I'm. It's kind of by now. It's fine. It might. And no, honestly, it might just get me more to want to watch it.
So spoiler for Loki. Loki, not saying which one, recreated the multiverse. You find out in that show there was a multiverse, and then it was destroyed to just one. But then the Lokis fuck around too much. Now the multiverse is back.
Okay.
And then they were supposed to do the movie of Doctor Strange going through the multiverse and then lead into this one. But for whatever reason, Doctor Strange 2 got pushed back, so they rewrote it. It's a little weird and clunky. Yeah, and this was shot during COVID, and it's noticeable at times. For example, they just recycle footage or alternate takes of 2 actors, which we'll talk about later.
I mean, it was fine, though.
It was fine. For what, I mean, I understood, like, if this were any other, like, year, I'd be like, that's bullshit. But then I was like, yeah,
there
what are
were
you gonna
certain
do?
scenes, too, like, when he's going back to school,
Yeah,
where it kind of looked like there wasn't very many people there, but they had to make it look like there were.
Betty Brant's head being put onto whatever body double was there was real noticeable. Not in her close-up, in the wide shot.
Okay.
In the
I didn't even see it, to be honest.
in the
I
wide
didn't notice
shot,
that either.
they like, she's like awkwardly green screened in to the point I'm like, you're not there. No one's there. You notice there's not like big crowds in this movie, really.
Except for like a couple parts, and even when then they film it in a way where it's like there's probably 8 people, but it looks like there's way more.
Yeah, because there's a part, like, there's a section in the middle of this movie where it's just basically 6 people in an apartment for a while, and I'm like, oh yeah, COVID. And they make it work. They make it work, but yeah, it's very, very noticeable. I kind of like that it was scaled back a little bit, though.
Yeah.
Especially
it feels
after
more
the last
personable.
one. Literally, this Spider-Man has hung out with the Avengers, gone to space, and traveled the world. Like, I'm fine just hanging out in New York for a little bit, to be honest.
I think that's the thing about the Tom Holland is we didn't get a real like Spider-Man experience. You know, Spider-Man is kind of like the Batman of the Marvel universe, where I feel like he can exist without everybody else too.
Yeah, that was a big thing in the beginning, that like he didn't really have his like real like Spider-Man Peter Parker origin where he's like poor and he doesn't have everything was technically handed to him by Iron Man.
The lesson in Homecoming is the same one from Iron Man 3 where he doesn't need the suit.
Yeah.
It's nice to have.
But he still gets everything handed
But
to
also
him.
remember they did that because at that point in movies we haven't had the gadget Spider-Man. Like that hadn't been done yet.
Also, he only got things handed to him from when we met him and on.
Yeah, he made stuff earlier.
No, I know that, but like
we didn't see it.
From what we've seen, it's just like, oh, here you go. Here's this billionaire just giving you everything.
Yeah, literally in the last movie, he got an army of drones and then handed it to the bad guy. So I like how they like kind of set him up to be the next Iron Man and then like switched it. Yeah, this uses a lot from the video game. Like
especially the fight later on. Oh my god,
the fight later on, and also like we were talking, like there's one point where Peter has an apartment and it's just shot for shot. It's like basically the apartment from the game. Yeah, and before we get into this movie, this was the worst kept secret in Hollywood. All the Spider-Mans are back.
Who was the guy who spoiled like the pictures?
John Camp, yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
There was also too. There was that part where it's Andrew Garfield up against the bar.
Oh yeah,
says the whole
and
thing,
he refused to.
And then they had to get that VFX artist to go in and say this is how they faked it. It's definitely faked. And
my favorite is
I was like, yeah, I don't know.
There's
about that, buddy.
people posting like fake stuff where they're like Andrew Garfield still says he's not in the movie
because that whole scene like it's shot for shot. Like it's the bars are just him sitting on.
Well,
I was
the reason I think Alfred Molina's in all the advertisement is because last year he's like, yeah, I'm in the movie. And they're like, yeah, it's the worst kept secret. And they're probably like, well, we can't fire Alfred Molina. I guess we'll just tell everyone.
They did the same thing with Jamie Foxx because he tweeted, he put on Instagram.
Oh, he's like, this time I'm not going to be blue.
Yeah.
Oh. Also, doesn't Tom Holland always ruin spoilers?
Yeah, he didn't do that this time.
He didn't do it.
Mark Ruffalo spoiled Infinity War.
No, it was Ragnarok. He went live on Instagram.
Oh, no, there's an interview with him and Don Cheadle, and he says like, oh yeah, in this one everyone dies, and Don Cheadle's like, dude, and he's like, oh, was I not? Well, he's like, can you strike this? And Don Cheadle's just like he just is like, oh my god, we're in trouble. Like
that reminds me
bad.
But he accidentally went live on Instagram during Ragnarok. It was in his pocket.
Oh my, really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Anyway,
what an asshole.
To celebrate the Spider-Mans coming back, well, one, we've reviewed the first 3 Tobey Maguire movies. And recently on Patreon, me and Movie Dumpster did commentaries for the Andrew Garfield movies, and we're going to be giving away these 2 movies here. Signed by all of us. Well, that one's signed by me and Movie Dumpster. The other one's signed by all of us. And one lucky person will win both of those, so.
Put it on eBay.
No, I'm not putting it on eBay. I feel like that was lightning in a bottle. I don't know if we're going to recreate that.
I'm actually going to try to do that with my broken cat jump keyboard. I was like, I might sign it and just put it on eBay, seeing as Tony, got a good turn. Even if I get like $20 for it, I'm happy with that. I would pay $20 for it.
Anyway, we're about to get into it, but people probably forgot what happened in the last 2 Spider-Man movies, MCU Spider-Man movies, so I called in an expert to recap them for us. Let's cut to Mint Salad right now.
Spider-Man Homecoming came out in 2017 and is directed by John Watts and starring Tom Holland as Peter Parker in Spider-Man. This movie is about his ongoing battle with the Vulture, who has an excellent suit design. There are definitely some strong relationship dynamics throughout the film. I felt the tension between Tony and Peter build throughout the movie, starting as a solid mentor-mentee relationship. Peter has a tendency to find problems to fix, causing Tony to clean up his messes, and the more strained the relationship becomes. By the end of the film, Peter's solution to a plane robbery is to destroy the plane in flight, causing a crash with tons of collateral damage and deaths in the process. I found myself yelling at Peter throughout several points in the movie, and for bringing out this type of engagement of me, I must give this film a solid 7 out of 10. Spider-Man Far From Home came out in 2019, and it's directed by John Watts and stars Tom Holland as Peter Parker and Spider-Man. This movie is about Spider-Man being recruited by Nick Fury to fight the elementals, which start showing up when he's on a class trip in Europe. Tony is dead at this point, so Quentin Beck, aka Mysterio, is the new hero for Peter to look up to. When Peter receives the start classes, he decides to give them to Quentin, which is probably the dumbest thing he could have done. I love Quentin's true outfit, which is revealed to be a mocap suit since he's a visual effects artist. Speaking of visuals, the visuals were incredibly done in this movie, and it definitely seemed realistic. Because of the 2 plot twists that caught me by surprise in this movie, I will have to give this a 7.5 out of 10.
I think that pretty much nailed it.
Yeah, I have a great understanding for the movies that I didn't have before I was here.
She's so thorough.
She is. Oh. She is. Anyway, Spider-Man No Way Home. It opens up right at the end of Far From Home, which is good because I didn't see those new garbage movies. You apparently did.
Wait, you didn't see them?
No, Shang-Chi, I mean.
Oh.
How was Shang-Chi?
I heard
Shang-Chi was good.
People keep saying that. Don't look
No, Shang-Chi's good.
My mom saw it and she said it was like awesome. Like my mom was raving about it when I saw it.
I'll give it a chance.
I think the like big fight later on's a little like weird and wonky or whatever, but overall I thought it was really good.
A Marvel movie has a weird and wonky fight at the end.
Eternals though.
I haven't seen Eternal. Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
I haven't seen it.
Literally, I saw the trailer and I told her, I'm like, so this, and let me know if I'm right about this. So the Eternals came to the Earth, fought some space dogs, and then they hung out on Earth and let every awful thing happen, including a guy wiping out half the universe. And they didn't come out of retirement until more space dogs showed up. They sound like the worst fucking team on Earth.
I don't even know who they are. I know that they're a what's his name, Jack Kirby thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't know who any of
I heard
them
that little elf guy is in it. He makes an appearance. But they have him played by Patton Oswalt, so they've already ruined it, because Patton Oswalt ruins everything these days. If you're watching Patton Oswalt in something after 2012, just turn it off. Turn it off. Do something else with your life.
I think they're setting up for Blade at the end of that too.
Oh, really?
I heard something about that, yeah.
Because Kit Harington, oh my God, what was it, Black Knight?
Moon Knight, right? Oh, wait.
No.
Moon Knight is happening.
I think it's Black Knight. I think that's who Kit Harington's going to end up being or whatever.
Huh.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Wesley Snipes' voice at the end.
No, no, it's Marshall.
I forgot that. Yeah, I forgot they were
his second MCU thing because he was what's his face, Diamondback, Copperhead.
Oh,
in
from
Luke Cage.
Okay. Oh,
anyway,
no way. He's gonna play Blade.
Yeah.
Why does Marvel do that?
Yeah, they've recast a couple
Yeah, they
people.
recast a whole bunch of people. Like and that's the second person from
Luke Cage
to be recast.
Mariah was in Civil War.
She was in Civil War. Is just that, and I was like, wait,
but she was there for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, but still, it's weird because it's like I don't know. Because now the thing is, if you think about it, seeing as who there's a character that shows up in this movie,
they do with Hawkeye too.
Yeah, it's kind of like.
Have you watched it?
No, I haven't seen Hawkeye.
I haven't watched it either.
So. I didn't think I would like Hawkeye, but I actually really enjoy it.
Yeah.
And now that this one thing happened, I'm literally losing my fucking mind.
Okay.
I just finished
another hot man.
I just finished What If. What If was fun, except for the Black Panther Star-Lord episode. That was terrible. It's basically like if Black Panther was Star-Lord, everyone would love him and the universe would be fixed. I'm like, okay.
I like the Party Thor.
I'm like, this seems pretty. Yeah, Party Thor was.
That
great.
was a whole.
That was a
whole,
great episode.
Oh my God.
I didn't like the voice of what's her name, Peggy, when she's like, "What in heavens?" It just sounded weird to me, and I was like, "What?"
Wait, that was the same actress though.
Yeah, but it sounded weird.
She hasn't played her in a couple years.
Yeah,
Maybe that's
like,
what it is.
When I was watching I saw the preview for it, and it's just that part where she says, "What in heavens?" and it just doesn't sound like her.
Yes.
And I was like, "Ugh."
So anyway, back to the movie.
So I wanted to make a joke because, Chris Pratt's being, casted to voice like every fucking thing, but they couldn't cast him to voice himself.
He's too busy appropriating my culture.
Really? Yeah, and then there's also Crisp Rat, the rat from the Suicide Squad. His name is Crisp Rat.
So everyone knows Peter Parker is Spider-Man, and he's swinging with MJ around town to get out of there.
And in the subway.
Yes, while Alex Jones, I'm sorry, J. Jonah Jameson.
Wait, so him and MJ are like, they have like an open relationship because they're swinging?
Swingers?
Is it the 70s?
I don't think swingers are the same as open relationships.
Isn't it like they kind of go to a party and they put the keys in the fishbowl?
I mean, I think that's a swingers
know
party, but
Spider-Man was
swingers,
doing that.
I was
Tom Holland
lectured.
seems kind of young for that.
I was lectured.
I keep forgetting that he is technically like what 24.
Yeah.
I still think that he's like 17.
Well, I was like, it's gonna suck when he starts looking like an adult male ever if he does, I hope, because otherwise, how is he gonna play Spider-Man when he's like, because he's gonna start being like Tobey Maguire, where at least Tobey Maguire now is like older Spider-Man, he's like grown up, but Tobey Maguire didn't look like a teenager when he was supposed to.
That's why they aged him up so fast. But yeah, so they're swinging around town. They're going home. Everyone has found out. Also, Happy is breaking up with Aunt May, or Aunt May's breaking up with Happy. I was sad about that.
By the way, that one lady, when they land after, I think they were just on the bridge. I can't remember, but when they were like swinging around or whatever, and that one lady who goes to like grab him, and then he is like, can you not touch me? And like then goes away, whatever. And she's like, did you see that? He pushed me. And I'm like, I'm literally about to fight this bitch, and I know it's a movie, but like,
I mean, you know what sucks is it's like that's what would probably really happen too.
I don't want to say what people do that, but they love to do that.
Karen.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Did you see the girl?
Karens.
Did you see the video of the girl pulling something out of a guy's mailbox? And then he catches her.
No.
It's some Karen walking her dog, and she's like, well, I got a question. Why are there so many deliveries coming out here? It seems suspicious. He's like, you're stealing my stuff. And then he goes to grab the box, and he pulls it out of her hand, and then she goes, ah, and then falls down. It reminded me of that.
Excuse me! Ow! Oh my god! You killed me!
I wonder if that's where they got the idea.
Why would someone even do that? Like,
no, she got caught stealing and then tried to.
Why would she try to be like, it's like you're filming this? Like, I don't know. I don't understand what happens to people's brains.
It's my favorite.
Wait, have you seen the girl having a meltdown in Victoria's Secret?
No.
Oh, you should watch that. That's ooh.
I'm gonna have to now after this.
Oh my god, you're gonna lose your fucking mind.
Is it like that bad?
Yeah, it's
Oh
so
my
bad.
God.
Was it you or Crystal when you shopped for the goddamn Adam and Eve ad?
You guys took 4 hours?
Both of you.
I went in, got my stuff, and walked right back out. I showed it to Ian. I was like, what do you think? He's like, cool. I'm like, all right, let's go.
I love how people pointed out. They're like, I love how Johanna didn't even put on a sexy voice for it like the other two did. That's your sexy voice?
That's my voice, sorry.
You should have said, you should have ended it with Bustin' makes me feel good. And also, I'm just going to say it, I'm really sad that Aunt May did not make an appearance in the Adam and Eve ad.
Well, we
I
did it
said
for
that
Lord
Aunt
of the
May
Rings.
should have been in there.
If it was for this episode, I would have.
By the way, they set up for a cameo at the end of this movie, and they didn't fucking follow through with it, and I'm pissed. And when we get to that point, I will bitch and complain and fuck this. No.
Okay. Yeah, so they're all being interrogated now by Damage Control. And I like how they're like, don't talk without a lawyer, and then Ned is just talking.
Yeah,
Constantly. He's like, I'm this guy.
That's Ned for you.
I'm just like, I know exactly what's going on. Go fuck herself.
Yeah.
We find out MJ's last name is Watson, but she doesn't use the last name?
Jones Watson.
Why doesn't
right?
she use the name?
I don't know. She just says I don't go by that.
For a minute, I thought like maybe she doesn't like her dad, but then she mentions her dad earlier. So I don't know. It's a little confusing. Yeah, but Peter gets a lawyer. It's Daredevil. Guys, can you believe Daredevil?
Charlie Cox.
It was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool.
Like I gotta say like that, because that's the thing is they keep giving you these like you're like oh it's Daredevil, like, you know, and that's the thing is like I always was kind of like with all those other Netflix shows that I actually really enjoyed, it didn't feel like they fit in the universe, or it felt like they just were existing elsewhere.
Well, they weren't allowed to use, so they only licensed certain things.
Yeah,
so.
they mentioned that,
I was gonna say they do mention the snap, but they don't call it the snap, they call it something else.
In the Netflix ones?
They also mentioned just the whole incident in
The
New York
incident,
City,
that's what
they
it is.
call
Or not the snap, not the snap, sorry.
The battle in New
first,
York.
Yeah,
first.
and I think they mentioned like no, that's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. did that, where the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. actually followed what was going on
because Agents
with
of
Hydra
S.H.I.E.L.D.
and
was
everything.
on ABC, which is Disney.
Yeah,
owned.
which
that
Agents
was the problem.
of S.H.I.E.L.D. was the shit. I used to be real into
I never finished it. I got up to the time travel season where they go to the future.
So that's what I am like. I think that's where is that where Gemma disappears and goes to some weird dimension.
No, that was
She gets
even
sucked into the
earlier.
obelisk or
That was
whatever?
even earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, this one
That's
is like
what
later.
I stopped on.
But yeah, the Netflix shows, they did kind of fit.
Are they canon now with this, or are they doing like that was another universe type
No,
thing.
I think they're canon.
Yeah?
They seem
like,
to...
or is it like the same character? You know what I mean? Like, did they go through the stuff that they've gone through?
I probably, like, it's probably like, you know, while that, because if you think about it, like, Daredevil was never like, he's not an Avengers level superhero.
Yeah.
He's definitely like a.
I think they're going to make it like, they might not dwell on the shows too much. They're going to be like, all right, if you watch the shows, you know who they are, but they're going to make it accessible for newer people who missed out on the shows, I think.
Because that's the thing is too, like, to anyone who hasn't watched that, they just see like, oh shit, Matt Murdock, he's there, and they might not even know who Daredevil is, but
yeah,
once he
you know what was weird about this scene? Seeing Jon Favreau with Daredevil again, because he was Happy Hogan in the Ben Affleck movie.
Which would be funny if Ben Affleck was in it. It would be kind of funny if he was in there too at some point.
I think that'd be a conflict of interest. He's already in another multiverse movie.
Yeah, but there's so many other people. Like, what's his name? J. Jonah Jameson is Commissioner Gordon.
That's true.
Chris Evans.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, no, they own Fox now.
Still.
So. Yeah, I like when he catches the brick. By the way, there's so
I'm
many...
a really good lawyer.
I love how there's so many people who still believe Mysterio. Like, everyone's kind of split on it.
Hannibal Buress's character.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. So Hannibal Buress comes back with JB Smoove and the other teachers. It kind of, like, I guess because of COVID, like, those characters are barely in the movie. They only get one scene each. Same with Betty Brant.
Yeah.
Like, they're all in just one scene.
Kind of makes sense, though.
I guess so, yeah. But I like how they're just like, we put up this display. Feel free to swing
like,
through the holes. But Hannibal Buress is like, you're a murderer.
Yeah, he's like, I was against it.
And then they're like, stop it, you're embarrassing yourself.
Yeah.
Which is fitting with the first movie when he plays the Captain America thing. He's like, I'm pretty sure this guy's a war criminal now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Because that's the thing is, like, you know, if you think about it, like, the Marvel characters in this world are basically the biggest celebrities there are. It's what's kind of funny about them. Like, I like in Ragnarok too, when like the girls take the selfie with Thor.
Well,
when they see him, like,
he's just there and they take the selfie.
Loki's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I just like that it's like the Marvel characters are this world's celebrities and stuff. It's cool.
Yeah, so they're trying to adjust to their new life there. He like sits on the rooftop and he's like, I kind of wish we would just be up here forever. That'll come back later. They're all trying to get into MIT.
I like when they tried to smooch. And
Ned
totally cock-blocked that because they were meant to smooch.
It happens. Yeah, so fucking they all want to get into MIT and be best buds together. Best friends forever. Like, guys, get over it. You're not all going to the same college. But they all get rejected because they're friends with Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man is controversial.
What was his name? Was Flash? Is that his name?
Oh yeah, Flash
Thompson
finds out Peter Parker's Spider-Man. He like doesn't know how to handle it at first, but then he writes a
he writes
book.
the book Flashpoint and everything.
Oh, and I think at this point they've moved in to Happy's apartment because their apartment keeps getting attacked. And Dummy's there.
Yeah,
the robotic arm,
which was
from
cool
the very
seeing,
first movie. Yeah,
seeing Dummy again was neat. That's the thing. Like, this movie is a one. It's like fan service to just anybody who's followed all the movies and anything, but also the MCU. It has a lot of nice callbacks that were.
I like Peter. His someone throws like a green slushy at his suit.
Yeah,
and he just can't get the stain out.
Yeah, it's like slime.
Yeah, we find out Happy's got Happy is being investigated.
Yeah.
Sorry, we didn't take notes in the theaters. That's the rough part of reviewing these theater movies.
He's being investigated for stealing Stark tech.
Yeah, or there's like missing. Yeah. And then he has something in his like storage room, which comes back later. Yeah, so Peter comes up with an idea. And he's like, wait a minute, I know a guy who's magic. Because, and he goes to Doctor Strange, who is no longer the Sorcerer Supreme. It's Wong. On a technicality, right?
Yeah, because
of the snap.
Yeah. Wong was in Shang-Chi.
Was he?
Yeah, I saw him in the trailer.
Okay.
He fights Abomination, who now looks like Abomination.
Abomination is okay. I gotta watch Shang-Chi.
Yeah,
now.
but
I know that.
He's actually green and has the ears.
Is he the same Abomination from the Hulk movie, the original one? Oh, no way.
The same voice actor and everything. Only they decided it's been so many years he's evolved and now he just looks like he should, not the stupid.
Shit.
That made me so fucking mad. They're like, here's Abomination. I'm like, what is this giant inside out man? This looks like garbage. But now he looks like Abomination.
The action figures for the Hulk movie were awesome because they made them in scale to the 3 3/4 G.I. Joe figures that were coming out. So you could have a Hulk and he's like, that's all, but then a G.I. Joe is like the size a human would be. So you could have like G.I. Joes fighting fucking Hulk and shit.
Did they mention him being Sorcerer Supreme in that? When does Shang-Chi take place? Is that during the blip, after the blip?
It's after, I believe, right?
I'm pretty sure it's after.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's just kind of there fighting Abomination or whatever. It's like a Fight Club type thing. And then he's at the end of it. That's about it. And he's introducing like Shang-Chi into like the whole thing.
Ben Kingsley come back?
Oh, as
yes.
As the
does he become the real Mandarin, or do they decide to ruin it now? I love that twist in Iron Man 3 that he was the Mandarin.
Did you just nod off? Hey.
No, in a lovely speedboat.
I thought it was cool how they made him into like a terrorist at first, and he was actually kind of imposing and stuff.
I like the whole thing, but then nerds complain too much. So now we have the real Mandarin.
Yeah.
He looks boring as hell. Is he boring as hell? I didn't see this movie. Anyway,
so the 10 rings, I guess, like, does he have the 10 rings that have powers and stuff? Because weren't
yeah,
some of
that's
those
in the
rings, like,
trailer.
yeah, okay.
I think they changed a lot because remember the spoiler: Shang-Chi's father in the comic, I think, is Fu Manchu, and they're definitely not doing that. So
was Fin Fang Foom in there too? Like
Fin Fang Foom has an Easter egg in Iron Man when they're driving through Las Vegas. There's like a poster for Fin Fang Foom.
That's right. Okay,
is Fin Fang Foom in it?
Not that I know of.
Oh. Anyway, where are we at here? Yes, he goes to Doctor Strange, who's wearing the worst wig on Earth.
I don't think it's that bad.
It's pretty bad.
I wouldn't have noticed.
I've seen worse wigs.
Unless
it's pretty bad.
One is Tony for weeks leading up to this goes, Doctor Strange wear the worst wig I ever saw. And then I'm watching the movie, and the second Doctor Strange comes in, Tony goes, that wig is terrible
look at it.
to
It's
Jessica.
Like,
and I heard it, and I go,
glued
now
to
I
his
can't.
face. It's
now
so
I can't
bad.
See it. I wouldn't have looked if you didn't say anything, though.
You know, fucking this nice hair privilege doesn't recognize bad hair.
Tony, you just put a bunch of weird product in your hair. You have nice hair too, man. Don't.
Thanks. I don't, but thanks. Yeah, the front of my hair is frizzy, but the back of my hair isn't. It's so annoying. Look at that mane. Look at that nice mane there.
I miss when you have the curls.
You got
it. Frowed and never frowed again.
You got to use that. What's it called? Herbal essences. That's what I use.
I dye my hair a lot, so I can't use that because it strips my hair color.
Oh, really? I've never dyed my hair before.
I dye my hair like all the time.
I'm starting to get
I have a problem.
Yeah, starts with forgiveness. You want to call him?
Maybe I should just
I'm fine with my dad. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna dye my hair.
Dyed your hair a lot.
I dye my hair. I've been doing it since 8th grade.
Whew, you have problems going back there.
I mean, I've had problems.
What's your natural hair color?
Brown.
Okay.
Yes. So, Doctor Strange agrees to do a spell with him.
Yeah.
To make everyone forget Peter Parker, and this
no, forget that
Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
But this feels like clunky to me. Like I feel like when Doctor Strange is doing the spell and Peter keeps interrupting, I feel like Doctor Strange would be like, okay, let's stop. Give me all the names. Instead, I feel like this wasn't the original way this was supposed to happen.
I still liked it though because it felt very Doctor Strange.
I guess so. It just seemed a little. Like, I would have tolerated this, like, before Infinity War when he's still learning to be Doctor Strange, but, like, I feel like he should know better by now.
I mean, he still is kind of like a sloppy...
arrogant
guy, yeah. You know, I mean, he is the guy who, like, when he fought Dormammu, he just kept letting himself die over and over.
But, yeah, so Peter keeps interrupting because he wants more and more people to know who Peter Parker is, or who Spider-Man is, and it completely destroys the spell. Which he contains, that little mirror ball.
Thing, yeah.
Yeah. But I do love this part where he's just like, just because they reject you or whatever, he mentions like, you didn't even call them?
Yeah.
He's like, wait, you got rejected? You didn't even think to call the guy?
You can do that?
Yeah. And he just kicks him back out.
Oh, I like how they mentioned they mind wiped Wong.
Oh, yeah, when
he's
he says, like, the party at Comertage or whatever.
Yeah, and he's like, I don't remember that. And he's like, exactly. So he's pissed at Peter for messing up the spell, almost breaking the fabric of the universe. So what does he do? He calls Flash.
Yeah.
Who did get into MIT and bragged about it. And I like that he's blonde now.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Everyone's starting to resemble their comic counterparts a little bit more,
you
even
know what
Flash.
I wondered about that is
Yeah.
if they're going to make Flash the symbiote. and they're gonna make him
If they're
Venom.
gonna do like Agent Venom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't see that kid being Agent Venom.
I don't know. He might, because he wants to be Spider-Man so bad, or he's like has like a thing for Spider-Man kind of. I do like that. That's always the dynamic with Flash Thompson, though, is that he hates Peter Parker, but he thinks
loves
Spider-Man. Is
Spider-Man.
awesome. I always thought that was kind of cool about his character.
Yeah, so he's like, all right, if you tell everyone that we're best friends, I'll contact the girl for you.
And then also swing him to school.
Yeah, he's like, I'll
For
swing
like a
you to
week.
school for a week. He's like, no,
Or a month.
He's like, ugh.
Yeah. So Peter's tracking down like the administration girl at MIT, and he finds her in traffic, and he's like begging her. I do like when he takes the nano suit off. His suit is like so wrinkled.
It's
underneath,
wrinkled. Yeah,
which
I like that too.
I really like that, but now I'm thinking with the Iron Man movies, I'm like, what the fuck was Stark doing? That his suit
Stark
was never fucking
super
wrinkled.
rich. He probably had in his.
Did he have
suit,
like a steamer in
He
his
probably did.
Yeah,
knowing
honestly,
Tony,
yeah.
That's what it feels like. Knowing Tony Stark, that's something he would have built in there.
Remember in the first movie, they showed that he had Under Armour, and then he never wore it again in any other movie.
That's like in the old cartoon, he had to wear like a suit.
Yeah.
And then the armor went on the suit.
Yeah,
It was
and
weird.
they like just completely that was a Seinfeld thing. There was a debate over George and Jerry were debating if he wears anything underneath the suit. And they're like, I still say he's naked.
I think that the evolution of his suit is one of the coolest things, though, because it starts with like, the silver one, then it goes to the one thing where it's like he needs that machine to put everything on and stuff. And then eventually it's just nano machines that are just inside the chest part.
Although the nano ones look lame.
I thought they were cool.
I was so invested in the character and the story that I didn't care. But like looking back, I'm like, that suit kind of.
I kind of want to go back and watch all of them again.
I watched them recently. Not like every single one, but like from Homecoming on, I watched recently. I skipped over Captain Marvel. I know you watched that one on repeat.
Why do you hate women?
Why do I hate women? Because I reviewed Black Widow positively and it got shit views.
That just sounds like you're the problem.
Yeah, but that's not your fault that like.
But yet the all-female Ghostbusters episode got a lot of views.
Exactly.
Huh. So while they're in traffic, get a little visitor.
Hello, Peter.
What did you think?
He's perfect in every way. It's like no time has passed. Time definitely passed.
Yeah, they said they digitally DH'd him, and I'm like, are you sure? Because he doesn't look.
He looks.
He looked pretty. Like, honestly, I think he looked cooler in this though because they gave him more of the comic book look. I think,
which is weird. All right, so there's some weird stuff continuity wise.
Yeah,
it's like okay, he mentions how he was later on. He mentions he was transported right from the moment he's like choking Peter to this moment. It's like, how did he switch outfits and change
where did
his
he
hair?
Get the shirt?
Yeah, where did he get the shirt?
Did you notice his hair didn't stay like that either? During the movie,
Throughout
like
the
that,
movie?
yeah.
Huh.
Because it looks like some weird, like, I don't know, buzz cutty. I don't even know
It's
how
almost
to,
like they wanted to do the bowl cut from the comics and then like gave up on it.
But like his hair's normal the rest of the movie.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It is a fun action scene though.
Maybe
so
he
he's
just didn't have time to style his hair throughout.
Yeah.
Like it got unkempt.
So he's back. I like how Dr. Octopus is. He wakes up in a completely different universe, and his first thought is like, "Well, I
Kill
gotta tear.
Peter.
I gotta tear it. No, not even
Or
kill
kill
Peter.
Spider-Man,
I don't
sorry.
think he knows Peter's on the bridge. He's like, "Well, I'm just gonna start breaking this bridge and throwing people." It's like, all right, whoa, calm down, calm down.
Yeah, and also too, like no one's seen a giant tentacle man up until this point. Like, did he just teleport exactly to where Peter was? Maybe they were drawn.
It seems
to
like
where
I think they're teleporting to around him,
Yeah.
except for other characters later. It's a little inconsistent, this spell.
Yeah.
So Dr. Octopus attacks, and it's an awesome fight.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not quite the train fight, but it's still pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I like when he just takes that big fucking cinder, like the
Yeah.
circular thing. I like when he throws that car into all the, like the, what do they call that? The barriers,
the median.
Yeah, but what do they call
Oh,
it? Like the
Yeah, the water barrel thingies.
yeah, I forget what they
they're
call
called.
that. Yeah. But that explosion's cool. Yeah, it's a really, really fun fight scene. And then he reveals his face, and it's like, wait, you're not.
Yeah, because he goes.
Yeah.
He goes to stab him, and
He tears the piece off his chest,
yeah.
so his
Yeah,
face
so then
mask
it goes to his
down.
chest.
you mentioned that you were hoping it wasn't some weird
Okay.
Iron Man thing.
So one of the problems with the previous, not problems, but things people were noticing, you know how the Andrew Garfield movies, Oscorp is the bad guy factory?
Yeah.
Well, in these movies, it was becoming all the bad guys are Tony Stark's problem. So when I saw Dr. Octopus with the red and gold, I was like, please don't tell me he's from a universe where he killed Iron Man or something.
It was just the nanos.
But yeah, so like I like that the nanomachines, they think they're on a new suit, so they adapt to it.
I like too that he thinks he's like, wow, look at, like he thinks he's getting an upgrade, and then
but then it like pairs like a Bluetooth. I'm like,
did you
that's
notice
cool.
they still did the thing where it's the red light when and then it turned to the white? Yeah,
nice.
They do something else similar with another character too.
Again, that means you talk about the teeth.
Yeah.
That means like Dr. Octopus definitely like programmed. Did we mention that in the previous one? Did he program? I was like, okay, well, if these ever go evil, I'm gonna have to put red lights on them. Like,
I think it's just a movie thing.
I know. It's a movie, as some people would say.
Yeah.
But going back to that scene where he sees who he is, I really like that he was literally about to be impaled, but then the suit was like, no! And it moved from his head to poof.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And it cut off part of his tie.
Yeah, I thought like, oh shit, he's dead. Like I was nervous.
Yeah. But yeah, so I like how he takes control of the arms. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
And he's like still trying to punch him.
Yeah, he's like trying to swing at him.
But this is an awesome reveal. But again, continuity kind of bothers me. Pumpkin Bomb shows up, and we get the Green Goblin in the Green Goblin suit. The only time did you see the trailer? That's as long as he wears that mask in the movie, which was kind of a letdown. But yeah, this part really bothered me because then Dr. Octopus goes, "Oh, Osborn." It's like he didn't know who he was.
He knew who Osborn kind of.
He knew Osborn was. No one knew that Osborn was the Green Goblin.
Did they though?
At that, where he was in Spider-Man 2, he did not know. Harry Osborn didn't even know yet.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like they didn't even do like a bullshit thing where he's like, "Yeah, I figured it out, but I kept like a throwaway line of dialogue could have solved that." But I'm like, how does Dr. Octopus know who the Green Goblin is?
You know, I mean, it's like, I guess the thing is too, they kind of figure like, you know, some people aren't even gonna friggin' see the other movies or haven't seen them already. We might.
It's not even just like, because you could assume in that universe the Goblin died.
Yeah.
It's not even just like the Goblin. Like he specifically says Osborn. I'm like, no. No.
Yeah, he didn't know.
But they get transferred to the dungeon.
Yep.
The dungeon where they filmed an episode of The Equalizer.
Yeah.
He's like, this dungeon was used for this, and in the 80s they used it for a TV show. I'm like, how?
Which I wondered if that was like to explain why it looked like a setting from The Equalizer. Like, did they just use the same set? They just like made a joke about it too.
Does that show have anything to do with the Denzel Washington movies?
It's the Denzel Washington movies are based on that show.
So it's like a gritty reboot?
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's about this dude that's just like I think he's like an old like agent.
Okay.
And he pretty much solves mysteries and helps out people in need, but he goes about his life as a normal guy. He has, he's not like in witness protection, but he's just retired and he's kind of like living his life.
Someone sent us The Equalizer on DVD.
So it's one of those movies where it's basically justice porn. Never in the movie does Denzel Washington get hurt or is in any sort of danger. He just fucks everyone up, but that's what you want to see. Like you base, and he only
like
helps the
Taken?
good guys. Yeah, it's a lot like that. Yeah, it's one of those movies.
So yeah, Strange brings him back. We find out he has captured the lizard, who looks slightly different. He still has the flat face. What did you think of the lizard's design?
I don't like the lizard's design that much, but I'm like whatever with it.
I wasn't too. I was mad in Amazing Spider-Man. He looks too much like a Koopa from the Mario Brothers movie.
Yeah.
And this one, he has like weird ridges on his head. So I'm like, all right, it looks a little different.
He just looks kind of goofy, especially when he talks. He looks kind of goofy.
Yeah. So Doctor Strange tracked the lizard down. He realizes with the spell, it's bringing in people from other universes who know Peter Parker's Spider-Man. Bit of a problem with this spell with other characters that come later.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about that when we meet those characters. So yeah, he basically says you need to like capture these people. Does he know there's 6 or is he just guessing?
I don't think, did he say 6? I think he just said like
they conveniently had 6 prisons. I don't know, like
whoa.
I don't know. He says he needs to like go out there and capture him, and he gives them like a magical device where he can shoot them, and it teleports into the cell, which is actually a cool device.
Yeah.
Way better than the ring thing that he does.
Yeah, I like the ring thing though.
I do. This seems more convenient though.
I can't do it. Doesn't do anything.
Yeah. So
have a ring.
Yeah, that's true.
So Peter recruits his friends Michelle and Ned And they're a little snippy with Doctor Strange.
And they gotta Scooby-Doo that shit.
I don't get what that means.
I think he just means like it's like a team of kids and go get it done. It's like Scooby-Doo it.
Please, Scooby-Doo this crap.
Mm.
Yeah, that's literally it.
Yeah.
It's a weird line.
And he says it twice.
Yeah. It was weird. I think we mentioned that was weird when we did our trailer reaction on Patreon.
I think we might have.
Yes.
I don't know. Did we?
I don't know. You know what? I think there's more trailers coming out that we might do reactions and short vlogs for on Patreon. Isn't that right, Kieran?
Sure.
Everyone should go to Patreon for those.
Yeah, and watch our reaction of the Resident Evil one.
Yes. Look for the thumbnails where we go like this.
Yeah.
Where's my Disney footage?
Oh, as of this recording, Sean edited it, but I did not watch it yet. I was going to have you watch it. And
Thanks, Sean.
Sean edited
Thanks for nothing,
Sean
Tony.
edited it.
Sean edited it.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks for nothing, Tony.
Thank you, Sean.
So he's off on a mission to capture the rest, but there's a problem. His suit, he can't get the green stuff out of it, so he just takes the lining off his suit, and he's now just wearing whatever's underneath.
He flipped it inside out.
He flipped it inside out. Is that what happened?
That's what happened, because there's a part he looks at the inside of it and he goes, that could work, so he flipped the whole suit inside out. That's why there's like wires hanging from things.
Okay, because I just thought he took like the top layer off.
No, it's the suit just flipped inside out, and that's
funny.
why it's like, because I thought it was the Secret Wars suit.
Yeah.
Where he has like those gauntlets, and I guess they were kind of like.
Well, people were saying it was like an enchanted suit from Doctor Strange, and it's like, no, he just flipped the suit inside out.
Because there is an enchanted suit that he wears. It's in the video game too. It's like one of the ones you can unlock. I think it's the Secret Wars suit.
Maybe.
Or whatever.
I think that's what it is too.
I like that he has to duct tape the fucking cell phone to his chest.
He's FaceTiming.
So I like that. So he's off looking for more people. He encounters the Sandman.
Yeah, the forest starts moving. You see the
Yeah.
And then Electro shows up.
Blue.
And his theme song starts to play, but not his singing. Remember Electro sang in Amazing Spider-Man 2, that movie you like?
Honestly, I don't.
When he's in Times Square, his like theme song starts playing, but then if you listen, you hear Electro's inner monologue, but it's Jamie Foxx singing.
Oh.
He's like, he lied to me. He hates on
Oh,
me.
yeah.
And now it's called My Enemy. He's like, now he is my enemy. I'm like, are we this far in Spider-Man movies where it's like, how do we know that he's the bad guy? Let's have him sing. He's the
Maybe it was like Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark. It's like,
they should have had the Green Goblin from Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark.
I wanted to see that so bad, and then I watched they were on like the Tonight Show or something. They had and I was like,
they all
oh my
came
god,
in.
this is horrible.
What was it? In the Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark universe,
It looks like a school play.
Craven has an actual line on his chest.
Yeah, he's
the
really
lizard
weird looking.
The lizard is just a dinosaur coming out of a guy's stomach.
Yeah, it's awful.
What was it? Carnage is made out of blood.
Yep.
And then so they all have this thing where they mix DNA, and then there's someone made of knives. I'm like, where'd you get knife DNA?
Yeah, they're all like, it's so hard to
Remember
look
Swarm? It was the Bumblebee?
Yeah, and all the songs are terrible. I kind of wanted to see it though, because it was like, there was like, you know, the whole time it was coming out, it's like, oh, the Spider-Man actor fell from a rafter and is like, they had to get his understudy or whatever.
You're triggering flashbacks.
Oh, sorry, man.
Of all the Spider-Men who died.
I'm sorry.
That was the hardest part watching this.
So hearing about things trigger you, not that the fact that their rotting bodies are still here.
Yeah, I can see that with my own eyes.
Luckily, none of the people investigating their disappearances watch this show.
Yeah. Tony, you're going to go to jail one day.
Maybe.
They're going to just find a pile of dead movie stars and old TV stars.
They're going to be filming Spider-Man whatever. They're like, where are our actors?
Yeah. If they ever have to do a multiverse movie, thank God they got it done and filmed before any of this.
Oh my God.
Also, Topher Grace.
and,
He's dead.
And Tom Hardy. That one hurt the most.
And
that
Tom
was my
Hardy.
good friend, Tom Hardy.
Yeah.
So yeah, Electro is fighting him, and now his body's back. So.
Yeah.
So I guess falling into a vat of eels, becoming electricity, and being sent to another universe fixes your teeth, gives you new hair, and cures your autism. Who knew? Who knew that was the answer all along?
They do kind of have a throwaway line saying that the energy's different.
I guess.
So, like, maybe
that's the thing I don't
why.
like about Amazing Spider-Man 2. They kind of, like, heavily imply he's on the spectrum, so when Spider-Man is trying to blow him up at the end, I'm like, this makes me uncomfortable. I don't like this. I don't feel like Spider-Man would be blowing up an autistic guy. I don't agree with it.
There's also this one part in this part where I hate it, where he
Kane Marco?
Yeah,
Flint Marco.
He's just like, hey, Peter, remember me? I'm Flint Marco. I am Sandman. Remember me and my daughter and that time we hung out? Like, it's like he just kind of comes out of nowhere and
Peter,
says that.
it's me. Remember, everyone was too busy bitching about Venom and memeing James Franco, and they all kind of forgot I was in the movie. So I got to remind you who I am.
Yeah, it was a sloppy line. You know, and I mean, this is the only one that I really picked up on. Everything else I can kind of just go, you know, whatever. But this one was like, yeah, we get it. You were in one of the movies, dude.
And then for some reason, Sandman, he just likes being in his sand form.
Yeah.
Probably because Thomas Hayden Church was like, I'm not going to set.
The sand is different in this universe than in the other one. It's different sand. It's
no,
like
that was
Naboo
literally
sand.
so him and
He's only shown in his human form once. Right?
Yeah, and I got it. Did we just talk about that
at
already?
the very end? Yeah.
I think
you were just talking about how he didn't show up.
Oh yeah, no, I mean earlier. I'll mention it. When we get
Also,
there.
too, what's weird is that like, you know, Electro's completely naked, but Sandman has his same shirt and pants and everything. Like he always.
I did like this, so we're just gonna pretend that I'm not standing here butt naked. Like,
Yeah.
Well, where did he get his suit up? Yeah, never mind.
Well,
Watch
that's what
the
I mean,
listen to the commentary
everybody
track.
comes back naked except for Sandman.
Yeah.
Like for some reason, the sand. I guess the sand that when he changes back eventually, like.
Wish Alfred came in naked.
But yeah, if you were gonna bring back, two characters for this movie during COVID, Sandman and Lizard are the ones you're gonna do because you just CGI them and have them record their lines. You don't need them on set. That was a smart idea. It's like, again, it's weird because it's like, you know, Sandman didn't really walk around like sand in that movie too
all
much.
the time. He was. Only in, like,
by the way, I wanted to mention because in the Spider-Man 3 review, you were like, "Why isn't Johanna into this guy?" Because it reminds me of my dad. That's why I'm not into that.
Sandman.
Hold on. What? Your dad looks nothing like fucking Thomas.
I said he reminds me of my dad. I didn't say he looks
killed
like
Uncle
my dad.
Ben. What the fuck?
Does your dad walk around in green striped sweaters all the time? Oh, okay.
How does he remind you of your dad?
No, the actor reminds me of my dad.
Okay. It definitely doesn't look like your dad.
I never said he did.
I'm just saying.
Was Alfred Molina in Boogie Nights?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
He's the coked out guy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts of like any movie.
It's
also,
pretty
that
good.
whole part is like hilarious. It's
Now
like the
imagine
most
if he was
scary
like that
thing
in
ever.
this, but with the arm.
He's like, this is my friend who just throws firecrackers and stuff.
It's Electro. He's like,
Yeah.
They should redo that with him with the arm.
Yeah, that
Just the
scene would be
Sinister
pretty great.
Six in
And then
there.
also like Thomas Jane would actually be like the Punisher in this one instead of like.
So yeah, the problem with like fucking Sandman, he's very emotional.
Did you know what? Hold on. I'm sorry, but there's 3 Marvel characters in that scene. There's Alfred Molina.
Yeah.
There's Thomas Jane the Punisher, and then there's John C. Reilly, who was in
Guardians of the Galaxy. Yes.
There's 3 Marvel actors in that scene. Marky Mark isn't anybody, right? Mark Wahlberg.
Not yet.
He's not a Marvel person.
Oh my God, fear.
No, but like that's weird. Could you imagine like then if Mark Wahlberg ever becomes a Marvel character, they have to redo that whole scene as the Marvel characters.
They gotta get that firecracker guy into one of the movies.
Yeah. Alfred Molina has the arms. He's in his like silk robe. The Punisher's there all coked out and gets in a gunfight with everybody. It makes a lot more sense.
That'd be pretty good. So,
oh my God.
So Peter transfers Electro to the prison.
Yeah.
And then Sandman's like, "Did you just kill him? What did you do?" And he's like, "Whoa, man, trust me." He's like, "I don't know who you are. I'm gonna fucking murder you." And then he transfers Sandman.
He's like, "I don't know who you are. I'm Flint Marco, though. I was in Spider-Man 3.
Remember, I killed your uncle, but it was an accident. We're totally cool.
We're okay now. Me and you hung out for like a few minutes, and then I flew away."
Yeah. Oh, I did like the one cell that never gets filled, but there is a sixth person. I like how he shoots a tree, so the tree goes into the cell.
He's like, is that a tree monster?
He's like, is this a tree man? Or yeah. So he captures the two of them. I think we cut back to the Green Goblin with his mask on a dumpster, being like, "Norman, you suck. Oh, we could be so cool. We could be cool, tough guys." And Norman's like, "No, my brain." He breaks the mask.
No, I don't want to be the Green Goblin anymore.
I just want one fight scene of him with the mask. That's all I wanted.
I like this better. I like what we got here better.
When we get to it, I had an idea for something they could have done, similar to what they did in the Amazing Spider-Man 2, but they didn't go with it. But no, I do like that he goes to Feast, which is from the comics, but I think it's in this movie because the video game really made it a big thing. And I like how Spider-Man walks in there because he thinks it's going to be a fight, and then Norman's like, "My brain hurts, help me."
I was
Where
dying
am I?
at him with the donuts, and he's just taking them and putting them in.
He keeps stealing the donuts.
He's taking all the donuts.
I did like where he's just like, yeah, I came back and someone's in my house.
Someone's living in my house.
There's no Oscorp. And my son's not here because he keeps getting canceled in real life over and over again. And Seth Rogen won't return his calls. That was a weird line of dialogue. I don't know why they included it.
Yeah, it was so weird.
Yeah. Willem Dafoe, looking great for
Yeah.
60-something. I don't think they said they digitally de-aged both of them, but they don't look that de-aged.
Now, Willem Dafoe looks pretty normal to
You know what
me.
the worst digital thing they did for Alfred Molina was? That awful character poster where he looks like a grandmother.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is this?
I don't know.
I didn't see that.
But was it hard to fap to that?
Oh, I still fapped.
I literally texted Johanna about something else, and she texts me back. She's like, "I'm trying to fap to Alfred Molina in the theater." Speaking of sex stuff in the theater, what is it?
69 days.
Oh shit!
Till I go to Disney World. Nice.
Did you see what Kevin Smith posted about the movie?
No.
Kevin Smith, get offline, man. He was like, because you know how he's a crybaby now?
Yeah,
He cries
yeah,
all
he
the
cries a
time,
lot,
but this
yeah.
was weird. He's like, make sure to... Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Oh, that is... Yeah, what the hell?
He doesn't look like that.
Jessica, she's showing him the awful character poster.
Yeah.
So
Show everyone.
So Kevin Smith, and I retweeted it because I'm like, we can all agree this is a weird thing to say. He's like, make sure to bring tissues. One, for the joy-gasm you're gonna have with your favorite characters, and two, for all the tears. I'm like, did you just admit to ejaculating and crying in a kid's film? Like, what the fuck, Kevin Smith?
Oh my god.
Like, he's getting weird. Like, we can all agree, he's fucking weird now.
I think it's just that, like, it's like using that old, like, kind of 90s humor. Like, that if he wrote that, like, say this movie came out, like, 2004, and he made that tweet, people would go, huh, you still got it, Kevin.
I don't know. That'd be a little weird for 2004.
I don't know. I think, like...
That'd be like Harry Knowles' review of Blade 2 when that came out. Look up that. That is a creepy fucking review.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
No, I don't know. Kevin Smith and all those guys, like...
Real quick, you were vegan, right? Are you still vegan?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't cry nearly as much as Kevin Smith, I see.
Is
and
he?
You don't... Yeah.
Oh, no
That's
way.
the thing. Like, he went vegan, lost a lot of weight, and he started...
So wait, hold on. I have a plant-based diet.
Okay.
I am not vegan.
Okay, is that
I drive
why...
a car that has leather seats. I once in a while will eat something that might have vitamin B12 in it that came from chicken. I didn't know.
So the point is, you could watch a movie and not have to tweet a picture of yourself crying.
Yes.
Is that what the difference is?
I don't cry often.
He doesn't cry at all.
Actually,
I don't.
Yeah.
Everyone always
so-
thinks I'm making that up. Johanna, have you ever seen...
You have never cried.
There you go.
I didn't cry in this movie, but there were certain parts in this movie where I was like, and I got tears of not for anything, but I like to refer to them as more like I don't know, bro tears or something. Like, it's like, in Terminator 2.
Oh yeah.
At the end of Terminator 2, that part's pretty sad, and that I shed a tear there. I did shed a tear. I guess the lamest one I can think of is when in Attack of the Clones when what's her name, Padme says, "Anakin, you're breaking my heart." That part killed me.
Wait, no, that's Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, that's
Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Just
That
say
part
Attack of
killed
the
me, I don't
Clones.
know.
You're like when Jango Fett's head got
I cried so hard when they were touching that sand.
I cried tears of joy when Mace Windu went, "This party's over."
Yeah.
Anyway, they bring Osborn back to the dungeon. And then that's where... All right, so the trailer was purposely misleading. The trailer made it seem like they all died fighting Spider-Man. And I remember going into this, I was like, him and Sandman... We said it in our review. I'm like, Sandman and him were kind of cool at the end, and Lizard didn't die. So I thought that was weird, but it's only referring to... Like, Doctor Strange doesn't even say that line in the movie. Sandman does. He's like, yeah, they both died. So I understand Sandman probably knowing who Norman Osborn and stuff was. I think we talked about it. Like, maybe after Harry died, the story got out.
Yeah.
But it's still weird to me that Dr. Octopus knows.
I think that's the thing, is that they don't know who's going, because they say like, oh, so I might go home and just die. Like, that's like kind of how it was.
And I do kind of like that where, I mean, again, a bit of an issue, but I like where Peter, this is where he gets the idea where he's like, maybe we can fix them before we send them back.
Which I actually really liked that idea too.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty cool. And I like that later on it comes back in as in there, like, I thought about this all the time. Like, you know.
Yeah.
So it was pretty cool.
So that's like a cool new thing for, like, eventually they're going to fight at the end.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that's cool. They're not just like fighting. It's like, oh, they're actually trying to help them. They have the resources and stuff.
It's a different, it's a different Spider-Man.
But Doctor Strange is like, nah, sending them back. And this leads to a fun scene where Peter Parker steals the magic box and is swinging around. So I like when he kicks him out of his astral form, or it kicks his astral form out of his body. I like that the spider sense still works.
Yeah, he's still going this.
But did you see?
It like enhanced it kind of. Like it's as if like, you know, he had the tingle, but now it's like he had like, you can see kind of like the waves.
I was going to say, they did the comic book waves of his head. I was like, all right, that's cool.
It was pretty neat. Because that was the thing, was I was like, does he now, this is what gave him like the full, because there's a part later where he has the spider sense and it's like hitting him, but it's different than it was.
He mastered the spider sense at the end of the last one.
Yeah, but it wasn't the same like as this one was.
I guess it was
still
evolving.
The Peter Tingle, as he called it.
Yeah, so he gets back in his body. It's a real fun chase scene. He brings him into the mirror dimension. And that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that whole scene was great.
They somehow make it to
geometry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he figures out how to get out using geometry and whatnot with the power of math.
And he just hangs, you know, what's his name?
He hangs Doctor Strange
out
in the
to
mirror
dry,
dimension,
pretty much. Yeah.
And then pieces out. So they have nowhere else to take him, so they take him to Happy Hogan's apartment.
Yeah. I love that phone call. He's like, I saw my security camera. Did you bring a cyborg man in my like who are all these people you brought into my apartment?
But I like that Dr. Connors just stays in the truck.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't want to leave. I want to hang out in the truck.
Yeah, in the feast truck too.
But it turns out Happy had Tony Stark's what do they call it?
I forget what it's called.
Oh, the fabricator.
Fabricator
that made
yes.
the suit in the last movie.
Right.
It was used, and then he took it, and it can basically make anything.
Yeah, it can like 3D make shit. So yeah, he has a plan to come up with solutions for everyone's problem, and he's working with Osborn, who's something of a scientist himself.
Yeah, which he said it. He said the thing.
He said it. For some reason, it worked in this movie. It wasn't as bad as Kid Ghostbusters.
They said it too, but it's not even from that movie. Why would they say I'm something of a scientist myself?
No, for some reason, the nostalgia stuff in this movie worked for me.
Yeah.
I was going to mention that at the end.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I just want to let you know that these are all new Sony movies I enjoyed, including the one we're talking about now.
Did the blowjob ghost come back and go to Paul Rudd?
It didn't. But I like even the Venom movies, which some people don't like. I enjoyed them.
I like the first Venom. I haven't seen the second one. I wouldn't mind borrowing your 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray if you don't mind some. Oh, okay.
I'll give you the digital code.
That's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that.
No. Like Jedi mind?
Yeah. So just to remind everyone, I like
anymore.
these Sony products, and just because I didn't like one Sony product lately, doesn't mean I hate all new movies. I just didn't like that one Sony movie. Anyway, the nostalgia stuff in this didn't bother me like it did in Ghostbusters. Like Norman saying that line, it's a little like, okay.
I liked it.
It didn't take me out of the movie. Whereas,
you know, though, I will say, so, we were sitting in one row. It was Tony, Jessica, me, and then Ryan was over here. And then Justin was over there. And the second he said that, I just heard just go,
Justin is always yucking people's yums. Am I
Yeah,
right?
he is always yucking them yums. Let me tell you.
Yeah. So the first person he cures is Dr. Octopus.
Yeah.
Does he want fresh water or salt water? I love when Aunt May asked that. And she's like, because you're an octopus? And
Yeah.
he's like, because I remembered, I'm like, oh yeah, he doesn't refer to himself as Doc. So that probably like really pissed him off. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Because his name is Doc.
Which they make fun of.
And they say Doc Ock. They say, like,
I do like that they make fun of the Otto Octavius. They're like,
Yeah.
no, really, what's your real name?
Yeah.
It's like, shut up, Peter Parker. Don't make fun of other people's names.
Yeah, everybody too has like the alliteration. That was like
Yeah.
a Stan Lee kind of thing, which is weird.
Yeah.
But we're also forgetting J. Jonah Jameson is kind of stalking them.
Right.
He's sending
right.
like a dude
Well,
out. And we haven't even mentioned J. Jonah Jameson, who's
No,
great.
We did in the beginning.
Kinda, but not really.
So I like that he's Alex Jones. He's hawking
Yeah,
supplements.
well, I like the first shot you see is him in just like this crappy room with the green
With the
screen,
green
but it
screen.
looks awesome
So
when
I
he's
think
on screen.
I think they're following the video game thing where he was at the Daily Bugle.
Yeah.
Well, no. In this version,
yeah.
Daily Bugle's it looks like he was like a news person and then became this alternative news guy.
Yeah, I think in this one I thought that it was just that he is just kind of crazy guy.
The Daily Bugle is his podcast, but like
Yeah.
it looks like he was a respected guy that went to this. But I like throughout the film he's become respected again because next time we see him, he has an actual set.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
so
the thing.
like it helps get his career back.
He's basically like, and it is like it's totally Alex Jones, but it works because that's how in the game it was like. I
Yeah.
loved listening to this. It was so funny when he would come in. And
He would just make up lies.
Yeah, and the people who would try to be like, no, actually, Spider-Man actually helped us. He's like, you're delirious. Like he's just the guy who does that. Was that also him who voice acted in the game?
Not in the game, no.
Okay.
But that actor has voiced him in a bunch of cartoons, like Ultimate Spider-Man and stuff. Like he was still J. Jonah Jameson up until like, I don't know, like 8-9 years ago.
Gotcha.
Until they came back for this.
Why is all this backwards?
What?
Oh, I'm stupid. It was upside down. It's like it's because Spider-Man is like, so when it's upside down, he's right side up.
Anyway,
so I was like,
I got you. It's okay.
I'm an idiot.
So anyway, he saves Dr. Octopus, but I think I was talking about this with like Xander or you before this. So he's cured Dr. Octopus, but that means when he sends him back to where he left, he still needs to sink the sun into the. So he's still gonna die unless he has time to think of another way to sink the sun.
He also might not turn the machine on too to begin with, or he might be.
Well,
like,
if he's going back to where he left, the machine's
he'll go
already
back.
on.
I have something to point out at the end because they never showed a thing unless you guys saw it, but I didn't see it.
Okay.
And that's why I think it's gonna, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so he's like, oh man, I'm so cured. I can finally, the stupid tentacles stop talking to me.
Yeah, it's so quiet.
Yeah, and then he puts the iron nano thing on top of his black suit, so that's how he gets that like new looking suit. Yeah, so they're ready to cure everyone else. They're putting a power thing on Electro.
Yeah.
And he's a little annoyed by it.
Dissipates the power.
He's got a completely different personality in this, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a different personality.
I mean, I guess because the energy is different.
The energy is different. That just changes your entire whatever. Also, I do like that he's wearing like that yellow jacket. And everything.
And I like that when he was using the power, like he actually it showed.
Yeah, later
like
on, it's in the trailer, but yeah, it forms his mask a little bit. I wish they did that a little bit more. It's better than I just have a black suit now.
So the thing
and a battery in my head.
The Electro that they had in Amazing Spider-Man, the way he was like blue and everything, that's how Electro looked in Ultimate Spider-Man. He was just this being of energy.
Although early Ultimate Spider-Man, I think he did have flesh and he could turn blue.
Yeah. He turns. Yeah. He's, yeah.
He eventually just is blue, but they should have went with yellow. Would have made more sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, Peter's tingle kicks in.
Yeah.
I really like this because the anxiety of it, because
Yeah.
he's like, I don't know why this is doing this.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on?
That's why I feel like it was like the astral plane thing kind of messed with it. It
Yeah.
made it like more enhanced. Like he's
And like
almost
at this point, you don't know. Like, you know, J. Jonah Jameson's downstairs. You know the lizard's out there. You know, like cops are on the way. And you're like, what's going on here? And then he realizes that Norman's betraying them.
Yeah.
Norman's on sabbatical or whatever he says.
He's now the Goblin. He is not.
They did the thing with the teeth from the first movie.
Which I don't think we mentioned in our review. Please tell us about the teeth.
See, this is why I should be in all the reviews, because I noticed the little things, just like with the tentacles.
So you
but
think
anyway,
Kieran shouldn't be in videos? Okay, well,
Yes.
that's mean to Kieran.
Yes.
But anyway, continue.
Actually, I think me and Kieran should just take over, and you should just leave.
Yeah, you know what, Tony? I think this is going to be Johanna and Kieran present Hack the Movies. And you'll get an executive producer credit.
Okay.
But anyway, when he's as Norman, he has like perfect straight teeth, and because he's a rich dude, so he's gonna look nice or whatever. And then when he's the Goblin, it's actually Willem Dafoe's real teeth, so it's all like crooked and.
Oh no way!
Yeah,
I didn't notice that.
The performance enhancer. When he switches personality, just makes his
That
teeth
must
all
suck
crooked.
if you're like a movie star and they're like, hey, so here's the idea we got. We're going to give you perfect teeth when you're a good guy. When you're a bad guy, we're just going to use your normal jacked fuck.
I wonder if that was his idea.
Or does he have? Or does he have?
That sounds like a very like he'd be like.
Or does he
"Oh,
have
yeah."
dentures when no one's looking? He's like,
Yeah. He's like, I'm crazy. My teeth.
It just does that.
I think it's just another movie magic thing. That's like with the tentacles,
Yeah.
where it's just like, oh, it's red, now it's white.
But yeah, he's basically like, fuck all of you. Why do you want to lose your powers? That's stupid. Like, I think his cure that he's making actually makes him stronger. And also he's wearing I think we mentioned he's wearing a purple hoodie in the scene. That's very important.
Which I thought was cool.
Yeah. So he kind of convinces Electro to take off his thing.
And it's like right about to beat too. It's like the last one.
Yes. And then Sandman's constantly like just, I'm a good guy and I like you, Peter. What the fuck? You're portraying? Oh my God.
Yeah.
He's just like, all right, Sandman, calm the fuck. Now I'm
Sandman's
starting to
kind of
think he
dumb.
did shoot Uncle Ben. And he
Yeah.
just lied to Peter.
Sandman's kind of lame anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's just lame.
But yeah, the whole thing there, he's like, I just want to go home because I have a daughter and like, I guess she's still alive. Good for him.
Also, this fight is awesome.
Yeah. So Sandman and Electro, they like peace out.
Yeah.
Fucking Otto gets yeeted out the window.
Yeah, Otto gets knocked out the window. I like the lizard breaks out and Jay Jonah is like, is that a dinosaur?
Like, did you just see that? Like he was like,
a dinosaur?
Was that a dinosaur?
But yeah, the Green Goblin Peter fight is awesome.
It's definitely like it's awesome. Like
and
he
while
beats
it's
the shit out
and
of
while it's happening, Aunt May is like running down the stairs with the
Antidote.
the antidote, which is not really an antidote.
Yeah.
As we find out. So they're like knocking him through walls and shit, and I like
throwing through the floor.
Yeah, through the floor, which is just like the video game where you like web him up and kick him down. But yeah, I like that his purple hoodie keeps getting more and more tattered, so it looks like the purple hood because we never got that.
Yeah,
from him. That was the big complaint. The old one. It's like he looks like a Power Ranger villain. I'm like, well, I'm cool with that, but I understand. It was weird they didn't just put a hood on him in that original
and
one.
This one, he was way more evil than he was in like the original one. Like he was honestly actually very, very scary. Like this part was
keep in mind like where this goblin was before he got transferred. He was about to murder Mary Jane and a bunch of little kids. So he's already he entered this universe at an 11.
Yeah.
So he's just like, all right.
Yeah.
Did you hear Willem actually did like majority of his stunts and stuff? Like he was like, I want to do this, otherwise I don't want to do it.
Except there is a stuntman. They leaked a picture of a stuntman.
No shit.
but
there's a stuntman for everyone.
That also might have just been a
as I said,
stand-in,
he
too.
did majority. You just keep adding stuff.
My favorite is Black. Oh, didn't you see Black Widow?
Nah.
Whatever, spoiler.
I like how Taskmaster is a woman.
Oh, I already knew that.
Yeah,
somebody already said
but they
that.
had
I
a
was
man on set, and there's so many pictures of the man stunt double without the man.
Yeah. Is it like Lori Loughlin in Rad? And they BMX.
Yeah,
they bicycle.
You know what? It's just like Lori Loughlin and Rad. But it's weird when they digitally put her head on the guy because it's like, you're not there.
Yeah.
You're not there. That's weird.
No, I already knew that. I knew that whole thing about
Yeah.
Taskmaster.
But yeah, the fight is awesome. And he does kind of like a similar thing. He's like, Peter, you suck.
Yeah.
Like, you don't deserve this power or whatever. Aunt May stabs him in the neck. And what I thought was going to happen was, now that we have the hood and everything, I thought he was going to like turn green, kind of like Amazing Spider-Man 2. And that's how we'd finally get like the green face stuff, but they decide not to do that.
Meh.
It's fine. Works either way.
Yeah.
But yeah, he fucking rams his goddamn, whatchamacallit?
Yeah, the glider.
Glider into Aunt May. Marissa Tomei.
Yeah, she gets knocked on her ass.
Almost.
I'm not gonna like. I love her, but they really did not use her like at all across these movies.
Until this one, really.
She doesn't really do anything.
Just Aunt May.
It's Marissa Tomei.
Yeah.
What do
They
you
could have
want
had her do stuff.
What do you want her to do?
You know what I want her
You
to
want
do,
her
Kieran.
to furiously masturbate, perhaps?
I would love to see that, Kieran.
Yeah, actually, Marissa Tomei.
Babe.
I'm okay with that.
I like what the internet says. I think we mentioned this in a previous one. Until they say otherwise, Joe Pesci is Uncle Ben to me.
Oh, where it's like My Cousin Vinny.
It's
like,
My Cousin.
Yeah.
I really wanted one picture from just My Cousin Vinny,
That
and
would
it's
be
like,
pretty
that's
good.
Uncle Ben.
Yeah.
Or George Costanza, because there was that plot line in Seinfeld.
Oh,
Did you ever watch that?
when he was, yeah.
Where he tries to cheat on Susan with Marissa Tomei.
Yeah.
But then she finds out he's engaged, so she breaks up with him. But I love, people forget, the end of season 7, after Susan's dead, he calls Marissa Tomei during the credits. And he's like, yeah, I was the guy who was engaged. And anyway, the funeral's this Saturday. But after that, I'm completely free. Like, he tries to get back together with Marissa Tomei. She hangs up on him. He's like, yeah, the funeral's Saturday, but I'm free after.
It could also be, what's his name from The Wrestler? Ronnie the Ram.
Well, no, he was Whiplash.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But then again,
wait a minute.
They like recasting people.
The Wrestler was Mickey Rourke and Marissa Tomei.
And the Blue Meanie in a small cameo.
Yeah, they're both, but Blue Meanie isn't in Marvel Cinematic Universe.
He should be.
Well, maybe if he appears on a very famous YouTube channel soon, he will be. Anyway.
Whose YouTube channel is he going to be on?
Mine.
You're going to be on? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
No
When was
way.
the last time you uploaded the video on your channel?
Thursday.
Is he going to be on that other channel that we do things for sometimes? What is it called again?
Anyway.
The one that we had a panel in Connecticut?
We've already mentioned in an episode the worst panel we've ever had.
The worst panel in history.
In case you missed the Christmas vacation episode, when we went to Connecticut, someone decided to make a joint Cinemasker.
It was them. It was the.
It was them.
It was the.
It was them.
It was the.
This has literally been said to you like 4 times.
It was
I'm
the
not
event.
kidding.
It wasn't us. Like we didn't decide that.
Yeah, so it was a Cinemasker Hack the Movies panel, which meant it was a Cinemasker panel.
Yeah.
Which meant it was people asking about James who wasn't there.
What does James smell like?
Yeah, my favorite part of it was when everybody who was there to see Metal Jesus first, they all filed out to follow Metal Jesus, and Justin's like, I'm gonna give them a few more minutes to go hang out with Metal Jesus, and then they come back in, and I was like, yeah, I don't.
No, they're
think
not
anyone's
coming back in.
My favorite
There
was
like
the
8 people,
the couple that kept making out the whole time
And talking the whole time.
And then at the very end, I was just like, yes, the 2 people have been making out in the corner. Do you have a like? I just totally called them out.
Yeah, that was a really shit panel.
Anyway, great con though. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah,
at that
no,
convention.
actually, yeah.
I got my
Retro
King
World Expo
Boo
was
night,
awesome.
not nightlight. It's a King Boo light that it's a sensor, so every time you walk past, he turns on.
I
It's
bought
really cute.
basketball
Um,
tape.
That's when you got your Fievel thing too.
Oh
right?
yeah, I got ripped Fievel mouse squad.
So Aunt May is dying. Green Goblin gets away.
Yeah, which also this part got me pretty hard.
Yeah, this I was actually really upset because the thing that got me was like, oh, she's okay, she's getting up, she's talking, she's walking, and then all of a sudden it's just like,
She
boom.
falls down. 'cause
I'm
she
just like,
gets up,
no.
and it's like, oh, she was in like shock, I guess. Like
Mhm.
she didn't realize, but she got
Yeah.
smashed because she
Yeah.
gets that thing blows up the whole like front and then smashed into her. It's also a spiky glider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and then also just Peter like talk. Oh my god, this part was hard
Yeah.
to get through.
But he never really had like a
Yeah.
big loss moment too, whatever. Besides
had it,
like,
we just never
Iron
saw it,
Man,
maybe,
but like
yeah,
that's not
but-
really like it's not someone he's related to. It's not someone
Yeah.
he's always had.
He had the Uncle Ben moment. We just didn't see it.
Also, we
He
don't
heavily
know,
implies to it.
We don't also know if his actions caused Uncle
I
Ben's
think that's because they were
demise.
just like, oh my god, no more origins.
Yeah.
We get it. I think we're
But,
just supposed to assume.
I like that it's kind of like because even in Spider-Verse, like everybody had a different, like Gwen Stacy loses Peter Parker.
Yeah.
Peter Parker loses Gwen
For
Stacy.
me, it was
or
my Uncle Ben.
or
For
whatever.
me, it was my Uncle Benjamin.
Yeah.
I liked in the 90s cartoon. Wasn't it like the Iron Spider? It was like from a universe where Uncle Ben didn't die, so he was kind of a dick.
There was, or he was the armored Spider-Man, but he was like rich and famous.
He was
and
basically
everything.
Iron Man, but it was like he just was kind
They
of a
actually
dick.
do also too. There's an episode where like have you ever seen that one where Spider-Man like he explains to the little girl?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that
how
one I saw.
Uncle
Yeah.
Ben- and then it's like he shows her that he's Spider-Man.
Yeah, and
then she's like, "I'll keep your secret for the rest of my life." And he's at like a terminally ill.
It was a real depressing
ending. I remember that episode. Like I loved it. So I rewatched all the '90s Spider-Man. Like
I'm rewatching them now. Yeah,
I love the '90s Spider. I know it's like weird because he's not allowed to punch.
Yeah, it's so funny when you know that because then it's like. And everyone has a laser gun. No one has a real gun. They all have sonic laser guns.
The cops are like all like the super soldiers they look like and stuff. But
and there's some stupid shit where like they couldn't say Sinister Six, but they could say Insidious 6. And I'm like, what's the fucking difference? Like they're both scary.
What's his name? Morbius doesn't drink blood. He collects plasma and he does it through his hand, and then they get like
the Punisher is like, I've decided not to kill, and it's like, oh yeah, Punisher. Yeah, that seems real Punisher.
But that was what was cool about that show was the Punisher was in it, Doctor Strange. The X-Men, Iron Man, Captain America, like every Marvel's hero, and Blade's in an episode. Like everyone's in that show. It was such a good show.
I thought the most depressing thing with this whole thing is while, technically his actions did cause the death of Aunt May, Aunt May was still completely supportive of him for the whole thing. She's like, this is what you need to do. You're doing the right thing.
It kind of changed. So I guess he already had the guilty thing with Uncle Ben. But this is a little bit different.
Yeah.
Because it's like, hey, he was trying to do the good thing with all his power, and it blew up. She's like, no, because you have a responsibility. She does the great power. She twists it a little bit.
Yeah,
they say it the right way later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's sad. And he's just hanging out in the rain.
Sad. He's fucking devastated. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he's hanging out in the rain because that's what Spider-Men do. They hang out in the rain when they're sad.
Yeah.
They never like, look, I've been sad while it was raining and never once I'm like, well, I have to be sad in the rain.
Well, you can't swing from building. If I was sad, I could swing from any fucking building and it was raining and I was sad that day. I'd swing to the top of
I was going to say, I'll go to the tallest one.
You're right.
Because I would always be on
It's like, am I crying? You can't tell.
You're right. Because down comes the rain and it'll wash the spider out.
Yes. Hello, Tony.
Hello, Kieran.
Hello, Tony.
We didn't do our intro.
We didn't know.
I was so busy trying to keep that actor alive.
Yeah, thank God you did, though. I'm glad our sacrifice, he isn't dead.
So, yes, he's sad. MJ and Ned, their like backup plan was to hit the button on the box and send them all back.
Yeah, she was about to press it.
She was about to press it, and then Ned stole one of the rings.
Mm-hmm.
What do they call them?
He goes like that.
Yeah. He's like, I wish Peter was here.
Yeah, and what was he saying earlier that when he was in the Sanctorum, he was saying that like my mom or grandma, whatever, said that I'm magic.
Yeah, that's their way of like, that's their like bullshit little thing to justify this. It's still a little weird. But yeah, so he like wishes he could see Peter. And then he does, but it's the wrong Peter. It's Andrew Garfield. And I remember when he jumped through the portal, I went, oh.
When I saw this,
I got like real excited. I'm like, Joby! I'm like, oh.
I was not disappointed.
Yeah, I thought it was fine. Like, I don't really like the movies, but I was still like, oh.
No, he was good in this.
Yeah. People clapped when he came through, and I'm just like, did you not see this coming? Like,
well,
yeah, everyone really likes to clap in these movies.
The thing with me was I avoided all spoilers, and I didn't clap, but I went like, But the thing was also
it's like when a plane lands.
Because I was afraid that like, what if no one is in this movie?
My biggest fear was,
imagine?
And everybody on the internet was just making shit up.
My biggest fear
is gonna be either the biggest disappointment.
No. My biggest fear was that they were going to show up for like 3 minutes at the end.
Yeah.
Like they were going to swing out of a portal. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
No.
And it's like pizza time.
I'm mad he did not say that.
Yeah, I wish.
But first, let's eat some pizza. I love pizza.
I wish. I'm skipping ahead, but when they're science broing it up, I wish that they had pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
you ruined the movie. I'm kidding.
So Ned brings Peter from the Garfield universe into the portal. He's trying to prove that he's Peter, and they're like, that's not enough. And
he's just hanging
he just
from
goes
the ceiling.
by his fingertips too, and he's like,
by the way, you know
enough.
what? I'm on Michelle's side. Like in this universe, it's like, yeah, there's so many people. Like you could just be a different superpower person.
You could be Sticky Tips.
Yeah, how do I know you're Peter?
Sticky Tips.
Like, literally, they're in New York. Dragons came from space, and also the city is built on top of dragons, if you watch The Defenders.
Yeah.
Like literally, like, that's not enough to prove it. If anything, they should still be in denial at the
He had
end.
to go crawl up and get a cobweb.
Yeah, which I like that. He gets it.
Yeah, like the whole time Ned's grandmother is asking them stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, he comes through, he's wearing his suit, and then they're like, well, let's try it again.
Yeah, and he was in that current New York. He was also pulled through.
So yeah, so the Peter Parkers also got pulled into this universe.
Because he mentions that he was looking for him, right? Like,
They
our Peter.
Yeah, they've been looking around for him, and then in comes Tobey Maguire.
I was cheesing.
Not the
I was just like, oh.
The haircut was a little jarring.
Whatever.
I mean, I got it. They shot it during COVID. A lot of people were cutting their own hair, but I was just like the hair wasn't doing it for me. But it was.
What's up with you and people's hair? You're so critical of people's hair.
Like when
It
your
just
hair
looks
is
so
perfect, you
different.
can talk shit.
Yeah, Tony.
I'm jealous.
You got all this goop in your hair and shit today.
I'm jealous of everyone's hair. As I look at
you
Woody
like
Harrelson's.
I think he's mad because he has the Doctor Strange thing going on because he has the silver on the side.
No, I like the silver.
Tony looks like you're either about to go to like get your picture taken at Sears with your mom, or you're about to go to like fucking chess club or some shit. I don't even know. Greased ass hair.
I'm going to Club Shampoo.
That's still around?
That's
it is closed. Okay.
Speaking of which,
Nocturne.
Speaking of which, what do you think of Cletus Cassidy's replacement haircut? Because everyone made fun of his wig in the first film, which was
weird.
comic book accurate.
Yeah.
And then everyone bitched about it. I'm like, well, that's what it looks like, guys. And they're like, it looks different now. Great seeing Tobey Maguire again. Because we never, Spider-Man 3 was a little bit of a misstep.
We never got to say goodbye.
Even Sam Raimi was disappointed he never got to finish that. So it's nice to see him one more time in a good movie.
Yeah.
I know you like Spider-Man 3, but we can agree it was not up to the caliber it should have been.
No, I agree. Yeah.
Sony's fault.
Yeah. It's multiple people's fault. I'm not going to put it all on Sony. So he shows up.
What's his name? Avi Arad or whatever.
Avi Arad.
Avi Arad.
Avi Arad. Anyway. So he shows up and he's like, hey, I've been looking for your Peter. I'm also Peter. We're all Peters. Shut up.
They're
Don't say.
looking for your Peter. I'm looking for your Peter.
They have to prove to each other that they're all Peter, so they shoot their webs at each other. The Peters shoot webs at each other. And I again, the grandmother's just like, can you please clean this up?
Yeah.
So I like the little interaction between the Spider-Men there.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I do like. There's a long stretch where they're just all hanging out.
Yeah. No, we got exactly. That's what I say. I mean, this movie didn't disappoint me in any way. We got exactly what we wanted. We wanted bunches of old Spider-Mans hanging out with everyone. And
I also like when they're just like, hey, they're like, hey, where would Speeder?
Speeder.
Where would Peter go if he was sad? I go to the Chrysler Building. The other one's like, I go to the Empire State Building. They're like, he goes to school, and it's like, what a fucking loser. So they find him there.
This was sad.
Yeah, he was crying because of Aunt May.
Yeah.
But then the other Spider-Men show up. I do like that Andrew Garfield just stayed in the costume the entire time.
Yeah.
I feel like Tobey Maguire's like, look, I'll do it at the end, but can I just hang out? I don't want to wear the stupid. I feel like that was like a conversation he had. He's like, I'll wear it for the fight scene, but God damn it.
It's probably if you think about it, he's worn it more than anyone.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Andrew Garfield, at this point, Tom Holland, because he's been in more movies.
Doesn't Tom Holland wear a CGI suit most of the time?
Well, he's still wearing something on set.
In the last one, he was wearing robots. I don't know.
Anyway, they all come down. They're like, hey, man, we know what you're going through. You're sad. You want to kill Norman Osborn. We can all relate to that. Except for Andrew Garfield, who I don't even know if he knew Norman Osborn. The fucking Amazing Spider-Man 2. I hate when they're like, Harry, you're my best friend when we were 8 years old, and now we're 18. It's like, you haven't seen him in it. That's not your best friend anymore. Also, at no point in the first one does he ever go like, oh yeah, Oscorp, this is my best friend's dad's company. It never fucking comes up.
It never pops in.
Never comes up. Anyway, they're like, hey, look, we know what you're going through. This is the death, the loss. We lost Uncle Ben, and then they do the great power comes great responsibility. They say it the way it should. And they decide they're all going to team up. And they're going to cure everyone in the science lab, which I guess just has all the shit that they need.
Science bros.
Yeah, they're geniuses.
That is true. That is where he makes his web fluid. So they all decided to like split up. Andrew Garfield's going to cure the lizard because he's done it before.
Oh, wait, I like the one conversation they have about here's a cartridge for the web fluid, and then Tobey Maguire's just like, oh yeah, it's just like in me.
And he's like, that just comes out of you.
Yeah.
Like, he's like,
And then they ask if it comes out at other places.
Yeah, and then Toby is gonna cure Norman because he's been thinking about the cure for years because obviously it led to the death of his father
I
figure
did
and best
like
friend.
Tom Holland Peter kind of being hesitant with that one. I was like, ooh.
Yeah. Well, he's a little angry.
No shit.
I would be angry too, I guess. And then what are they? They're figuring out a way to cure Sandman. That was the one I'm like, I don't know if you're curing Sandman. Like, what are you? I don't know what is in the high school science lab that you're gonna. How do you reverse the?
They made some sort of particle accelerator somehow.
Yeah, Sandman is the only one you don't really need to cure because he's not like a current bad guy.
Yeah, because he's like, hey guys, it's me, your buddy, Flint Marco.
He doesn't. He like literally just wants the box to go home.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't care about anyone else. He's like, just give me the fucking box so I can go home. I'm fine with where I am. I made my peace with Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's cool to see them sciencing it up. They mention Harry Osborn, but not by name, because then it would trigger Andrew Garfield to be like, yeah, he was my friend too, and then he murdered my fucking girlfriend. That doesn't come up, but I like that they're saying this to Ned because Ned is one of the hobgoblins in the comics.
Okay.
And that actor's losing a lot of weight recently, so I wonder if he's going to be the hobgoblin
That
at
would
some
actually
point.
be, that's kind of crazy because you know how he says to him at that one point, like, I won't be, I'll never try to kill you or whatever, become a supervillain and try to kill you. But since Peter isn't there to hang out with them anymore,
yeah.
Oh, well, we'll get
spoiler.
Sorry, spoiler. Yeah, you'll see. You'll see.
So yeah, the Mary Jane, what's his face? They stay behind with the box again.
Mary Jane.
Yeah.
Michelle Jones, MJ. They stay behind. They go to the Statue of Liberty, which we forgot to mention. They're adding the Captain America shield to the Statue of Liberty.
Stupid.
And they mention that.
They mentioned
someone
says
like that's stupid, and they even say like that's awful. Why did they do that? Which is like, yeah, I'd be like, also if I lived in New York, I'd be like, yeah, that's fucked up, and we probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
The French gave us that shit back in like the 1700s or something like that. Like, what the hell? What's wrong with you?
Well, you know what? Fuck it, put the American shield on there. Get rid of the French stuff.
You know what? Let's do it now. Let's put the Captain America shield.
And let's give her like a gun and an eagle.
Fuck it. Let's just build a Captain America statue right next to the Statue of Liberty, and it's like bigger.
He has his arm around her.
and Rocky.
Hover hands.
Yeah. He's like respectfully distanced.
So yeah, I like how they're preparing for the battle and they're just sharing war stories.
Yeah.
That was probably one of my favorite. They're like recapping stuff from the other movies. I like, Tover's like, yeah, one time I got like this alien goo on me, and Tom Holland's like, I fought an alien in space and on her. Huh?
Did you just say Topher?
I said Topher. Toby.
Tobert.
Tober. Yeah, he's like, wait, you fought an alien in space and on her?
Yeah. I like that they're like, wow, you're so cool. Like, you've been to space.
Yeah,
like,
this is my favorite scene. Andrew Garfield calls himself lame. And I'm like, thank you, finally. It's really nice.
I think Andrew Garfield visually is one of the best Spider-Men.
Oh, with the Edward Cullen hair?
I think he looks like, honestly, too, exactly like the video game. Like, I feel like the video game looked more like Andrew Garfield, and then they changed it to look more like Tom Holland.
Yeah, that redesign is weird.
Yeah.
They made him look... The whole point is he's been Spider-Man for 8 years, and they make him look like he's 13.
Yeah,
I'm like, that defeats the purpose.
When they redesigned Miles Morales looks fine, I think.
No, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, like I think he looks pretty good, but I think that Peter Parker just doesn't look like. I don't know why they couldn't have just kept the same face and just animated it better, but I guess it's also too they had to map the guy's face, and that's what he really looks like.
I like that they're just asking about the web fluid again. He's like, I feel like you guys are making fun of me. Yeah, it's just like, look, I can't. I wish I could tell you. It's just like breathing. It just happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Andrew Garfield's like, yeah, I feel lame because I fought a Russian in a rhino suit.
Yeah.
So I guess in that universe they still haven't gotten around to the Sinister Six, which is what they were setting up till.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Is it's kind of weird because like, I guess at that point in time. I guess it doesn't really matter where they are in their universes, but because it's like Tobey Maguire's like older. It's not like they didn't get Tobey Maguire from like right after 3. They got Tobey Maguire like almost years after 3,
like timeline wise, Toby should be 30 something, but he's 40 something in real life because he's playing way younger than he was.
He would be like, I guess. No, he would probably be like 39. Like
Probably.
he'd be late 30s. I'd
Somewhere
say.
around there.
Because he was like what? Like
Well, Mary
2001?
Jane.
He was like
Kirsten
20?
Dunst is 39, I think.
Okay.
38. Yeah. Anyway, she doesn't show up in this.
No.
I don't know why she wanted to get thrown into a wall in Spider-Man 3, according to that interview.
Toby mentioned something about like he actually made it work with Mary
Oh yeah,
Jane
he's
to
like,
it.
it's complicated. It's like, Toby, it's still complicated. Is she still mad at you for slapping her? Did you not tell her it was the alien? It was the alien goo. Oh, I like the web block thing.
Yeah.
He's like, I actually did get web block. I had an
Yeah.
existential crisis.
Existential crisis. Like, yeah, he just like says it so like nonchalantly.
That was like actually my favorite part. The Spider-Man's just like talking.
Yeah,
that was fun.
It was very necessary.
Again, I'm glad we got these scenes of them hanging out.
Yeah.
Because if it had just been they swinging at the end, I'd be like, okay.
No, it was awesome, like getting to see them all together,
Yeah.
and it was like exactly what I wanted. Like I felt like, man, I'm like hanging out with old friends again. Or something.
Yes.
I don't even know.
And then the bad guys show up. The
because
sinister.
Because Tom Holland's Peter does a broadcast.
Yes.
With J. Jonah Jameson.
Yes.
Jonah.
And he's like, meet me at the Statue of Liberty with its cool new shield from my dead friend.
Yeah.
So we're headed there. It's the Lizard, Electro, and Sandman. I do like when they first go to fight them, they're just like fucking up.
Yeah, because they're not used to fighting in a team or
Which
anything like
this is probably my favorite scene. When he's like, I don't want to brag, but I was in the Avengers. And Tobey Maguire goes, that's great. What is that?
Is that a band? Are you in a
They have,
band?
like, no idea what they're like. How does this help?
And he's like, you don't have the Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Warriors?
So they're like, all right, we're gonna do one at a time. Let's focus on our tickle. Let's work together, and then
I
we
love-
get
I like
the
the I
hero
love you
shot.
guys.
Oh yeah, the I love you
That was
guys.
really cute.
Yeah.
I do like Tobey Maguire just looks at him like this is not the time, and he goes,
Yeah.
thanks. And then they do the hero pose. They all do their cool landing and stuff. That was pretty cool.
That was awesome, yeah. I like
Yeah.
that each one was different, too.
And then we see the shot from the trailer.
Yep. We get to see where
the lizard just decided to twist around in midair.
He did like a flash kick too. Like
Yeah.
he did, like it was pretty cool.
But yeah, a lot of hero shots in this. Yeah, and it's a fun fight scene of them working together.
Yeah.
Doing all this shit. They eventually cure Sandman. And it turns into so it's the footage from when he's like getting covered in the water. But they
Okay.
just like reversed it and used a different take.
Huh.
So he's back. The lizard gets cured, and it's alternate footage
Yeah.
of him getting cured.
Okay.
And then, Electro is about to kill Andrew Garfield.
Yeah.
And Dr. Octopus shows up, and you're like, oh no, he's a bad guy. He's not a bad guy. Because it's actually, you don't know yet, because he got chopped with the electricity, and for a minute you're like, oh no, did his thing break?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought that he was gonna. They did a good job with that too, because you're like, oh no, like no, and then
he picks up the thing and puts it on Electro. Yeah, and I like this like little reconciliation they have with all of them.
Yeah.
Except for Lizard and Sandman, who were somewhere else because those actors weren't actually there.
Yeah.
But I like he has the arc reactor. Oh, that's the thing. They put the arc reactor on Electro
Yeah,
to
he
make him stronger.
he steals the arc reactor, which makes him like insanely powerful.
And Otto's like the power of the sun in the palm of my hand.
No, he said the power of the sun, and then
Oh,
Toby
Toby
says,
says,
"In
yeah.
the power of my hand."
Yeah, and he even says, I like when he says it. He goes, "Look at you, Peter. You're all grown up." Like he has that moment with him,
Yeah.
where he's not insane.
And Peter should be like, hey, when you get back, think of a different way to crash the sun. I'll help you out. You don't have to
Yeah.
do it by yourself.
Or just turn the machine off before it explodes and all that
It
shit.
depends when he goes back. Remember, it
Yeah.
self-sustains. Yeah, and then I like Electro with Andrew Garfield.
Yeah.
And he's just like, man, I thought you'd be black.
Yeah, I thought you helped the
That was
poor.
really- and then they say, you know,
He's like,
oh,
there's got to be a black
Yeah.
Spider-Man out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was really
Which they mention Miles Morales in this universe.
Well, they did in Homecoming.
Yeah, in Homecoming.
His uncle's in
It's-
it.
Yeah, exactly. Donald Glover is.
Yeah, so it'll happen
is
at
the
some
Prowler.
point. Yeah. Yeah, so you think this is like this little happy ending? Doctor Strange comes back?
Yep.
Oh, we forgot. At some point, the lizard.
You left me in the Grand Canyon for 12 hours.
I did like that. The
You went
lizard.
to the Grand Canyon?
Yeah, and they're all mad at him. Like, you were at the Grand Canyon. You could have been helping him. Like, he's like, no, guys. Like,
No, it's my fault. I do like that the lizard went through the portal at one point and chased them. And we forgot. MJ fell off the scaffolding.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, she's about to. She's actually about to.
Because yeah.
Yeah, so right before he sends them all back, the Green Goblin, who I guess they don't care about curing, blows up that box, which fucks up everything.
Yeah.
MJ falls, and Andrew, Tom Holland
tries to save her.
Yes,
But
and he's
then
not able to because the Green
Goblin-
Goblin knocks him out, who's got a new suit. Well, it's his original suit, but he upgraded it. He's got goggles on and shit. Yeah, and she's about to die, but then Andrew Garfield saves her.
Yeah.
Instead of actually shooting web, he went and actually physically caught her.
Yeah, he didn't shoot that web hand. Do you not remember that?
I remember the web hand.
What
I
was
didn't think
your?
it was that bad. I was like, whatever about it.
I don't know.
Oh, I fucking died. I fucking died.
I don't mind the Amazing Spider-Man that much.
I know, I just thought that was fucking
fuck
ridiculous.
But I like that he's like crying.
Yeah,
She's
he's
like,
like-
"Are you okay?"
I like that, yeah.
I did like that though. I was like,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah. So they're fighting around a bit. The whatchamacallit, the shield falls. They're fighting on the shield.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah, the scaffolding and everything just comes down.
Yeah. And
Which,
Tobey
thank
Maguire,
God, because ew.
yeah, Tobey Maguire is just ready to kill. Fucking
Or Tom
Osborn.
Holland. He is beating the shit.
Yeah, Tom
loved
Holland.
this
Yeah.
scene.
Yeah,
He's just
being-
Because he never really had, like, because he
This-
mentioned before about how he pulls his punches and everything,
Yeah.
but he was like going all the fuck out.
This
now.
almost happened in Amazing Spider-Man 2, but they cut it out. After Gwen died, the Green Goblin was going to laugh. And there's literally a shot of Peter Parker picking up the glider like he's about to stab the Green Goblin, and then he changes his mind. But I like that Tobey Maguire jumps in and stops him from doing it. And then he gets stabbed.
Yeah.
He's been stabbed before. It's fine.
Yeah.
By the way, oh my God. Thank God they didn't do the fucking Last Jedi thing where it's Tobey Maguire's the reluctant Spider-Man who doesn't want to return to being Spider-Man. And,
Yeah.
and he
That would have
just-
been lame. Because that's not Spider-Man. Spider-Man has to be Spider-Man. And even if he is reluctant.
They even talk about it like this is
Yeah.
what we do.
You know, that'd be like if like the Ghostbusters didn't believe their long-term friend about
All right,
an
anyway.
ancient god coming back and then they just abandoned him.
So they incorporated
Yeah,
a
that'd
lot
be
of
weird
the
to have
video
a
game
character,
stuff
right?
Yeah.
into this fight.
What was that?
See, if you were not talking about stupid shit, you would know what I said.
Still hurt. They ruined it.
They incorporated a lot of the video game
Yeah.
fights into this fight scene.
Yes.
Or moves, excuse me,
Mhm.
into this. I
Yes.
very much enjoyed it, and just like slamming him down and shit. It was bad. Oh my god.
And I like him being all evil. He's
Yeah.
just like because the goblin is just fully taken over
Yeah.
at this
Yeah.
point. And I think Andrew Garfield is the one who cures him, right? He hits him in the neck. Or
No,
does he throw
it's
it?
Tom Holland.
Yeah, he throws it to
He
Tom
throws it to him,
Holland.
and he
Yeah.
catches it, and then he.
Yeah, so he's cured. Tobey Maguire stabbed, but he'll be fine.
Again, I've been stabbed before.
He's like, I've been stabbed before. It's cool.
Yeah.
But in the sky, the universe is ripping, and all the people who know who Peter is, even though some of the people there don't know who Peter
Yeah,
is.
That's the thing. Like, does every villain just know Peter Parker, Spider-Man?
Yeah,
in
like
every
Electro
universe? I
didn't.
guess.
Electro didn't know who Peter was.
Yeah.
And nor does the guy in the mid-credit sequence. So they're all about to come through, and this is where you see Kraven the Scorpion.
Rhino.
And the only way to stop it is if they complete the spell where everyone everywhere forgets. Is it just that individual Peter being Spider-Man?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Because, like, that's going to suck if Peter's married to Mary Jane and he goes back and he's like, oh no, what the fuck?
She's like, I'm Spider-Man.
Yeah.
What? When did this happen? All these years? Like,
I thought you were just cheating on me every time you went out. So yeah, they go to do the spell and he says his goodbye to
yeah,
MJ.
now
and-
Zendaya won't be his girlfriend anymore because she won't know who the fuck he is. Which
Yeah.
sucks.
He also says goodbye to Andrew and
Yeah, which I
Toby,
like
too.
that part.
Yeah, he
They
says, I like how
yeah.
they're all like hanging out.
He's
there.
like, he's like, you're in a lot of pain, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, I like the whole upper back things. Like, we're in the
Oh, yeah,
middle
my
leg.
backs
are back, yeah.
Yo, I joke coming out of the theater. I'm like, that's gonna be when that shows up HD. That's gonna be memed into a blip. We're gonna see that GIF forever of him cracking
Yeah.
the back. Yeah, and it's a sad ending where everyone forgets who Peter is.
Yeah. Aunt May is gone.
Yes.
Everyone forgets. him and MJ have their like goodbyes, and like him and Ned and everything, and then
they're like, well, I'll meet you again and we're gonna hang out again and be in love again. And then he goes to Aunt May's grave, and Happy's there. He's like, how'd you know him? Like, that's a bummer.
Yeah, he doesn't even know who Peter is anymore either.
And because Peter Parker, no one knows who he is, he doesn't have any access to any Avenger shit. Like, he's just on his own forever.
Yep. Yeah.
They
do remember Spider-Man, though. I think they remember, like, working with Spider-Man, maybe.
Yeah.
They just don't know who he is.
Yeah. But yeah, he goes to visit them.
Even Doctor Strange has that moment with him where he's, like, choked up a little bit. And that part, oh my God, the whole ending, it's like, killed me.
But yeah, he goes to visit MJ and he's got a whole planned thing. But then he sees like the cut on her head. He's like, oh shit.
Yeah, like.
But again, Tobey Maguire should be like, hey, just do it because they get kidnapped anyway.
Yeah.
They just always get fucking kidnapped. Like, it's just no matter what you do.
Yeah.
And plus, they live in New York in the MCU. She's probably gonna die from something else at some point. Like, what the fuck?
That's true. Like, if she's anywhere and, like, you know, the Chitauri come back, they
like,
blow up half the city, and she's at her coffee shop.
I mean,
she's already died once.
She's going
from
to
the fucking
MIT.
Snap. Huh?
She's already going to MIT, so she's getting out of there.
Oh, sure. She's not gonna be in New York. She'll be in Boston.
Oh, that's right. Nah, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
But yeah, so it ends with him going into an apartment, which is from the video game.
Oh, I want to just go back real quick.
Yeah.
Remember how you were saying with the Doc Ock stuff, how, like, you know, how would he survive?
Oh, yeah.
He's cured or whatever. What happened to the arc reactor? Because he was still holding it.
Oh, he brought it back.
Did he take it back?
Oh shit! I didn't even think about
Oh,
that.
so what I think happens is when they go back, it branches off into another timeline. So Toby's going back to where he left, but like that when Dr. Octopus goes back, that goes into another timeline.
Oh yeah, it could be like it just
because that's how they
reality.
Describe it in Loki. Like things branch off.
Yeah, well,
and now there's no time keepers to keep control of it.
There's also, I mean, the what's it called in Endgame. There's that branch of
they mentioned it.
When they take the Infinity Stone, now there is a reality where the Infinity Stone is not here; it is now over here. So you got to go put it back and all that.
So yeah, the Dr. Octopus is taking the arc reactor back with him
because he was still holding on to it. So like, and then he disappeared.
Yeah. Maybe he goes back. He goes back home, shows the arc reactor instead of having to build a fucking sun. He literally has the arc reactor, and he goes, "Look at this!" And then everyone's like, "Wow!"
You know what's weird? We mentioned it.
Genius.
We mentioned it in the Spider-Man 2 thing. But Spider-Man 2, they say that there's a Doctor Strange in that universe, but we don't know like what the context is.
Huh.
But yeah, so he gets into a little apartment where the guy tells him to not be late on rent.
Where the fuck was the original actor? They could have done it. They didn't do it. They should have done it.
Is that guy dead?
The girl Ursula wanted to come back. By the way, thanks 10,000 fans who told us that she was naked in the show Hung with the Punisher.
Thomas Jane or
Thomas Jane.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you ever saw Hung?
No.
Hung was a good show. But yeah, when we did Spider-Man 2, we got a million comments, and they were all letting us know that actress is naked in the show Hung.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So if you ever were watching Spider-Man 2 and was wondering, you can Google that. I don't know if Alfred Molina's naked in anything. I'm sorry. Oh God, you're looking it up. You're looking it up. I think Willem Dafoe is. He was in that movie, Nymphomaniac.
He was in a movie where he actually has an unsimulated sex scene with a woman.
Oh.
Like it's full on penetration, but I don't think he's the one actually doing it. But it's like, you know, there's some like.
I found a picture of his butt.
Okay. Put the phone down. Put the phone down. Oh no. She's having an Aunt May
There's
moment.
a sex scene. Oh, that's gay porn. There's a sex scene there. I gotta look at that movie.
Aunt May.
Aunt May? Yeah, is there any Aunt May?
That's an Aunt May.
Actually, Marissa Tomei is naked in, I believe, The Wrestler.
The Wrestler, yeah.
And she's also naked in this movie called If the Devil Knows You're Dead.
I never saw that one.
With Philip Seymour Hoffman. It's kind of fucked up. It's like they stage a jewelry store robbery, but they accidentally kill their parents in it.
Oh my God.
Because their parents own a jewelry store and they need money, so they fake this robbery, but they accidentally shoot their parents.
Oh, Jesus.
And then it's them basically trying to like, you know, go, oh fuck, we killed our parents and we did it, and now all the shit. It was supposed to just be that they like rob the store, get the jewels, and leave, and then that's it.
Know what her first
shoot their mom.
Yeah, you know what her first movie was?
Who?
Marissa Tomei?
No.
Toxic Avenger. She's one of the
Really?
girls screaming coming out of the showers.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know if it's her first movie. I think it's either her first movie or like one of the first.
Okay.
Yeah, so because he has no access to anything, but has learned how to sew, we finally get like this depowered but yet comic accurate Spider-Man suit.
I liked it.
We never get to see it like the camera never like stops for a second to really take it in, which I think was on purpose.
It was shiny.
You know why they didn't focus on it? Because they want you to buy Spider-Man 2 on PS5 so you can unlock the outfit.
Oh,
I'm sure
really?
that's what they're doing.
Well, so that was the
Yeah.
thing too, is I was checking. I played Spider-Man like recently, but there's no new suits in the game, unless it's only on the PS5, like the remastered one.
I'll find out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me
'cause-
know, because the last time I checked, it was the Far From Home suit, and then there was like a new anime one.
Oh yeah. So I have those.
Yeah.
Like, there's the Far From Home suit. There's Night Monkey suit.
Yeah.
And then there's like this one where he's like a samurai, like Power Ranger looking thing.
And then there's like a variation of the White Spider.
Yeah, and-
I have all the suits
I
that
do
are
too,
available on
yeah.
PS4. Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. Is like I thought there might be a new suit for the game, but I don't know if it's
PS4.
only on the PS5.
I have a PS5.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah,
Wow,
you're
prick.
cool.
You know, there's a.
Got it launch day. It's fine.
Yeah,
you know,
you're-
there was
you're
like
cool.
a chip shortage. You know, probably a lot of people lost their jobs. And
I
that's
got
why they're-
myself a chip
Sucks
shortage
for them. Maybe they should have worked hard. No, I'm kidding.
because I'm out of Doritos.
He's telling a joke, and you said the cruelest thing in the world.
Oh, kind of like you during the Christmas Vacation episode where, Crystal's actually telling like a very nice but sad story and you just made it all about you and your fucking Patreon, you piece of shit.
She was telling our Patreon. She was
Where's my money?
It's our Patreon.
Our Patreon, like the letter R.
Yes.
Not our.
Yeah, she was telling a story about. Remember, it is the holidays, so remember this is the time to give and think of others. And one way you can do that is by super chatting right now in the comments. Super chat. I'm thankful for Hack the Movies.
Don't you
$20
dare.
super chat.
Don't you
Thankful
dare.
for Hack the Movies. And then also follow Kieran.
Follow Kieran. Twitch.tv/Kieran KI5EsRN.
Yes.
And subscribe to Castzilla, the podcast that never comes out.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's the end of well, not quite the end. We get a mid-credit sequence.
Yeah.
Turns out Venom, who doesn't know who Peter Parker is, and Peter Parker might not even exist in his world, just got pulled into the MCU because of the spell where people know who Peter is.
Yeah.
This turned out to just be a commercial for the DVD Blu-ray release.
But he left behind a little.
I like how he just
thing.
sat in a bar getting drunk and just got like a recap of everything that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
So yeah, I do think it's funny that they put that in there like a week after this came out on video. That's them being like, because this movie was in theaters for a while, and I bet they were like, well, we need something to push sales. Let's put this little tease in our Spider-Man movie to buy this. I did enjoy this movie. It's stupid.
I still haven't seen
But
it
it's-
yet. Yeah, I want to watch it.
You know what I think of the Venom movies? Fine and fun.
That sounds good to me.
fun and fine.
Not good. Fine.
Fine
and fun. Yeah, so he leaves a symbiote behind.
Yeah, a little tiny bit.
This version of Venom, if you watch the second one, is he's got a problem just leaving his seat around. Leaves it in Woody Harrelson. He leaves it in someone else at the end. It's like, dude, Venom. Like, I don't know if they make space condoms, but they gotta put a space condom on Venom. But I would like to see like Tom Hardy in this universe as a different Eddie Brock. That'd be fun to do.
Cool.
It'd be fun to see the black suit, but like the real black suit with the white lines, and then a Venom with the white.
Well, if you
lines.
think about it, that might be why in this one now he has the regular suit that he made himself. The black suit's probably the next movie.
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
I would like if like the Venom, because I assume it would be Venom and not another Offspring, although that would break the rules, but who cares? But I like if the Venom is like looking for Eddie Brock in this universe.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he's a match, but it's like they don't have anywhere near the chemistry they do in the other one.
He's just like a different guy. Like maybe he's like an
Yeah.
asshole or something.
But yeah, it was a good time. Really, how do you rank this? You said
I think this is on par for me with 2. Like 2 in this are
On
my
par?
favorites. Yeah, I say
I wouldn't
it's just
say
as
on
good.
par, but it's still really good.
I'm putting 1 and 2 above it, but then yeah, this is. I like this whole trilogy of MCU ones.
Yeah.
They get lucky. the MCU gets lucky with their trilogies because they get to have movies in between.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, all right, you get a little bit of a, like, you can have Spider-Man doing high school stuff, and then he goes to space, and then he comes back and goes on a trip. I'm like, all right.
The thing about this,
other movies don't get to do that.
Honestly, Spider-Man's the only thing keeping me on the MCU train right now. There's nothing really, like, I haven't seen Shang-Chi. I gotta watch it. I'm sure it's good. And I gotta watch Black Widow, but I'm just, after
Are you excited for Miss Marvel?
Miss Marvel is gonna be a thing?
Yeah.
So you think they're gonna bring in like the X-Men then, and then have Rogue, and then Rogue becomes like that
well,
thing?
Captain Marvel isn't getting her own sequel. It's just
really?
the Marvels.
Oh, no way.
So it's the girl from WandaVision,
I'm
Captain Marvel,
heartbroken.
and Miss Marvel. She's still in it.
Yeah.
But I guess, I don't know. They said she was such a beloved, popular character, but now she has to share her sequel with 2 other people. It seems a little confusing. Yes, and you know what the funniest thing about this is, in a movie full of Sam Raimi stuff, it ends with the trailer to a Sam Raimi movie.
I am so excited.
Yeah, I was kind of psyched about this too. Seeing Shuma Gorath, I was like, holy crap, like that's pretty.
I like
cool.
Baron Mordo.
Yeah.
I like him coming back. They have evil Doctor Strange.
Did you watch What If?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think that's the same character though.
I think it'd be cool if it was.
But that character wasn't really evil at the end. Whatever. Looks fun. Looks fun. The multiverse stuff. Wanda. You still need to watch Wanda.
I have to watch.
You gotta watch the Disney shows.
I'll watch
I think
them.
you'll
Yeah,
like
I'll
them.
give them.
I love WandaVision.
Honestly, watching this was the only thing I was like really down with. But then after this, I'm kind of like, I need a Marvel fix again.
Yeah, I think we all needed a break from the MCU. And I think COVID gave us that break.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like, I guess that's the problem. Is like all these things that I used to be like, I'm getting sick of these or whatever. I'm done. It's like now it's like, please bring them back.
Well, no, I've been saying since Endgame, like these are no longer priorities unless it's a character that I'm interested
Exactly.
in.
Spider-Man.
You don't
is
have
like
to
the
see
one.
Eternals.
Yeah.
I would love to live in a world where I never see it.
It
but-
just looks dumb to me. And
I don't know. There's a lot. I can't. Angelina Jolie was wasted.
yeah. Oh,
Patton
They could have
Oswalt's
done.
in it.
They could have done so much better with
she
her
was
character.
just drinking throughout the movie.
like-
That's messed up.
Anyway,
Angelina Jolie got
and
wasted.
then the character who's a little girl or whatever, Sprite, is literally the worst fucking character, and I wish she died.
That's the thing too. Like you got Selma Hayek and you got Angelina Jolie.
She's barely in
It
it.
should be like a slam dunk. And
Yeah.
then it's like, eh.
Anyway, I'm excited for the future of Spider-Man. Next month, we have Morbius, and we're all confused what universe it's in.
I don't care about that at all. It looks
really?
so stupid.
No, I
well,
think it
based
actually
off
looks
this
cool,
and
but-
Venom 2,
Also,
now
I can't stand Jared Leto.
I'm curious to
Jared
just
Leto is
see
lame.
like what universe it's in. I don't give a shit about Jared Leto or Morbius, but
I think they're trying to do something with like Venom and Morbius. Being
and then
because he does the
mentions
I am
He
Venom.
says, I'm Venom.
Just
then-
kidding.
Just joking. It's your,
Like,
yeah,
I'm
then they're
Michael
doing
Morbius.
It's so stupid. Oh my god, I cringed.
it's like careful what you wish for. It's like Kraven the Hunter. Oh, his own movie? Aaron Taylor Johnson's playing him. Like,
Who's that?
Kick-ass.
Did he get away from his creepy wife yet?
I don't know. The guy from Godzilla 2014, Quicksilver.
Jonathan Taylor Thomas?
No. But yeah, it's Aaron Taylor Johnson. I'm like, I'll give it a shot, but I'm not really excited for this.
Why don't you like him?
Kraven the Hunter is my favorite. Like, I like that actor. It's just lately he's been in shit that I wasn't too thrilled with.
Yeah.
Like even in Tenet, he was kind of forgettable.
I didn't see Tenet.
Yeah.
I like Kick-Ass though. I loved the first one. and the
You know, it's
second one
weird.
was
Kick-Ass, he
okay.
was good, and then like, I think I've just only seen him in disappointing movies since then.
It's
and I
kinda
like
funny.
Godzilla 2014 to a point, but he is definitely not one of the points.
You know, Kick-Ass and the Kingsman are in the same universe.
They are?
Yeah.
In the comics? Or?
Yeah, no, in the movie and comics, they were
I didn't know
supposed
that.
to be like they
Yeah.
were supposed to actually, but they just didn't really branch them the right way.
I need to watch the other Kingsman. I only saw the first one.
Second one's okay. I'm excited for the
I
the
want
new
to
one.
watch them.
The second one's fine. It's fine and fun.
It's
that
just
face for?
Elton John fighting a robot dog. Was
I
not
like
as
Elton
cool as
John
I
fighting
thought
a
it would
robot
be.
dog.
But yeah, so check out Spider-Man No Way Home. It's fine and fun.
It's more than that.
It's more than
it's
that.
more than that.
It's fucking fine and fucking fun.
And guys, I'm glad that we did this together and nobody died.
Yeah, thank God.
What's that sound?
Oh, really? It's loud.
Oh God, he didn't listen to me. Shinji Toto is about to swing into the store. Toto-san, no! No!
Oh my god, he's fucking dead.
This might be the most horrific yet. Good God.
When will it end? Are there any more Spider-Mans left?
Italian.
Italian Spider-Man? Oh God.
The one from the PSAs in the 90s.
Oh God, what about the one from the play who fell?
Oh no. The Pez dispenser Spider-Man too.
Yo, there's blood everywhere.
We can never ever do another Spider-Man movie. We have to stop the killings. So remember to like, share, and subscribe. Follow us on Patreon and buy stuff from our merch store, and leave thoughts and prayers for all the dead Spider-Man in our reviews. Goodbye, guys.
Bye.
Spider-Man No Way Home came out in 2021 and is directed by, yet again, John Watts and stars Tom Holland as Spider-Man and Peter Parker. This movie is about Peter handling his identity being revealed to the entire world. His friends can't get into college because they're linked to Peter Parker, so instead of calling the university, he decides to involve Doctor Strange and asks him to cast a spell to have everyone forget him. Peter's thought process is incredibly naive and flawed throughout the film, and I found myself agreeing with Doctor Strange multiple times. The visuals are much trippier than the previous two films, and this was filmed mostly on blue screen, which was pretty fucking amazing. I was pretty happy with the cameo performances, which made the ending even more sad for me. Overall, I must give this film an 8 out of 10.
Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Check out our other videos and Patreon page.